With the population declining rapidly and the birth rate plummeting year after year, the government has been forced to take radical measures to encourage fertility. But I never expected that this kind of thing would be related to a bachelor like me. My story is a bit complicated. 5 years ago, I lost everything due to a bad investment. Not only did I lose my job, I also spent all my savings and even had to rely on friends for support. However, today I was suddenly told that I was the only heir of the Liu family. As the only child in the family, my path to return seemed simple, but it was accompanied by an unacceptable condition. Make a woman pregnant within 2 weeks. Otherwise, you will be deprived of the right of inheritance. But the truth is even more ridiculous than this. The family was obviously not joking, and they even equipped me with a so-called fertility reward system for this. This system is said to be a humanitarian technology used to legally and reasonably help humans reproduce. The system's cold voice sounded in my mind. Host has been activated successfully. The reproductive system has been bound. Each child born will receive a corresponding reward. The corners of my mouth twitched. Reward? What reward? The system seemed to understand my thoughts and continued to broadcast. First mission reward, 2 million cash. At this time, a seemingly reasonable suggestion came to my mind. If I really rely on having children, maybe I could turn my life around? However, just as I was beginning to feel a little bit of luck, one dangerous signal after another came. First of all, it was the Liu family's attitude. They not only set tasks, but also arranged various high-quality goals, and even set up a list for me. All goals are given an absurd title, Best Fertility Partner. I realized that things are not that simple at all. The beauties on the list are not only partners of the family, but also have some mysterious relationship with me. However, with the first contact, the system in my mind suddenly sounded an alarm. A high-risk potential connection between the host and the target has been detected. It is recommended to complete the mission immediately. When I try to find the truth, I found that every choice I made was dragging me step by step into a bottomless vortex. Giving birth? Reward? Behind this, there seems to be a huge secret concerning the future of the entire human race. One night, I was standing on the street. The cold wind was a bit biting, as if my inner struggle was directly revealed. The face of Ke Jinyao in front of him was full of anger and resistance. Ke Jinyao, please listen to my explanation. I loosened my hand, and my tone softened. But her cold eyes were like an invisible wall that made me feel like no amount of words could penetrate it. I really don't want to have a baby. Don't push me like this, she snapped. You don't understand. You are the only one left of me, and you are the only one who can help me. I tried to stay calm, but I couldn't hide my anxiety. I explained, I'm not saying this casually. My family requires me to give birth to a child within 2 weeks. Otherwise, they will cut off everything from me. I will lose my family business and everything. Ke Jinyao sneered. Do you think I would believe such a ridiculous reason? It's not ridiculous. I have a fertility reward system. I almost begged, telling her this incredible secret. The system's light screen is still floating in front of my eyes, reminding me of the urgency of time and the passing of life. She glanced at me with contempt. So what if there is a system? You can't even take care of yourself. Why do you force me to have a child for you? I was speechless. At this moment, every word I said was a joke to her. I watched her turn and leave, her skirt slightly lifted in the wind, and her back looked particularly resolute. Dong it. I clenched my fists, feeling angry and resentful. The reward mechanism given by the system oppresses me all the time, making me feel as if I am in purgatory. I called my mother with a lot on my mind. Mom, has the matchmaker found a suitable partner? I heard my mother sighing from the other end of the phone. I found it, but don't be too anxious. I said, Mom, you don't understand. As soon as I hung up the phone, I received a photo from my mom. I opened it, and the system immediately gave me a score. 85 points, third-class beauty. Just met the standard. Mom, this is her. Let's arrange a blind date right away and meet tomorrow. I couldn't wait to call again, fearing that the night would drag on and cause more trouble. Howren, are you mesmerized by her looks? This girl is called Sun Shiqian. She started working before she graduated from high school. Her family is not well off. Her father has uremia and needs regular dialysis. She has a poor family background, and she has a younger brother, said the mother. After hearing this, I felt that the opportunity was even greater. Others would not even have time to avoid such conditions, but for me, it was just right. Mom, since the matchmaker has already introduced us, why not arrange a meeting? It's just one meeting. There's no need to be so serious. My mother hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. As soon as she hung up the phone, she sent me Sun Shiqian's contact information. I took a deep breath and added Sun Shiqian's WeChat. 5 minutes later, she accepted my friend request. I introduced myself. Hello, I'm Lu Howren, introduced by Miss May. She said, I'm working overtime. I'll contact you later. After seeing the reply, I patiently replied, okay, I won't disturb you while you work. This time, I don't plan to be rash like I did with Kajin Yao, but to take it step by step. In the middle of the night, Sun Shiqian suddenly sent a message. Are you asleep? Are you working overtime so late? I was almost asleep, and your message woke me up. In fact, I was staring at the phone, waiting for her reply. I'm sorry, my family situation is special, and I need to earn more money. Did the matchmaker tell you about my family situation? I mentioned it before. It's okay. We're all from the same place. There's nothing to mind. She relaxed her guard a little, chatted for a few minutes, and made an appointment to meet the next morning. The next morning, I borrowed 10,000 yuan from a microloan company and put it in my pocket. Only with money can I have confidence. I arrived at the McDonald's as scheduled on time and ordered hot milk tea, hoping to help ease her nervousness about our first meeting. As soon as she walked in, I recognized her at a glance. She was wearing a factory uniform, with a ponytail, clean and simple, with a bit of nervousness on her face, which was quite different from the feeling in the photo. Sun Shiqian this way. I stood up and greeted her. She came over and smiled awkwardly. I handed her the milk tea, and she took it, holding the cup tightly, like a treasure. Thank you, I like milk tea, she said a little stiffly, as if she was afraid that her image was not perfect enough. Seeing her like this, I was secretly happy and felt that this blind date was half successful. We exchanged a few pleasantries, and I got straight to the point. Are you in a hurry to get married because you want to take care of your parents with your future husband? She nodded and smiled shyly. Yes, many people refuse to see me after hearing about my family situation. I smiled softly, made up my mind, and said simply, actually, I want to have a child as soon as possible. Have a baby? Sun Shiqian looked at me in shock with obvious doubt in her eyes. Dink families are popular among white-collar workers nowadays. How come you? I suppressed my anxiety and tried to respond in a calm tone. I'm not a dink. I really want a child, and I hope it will be as soon as possible. Sun Shiqian frowned slightly, obviously frightened by my urgency. If you want to have a child, I have no objection, but it is impossible in the short term. The family's expenses are tight, and taking care of my father has already used up all my savings. Without an economic foundation, I don't want my child to repeat my life. She spoke sincerely, and I knew these were her true thoughts. But for me, time simply doesn't allow me to take my time. I suppressed my anxiety, handed over a piece of chicken wing, and smiled softly. Eat it while it's hot, don't think too much. She took the food, her fingertips trembling slightly. After a moment of silence, I whispered, actually, I know you're not going on a blind date for yourself, but because of the pressure from your family, right? Sun Shiqian raised her head and looked at me in surprise. Have you investigated me? I explained, I just heard some of the things from my fellow villagers. Don't think too much about it. I'm just an ordinary person. I don't care too much about your past. On the contrary, I understand your difficulties. Her expression softened a little, but she still looked defensive. I sighed and said directly, you want money for medical treatment, and I want a child. We can each get what we need, and we don't have to be bound by worldly concepts. There was a hint of surprise in Sun Shiqian's eyes. I took out the contract I had prepared in advance and placed it in front of her. If you help me give birth to a child, I will give you double the betrothal gift, 200,000. I will raise the child in the future and will not interfere with your life. I tried to explain in a relaxed tone, for fear of scaring her. She looked at the contract, visibly shaken, but still unsure. Suddenly, her cell phone rang. She looked down, then looked at me in confusion. I smiled and said, this is a donation I made to help with your father's medical expenses. Regardless of whether this is successful or not, as a fellow villager, I should at least give a helping hand. She subconsciously wanted to refuse, but I gently held her hand and said in a firm but gentle voice, just accept this. No one knows what will happen tomorrow. There was a flash of emotion in her eyes, and she finally accepted it. Looking at the time, she hurriedly stood up and prepared to leave. I handed her a contract and added, you can think about it carefully, don't rush to make a decision. She whispered thank you, took the contract, and left in a hurry, her back revealing a hint of reluctance and struggle. Watching Sun Shiqian turn away, I couldn't help but sigh. The system's rating is indeed reliable. Such a beautiful woman only scored 85 points. After she walked away, I started to clean up the things on the table and stuffed all the leftovers into my stomach. After all, the 10,000 yuan was a token of sincerity, but in reality, I was already heavily in debt, and every meal I could eat was a blessing. Back on the street, I strolled aimlessly, glancing at every passerby around me, especially those beautiful women with outstanding temperament. But unfortunately, none of them met the system standards. Meanwhile, Sun Shiqian took out the contract I gave her during lunch break and read it carefully. After reading it, she couldn't help but smile bitterly, secretly cursing herself for being so anxious about the family's difficulties that she lost her mind. How could she believe such an unrealistic promise? Sun Shiqian thought to herself. 200,000 yuan for the betrothal gift. Where did Lu Haoran get so much money? She suddenly felt cold in her heart. Is he just trying to take advantage of me? Just as she was thinking, the dormitory door was suddenly pushed open. Lin Rong saw the contract in her hand and immediately came over. What is this? It's nothing, just a flyer. I guiltily wanted to crumple it into a ball, but she snatched it away from me. After reading the content, Lin Rong held her stomach and laughed. Qian, you are really crazy. What kind of contract is this? It's ridiculous. My face turned red as fire, and I whispered, of course I won't really agree. I'm just taking a look. Lin Rong couldn't help but persuade him. Wake up, this kind of contract is something that only losers would come up with. He wants to use this method to lock you in, and then you'll have to marry him no matter what. Sun Shiqian took a deep breath, gradually calmed down, and finally tore the contract into pieces. Then, Sun Shiqian sent me a message, rejecting my proposal and returning the 10,000 yuan. When I received her message, my mind went blank, and I stared at the screen for a long time. She was clearly tempted when she left. She was also short of money. So why did she back off when faced with 200,000? Could it be that she didn't believe I had the money? Thinking of this, I took a deep breath and made up my mind. Since there were only 13 days left, I might as well go all in. I started to register on various online loan platforms on my phone and applied for loans like crazy. Finally, I collected 100,000 yuan. I transferred all the money to Sun Shiqian with a message. This is my sincerity. I just ask you to help me fulfill my wish. After half an hour, she finally replied, I will raise the child. You pay child support and can visit at any time. I agreed without hesitation. No problem. I will cover all the expenses and give you 10,000 yuan in child support every month. Seeing that she accepted the money, I felt relieved. She sent me the last message. See, you have to get off work at 8 p.m. Send me the location. I clenched my fists, and a sense of victory surged in my heart. As long as I complete this first mission and obtain the lifespan rewarded by the system, I will have the opportunity to reach the pinnacle of my life. As soon as it was 8 o'clock, I was waiting for her at the agreed square. As soon as the bus door opened, Sun Shiqian walked down, wearing a fitted mid-length skirt with smooth long hair and light makeup. She was even more beautiful than the 85-point score. She walked towards me step by step, and a faint fragrance lingered around my nose with her steps. While I was still in a daze, she took my hand. My heart skipped a beat, and my whole body tensed up like a taut string. We walked side by side like this, and the eyes of passers-by were all filled with envy. Who would have thought that I could hold the hand of such a charming girl? She said, haven't you eaten yet? I booked a restaurant, let's go eat. Okay. I responded with a smile, took her hand, and walked towards the mall. Although there was not much talk along the way, the tacit understanding grew stronger in silence. Arriving at the entrance of the steak buffet restaurant, Shiqian's face flashed with excitement. Wow, I haven't eaten it for a long time. I want to feast on it tonight. I followed her in, and after checking my ticket, she quietly reminded me, don't waste this money in the future. I smiled and pretended to be relaxed. I just want to eat my fill, and steak is enough to satisfy me. In fact, this little money is nothing. What's important is to make her happy. We each took a few steaks and sat down. She even cut the steak for me. During the meal, Shiqian was busy getting food for me, which really made me feel caring. After dinner, I invited her to watch a popular romance movie. In the cinema, we held hands tightly, and unknowingly, we became closer to each other. Just as a romantic scene was playing, I plucked up the courage to turn her face. Our eyes met, and our kiss was natural and heartwarming. Coming out of the cinema, she blushed and leaned on my arms until we entered the hotel. Just as the door was closed, the system's notification sounded in my mind. The rewards for completing the tasks were credited one by one. At this moment, I felt unprecedented satisfaction, but the system reminded me to ensure the smooth birth of the child. Otherwise, the reward would be taken back, and even my lifespan would be deducted. I complained about this reward. It really wasn't easy to get. The next morning, Shi Qian stared at me in surprise. Why? Do you feel different? Her words made me feel a little proud, and I casually touched my increasingly distinct muscle lines. The system reward last night significantly improved my body lines and refreshed my spirit. Seeing her shy look, I didn't tease her for too long. I just said, rest for a while and remember to have breakfast. When I walked out of the hotel, the sun shone on my face, and I felt that the world was a different place. Today, I not only have 840,000 yuan in cash, but also have the motivation to continue pursuing a better life. Thinking of this, I headed towards the nearest shopping mall. If I wanted to continue my mission, I had to dress myself up better. After I left, Xiqin got up and picked up her phone. She saw the 150,000 yuan I transferred to her, and also added a message asking her to take good care of herself and give birth to a chubby boy for me. A look of satisfaction and a hint of shame appeared on her face, and she seemed to have made up her mind. When she returned to the dormitory, her best friend Lin Rong questioned her seriously. Although she was shy, she was also calm and nodded. Lin Rong was obviously furious. Do you really believe that he will give you money? Her reaction was both concerned and distressed, and she felt very disappointed with him. Sister Rong, you really misunderstood Brother Howren. Shi Qian came over and took Lin Rong's arm, trying to calm her down a little. Lin Rong tore Shi Qian's hand away and turned to the other side with a cold face. Brother Howren, you called him so affectionate? How much love potion did this liar feed you? Lin Rong said angrily. Haven't you been in love for too long that your mind is confused? Is it because Lu Howren is so handsome? You can't walk when you see him. It's true that Shi Qian and I were together for only a few days, but seeing how firmly she defended me, I felt that I shouldn't let her down. Sure enough, Shi Qian actually opened her phone and showed Lin Rong her balance. Sister Rong, look, Brother Howren really transferred the money, and I will help him have a baby. Her tone was so sincere that it made me feel an inexplicable responsibility. Lin Rong stared at the screen of her mobile phone with wide eyes and couldn't help counting the numbers. This is really 260,000? Did he really give you so much money? She opened her lips slightly and confirmed it again carefully in disbelief. Well, Brother Howren not only gave me 200,000, but also gave me 60,000 more. Shi Qian looked proud. Oh my God! Is there really such a generous man in the world? 260,000, and he is willing to give it. Lin Rong shook her head and sighed. With this amount of money, he can do anything he wants. He can even find the best. Looking at Lin Rong's expression, I couldn't help laughing. I just felt that since Shi Qian trusted me, I should give her something back. As for how she understood it, I would let her do it. Here, just after I finished buying clothes, my cell phone suddenly rang. It turned out to be a call from the real estate agent, saying that the original owner was waiting for me in the house I bought. I was stunned for a moment. Then I realized that the house rewarded by the system had arrived, so I immediately set off to rush over. When I arrived at the gate of the community, an agent named Manager Ma was already waiting for me. Although this community is a bit old, it has good greening and floor area ratio, and is quite comfortable to live in. When Manager Ma and I met, actually felt like we had known each other for a long time. This was obviously arranged by the system. Mr. Liu, please follow me. Manager Ma said softly and led the way towards the house. I couldn't help but look at her a few more times. She was not only professional, but also very good looking. The system scored her 85 points, which was similar to Shi Qian. It seems that the system is still hinting at something to me. It is truly an assistant that knows how to create surprises. Ahem, Manager Ma. You are so beautiful. I tried to start a conversation. Thank you for the compliment. She smiled and then said, but I need to see if my husband is free to pick up the kids from school. When I heard this, my heart instantly sank, and I smiled a little self-deprecatingly. It turns out that Manager Ma is not only a husband, but also a mother. It really shows that you can't judge a person by his appearance. We're here. Manager Ma pointed ahead and took me to the door, where a woman with an indifferent expression was standing. She glanced at me coldly, even with some contempt. I looked up and was immediately stunned. The woman's facial features were so perfect that they seemed to be carefully carved out, and her whole person exuded an inviolable temperament. The system directly gave her 92 points as second-class beauty. I couldn't help but secretly marvel in my heart. The system is really decisive. It actually gave me such a stunning beauty. Just when I was intoxicated by her beauty, she suddenly snorted coldly, showing that she had no good feelings towards me. I don't feel embarrassed. After going through so much, I feel more confident. Manager Ma, the buyer has arrived. We can quickly hand over the goods. I have other things to do in the company. She turned and walked into the house and sat on the sofa. The three of us sat around the coffee table, and Manager Ma handed us a contract, a commercial housing sales contract. My name was clearly written on it, and the seller was her, Zhuo Weiwei. Hurry up. Zhuo Weiwei frowned slightly, looking impatient. It was obvious that she didn't want to waste time on this house. I smiled helplessly, thinking to myself, okay, Zhuo Weiwei, since you are unhappy, I will have plenty of time to change your mind about me in the future. Manager Ma of the real estate agency opened the furniture list in the contract and began to count the items one by one. She went into the living room, kitchen, and bedroom and checked them one by one, while Zhuo Weiwei and I followed her. Zhuo Weiwei kept her brows furrowed, kept a certain distance from me, and looked cold. I tried to start a conversation. Ms. Zhuo, why do you want to sell your house? Unexpectedly, she just glanced at me and didn't respond. I shrugged and decided to focus on the house. The house was decorated in a warm style. The furniture and appliances were well maintained, and there was a faint fragrance in the house. It was obvious that this was once Zhuo Weiwei's residence. After the inventory was completed, Zhuo Weiwei handed me the keys, water card, and electricity card. Both parties signed to confirm, and the handover was completed. She picked up a small bag and turned away without looking back, and hardly said a word to me the whole time. I couldn't help but complain to Manager Ma. Who is this Zhuo Weiwei? She had a cold face when we met, as if I owed her money. Manager Ma smiled slightly. Ms. Zhuo is the Human Resources Director of a large company. She has reached this position at such a young age. She is beautiful and capable, so she is naturally proud. Oh, no wonder. I felt a little interested. If a beautiful and capable woman like Zhuo Weiwei can work with me and make a fortune at the same time, isn't this exactly the resource I need? Manager Ma, could you give me Zhuo Weiwei's contact information? I want to meet her. Manager Ma showed some disdain and refused with a professional smile. This is not a good idea. After all, it involves Ms. Zhuo's personal privacy. I could see that she looked down on me, as if she thought I was after her colleague. But I saw that she was quite interested in the commission business, so I smiled and said, okay, then please help me with the mortgage loan. I will treat you to a meal after it is processed. When Manager Ma heard this, he immediately became excited. Mr. Liu, you have found the right person. The company has a partner that can lend money within 3 hours. She agreed to help me with the loan procedures and even gave me the name of Zhuo Weiwei's company. Unexpectedly, in just 3 hours, I borrowed 1.5 million from this house. Together with the previous cash, I now have more than 2.3 million on hand. After receiving the money, I decided to go to the previous headhunting company. It had been so long since I last went there, so I decided to show my face to my colleagues. As soon as I entered the company, the girl at the front desk looked up at me with a puzzled look in her eyes. Hello, who are you? I smiled and said, old employee, come back to the company and have a look. She was a little surprised, nodded, and watched me walk in. I looked at her, and the system gave her a score of 90. She was really lucky. As he walked into the office, his colleagues' eyes focused on him. Fong Qian, who had a good relationship with him, was the first to come up and say hello. Howard, didn't you resign? I smiled and replied, I had some personal matters to attend to some time ago, so I left in a hurry. I came back to see you all today. My colleagues expressed their understanding and asked me to stay and continue to work. It's not easy out there. It's not shameful to come back to work. Okay, I'll go meet Mr. Li first. Being surrounded by everyone and persuaded, I felt a little touched. But I know that their reactions will be more interesting when they learn about my real changes. I knocked on the door and walked into the office of General Manager Li Fei. This middle-aged man in his 50s was wearing reading glasses and staring at the computer screen tiredly. When he heard my voice, he looked up and looked at me with some surprise. Liu Howard, didn't you say there was an urgent matter? Have you dealt with everything? Li Fei asked, his tone revealing concern. It's all taken care of, no problem. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Li. I smiled and went straight to the point. I came here today to discuss something with you. Li Fei pushed up his glasses, his eyes showing confusion. What's the matter? Mr. Li, I heard that you were interested in selling this company. Is that right? He sighed. Yes, I've been sitting in the office for many years, and my 3 highs are getting worse and worse, and my body can't take it anymore. I am reluctant to leave this company, but since I can no longer lead you to develop, I don't want to hold you back. In that case, let me take over. I looked at him and said directly, you name a price. Li Fei was stunned for a moment, then showed a hint of surprise. You want to buy this company? The original offer was 2 million. If you are really sincere, I will give you 1.5 million. But, do you have that much money? I smiled and immediately transferred him a deposit of 500,000 yuan. We will pay the balance after the handover. Li Fei looked at me in surprise, with some excitement in his eyes. Xiao Lu, I didn't expect that. It seems that I can rest assured that the company is handed over to you. He stood up and shook my hand solemnly. Okay, I believe you will keep it going. We walked to the big office, and Li Fei clapped his hands, signaling everyone to stop working for a while. Everyone come over for a small meeting. We'll see you and you come over too. Hearing the call, everyone came over with smiles on their faces. Fong Qian was especially excited, as if she had guessed that I was returning. Li Fei coughed and said with a smile, I have good news to announce today. From today, Lycian Human Resources Company has been sold, and Lu Haoren will become your new boss. As soon as the words fell, the air froze instantly. Everyone looked shocked, and the entire office was silent. After just a few seconds, everyone began to look at each other, their eyes full of disbelief. Lu Haoren became our boss, someone asked in a low voice, his voice full of confusion and surprise. Li Fei nodded, his tone solemn. Yes. You also know my situation. I am no longer suitable to lead everyone. Lu Haoren is young and promising. He has strength and determination. I believe he will lead everyone to go further. At this point, I took over the conversation. Everyone, the company's atmosphere and treatment will remain the same in the future, and wages and commissions will not be delayed. I will also work hard to develop new business and lead everyone to make more money. I hope everyone can support me as they support Mr. Li. After I finished speaking, the atmosphere was still subtle. Only Fong Qian and Hua Siyuan expressed their support, while the others had complicated expressions, and it was obvious that they could not accept it for a while. I understand how they feel. After all, I was their colleague before. Naturally, they would feel a little resistant to this sudden change of identity. But it doesn't matter. I'm confident that I can let them see my strength. Seeing Hua Siyuan's cautious look, I smiled and patiently explained, Don't worry, it won't be the traditional secretarial work. I just hope you can help me with some documents, meeting arrangements, and other matters. The main purpose is to let you exercise your professional ability, and I will never let you do anything unrelated to the business. She relaxed a little and nodded. If it's secretarial work of this nature, I'm willing to give it a try. Okay, then it's settled. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to come to me. I gestured to her and arranged for her to pick up some work materials from the finance department. Hua Siyuan breathed a sigh of relief, with some anticipation in her eyes. It was obvious that she was very satisfied with the change in her position. After dealing with these, I looked at everyone and said, Today's meeting ends here. Everyone go back to your own business. But remember, we will have a dinner after get off work. I will treat everyone to a luxurious meal. Everyone left the office cheering, and the atmosphere was harmonious and relaxed. Looking at everyone's backs, I felt secretly satisfied. Although the change from colleague to boss made them feel uncomfortable for a while, through this meeting, I clearly felt the team's recognition and support for me. After everyone left, I sat back in my office and thought about the recruitment of Future's Edge. Zhuo Weiwei works as the human resources director in that company, and this will be my best chance to get close to her. Now I have a case to recruit a commercial director, which is the entry point to establish contact with her. I knew it wouldn't be easy to successfully find the right person, but this was my chance to perform and gain her trust. Hearing Hua Siyuan's direct refusal, I couldn't help but complain in my heart. This new graduate really doesn't know how to read the boss's expression. Doesn't he care about the boss's face? He showed me this attitude right on the spot. Forget it. Since she is so straightforward, I won't force her, lest I continue talking and make things even more awkward. Okay, then just be the receptionist. I nodded perfunctorily, trying to maintain my composure. Hua Siyuan blushed and immediately smiled and thanked me, as if she was relieved. Boss, you can tell me if you need anything. She showed a submissive expression, as if she was finally relieved. Okay, get busy. I waved my hand, and everyone went back to their workstations, all of them going back to work happily. At this time, my cell phone rang, and I took it out and saw that it was Sun Shiqing calling. She hesitated on the other end of the phone and asked if we could meet tonight, as she had something to talk about. I smiled, agreed without hesitation, and then agreed on a meeting hotel. After hanging up the phone, I returned to the box in a happy mood, said goodbye to my colleagues briefly, and left alone. When I arrived at the hotel, Sun Shiqian was already waiting for me there. When she saw me, She immediately put her arm around my arm, feeling a little shy but dependent. After last night, she was obviously more relaxed, and her movements towards me became more natural. I laughed in my heart and patted her hand. Let's go back to the room. Seeing Sun Shiqian and a few other girls standing at the factory gate looking around, I rolled down the window and waved at them. This way, come here. As soon as Sun Shiqian saw me, she immediately pulled several of her roommates towards me. People riding electric scooters and bicycles nearby cast envious glances at her, and some even whispered, "Which factory girl is hooking up with a rich guy again?" I couldn't help but smile. There was a time when I was just like them and could only stand aside and envy others. Now that I'm sitting in a Porsche, it's finally my turn to get that kind of look from others. Sun Shiqian walked to the car with a little shyness on her face and introduced her roommates to me one by one. Their expressions varied. Some were curious, some were scrutinizing, and some were somewhat hostile. It seems that Sun Shiqian's previous decision still left a lot of doubts in their hearts. Everyone get in the car. We're going to have a nice meal tonight. I smiled and invited them to get in the car, trying to be polite and friendly. They looked at each other and got into the car one by one with complicated expressions. Sitting in the car, I could feel that the atmosphere in the car was a bit tense. Several roommates were chatting in low voices and occasionally glanced at me secretly. I know that today's meal is my chance to win their trust. Oh, Brother Howard. When Sun Shiqian saw me sitting in that shining Porsche, her eyes were full of surprise. Her roommates, who were originally chatting and laughing nearby, suddenly fell silent. These people were of different ages. Some were just over 20, some were nearly 40. They had more experience than her, were more sensitive to the gap between the rich and the poor, and had a little fear in their eyes. But they still stood obediently behind Qianqian. Their attitude was much more respectful, and they no longer joked around like they did in the dormitory. Hello, everyone. I got off the car and greeted them with a smile. Hello, hello. After a little surprise, someone began to praise. Some said, Qianqian, your boyfriend is so handsome. He's still young. I thought he was an old man. I listened to their teasing and smiled in my heart, but did not respond much. Instead, I pulled Qianqian into the car and watched her smile shyly and happily. The car is full. You have to take a taxi, and I'll pay for the fare. I made the arrangements casually to reassure them. No need. We can just take a taxi, someone said quickly. I nodded. Then let's go first. See you at the hotel. Then, they left with Qianqian. I knew they would have some discussion next. Sure enough, Qianqian would steal glances at me from time to time in the car, with an unconcealable pride on her face. I took her and her roommates to a nice restaurant and ordered a few dishes that I wouldn't normally order. Abalone and sea cucumber, whatever you want since I can afford it anyway. They ate and exclaimed, where had they ever seen such a scene? Looking at Qianqian smile, I also felt a little satisfied. During the dinner, I casually asked, Sisters, is your work hard? In fact, what I care about is Qianqian's work. She is pregnant with my child, and she can't be tired. Unexpectedly, as soon as these words were spoken, they immediately started complaining, and each of them was very excited. Working on the assembly line in the factory is tiring. You have to stand all day, and your back and waist ache, but you can't rest. If you make a mistake, you will be fined. At the end of the day, the female workers repeated their actions like machines, and everyone's life was very hard. Hearing them say this, I frowned and turned to Qianqian, staring at her and asked, Is this what you call an easy job? You still call it an easy job in this kind of environment? To earn that little money, what if you get tired and even affect the health of your child? Can you bear this responsibility? I asked Qianqian before, and she insisted that the job was simple. I didn't take it seriously, but now I know that she was actually hiding something. She doesn't know how important this child is to me and how it affects my fate. Qianqian turned pale after being scolded by me. She lowered her head and whispered, I just don't want to be supported by you all the time. I want to earn some money on my own. I don't know where to go after leaving the factory. I have no place to stay in this city except here. Several of her roommates also lowered their heads, and the atmosphere became heavy for a moment. They probably understand now that being the girlfriend of a rich man is not an easy life and comes with heavy responsibilities. I gently held Qianqian's hand and gave her a firm look. No matter what, I would not let her bear this alone. I sat in the box, watching Qianqian lower her head, her eyes red, and quietly explaining her thoughts. At that moment, my heart softened, and I felt that my anger just now was really too much. Qianqian, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I held her hand and apologized sincerely. I was too impulsive just now and didn't consider your feelings. When Qianqian heard this, She was so shocked that she stood up quickly, trying to stop me from apologizing in a panic. Her tears fell uncontrollably. Brother Howard, this is not your fault. I really don't blame you. I shouldn't have kept it from you. I promise you, I won't go to work, okay? I held her in my arms, patted her back gently, and comforted her softly. Don't cry, Chan, I will never get angry with you again. I was just too worried about you. So I lost my temper for a moment. The atmosphere in the room instantly warmed up. Her roommates watched this scene, their eyes moist with emotion, and they whispered, Lu Howard is such a good man. I slowly let go of Chan and looked at her seriously. Chan, don't worry about where to live. I have a 2-bedroom, 1-living-room house on the second ring road. I'll give it to you and our child as a meeting gift. Chan's eyes widened. She was too excited to speak. A house on the second ring road? Brother Howard, is it true? Of course it's true. I smiled softly. We are planning to have a child. How could I let you and the child have no stable place to live? Besides, it is a house in the best school district. Our child must enjoy the best education. When Chan heard this, she was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes again, and she nodded heavily. I patted her head and whispered, Okay, let's eat. Everyone is here. Let's not be too greasy. She sat back in her chair obediently, but she couldn't hide the joy in her eyes. The roommates next to me were so envious that they didn't know what to say and could only force a smile to congratulate me. After dinner, the roommates clamored to go see the house. I drove them there and bought some of the best quilts and bedding. After entering the house, everyone was amazed at the decoration and environment. It was like discovering a new world. Chan's face was filled with happiness, and she couldn't help but secretly wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. You can stay here tonight, I said to them with a smile. There is everything in here. I have already replenished the missing items. Chan took my hand and asked softly, Can you not leave? I patted her head and said gently, Silly girl, just spend some quality time with your roommates tonight. I have something to do tomorrow morning, so I'll go back first. Chan was a little reluctant, but she nodded. After she kissed me quietly, I stood up and left, feeling a little complicated. The car drove smoothly in the night. Thinking that there was nothing to do on the way back, I decided to visit the recently popular Waiting for the Wind attraction. From that place, you can overlook the night view of the entire Chengdu city. I couldn't go there before because I didn't have a car, but now is a good time to try it. When the car climbed to the top of the mountain, it was almost midnight, but the place was still brightly lit. Barbecue stalls and fruit tea stalls were lined up one after another, full of young people. I drove my Porsche slowly past and felt curious and even passionate gazes, especially those of the young and beautiful girls, whose eyes were filled with eagerness to try. I chuckled, ignored the gazes, and just stood quietly in a corner, looking at the bustling night scene of the city from afar. I stopped the car and turned off the engine. The night wind, a little cool, blew in through the car window. When I pushed open the car door, 2 hot women walked in front of me. They smiled sweetly, and their every move was filled with a skilled and charming manner. I subconsciously glanced at them and compared them with Sun Shiqian in my mind. Although they were dressed very exquisitely, in the system evaluation, these 2 women only scored more than 70 points. It was either the cosmetics or the plastic surgery, which instantly made me lose interest. Handsome guy, you are here to see the night view of Chengdu too, right? They came closer with smiles on their faces. One of them especially close, with a faint scent of perfume in her breath. Their eyes fell on my Porsche, and they obviously regarded me as their target. I pulled out 2 stacks of cash from the armrest box, stuffed them between their collars, and said simply, Take a few photos for me. They were stunned for a moment, then smiled more brightly and put the money away skillfully. Okay, brother, my name is Xiaolan, and she's my best friend Xiaoqing. What's your name? Call me Brother Ran, I said, and obediently followed them to a perfect location for taking pictures. As expected, both of them are very good at taking pictures. Not only do they have a good sense of the camera, but they also adjust the angle and lighting just right. They even took a selfie with me, surrounding me in the middle. The light of the night scene set off the smiles of the 3 of them, which was quite a unique experience. Brother Ran, do you want to go for some barbecue? They suggested, and there seemed to be something else in their smiles. I thought about it and realized that it was really boring to watch the night view alone, so I nodded and said, Okay, let's go. The smell of smoke from the barbecue stall hit us, and we found a clean corner to sit down and ordered some skewers. Brother, do you want a drink? Xiaoqing asked. No, I shook my head. Let's drive. They drank some beer and stopped trying to persuade me. I lowered my head, picked up my phone. opened the class group, and saw someone chatting in the group. Thinking that the school beauty Kujin was also in the group, I casually posted a few night scene photos I had just taken, and also picked out a photo of myself leaning against the car and another photo of Xiaolan and Xiaoqing surrounding me. The group immediately went wild. Fuck, Howard, your double flying is too much. Porsche car? Have you made a fortune? I couldn't help but smile and replied casually, seeming both indifferent and boastful. Each message generated more replies, and some classmates even said that their company had gone bankrupt and wanted me to help recommend a job. I nodded in agreement and asked him to send me his resume, thinking that I would give it to Fong Qian tomorrow. Brother Ran, stop playing with your phone. The barbecue is getting cold. Xiaoqing took a skewer of lamb and handed it to my mouth. I took a casual bite as a courtesy and continued playing with my phone. The mountain breeze blew on my face. The night scene flickered in the distance, and I said softly, "It's been 2 years since we graduated. We have to find time to get together. I wonder if anyone is interested." I swiped the screen of my phone and looked at the messages in the class group, feeling annoyed. Kujin Yao still didn't move, as if she didn't care about the photos I posted today. My classmates in the group started to praise me, saying a lot, but I knew that their attention was not important at all. Where's Kujin Yao? What is she doing? Is she really not reacting at all? My patience is almost worn out. At this time, the monitor sent a message in the group, authorizing me to be fully responsible for organizing the class reunion. As soon as the message came out, the group exploded. Howard, now that I'm rich, you have to treat me. Ha, Brother Lu is so domineering. If you want to hold a class reunion, you have to be very domineering. I looked at the screen and replied without hesitation. No problem. I will cover all the expenses for the first class reunion. As soon as this sentence came out, the group was completely excited, and cheers rose one after another. To me, this little money is nothing. My goal now is simple, to get Kujin Yao to participate. As long as she comes, I can further develop my plan. So I quickly started a chain and casually added, anyone who wants to come, please join the chain so I can make arrangements in advance. The number of people in the queue kept increasing, and more than 20 students had responded, but I stared at the screen, but I never saw the name I wanted to see. Kujin Yao, no response at all. Did she not read the group messages at all? Or was she pretending not to see them? No, I had to take the initiative. So, I opened Lu Yanhong's private chat window. This woman had the best relationship with Kujin Yao before, and now she was the only one who could help me. Hong, do me a favor and invite Kujin Yao to the class reunion. After I edited this message, I transferred 6,000 yuan to her without hesitation. Lu Yanhong quickly replied, "Wow, Brother Ran is so generous. However, a few days ago, I heard from Kujin Yao that you were pursuing her, and she doesn't have a good impression of you. Yes, that's why I need your help. As long as you can let her come, I will give you a big red envelope." I replied quickly, leave it to me? Wait for my good news." I was slightly relieved when I saw this reply. As long as she came forward, Kujin Yao's attitude might soften. At this time, someone in the group tagged Wu Gaochang. "Chief Wu, are you coming to the class reunion?" When I saw this name, my heart tightened. This guy had a clear goal in college, and he joined the civil service system right after graduation. Now he has been promoted to the position of chief clerk, and his career is bright. The group fell silent immediately, and everyone was waiting for his response. Obviously, everyone understood that this was the best time to curry favor with him. I couldn't help but frown, feeling a little unhappy. I should be the protagonist today. Why is it that this guy always attracts more attention so easily? But soon, I put away those unhappy emotions. As long as Kujin Yao is willing to come, my goal will be achieved. As for other people, they will always look up to me and envy me. I have no doubt about this. Chapter 16, This Mutton is Disgusting. Wu Gaochang is a loyal pursuer of Kujin Yao. I have been Kujin Yao's bootlicker since college. Unfortunately, although Wu Gaochang's family is good, it can only be considered an ordinary wealthy family. Kujin Yao has been keeping Wu Gaochang and other suitors in suspense, treating them as fish in the pond. The woman named Kujin Yao has always played the role of a pure yet easy-to-be-seduced character. No matter who pursues her, she just laughs and neither refuses nor agrees. In fact, I just want to hook up with a super rich second generation. But what Kujin Yao didn't know was that the real rich second generation would not be attracted to you just because you are pretty. The real rich second generation all pay attention to matching with each other in social status. The story of Cinderella marrying the prince will always be just in fairy tales. In the group, Wu Gaochang was actually also reading the messages in the group. He was very contemptuous of Lu Haoren showing off in front of his classmates. Lu Haoren only drives a Porsche Macan, an entry-level Porsche. In his opinion, this little bit of wealth is meaningless, especially Lu Haoren's small headhunting company. If he wanted to deal with Lu Haoren, he only needed a tax audit to make him suffer so much that his business would be shut down. Of course, Lu Haoren is not worth his effort. At this time, he was tagged to attend a class reunion. He first looked through the chain team, and the name Ke Jinyao did not appear on the list. Even Ke Jinyao disdains to participate in this kind of class reunion, so how can he look down on it? Wu Gaochang decisively refused. There is no need to attend the class reunion organized by Lu Haoren. Moreover, without the participation of myself and Ke Jinyao, this class reunion would probably be boring. It's meaningless, but if someone tags you, you still have to reply to maintain your image. The city's top leaders are coming to inspect recently, and I may have to participate in the reception, but I'm afraid I don't have time to participate. Dear students, I am really sorry. Oh my, Director Wu has started to receive important leaders. That's awesome. Boss Wu is amazing. He has the potential to be a great leader. Student Wu, now that you have become successful, don't forget to help your old classmates. Boss Wu, how long have you been playing basketball? I still remember the game in my junior year when I cooperated with you to win. Yes. Why don't Boss Wu also come to the class reunion? We old classmates should keep in touch. Haha, I also want to contact you more, but I'm really busy. Have fun. Faced with overwhelming compliments and invitations from his classmates, Wu Gaochang still firmly refused. In his eyes, these classmates are no longer on the same level as himself. Participating in such a class reunion is purely ineffective social interaction and a waste of his time. Wu Gaochang did not attend the class reunion, causing disappointment in the group. I've actually been quite busy lately, so I may not be able to attend the class reunion. Lu Haoren, I'm also very busy. Can you please wait until the time comes? Old Lu, don't play on my place. I probably won't be able to come. In the group, many people expressed their lack of interest in attending the reunion because Wu Gaochang would not be attending. Lu Haoren snorted coldly and ignored them. It would be best if you didn't come, so I could save some money. Especially this pretentious guy Wu Gaochang. Lu Haoren felt relieved that he didn't attend the class reunion. Lu Haoren now only cares whether Ke Jinyao will participate. At this time, the previous chain has been expanded. It was Ke Jinyao. Hello, classmates. Sorry, I was just washing up and didn't see the group message. Lu Yanhong called me just now and insisted that I attend the class reunion, which is exactly what I want, so I'll take this opportunity to get together with everyone. Boom! Even school beauties have to participate. The group once again had a heated discussion about Ke Jinyao. Lu Haoren also smiled when he saw it. Although Ke Jinyao's words were extremely hypocritical, it would be fine as long as you come to the class reunion. But soon, Lu Haoren couldn't laugh anymore. The bitch Wu Gaochang also took over. He also found a high-sounding but disgusting excuse. The excuse is, it seems that if I don't participate, no one else will have time to participate. So, in order for everyone to get together, I will sacrifice an opportunity to receive a senior leader and attend the class reunion. I have already participated, so you are not allowed to make excuses not to participate. As soon as he said these words, the atmosphere in the entire class reached a climax. Bah! F***K. Lu Haoren spat out the mutton in his mouth. Disgusting. Damn it. Lu Haoren was really disgusted by Wu Gaochang. He spent his own money to organize the class reunion, but made Wu Gaochang the protagonist. Lu Haoren was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Hey, Brother Ran, is there something wrong with this mutton? When Xiaolan saw Lu Hao spit out the mutton, she hurriedly handed him a glass of water. Xiao Qing's face changed when she saw this, and she stood up angrily and said, I also think this mutton is tasty. This boss is so wicked. I'm going to find him. Lu Haoren didn't know whether to laugh or cry when seeing Xiao Qing and Xiaolan's big reactions. He grabbed Xiao Qing and said, It's not that mutton is disgusting. Mutton has no taste, but I have a classmate who makes me disgusted. Oh, wow. Xiaolan and Xiao Qing breathed a sigh of relief and then comforted. There are 1 or 2 disgusting students in every class. We have some in our class. Brother Ran, don't get angry over them. It's not worth it. It's okay. I'm not really angry. Lu Haoren waved his hand. It's a little late tonight. I have to go back. As he spoke, Lu Haoren took the initiative to scan the code to pay. Xiaolan and Xiao Qing wanted to rush to pay, but were held down by Lu Haoren. The 2 women were impressed by Lu Haoren's generosity. Hey, I'm going home. Why are you following me? When Lu Haoren saw Xiaolan and Xiaoqing getting into the car. He became curious. The two girls were surprised and asked, "Brother Ran, won't you sleep tonight?" No, I don't mean that, just go away." After Lu Haoran drove Xiaolan and Xiaoqing away, he stepped on the accelerator and left to wait for the wind to come. In the car, Lu Haoran was thinking about how to regain face at the class meeting. But you can't really end up spending money and end up being someone else's wedding dress. The next day, when Lu Haoran arrived at the office, Fong Qian said, "Brother Lu, Future Edge is going to launch a new project and needs to urgently recruit a large number of positions. This afternoon, they arranged a special headhunting communication meeting and invited us to join their meeting at 2 p.m. Okay, then get ready to participate." Okay. Fong Qian skipped to prepare the materials for the meeting. By the way, bring the girl at the front desk with you and let her learn how to take meeting minutes and learn business connection at the same time. Lu Haoran is smart now. He doesn't make arrangements directly for Hua Siyuan to avoid being confronted by that fool again. Fong Qian nodded when she heard this and said that she could arrange it. Lu Haoran is very satisfied with Fong Qian. She is a good employee, unlike Hua Siyuan, that ignorant girl. In the morning, Lu Haoran called everyone to a meeting and got a general understanding of everyone's work at hand. At the end of the meeting, Lu Haoran glanced at Hua Siyuan and found that Hua Siyuan was writing and drawing on a notebook with a pen. Lu Haoran couldn't help but tremble in his heart. The side view is so beautiful. She is indeed a 90-point beauty. This girl is so adorable when she's serious. Ahem, Hua Siyuan. Lu Haoran couldn't help but call Hua Siyuan's name. Chapter 17, Allocation of Peers. "Yes, boss. Do you have any arrangements?" Hua Siyuan raised her little head and looked at Lu Haoran very obediently. This look made Lu Haoran's heart melt. "Your sister Qian has already told you, right? Come with us to meet the client later." "Yes, Sister Qian told me." "Well, watch your words and don't talk when you shouldn't." "Don't worry, boss. Sister Qian has told me. It's not enough to just be told by others. You can't just squeeze it out like toothpaste. You must take the initiative to learn business etiquette and workplace rules. Do you understand?" Lu Haoran pretended to educate Hua Siyuan seriously. He sincerely hopes that Hua Siyuan understands the rules of the workplace, especially the unspoken rules of the workplace. "Okay, boss. I will definitely study hard." Hua Siyuan nodded repeatedly, taking Lu Haoran's reprimand seriously. Seeing this, Lu Haoran didn't know what to say. The meeting is adjourned. The meeting ended and everyone returned to their respective posts. Lu Haoran went downstairs to the high-end shopping mall next door. He has to buy himself a new mobile phone and a luxury watch. "And take care of your hair. I'll be meeting a client soon, and the client is Zhuo Weiwei, so I must look perfect." When he arrived at the mall, Lu Haoran changed himself into a suit worth more than 30,000 yuan. I also had a custom suit made. At the same time, he also paid extra to buy a Huawei and an Omega Seamaster watch. This watch is equipped with a polished ceramic dial and bezel. It has functions such as time and date, is equipped with a fully automatic winding movement, and the strap is made of stainless steel. Looks calm and majestic. The watch is not expensive, only over 30,000 yuan. It's not that Lu Haoran is reluctant to buy a more expensive watch, but because this price range makes it seem more low-key and luxurious. His current identity is just the general manager of a small headhunting company. If you buy a watch that's too expensive, people will laugh at you as a nouveau riche from demolition work. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Haoran, Fong Qian, and Hua Siyuan gathered downstairs. When Fong Qian and Hua Siyuan saw Lu Hao's Porsche and his new look, they were stunned. "Wow, the boss is even more handsome." Fong Qian couldn't help but boast. Hua Siyuan also stared at it for a long time without moving his eyes away. Lu Haoran felt a little proud in his heart. It seems that Hua Siyuan is also a little nympho. "Fasten your seat belts and let's go." A smile appeared on Lu Haoran's lips. Inside the Future Edge conference room, a few large words were displayed on the conference screen. Future Edge Headhunting Channel Communication Meeting. There were nameplates of 6 headhunting companies on the conference table. Lu Haoran found the nameplate location of his company and sat down. Fong Qian and Hua Siyuan sat behind Lu Haoran, took out their notebooks, and prepared to take notes. One after another, 6 headhunting companies arrived. There are still more than 10 minutes before the meeting. The 6 headhunting companies then handed out business cards to each other so that they could get to know each other. "Mr. Lu, what are the main positions in your company?" A headhunting company nearby asked Lu Haoran with a smile. Lu Haoran frowned slightly. What did this guy mean by asking this question? "We are all competitors." Isn't a bit overstepping the line to ask this? "We mainly look for positions in the internet and gaming industries." Lu Haoren is very smart. He said something as if he didn't say it. When other headhunting companies saw the two of them chatting, they all turned their attention to them. Ha, Mr. Lu, don't be so vigilant. I'm asking this. In fact, I want to discuss with you all and allocate positions in future marginal companies. This will prevent everyone from trying their best to get the same position, which will end up in vain and no one will get any benefit. After the business person from the headhunting company said this, everyone nodded in agreement. Lu Haoren turned the pencil in his hand and said, "So how do you think we should allocate positions to make money?" Haha. So I just asked which positions your company has advantages in, and we will allocate them based on the advantages. We don't care. We have some candidates on hand. It just depends on where your advantages are. How about this? You guys choose first, and we'll do the rest. Lu Haoren smiled faintly and kicked the ball out. He took the initiative to kick out the right of first choice, which caused dissatisfaction from Fang Qian behind him. She quietly poked Lu Haoren with her finger, telling him not to be so stupid. But Lu Haoren ignored it. When the headhunting company saw Lu Haoren voluntarily give up the preferred position, he said, "Since Mr. Lu is so generous, I will choose first. Our company has a great advantage in recruiting programmers, so we will focus on programmers." As soon as the choice was made here, others also expressed their opinions. Our company prefers positions in the field of operations and maintenance, so let's take on the positions. Come and take a job in art at our company. Product positions are our strength. We do product positions. Several people have determined their own positions. They chose their advantageous positions, and all of them showed satisfied smiles on their faces. Finally, Lu Haoren looked at the remaining positions and found that they were all high-end positions that were very difficult to get. Everyone in the headhunting industry knows this. Although the commission for general positions is not very high, it is easiest to get orders. For those high-end positions, not only are the requirements from the client strict, but the candidates also have requirements. Although the commission for getting a position is very high, the chance of getting it is very small. Maybe in the end, it will be a friend that the boss finds personally who gets the job. In the end, all the hard work was in vain. After several headhunting companies selected the positions, they all looked at Lu Haoren with a hint of gloating. "We asked you to choose just now, but you didn't choose. Now you are left with a difficult position. Don't blame us." Seeing this, Lu Haoren chuckled. "Now that everyone is chosen, just let us handle the remaining positions. Especially the business director. I have my eyes on him, so don't touch him. Don't worry, I will inform my colleagues to stop recruiting for this position when I return, and let Lycian Company take over the job. Then congratulations to Mr. Lu in advance on his success. May you make a lot of money." These headhunting companies are eager for Lu Haoren to take over. In fact, they are still pushing people to the edge of the future, but they have actually given up this position. Anyone who has some inside information knows that Future Edge Company has long had an eye on someone for this position. It's just that the intended target has always disagreed. Behind Lu Haoren, Fang Qian secretly poked at the paper with a pen to express her dissatisfaction with Lu Haoren. Hua Siyuan sat there holding a pen and paper, looking confused, not knowing what this meant at all. Looks very silly and cute. At this time, Zhuo Weiwei walked into the meeting room with a few people. Today, Zhuo Weiwei is wearing an exquisite black business suit, which is well-tailored and highlights her graceful figure. Her elegance and confident demeanor immediately attracted everyone's attention. "Good afternoon, everyone." "Hello, Mr. Zhuo." "Good afternoon, Mr. Zhuo." Everyone stood up and greeted Zhuo Weiwei. "Huh? Why is it you?" Chapter 18, The Inexperienced Girl. "Hello, Mr. Zhuo, we meet again." Lu Haoren handed over his business card. When Zhuo Weiwei saw Lu Haoren again, he was dressed neatly and looked even more handsome. Such men are popular with women, and Zhuo Weiwei is no exception. When he met Lu Haoren again at this time, there was a lot more kindness in his eyes. Despite this, she still held hostility towards Lu Haoren. Zhuo Weiwei frowned and took the business card and looked at it. Lu Haoren, General Manager of Rongqing Lycian Human Resources Company, Ltd. "Where's Mr. Li Fei? Why didn't he come? Our CEO Li has transferred this company to me." "Oh," Zhuo Weiwei said, "oh," lightly, then threw the business card on the conference table, and immediately said with contempt, "Can your company survive without Li Fei?" Boss Zhuo's words are like looking at people through the cracks in the door and looking down on them. Lu Haoren put away his smile and glared at Zhuo Weiwei with pretended seriousness. "I have just told my colleagues that we will be responsible for the most urgent and difficult business director position in your company. I promise, I'll get it done for you within a week." And Mr. Lu is so confident. Zhuo Weiwei and other headhunting company bosses couldn't help laughing. "It's not that I'm confident, but that our headhunting company's strength should be like this." Liu Haoran's words were a subtle criticism of all the headhunting companies present. They were choked and looked unhappy. In this case, if your company cannot complete the recruitment within a week, this proves that your company has no strength. So don't blame me for canceling the cooperation with you. Zhuo Weiwei was worried that she couldn't find an excuse to terminate the cooperation with Liu Haoran. Since Liu Haoran took the initiative to step into the trap, don't blame her for being ruthless. Don't worry, I won't take on this job unless I have the right skills. If it fails, you don't need to terminate the cooperation. My company will stay away from you. Seeing Zhuo Weiwei taking the bait, Liu Haoran also smiled. Good, ambitious. Zhuo Weiwei didn't know whether Liu Haoran was really capable or just stupid. Colleagues also laughed at the joke. But Mr. Zhuo, if we complete the recruitment, you have to treat us. Is there a problem? Liu Haoran made a request that is not a requirement for ordinary people. But for Liu Haoran, that was the purpose of his contact with Zhuo Weiwei this time. No problem. It's a deal. Zhuo Weiwei agreed without hesitation. Anyway, the company has been very clear about this position, which is the business director of Perfect Game. This candidate had already been discussed with various headhunters countless times, but there had been no progress. She still didn't believe it, but Liu Haoran's words were so good that he persuaded the business director of Perfect World to switch to this company almost immediately. Zhuo Weiwei guessed that Liu Haoran was looking for candidates from other companies to apply for the job. But how could I possibly get past this hurdle? Therefore, it was a foregone conclusion that Liu Haoran had been terminated from the partnership with me. Everyone saw that Liu Haoran and Zhuo Weiwei were arguing with each other before the meeting started. My heart was filled with joy. Lycian Human Resources Company has always been their strong rival. Many high-quality jobs are often snatched away from them. If Lycian Company is kicked out of the supplier pool of future edge companies, their competitive pressure will be much less. The next meeting was for Zhuo Weiwei and others to introduce the company background, project background, and job characteristics, so that headhunters like Liu Haoran can accurately and quickly find candidates that meet their needs. When we came out of Future Edge Company, it was already time to get off work. Brother Liu, you just take on positions that others have left unfilled. What's the point of doing this kind of job? Fang Qian was very dissatisfied with Liu Haoran's behavior. Hua Yuan didn't care. She followed the two of them obediently, holding the documents. It was as if these things had nothing to do with her. Liu Haoran smiled at Fang Qian. Do you think you can beat these hungry wolves if you don't give up? Instead of recommending countless resumes and trying your luck, it is better to spend your energy on finding valuable positions. Let customers feel that we really have the ability to recruit, rather than just a telephone salesperson. Well, Fang Qian was speechless after hearing Liu Haoran's words. This is indeed a common problem in the headhunting industry. Under the influence of internet recruitment, the original high-end, professional image of headhunters has now evolved into telephone sales that search for resumes online. Okay, now that we're off work, let's not talk about work. Liu Haoran turned around and gave Hua Yuan instructions. Book a restaurant nearby, one with a higher standard. Don't use a food stall. Let's go eat. Okay, boss. Hua Yuan hurriedly took out her cell phone and started looking for a restaurant. After searching for a long time, she said to Liu Haoran, Boss, there's a seafood buffet restaurant nearby. It costs 156 yuan per person. Isn't that high-end enough? What? You ordered a buffet for me for a business meal? It's only 150 or 60 per person, and you tell me it's high-end enough? What an ignorant little girl. But Liu Haoran was too lazy to argue with her and just had the buffet. The three of them entered the buffet restaurant like three friends getting together. Fang Qian was quite sensible and knew to serve Liu Haoran occasionally. As for Hua Yuan, she was always startled and only knew how to find something delicious for herself. Liu Haoran was speechless. At this moment, he could only think that a woman like Sun Shiqian was suitable to be a wife. If Sun Shiqian and he were having a buffet, he wouldn't even have to move his butt, let alone get the food himself. But now, if I don't go get the vegetables, I will have nothing to eat. The happiest person at this buffet was Hua Yuan, because she was able to enjoy the seafood buffet that she had been longing for a long time for free. The unhappiest person was Liu Haoran, who wore a high-end suit and a high-end watch, and then went to the dining table to find food. Fortunately, Liu Haoran doesn't care about these details. Boss, you were so nice. You were such a good boss. You even took us to the buffet. Fortunately, at the end, I got the recognition of Hua Yuan. Hua Yuan's vigilance and fear of Liu Haoran were gradually decreasing, and she began to talk and laugh in front of Liu Haoran. This is progress. After dinner, I sent Fang Qian and Hua Yuan home. Who calls them women? Even though Liu Haoran is the boss, he still has to drive the car himself. Hua was far away, and at the back were Lu Haoran and Hua in the car. Hua you are a professional woman now. Don't dress so casually every day. Why don't you buy 2 professional suits? After all, you are our company's front desk, our company's face. Lu Haoran glanced at Hua outfit with disdain. She looked like a student. Hua pouted and said blabberingly, I want to, but I've just started working. How can I afford to buy a work suit? I'm not a rich guy like you who doesn't lack money to spend. As she spoke, her voice became smaller and she muttered, shouldn't the company provide us with work uniforms? We haven't made any money yet, but they still ask us to pay for production tools ourselves. How can this be justified? Lu Haoran couldn't help but roll his eyes. When he mentioned this topic just now, he knew that the little girl would say something like this. Moreover, he just gave 5,000 yuan in benefits the day before yesterday, and this little guy couldn't remember it again. However, Hua reaction was exactly what Lu Haoran wanted. Lu Haoran's real purpose was to unknowingly feed this innocent girl with sugar-coated bullets until one day it was too late for her to react. By that time, she had already fallen into the wolf's mouth. Lu Haoran immediately turned the car around and drove straight into a shopping mall. Boss, why are you going to the mall? The mall is almost closed. Hua was confused and couldn't react to what Lu Haoran was going to do. Chapter 19, she huddled in bed. Lu Haoran tapped her head with his bent fingers. I'm going to buy you work clothes. Didn't you just complain that the company didn't provide you with work clothes? Get off the bus immediately. Only give you half an hour. If you can't buy it, it's your own fault. Ouch, that hurts. How could you hit my head? Hua rubbed her head, but a smile appeared on her lips. Boss, you are so annoying. Okay then, if you hate it, we can just go home. Having said that, Lu Haoran was about to turn the steering wheel and leave. Hey, don't be so stingy, boss. You're not annoying anymore. Hua hurriedly grabbed Lu Haoran's steering wheel. This grab just happened to catch Lu Haoran's hand. Hua quickly let go and turned around to open the car door in embarrassment. Lu Haoran smiled. He looked at the back of his hand that had been grabbed by Hua It was warm and the little girl was shy. Arriving at the mall, Hua was in a dilemma. Boss, the clothes here are so expensive. It's okay, go ahead and buy it, but you have to promise to work for the company for at least 1 year. If you leave early, you have to compensate the company based on the depreciation of the clothes. Great, you're such a good boss. Hua excitedly rushed into a business clothing store and changed into countless sets of clothes based on the shopping guide's recommendations. Lu Haoran confirmed each set. Hua is truly a walking clothes rack. Even with a sack on, Lu Haoran still thinks she looks good. Lu Haoran was very satisfied with every outfit she wore. Hua asked Lu Haoran to choose. This made Lu Haoran scratch his head. He was suffering from decision-making difficulty. He liked every one of them. What should he do? Finally, Lu Haoran selected 2 sets of clothes that looked sexy and asked the shopping guide to put them on. Anyway, their headhunting company has relatively few visitors, and most of the time, it is Lu Haoran who admires Hua wearing these clothes. Seeing beautiful women at work every day makes me feel better. The 2 sets of clothes cost nearly 6,000 yuan. Hua looked at the bill and smacked her lips in amazement, feeling uneasy at the same time. Boss, are the clothes I chose too expensive? Expensive? Of course it's expensive. Then why don't we return 1 set? Forget it. I'll just work harder, be more down to earth, and be more attentive in the future. I'll think more about what I do and contribute more to the company. Yeah, thank you, boss. Back in the car, Hua tilted her head and asked, Boss, I feel like I work very hard and attentively, so why do you say I'm not serious and attentive? What went wrong? What's wrong? Humph. Lu Haoran snorted coldly. Every day when I go to work, I need to spend 10 minutes boiling water for tea and cleaning my desk. Isn't this a waste of my time? As the front desk and administration, shouldn't you prepare for me in advance? Oh, I think I really overlooked this. Hua stuck out her tongue and said playfully, I just graduated. If there is anything I can't do well, please give me some guidance. Well, your attitude is pretty good and worth cultivating. Work hard. The company will not treat you unfairly. Okay, thank you, boss. By the way, you have to buy breakfast for me from now on. The breakfast fee is 50 yuan per day. You can keep the leftovers, but you must ensure the quality of the breakfast is up to standard. Lu Haoran became more and more aggressive. He wanted to use this silent and gentle way to unknowingly bring Hua closer to himself. Okay. Can I make breakfast for you myself? The breakfast I make is delicious. There was some money to be made, and Hua bright eyes were filled with sparkling gold coins. Whatever. After Lu Haoran sent Hua Siyuan to the downstairs of her rented apartment, he drove away without saying anything else. Hey, this boss has no manners. He ran away without even saying goodbye. Hua Siyuan went home happily, carrying the clothes she had just bought and humming a little tune. Lu Haoran originally wanted to go back to his rental house, but after thinking about it, he turned around and went to Sun Shiqian. After the house was given to Sun Shiqian, she asked for a long vacation from the factory. I've been moving slowly these past 2 days. Sun Shiqian was pregnant, so Lu Haoran didn't let her carry any heavy luggage and bought new things wherever possible. When Sun Shiqian saw that it was Lu Haoran who came, she excitedly threw herself into Lu Haoran's arms. Lu Haoran hurriedly stopped her. You better be careful, there's our baby in your belly. Sun Shiqian took a test these days and found out she is pregnant. Seeing Lu Haoran coming back, Sun Shiqian went to the kitchen to make him a midnight snack. Lu Haoran said he had just eaten, so Sun Shiqian helped Lu Haoran undress and wash up. At night, Lu Haoran did not do anything bad to avoid hurting the children. The next day, when Lu Haoran arrived at the office, his desk was tidy and there was a delicious breakfast prepared for him. The breakfast was packed in an insulated box, and it was obvious that it was made by Hua Siyuan herself. In fact, Lu Haoran had already had breakfast at Sun Shiqian's place. But in order to make Hua Siyuan persist, he gritted his teeth and had breakfast again. Burp! Damn, I don't even need to eat lunch. As soon as Lu Haoran finished eating, Hua Siyuan came in to clean up the dishes. Boss, how does it taste? Hick, it's okay. Let's continue tomorrow. Lu Haoran looked at the computer screen without raising his head. He had to have the posture and authority of a boss. Okay, boss. Hua Siyuan pursed her lips and complained in her heart. Humph, it's obviously delicious, but you're still pretending. You're burping after eating so much, and you still say your appetite is average. At the beginning of the morning work, Lu Haoran informed everyone to send all the resumes received for the position of business director to him. Lu Haoran clicked on them one by one, and indeed, none of these resumes met the requirements of future Edge Company. Lu Haoran was embarrassed to recommend such a resume. It's such a tough nut to crack. It seems like only I can chew it myself. Lu Haoran packed his briefcase and drove, navigating to Perfect Game Company. The office building where Perfect Game Company is located has strict management, but there are always ways to sneak in. After some twists and turns, Lu Haoran arrived at the front desk of Perfect Game Company. Hello, I'm looking for Mr. Phone Gang, your company's business director. Hello, do you have an appointment? I made an appointment over the phone, so let me go in and see him directly. Lu Haoran was being petty. In fact, Phone Gang had been annoyed by calls from headhunters recently. When he received a call, he hung up immediately without listening to the content of the call, let alone making an appointment to meet. Lu Haoran had no choice but to meet Phone Gang in this way. Okay, please register. The front desk took out the registration form for Lu Haoran to register. After registering, Lu Haoran carried his briefcase and went straight to the office with the nameplate of the business director. There was a loud discussion in the office at this time. It seems that everyone inside is angry. This made Lu Haoran wonder if he should come back at another time. But I managed to sneak into the office by being clever today, but it won't be so easy next time. Lu Haoran had no choice but to stand at the door and wait. About half an hour later, 2 people came out. When the 2 men came out, they were still arguing about something. The people in the office were also very angry, and their teacups were stomping on the table, making loud noises. Seeing this, Lu Haoran took a deep breath and knocked on the open door a few times. Phone Gang inside looked at Lu Haoran with an unfriendly look. Who are you? What's the matter? Chapter 20. Everything is arranged by Master Lu. Mr. Phone, I'm Lu Haoran, the general manager of Lycian Human Resources Company. I'm sorry to bother you today. I have something to discuss with you. Lu Haoran smiled and closed the office door. From a headhunting company? Yes, I'm a headhunter. Phone Gang's forehead was wrinkled, and he said impatiently, What's going on with your headhunting company recently? The phone calls are overwhelming, and it's so annoying. Why are you coming to my house now? Don't you consider that I'm working in the company? Go away. I'm not in the mood to receive you today. Phone Gang just chased the person away. Lu Haoran had anticipated the situation and was not affected by Phone Gang's emotions. He still kept smiling and pulled out the chair and sat down. What do you mean? Don't force me to ask security to evict you. Phone Gang got angry and his voice got louder. Mr. Phone, don't get excited. This is 100,000 yuan. Without saying a word, Lu Haoran took out a stack of cash and placed it in front of Phone Gang slowly. Are you trying to bribe me? Phone Gang's voice became louder again. He came to bribe him in the office. This man was too ignorant. He wanted to prove his innocence through fierce words. Liu Haoran was not affected. He casually took a stack of money and tapped it on the desk. Mr. Feng, calm down. I'm here to buy your service, not to bribe you. Buy my services? What services can I provide you? Feng Gang was confused by Liu Haoran. In order for you to quickly understand what I mean, I will say it straight away. Liu Haoran, am a rich second generation. Liu Haoran crossed his legs with a wicked smile on his face, looking just like those spoiled, rich second generation guys. When Feng Gang heard this, he was stunned for a moment. There actually are such people. But his attitude did change slightly, and he began to take Liu Haoran seriously. It is best not to offend the rich second generation if possible. Feng Gang stared into Liu Haoran's eyes, then slowly sat down in his seat. You are a second-generation rich man. What does that have to do with me, a working-class person? Also, you are a rich second generation. Why do you want to be a headhunter? I bought Lycian Human Resources Company. The purpose of buying it was just to get in touch with the woman I like, Zhuo Weiwei, the Human Resources Director of Future Edge Game Company. Liu Haoran's face moved slightly. With a slight smile, he seemed very calm and composed, describing the facts lightly. Moreover, Liu Haoran opened a Kachacha interface with the screen facing Feng Gang, proving the authenticity of his words. Sure enough, Feng Gang became more and more patient. I know Zhuo Weiwei. This woman is indeed very beautiful. Mr. Liu, I believe you. What do you want me to do? Just tell me. Feng Gang looked at the pile of money next to him, and his Adam's apple couldn't help but move. If things are not troublesome, he doesn't mind helping this rich second generation to chase women. It's very simple. With my recommendation, you can attend the interview for the business director of Future Edge Games, and the 100,000 yuan will be yours. Oh, just an interview? Regardless of the outcome? Feng Gang couldn't believe what Liu Haoran said. Yes, you participate, it's yours. Okay, I agree. Only a fool wouldn't do it if it was so easy to get 100,000 yuan. Of course, if you can pass the interview and make it to the second round of interviews, I will give you another 100,000. No problem, I made the 200,000. Feng Gang answered quite straightforwardly. He is very familiar with the position of Future Edge Games. He was confident about this position after the interview. His work experience and current channel capabilities fully match the needs of future game companies. As long as I am willing, there is no reason why future game companies would not accept me. Feng Gang has never agreed to the interview invitation from Future Edge Company. It's simply that the other party's salary budget and job grade plan for this position do not meet his motivation for changing jobs. Don't worry, Mr. Feng. If you are willing to join their company and work for 3 months, I will give you another 500,000. For Feng Gang, Liu Haoran's strategy is very simple, which is to spend money. Is it worth it for a woman? Feng Gang couldn't believe his ears. When Liu Haoran saw Feng Gang like this, he couldn't help but laugh. Money may be very important to you, but to me, it's just a string of numbers. I only have to wait a few hours for this one, and it's back. As for that woman Zhuo Weiwei, she suits my taste. I must take her into my pocket. Puff! Don't be so discouraging. Feng Gang almost vomited blood. That's the truth. I believe that if you can reach this position, you must have seen how your boss or other big guys spend money. Would your boss care about spending hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars for a personal hobby? One of their cars is probably worth several million, right? They must have several of these cars, right? Okay, boss, workers like me do care about money, and we can't understand the thinking of you rich second generations. I only care about how to ensure that I can get the money. For the sake of money, Feng Gang no longer insists on being stubborn. His current monthly salary plus performance bonus is at most 30,000 yuan a month, which is only 360,000 yuan a year. After deducting expenses, I can only save about 100,000 or 200,000 yuan at the end of the year. Now you can earn 700,000 just by changing your job. Moreover, his change of job does not mean a reduction in salary and benefits. If a marginal company wants to poach him in the future, they will have to give him a salary increase of about 20%. More importantly, Liu Haoran only needs him to stay for 3 months. If you really don't like Future Edge Company, just quit. Add me on WeChat and give me your Alipay account number. Good. Liu Haoran was a ruthless man who didn't talk much. He directly transferred 700,000 yuan to Feng Gang. The moment Feng Gang saw the money being transferred, his heart started pounding, and he felt as if he was dreaming. Today, it took less than 10 minutes from the time Liu Haoran entered the room to the time he collected the 700,000. Earning 700,000 in just a few minutes was the highlight of his life. I hope you won't break your promise. Lu Haoran looked at the dumbfounded Feng Gang. His voice was teasing, but also threatening. Don't worry, Mr. Lu. Although I am greedy for money, I will never break my promise. Feng Gang stood up solemnly, bowed to Lu Haoran, and said, From now on, everything will be arranged by Master Lu. Even if you want me to resign now, I will pack up my computer bag and leave without saying a word. There's no need to be like that. Just work hard and wait for my call. Lu Haoran laughed loudly, stood up gracefully, and prepared to go out. Mr. Lu, would you like to have some tea before leaving? No more. Lu Haoran waved his hand and walked straight to the door. Seeing this, Feng Gang rushed forward and helped Lu Haoran open the office door, and guided Lu Haoran to leave the company. When the girl at the front desk saw Lu Haoran coming out, she saluted him with a smile, and Lu Haoran nodded. Feng Gang waited in the elevator until Lu Haoran disappeared completely before he walked back. Mr. Feng, is this really your guest? Just now I was worried whether I had let an outsider into the company. Chapter 21. Stand by my side. Haha, this gentleman is indeed my guest, and a very distinguished guest. If he comes again next time, be sure to notify me immediately. Okay, Nerfing. Thank you, Xiaomei. What kind of coffee would you like? I'll treat you to Starbucks. Feng Gang is in a very good mood today. A cup of American coffee, please. Thank you, Mr. Feng. Good. Feng Gang hummed a little tune and walked towards his office with a step that didn't recognize anyone. Haha, if anyone comes to make me unhappy again, I fired my boss on the spot and walked away. Feng Gang now has the confidence. He also finally realized the superiority of those born in the 1990s as judges in the workplace. Lu Haoran returned to the car and directly contacted Zhou Ying, the recruitment manager of Future Edge Company. Tell her that the candidate for Perfect Games Business Director has been negotiated and is available for an interview at any time. Please ask manager Zhou to arrange it. Zhou Ying couldn't believe it, and she confirmed with Lu Haoran many times. Until it is correct. Only then did she dare to report to her boss, Zhuo Weiwei. When Zhuo Weiwei heard the news, she didn't believe it at first, but then she thought there was no need to fake it. I didn't expect that Lu Haoran from Lycian Human Resources Company is so capable. So many headhunters have talked to Feng Gang before, and even I have met with Feng Gang in person, but the other party has shown no signs of giving in. I didn't expect Lu Haoran to convince the other party in less than a day. I don't know what method he used. Zhuo Weiwei was very surprised. She didn't expect that Lu Haoran, who had a bad character, had real ability. At least Lu Haoran succeeded in convincing someone who was almost impossible to persuade. Recruitment manager Zhou Ying also highly praised it. This Lycian headhunting company has always had a good reputation. This time, their general manager gave us feedback so quickly, which shows that their company has real strength. Okay, you go and arrange the interview and I'll talk to Feng Gang first. I'm very curious about what Lu Haoran said to Feng Gang. Zhuo Weiwei was full of curiosity. Okay, I'll contact Mr. Lu right away to arrange an interview. The position of business director has never been filled, which has always put Zhou Ying under great pressure. Now that the interview could be arranged, her steps became lighter. The next day at work, Feng Gang attended the interview on time as agreed. During the interview, Feng Gang had a very good attitude. Facing Zhuo Weiwei's professional questions, she gave perfect answers. And this time, Feng Gang seemed like a different person. He was very interested in the position of business director of Edge Game Company in the future. Mr. Feng, excuse me, why did you choose to participate in the interview with our company this time? At the end of the interview, Zhuo Weiwei couldn't help but ask a question. Mr. Zhuo, to be honest, the reason I am willing to come for the interview is entirely related to Mr. Lu from Lycian Headhunting Company. Mr. Lu is a professional headhunter whom I have known for many years. He believes that, in the future, marginal companies will have great development potential and will definitely be listed in the next 2 to 3 years. He suggested that I join your company while it is hiring and enjoy the benefits of listing. The company I work for now, although stable, has entered a phase of slow growth. After much deliberation, I decided to take another gamble for my future. Feng Gang deliberately flattered Lu Haoran in front of Zhuo Weiwei, and at the same time, he was also flattering Future Edge Company. This Lu Haoran is really interesting. Zhuo Weiwei was simply overwhelmed by the pie that Lu Haoran had painted for Feng Gang. Their company does have plans to go public, but it has not yet been implemented, and she has never thought of using this method to attract candidates. Lu Haoran is a good guy, my good buddy, handsome, and a good person. He is a very trustworthy friend. When you receive money from someone, be loyal to him. Feng Gang would not miss any opportunity to say good things about Lu Haoran in front of Zhuo Weiwei. Sure enough, Zhuo Weiwei smiled and nodded. If more people say good things, the bad impression will slowly be erased. After the interview, both parties had a very pleasant negotiation and made an appointment to meet with the chairman next time. Zoing, please give feedback to Lycian Headhunting Company later and ask them to keep communicating with the candidate. At present, the candidate's resume and the channels he has are very compatible with our company. At the same time, the candidate's intention is also very high. Lycian Company did a great job this time. After Zhuo Weiwei sent Phone Gang away, she arranged for the recruitment manager to work with the headhunting company to ensure that the candidate could successfully enter the next round of interviews. Okay, President Weiwei. Zoing breathed a sigh of relief. The headhunter Lycian worked really well and actually arranged Phone Gang to come here. Moreover, the other party was very interested and won the approval of the leader. In Lu Haoran's office, Husi Yuan was wearing a fashionable women's white shirt, a hip skirt, black stockings, and high heels. This work outfit was customized exactly according to Lu Haoran's imagination. Such charming work attire made Lu Haoran unable to help but arrange for Husi Yuan to come to the office to work at any time. At this time, Husi Yuan was sitting opposite Lu Haoran with a serious look, accepting Lu Haoran's work arrangements. Coincidentally, Zoing called at this time and told Lu Haoran about Phone Gang's interview and asked Lu Haoran to keep in touch with Phone Gang to stabilize the candidate. Lu Haoran agreed immediately and promised to arrange someone to communicate with Phone Gang in real time. Hang up the phone. Lu Haoran stared at Husi Yuan's pretty little face. I'll leave the rest of the matter regarding candidate Phone Gang to you. Do you have confidence? This is a candidate with an annual salary of nearly $500,000. I have never done an order before, and I'm afraid I can't do it well. Husi Yuan never thought that Lu Haoran would give such an important candidate to her. Based on a 30% commission, this candidate represents a performance of $150,000. When Lu Haoran saw Husi Yuan retreating, his face darkened. Can't you handle this little bit of pressure? I've already talked to this candidate. You just need to follow up. I just don't have experience, and I'm worried that I can't do it well. It is because you have no experience that you need to accumulate it. Otherwise, are you willing to be a receptionist for the rest of your life? After Lu Haoran gave her a lecture, Husi Yuan pursed her lips with a look of grievance in her eyes. All right, this is not your school. Don't look so aggrieved. All this guilt is because you are not proficient in the business. Lu Haoran's conversation was reasonable and logical. Husi Yuan didn't say anything, but she had to admit it in her heart. She does feel guilty when facing candidates or clients now, and the source of her guilt is that she has nothing in her mind. I don't know how to communicate with them. Stand up here. Where to stand? Husi Yuan looked at Lu Haoran in confusion, not understanding what Lu Haoran meant. Stand beside me. Of course. Why should I stand next to you? Chapter 22. Overdoing it. Stand next to me. I will train you. Husi Yuan's vigilant look almost made Lu Haoran unable to hold back his laughter. As your boss, I will personally train you so that you can get familiar with the business. Otherwise, you won't learn and will never make progress. I'll be right there. Husi Yuan's cheeks flushed. She thought Lu Haoran was going to do something inexplicable. After learning that she was going to receive training, Husi Yuan hurriedly walked around the desk and stood next to Lu Haoran. As Husi Yuan approached, a sweet fragrance of a young girl drifted into Lu Haoran's nose, making him intoxicated. Next, Lu Haoran calmed his mind, opened the materials he had prepared long ago, and began to train Husi Yuan seriously. Husi Yuan also studies very hard. Boss, I didn't understand what you said before. Could you explain it to me again? Where? Here. Husi Yuan leaned forward and pointed at the computer screen. At this moment, Lu Haoran felt something soft hitting his face. Whoa, this little devil is simply killing me. Ahem. Husi Yuan, be careful with your movements. You almost touched me. I'm your boss. Don't let anyone see me and cause misunderstandings. Lu Haoran put on a stern face, taking advantage of the situation and turning the tables, pretending to be a gentleman and scolding Husi Yuan for being careless. Husi Yuan blushed and said hurriedly, "The boss is so stingy, I didn't do it on purpose. We didn't do anything. Why are we afraid of ghosts knocking on the door? Okay, you said it. Don't be so stingy next time. That day I asked you to be my secretary, but you suspected that I had feelings for you, which almost pissed me off to death." Lu Haoran took the opportunity to brainwash her by bringing up the first day Husi Yuan was rejected as his secretary. Let this little girl be less wary of herself. Oh, that's because I didn't know you before. How could such a good boss like you have such dirty thoughts? Husi Yuan said this while putting her hand on Lu Haoran's shoulder. I find that you, boss, are purer than me. Your mind is always occupied with work. Now I consider you my buddy. Ahem. Lu Haoran felt embarrassed by the compliment. This girl was too naive. What if one day she found out the truth that she was a big bad wolf? Will it cause Hua Siyuan's princess-like world to collapse in an instant? That's too cruel. Lu Haoran originally wanted to establish himself as a gentleman. But now it seems like too much force is happening and it's having the opposite effect. This made him feel uncomfortable to attack the little girl. What should I do? Well, Lu Haoran suddenly lost the mood to continue training with Siyuan. Study on your own. I'm gonna go for a walk. Yeah, boss, go slack off. You're so disrespectful. Don't you understand the rules of the workplace again? A little bit. Hua Siyuan made a face at Lu Haoran, which made Lu Haoran feel overwhelmed. On Friday, Lu Haoran was drinking the tea made by Hua Siyuan while crossing his legs and making arrangements for tomorrow's class reunion. The class reunion will be the day for him to get to know Ke Jingyao again. Thinking of Ke Jingyao's devilish and flexible figure, his whole body unconsciously fell into a state of excitement. When Ke Jingyao was in school, her academic performance was average, but she liked dancing, so she chose it as an elective course. After graduation, she entered the Municipal Culture and Sports Center and became a choreographer. Haha, Ke Jingyao, you can't escape from my clutches. These days, Lu Haoran chats with classmates in the group almost every day and appears to be very active. The purpose of this, of course, is to reveal intentionally or unintentionally that one is now rich and prosperous. While appearing on camera frequently, he also kept whispering things in Ke Jingyao's ear through Lu Yanhong. Ke Jingyao really showed up and replied to Lu Haoran with a few words. This proves that this gold digger has taken the bait. Hey, Zhou Ying, the recruitment manager of Future Edge Games, actually called. Mr. Lu, congratulations. Thank you. Has Phone Gang already started working? Yes, this afternoon. We have completed the entry procedures for Phone Gang, and he will officially start work next Monday. Congratulations. Manager Zhou's problem has finally been solved. We have completed the task assigned by the company perfectly. This was all done with the help of Mr. Lu. The credit goes to your Lycean headhunting company. At Future Edge Gaming Company, there are job vacancies, and we are willing to start work immediately. The two parties hit it off and completed the onboarding process quickly. Boss Lu, our Zhuo Weiwei will fulfill her promise and invite you and the company's employees to dinner tonight. Are you free? Of course I'm free. Lu Haoran's goal is to improve his relationship with Zhuo Weiwei. Now that the other party has offered to treat me to a meal, I absolutely cannot miss it. Okay, I'll send you the dining location later. Okay, see you in the restaurant tonight. Just after hanging up the phone, Lu Haoran received another call. The call was from Phone Gang. He also informed Lu Haoran that his joining the company had been completed. He also promised that even if he had to delay the payment, he would delay it for the full 3 months so that Lu Haoran could get the headhunting commission. In fact, Phone Gang is being modest. He is a real talent. If he works peacefully, how could Future Edge Games let him fail the probation period? Hang up the phone. Lu Haoran thought about it and decided to take only Fong Qian to the banquet. Originally, Lu Haoran wanted to bring Hua Siyuan with him. But thinking about how Hua Siyuan's misunderstanding of him was getting bigger, he couldn't let Hua Siyuan know too many of his secrets. Otherwise, this 90-point beauty who meets the system's requirements will be ruined by myself again. Lu Haoran called Fong Qian into his office and told her that Phone Gang from Future Edge Company had successfully joined the company. Moreover, in order to show our assistance to them, the other party, Zhuo Weiwei, invited her to a dinner together in the evening. Fong Qian looked at Lu Haoran in shock. Oh my god, brother Lu, you actually got this position so quickly? Fong Qian didn't expect that Lu Haoran had completed the interview for the future marginal business director and started the job without saying a word. This took less than a week. This is too efficient. Before this, the entire company was dissatisfied with Lu Haoran for giving up a good job and choosing a job that was difficult to break through. I didn't expect that Lu Haoran had completed the recruitment for a big position so quickly. Go get ready. Seeing Fong Qian so unbelievable, Lu Haoran remained calm, but he was actually secretly happy. By the way, the commission for this order, apart from the commission required for the company's operation, belongs to the employee commission. Let's share it all. Everyone who has worked hard for this position will get a share. As the boss, Lu Haoran naturally felt embarrassed to monopolize the commission that should belong to the employees. Fong Qian was overjoyed after hearing this. She happily announced in the big office that she had secured the position of commercial director of Future Edge. In particular, Lu Haoran wanted to distribute all the commission that should belong to him. The whole company was in an uproar. Everyone praised Liu Haoran for his magnanimity and admired him very much. From then on, these employees no longer had any other intentions. Fang Qian immediately made a promotional picture about the removal of the business director's position. She would post on her moments to let those headhunting colleagues who looked down on them in the meeting room of future Edge Company open their eyes and vent their anger. Chapter 23. As Party B, you must distinguish between the primary and the secondary. As expected, after Fang Qian and other colleagues spread the news that future Edge Game Company's business director had joined the company, the entire Chengdu headhunting circle was in disbelief, especially those companies that attended the meeting with Liu Haoran at future Edge Company that day. They forwarded Fang Qian's circle of friends pictures to their own company's internal group. Dear colleagues, please open your eyes and see that this is the position you keep saying you can't recruit for. But now the Lycian company has won it. Let me ask you, does it hurt? The headhunting company boss was very angry. Initially, the position of business director at future Edge Games was the exclusive position they signed for. At that time, only their headhunting company could fill this position. However, the 50 or 60 people under him worked hard for more than a month and recommended almost 20 or 30 candidates, but all of them were rejected. This group of subordinates all swore to the boss. In the future, positions at marginal headhunting companies will definitely be fake positions, and they will not recruit at all. After his subordinates said so, the boss paid the penalty and voluntarily gave up the job hunting offer. In the future, Edge Games will widely publicize this position and encourage the entire industry to make recommendations. But the result is still the same. No headhunting company successfully completed the task. But now, Lycian Headhunting Company announced the employment in just a few days. This shows that the position is not difficult, but their communication is not good enough and their skills are not good enough. In comparison now, this matter is simply a shame for them. Boss, this is really not our fault. We also contacted Phone Gang, but he hung up the phone directly without giving us a chance to speak. Yeah, we changed several phone numbers, but they were all blocked, and some even reported us for harassing calls. Sister Huang and I went to their house and tried to persuade them, but they refused to resign. In the final analysis, Phone Gang believes that in the future, the salary advantage of marginal headhunting companies is not great, and the company's future development prospects are not good, so no one will be stupid enough to go to a low position. In the work group, everyone explained in a very aggrieved manner, feeling that they were being wronged. Then I don't understand, how did Lycian Headhunting Company complete the recruitment for this position? You all should reflect on this carefully. Is it really, as Lycian Company said, that we have no real ability? Or is it that everyone is not really working hard? Everyone is talking about raising wages, so I want to ask you now, are you working hard? The boss wanted to take this opportunity to educate his employees. After just a few words, the atmosphere in the entire company became very depressing. At this time, everyone hated Lycian Human Resources Company. Roll your sister. If you want to compete, just do it on your own. Why do you have to post it on your moments and let everyone know about it? Everyone was cursing their parents in their hearts. As for Liu Haoran, he went to the mall in person and prepared exquisite gift boxes for Zhuo Weiwei and recruitment manager Zhou. The gift box is secondary. The key is to understand the ways of the world. There is a stack of cash inside the gift box. Liu Haoran prepared 20,000 yuan for Zhuo Weiwei and 10,000 yuan for the recruitment manager. If you want to run your business for a long time, you must understand the unspoken rules of doing things. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Liu Haoran drove Fang Qian to the private room booked by Zhuo Weiwei in advance. Although it's Zhuo Weiwei who's treating this time, don't be so silly as to really think that it's Party A who's treating you to a meal. If you can't distinguish the primary from the secondary, can't put yourself in the right position, and can't understand what Party A and Party B are, then I'm sorry, this cooperation ends here. Tonight's celebration banquet turned into a farewell dinner. Liu Haoran arranged for Fang Qian to place the gifts in order of priority. These gifts don't look expensive, they are just casual gifts, but they are very exquisite. After Liu Haoran and Fang Qian were ready, they waited in the box. Liu Haoran got bored of waiting, so he walked out of the box alone and went out for a walk. Hey, Brother Ran, are you having dinner here today? The people who greeted Liu Haoran were actually the two beauties Xiaolan and Xiaoqing whom he met while waiting for Feng Lai. Xiaolan and Xiaoqing were surrounding a middle-aged man who looked like a boss, chatting and laughing. When Liu Haoran saw the two women, neither of them felt awkward. Liu Haoran knew exactly what the other party was doing, and they also understood it, so there was no embarrassment. Liu Haoran smiled at the two girls in a friendly manner. Hello, Xiaolan and Xiaoqing. I am here to receive a guest today. Oh, enjoy your meal then. Since there were other people around, Xiaolan and Xiaoqing just said hello to Lu Haoran and then parted ways. Lu Haoran also nodded and didn't care. When the time was almost up, he headed towards the box. Xiaolan, who was that young man just now? Do you all know him? The middle-aged man surrounded by people asked curiously. Boss Kong, we are not familiar with each other. I only know that his name is Brother Ran, and he should be a rich second generation, the kind of rich second generation who is very generous and principled. Oh, to receive such high praise from you, it must be really good. Of course, we two sisters have sharp eyes. Hey, your mouths are the flaming holes. They're burning me to death. Boss Kong, you are so bad. The two girls punched Mr. Kong with their little fists. All right, I won't mess with you guys anymore. I think we can make some friends with that rich second-generation guy called Rangu. Mr. Kong saw the box that Lu Haoran entered and memorized the box number. Lu Haoran returned to the box and waited for about a few minutes. Zhuo Weiwei brought the recruitment manager, Zhou Ying, to the box. Both parties were in a good mood. In particular, Zhuo Weiwei saw Lu Haoran arrive in the box early to wait and had prepared exquisite gifts. The more gifts you give, the less blame you will get. Zhuo Weiwei nodded secretly. This Lu Haoran was just as Feng Gang said, polite and sensible. From this moment on, she completely changed her prejudiced view of Lu Haoran. Mr. Lu, Manager Feng, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Zhuo Weiwei walked into the box with a smile on her face. She was very elegant and had the unique aura of Party A. Lu Haoran and Feng Qian hurried over to meet them. Both parties shook hands lightly. When Lu Haoran held Zhuo Weiwei's hand, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Finally, I got to know this proud, beautiful, and wise woman. Zhuo Weiwei is the most elegant and capable woman he has ever met. How joyful it would be if such a woman were conquered. Although Lu Haoran was reluctant, he also understood that he had finally gained Zhuo Weiwei's favor and he couldn't mess it up again. He shook hands with Zhuo Weiwei gently and then let go. Zhuo Weiwei was also very satisfied. Perhaps she had misunderstood him when handing over the house that day. From what I have met so far, Lu Haoran is considered a man of good character. You can make deep friends. Under Lu Haoran's guidance, Zhuo Weiwei sat in the main seat. Zhou also sat down. The two sides exchanged greetings. After Lu Haoran and Zhuo Weiwei both mentioned the sale of the house, Zhou and Feng Qian were surprised. This world is really small. It is the partners who sell and buy the houses. Feng Qian and Zhou praised Lu Haoran and Zhuo Weiwei for their deep bond. Next, Lu Haoran shared the interesting things that happened in the process of dealing with Feng Gang. Of course, all of this was compiled by Lu Haoran. The atmosphere in the box was very harmonious, and it was a very successful business meeting. Hello, guests. Excuse me. I'd like to serve you some 2010 Matai and 2002 La Fight. Two waiters pushed a drink cart into the box. Chapter 24, Extremely Embarrassing. Zhuo Weiwei tilted her head and looked at Zhou. Did you order Matai and La Fight? Zhou became nervous and stood up from his chair suddenly. As an employee of the Human Resources Administration Department, she naturally knew that both wines were not cheap, at least 5,000 yuan a bottle. Two bottles cost more than 10,000 yuan. We're not entertaining any important person or boss this time. So how could we possibly order such expensive drinks? She said to the waiter. Did you send the wrong thing? We didn't order any drinks. Was it the wrong delivery? The waiter scratched his head, then stepped out to check the box number, then checked the drink order number. Yes, it's this box. It says on the receipt that it's a free box. It should be the drinks given by your friends. He didn't have the time to tell you yet. So that's it. Zhou was confused and could only look at Zhuo Weiwei. Boss Weiwei, was this given to you by your friend? Zhuo Weiwei frowned slightly and kept thinking in her head who would give her a drink. She thought about it over and over again, but couldn't figure it out. She has quite a few wealthy men pursuing her, but none of them are her type. But today I am entertaining guests. If someone comes to give you wine at this time, it would really make you feel proud. Mr. Zhuo really has friends all over the world. We want to follow Mr. Zhuo to taste some good wine today. Originally, in this business meeting, the other parties were two women, so I was not prepared to drink. Without drinking, it would be difficult to bring the two parties closer. At this time, someone brought him some wine, and Lu Haoran was delighted. Hurry up and flatter Zhuo Weiwei. Oh my, it's actually 10-year-old Matai and La Fight. Although it's from 2002, I've never seen it before. I'm so lucky today to be able to share this with Mr. Zhuo. Feng Qian also knows how to play the supporting role, which is a very face-saving thing for anyone. At this time, it's definitely a good idea to flatter the guy. Zhuo Weiwei was so flattered that she couldn't leave the stage. She thought for a moment and said to the waiter, "Open the bar. Hello, customer. Would you like to order white wine or red wine?" "Open a white bar." Zhuo Weiwei also had some little thoughts in her mind. She didn't drink much white wine, but she would drink a few sips of red wine every night. She plans to keep this bottle of 2002 Lafite and take it home later. After getting their consent, the two waiters nodded and opened the wine on the spot. Everyone at the scene showed eager eyes. At the same time, they all praised Zhuo Weiwei in various ways. Although Zhuo Weiwei felt painful to open such an expensive wine, she also felt very proud. When the wine was poured, the whole box was filled with the rich aroma of wine. "Come on, let's have a drink and congratulate our two companies on their happy cooperation. Cheers, happy cooperation." Dry. With good wine, everyone stopped pretending. Even the three women who didn't usually drink much didn't refuse. Everyone wants to taste the flavor of fine wine. It was also the first time that Lu Haoren drank such good wine. He held the wine in his mouth and savored it carefully. The fragrance is long-lasting. It is really a good wine. Swallow it in one gulp. It feels so comfortable. "Oh, this is really good wine." It is fundamentally different from the wines that cost tens or hundreds of dollars on the market. Lu Haoren sincerely admired. "Thank you, Mr. Zhuo, for treating us to such good wine. We really feel a little sorry for this." "Thank you, Mr. Zhuo, for the good wine." "Thank you, Mr. Zhuo, for broadening my horizons. If it weren't for Mr. Zhuo, I probably would never have been able to drink such good wine in my life." Fang Qian and Zhou Ying really spoke from their heart. "Ha! A friend just happened to send this over. Now that it's here, let's all enjoy it." Zhuo Weiwei suddenly felt very proud. "Come on, let's have another one." This time, on behalf of Future Edge Games Company, I would like to thank Mr. Liu for helping us solve such a big problem as the business director. With Feng Gang joining us, our company will definitely expand its channels even further. Zhuo Weiwei raised her glass and drank with everyone in high spirits. Everyone stood up and clinked glasses with Zhuo Weiwei. At this moment, a hearty laugh came from outside the door. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. The person who came was actually the middle-aged man surrounded by Xiaolan and Xiaoqing, whom Lu Haoren had met in the hotel before. "Mr. Lu, hello. Who are you?" Although Lu Haoren had met Mr. Kong before, he did not know his purpose or name. Lu Haoren didn't know him, and Zhuo Weiwei and others didn't know him either. They all watched Lu Haoren and Mr. Kong communicate quietly. "Oh, Mr. Lu, I'm sorry to bother you. I'm the owner of this restaurant, Kong Yukai." Kong Yukai was holding a glass of wine, smiling, speaking with full energy, and he looked very heroic. It makes people feel good about him. "It's okay, it's not a bother. May I ask what Mr. Kong wants to talk to me about?" "That's right, Mr. Lu. I like making friends. Just now, when I heard Xiaolan talking about Mr. Lu, I felt that Mr. Lu was also a heroic man, so I wanted to make friends with him. So I sent 2 bottles of wine over. I hope you will forgive me for any intrusion." Buzz. Everyone in the private room felt like their heads were exploding when they heard this. Oh my God! Those 2 bottles of wine were actually given to Lu Haoren by the hotel owner. But just now he was claimed by Zhuo Weiwei. At this moment, no one dared to look at Zhuo Weiwei's situation. Zhuo Weiwei's face turned red. Even though she was already the human resources director, she was so embarrassed when she encountered such a failed attempt at pretending to be cool that she wanted to hide under the dining table. Lu Haoren's teeth were also sore from biting them. Oh my God! How could such a misunderstanding happen? He now wished he could kick Kong Yukai to death. "Is there anyone who gives wine like you? Wouldn't it cause misunderstanding if you gave wine as a gift? It would be fine if it was in the past, but in this scene, the protagonist is Zhuo Weiwei." This made Zhuo Weiwei, the protagonist, lose face so much. From this moment on, it can be announced that the close relationship with Zhuo Weiwei that was created at tonight's banquet has completely returned to zero. If Zhuo Weiwei was a person who cared a lot about her reputation, she would avoid Lu Haoren in the future and even develop resentment towards him. This kind of thing can make people embarrassed to death. Zhou Ying, the subordinate next to him, was trembling all over. This misunderstanding has a lot to do with the way she asked the question just now. If she hadn't taken the initiative to ask Zhuo Weiwei just now, and even intentionally directed the matter to Zhuo Weiwei, then Zhuo Weiwei wouldn't have been forced to act like this. Zhou Ying felt weak all over, his scalp was numb, and his head was spinning wildly. She wanted to find something to ease the awkwardness, but she couldn't find any. Kong Yukai, who was standing next to Lu Haoren, also noticed the stagnation in the atmosphere. He scratched the back of his head, totally confused, and asked weakly, "Mr. Lu, did I say something wrong?" Chapter 25 Boss, don't get drunk to death. Hi, you're right. You're right. Lu Haoran laughed loudly, stood up, put his arm around Kong Yotsai's shoulders, and said, "Thank you, Mr. Kong, for the gift of wine. I also like making friends. Come, let's have a drink and congratulate us on becoming friends." Hee hee, I've always been very good at judging people. Mr. Lu is indeed a generous person. I've decided to make friends with him. Come on, let's have a drink. The two wine glasses clinked together, making a crisp sound. This voice struck everyone's heart, loosening the tense atmosphere in the box. Boss Kong, you look a few years older than me. So how about I call you Brother Kong and you call me Brother Lu? Of course, I'm also annoyed by the term boss or young master. Kong Yukai agreed readily, and the atmosphere became more and more harmonious. Lu Haoran said at this time, "Brother Kong, let me introduce you. This is my leader, Zhuo Weiwei, President Zhuo." Lu Haoran introduces Kong Yukai to Zhuo Weiwei. When Kong Yukai heard that Zhuo Weiwei was Lu Haoran's leader, he immediately went to greet her respectfully. "Boss Zhuo, hello." Although Zhuo Weiwei was embarrassed and had a very stiff expression, she still forced a smile and stood up to shake hands with Kong Yukai. "Mr. Kong, nice to meet you. Boss Zhuo is so beautiful. Thanks for the compliment." Then, Lu Haoran introduced Zoing and Fong Qian to Kong Yukai. "By the way, Brother Kong, you are the owner of this hotel. Could you please ask when the Matai and Lafite sent by our friend Mr. Zhuo will arrive?" When saying this, Lu Haoran blinked and signaled Kong Yukai. Kong Yukai was slightly stunned, but as a hotel owner, he was particularly sensitive to the ways of the world. When he saw Lu Haoran's gesture and combined with the atmosphere just now, he reacted quickly. "Brother Lu, wait a moment. I'll call and ask right away." "Okay, thank you, Brother Kong." On the spot, Kong Yukai made a phone call and shouted, "Xiao Dan, what's going on? The guest in room 686 has a bottle of Matai and a bottle of Lafite. Why haven't they been delivered in such a long time?" "What? Did you forget? This was given to me by a friend of the guest." "You idiots, bring it to me now." After hanging up the phone, Kong Yukai apologized to Zhuo Weiwei with an apologetic look. "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhuo. Our waiter forgot and kept you waiting for a long time. How about this? Tonight's meal is free of charge, as compensation to Mr. Zhuo on behalf of the hotel." "Haha, thank you, Mr. Kong. It's just a small matter, it won't be a problem." At this time, Zhuo Weiwei's expression finally relaxed. At this moment, the door of the box was knocked, and two waiters came in pushing a drink cart. "Hello, guest. This is the wine sent by your friend. Could you please verify whether it is correct?" Lu Haoran walked over, picked it up, and took a look. "Oh my, Mr. Kong, we are destined to meet. The wine you gave me is the same as the wine my boss's friend gave her. It's fate, really? Such a coincidence." Kong Yukai also showed an expression of surprise, and Lu Haoran secretly gave him a thumbs up when he saw this. Although Kong Yukai looks rough, he is actually very meticulous and has a high level of performance. He is indeed a friend worth making friends with. It really is. After Kong Yukai was surprised, he turned around and picked up the wine glass. "Come on, let's drink to celebrate this fate." Kong Yukai took the initiative to refill the glasses of Zhuo Weiwei, Lu Haoran, and others. After a few rounds of drinking, everyone felt dizzy. The atmosphere also became harmonious. "Boss Kong, do these need to be opened?" The waiter waited for Kong Yukai, Lu Haoran, and others to toast, and then asked carefully and tentatively. Kong Yukai said, "You can go out now. I am very honored and happy to meet Brother Lu and President Zhuo today. I will serve you personally here." "Okay, Merkang." The waiter wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly left the box. I thought to myself, what a close call. I didn't send the wrong wine and didn't mess things up. As the boss, Kong Yukai really helped Lu Haoran and others. This card is maxed out. It made Zhuo Weiwei and others feel very proud. The awkward atmosphere just now finally disappeared. When it was almost time, Kong Yukai found an opportunity and took the initiative to leave the box. With the previous misunderstanding resolved and the awkwardness resolved, Lu Haoran, Zhuo Weiwei, and others were more relaxed. After drinking, Zhuo Weiwei's true nature came out. She regained the playfulness and enthusiasm that a woman should have. At the same time, Lu Haoran also felt loneliness from Zhuo Weiwei's tone. Women in high positions will more or less feel lonely. Seeing this, Lu Haoran tried to joke with Zhuo Weiwei, but Zhuo Weiwei did not feel disgusted. Instead, she was somewhat ambiguous with Lu Haoran. Zhuo Weiwei did not even resist when their bodies came into contact. Zoing and Fong Qian were also very relaxed. The guests and hosts had a great time at the banquet in the evening. The party lasted until very late. When leaving, Zhuo Weiwei asked Zhou to pay the bill, but was told it was free. Kang Yukai was so enthusiastic that the others could only accept it with a wry smile. Mr. Zhuo, Manager Zhou, thank you for the banquet today. Please take care of Lycian Company's business in the future. Lu Haoran sent Zhuo Weiwei and Zhou to the car. Fang Qian placed the remaining unopened wine and 2 boxes of gifts in Zhuo Weiwei's trunk without leaving any trace. Okay, Mr. Lu, don't worry. Your company is strong and has been recognized by our chairman. The subsequent cooperation will definitely be closer. After exchanging a few polite words, they said goodbye to each other. Lu Haoran breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the designated driver sending Zhuo Weiwei and Zhou away. All the efforts were not in vain after all, and I finally got one step closer to Zhuo Weiwei. Fang Qian, take a taxi home and get the invoice ready. The company will reimburse you. Fang Qian also drank too much, felt a little dizzy and very tired. Brother Lu, you've been drinking, please don't drive. Lu Haoran waved his hand. Don't worry, go back and rest. I have someone to pick you up. Okay, bye, Brother Lu. After Fang Qian left, Lu Haoran called Hua Siyuan directly. Hua Siyuan, come to the parking lot on the side of the road at Mingdu Hotel and help me drive. Boss, it's so late, I've already gone to bed to watch TV. How about I call a designated driver for you? Hua Siyuan is as stubborn as ever. Vomit. Lu Haoran simply used his fingers to dig himself out and vomit. Hua Siyuan heard the voice and was shocked. Boss, are you drunk? What's wrong with you? Then the phone fell to the ground. Hua Siyuan called out several times but got no response, so she hung up immediately and called again, but no one answered for a long time. Oh my, is this boss going to die drunk on the street? This boss is so stupid. He doesn't even bother to drink with someone. Lu Haoran, don't die, wait for me, I'm coming soon. Hua Siyuan got up while complaining. No matter how stubborn she was, she didn't dare to joke about the danger to her life. She didn't even have time to take off her pajamas. She put on a thin shirt and took a taxi to Mingdu Hotel. At this moment, Lu Haoran heard the sound of his cell phone hitting the ground, and his heart broke. But now is not the time to worry about your phone. He wanted to lie down on the ground directly, but after thinking it over, he decided not to because the ground was too hard and too cold. So he opened the passenger door and lay down on it crookedly, with half of his body in the car and half on the ground, without closing the door. I have to fall asleep quickly, otherwise I'll be exposed. It would only take a few minutes for Hua Siyuan to come over, so Lu Haoran had to fall asleep as soon as possible. Fortunately, he was already feeling dizzy from drinking, so he fell asleep immediately when he thought about sleeping. Chapter 26, Watch Your Words. I'm your boss. A few minutes later, Hua Siyuan found Lu Haoran's car. She was shocked when she saw Lu Haoran like this. She immediately stretched out her finger and probed Lu Haoran's breath. Well, fortunately, it's a living person. It's really scary. Hua Siyuan felt disgusted by the smell. She looked down and found herself stepping into filth. Oh my boss, you're such a disgusting bastard. You're vomiting everywhere. She jumped up quickly, walked to the grass nearby, and wiped her shoes clean. When she came back again, she patted Lu Haoran's face in disgust. Boss, wake up! Wake up! You're so heavy. How can I move you? But Lu Haoran was still sleeping soundly. He was really asleep and not pretending. Hua Siyuan had no choice but to look around, trying to find a passerby to help her stuff Lu Haoran into the car. But now it's the middle of the night, and there's no one on the road. Alas, what a dead pig-like boss. Hua Siyuan had no choice but to do it herself and move Lu Haoran into the car little by little. Ouch! It's so heavy, just like a pig. Hua Siyuan kept mumbling to herself, and after a while she finally stuffed Lu Haoran's body into the passenger seat. She helped Lu Haoran pick up the phone and put it away, then walked to the driver's seat. Oh my, this car is so advanced, how do I drive it? Hua Siyuan had hardly driven a car since she got her driver's license. She studied for a long time and finally started the engine. She turned her head and found that Lu Haoran was not wearing a seatbelt. She lay over Lu Haoran's body again and helped him fasten his seatbelt. Just at this moment, Lu Haoran's head suddenly drooped. Boom! Hua Siyuan felt soft lips pressing against her face. Her whole body stiffened instantly and her heart started beating wildly. She was so scared that she dared not move. After a long time, Lu Haoran's heavy breath with the smell of alcohol blew on her pretty face. At that moment, her little heart seemed to stop beating. When she found that Lu Haoran was still sleeping soundly, she breathed a sigh of relief, slowly pulled over the seatbelt, and helped Lu Haoran put it on. When she returned to her seat, Hwasi Yuan's face was as red and hot as a flame. She glanced secretly at Lu Haoran. A handsome face, angular features, and a carefully groomed hairstyle. So handsome. I never realized that the boss is so handsome. She was at home just now, watching a Korean drama. Now let's compare them with the protagonists in Korean dramas. Hwasi Yuan was surprised to find that Lu Haoran was even more handsome than the oppa in the Korean drama. Boss, where do you live? But Lu Haoran had fallen into a deep sleep, and no one answered her. Hwasi Yuan finally adjusted her mentality and prepared to drive, but she didn't know where Lu Haoran's home was. She drove the car slowly forward until she arrived in front of a hotel. She turned straight in. Forget it. I'll just take you to the hotel. Hwasi Yuan called the lobby manager and asked them to arrange someone to help Lu Haoran into the guest room. After helping Lu Haoran to sleep well, she prepared to leave. Hey, Soma, aren't you going to stay here and take care of this gentleman? The lobby manager stopped Hwasi Yuan. Hwasi Yuan hesitated and said, He is my boss and I am just his employee. Is it inconvenient for me? But he is drunk and there is a great risk. If no one is taking care of him, we can only ask you to take him away. The lobby manager's attitude was so firm that Hwasi Yuan could not refute. Hwasi Yuan thought for a moment and said, Can you help me get a room next door? I'm so sorry, ma'am. This is the only room we have left in our hotel. Is that so? Do you have a twin room? A twin room is fine too. No more. This is the only king-size room left in our entire hotel. The lobby manager repeated it again. This? Hwasi Yuan had a great headache. Ma'am, if it doesn't work, you can also try another hotel. The lobby manager didn't really want to do this business. He was worried that the drunk guests would be left unattended and die in there, which would be a big trouble. That's too much trouble. Hwasi Yuan gritted her teeth and decided to accompany Lu Haoran for one night. That's it. I'll take care of him here. Thank you. It's okay. If you need anything, you can contact our front desk. Okay, thanks. After the lobby manager left, Hwasi Yuan looked at Lu Haoran, who was sleeping soundly, and felt awkward. She glanced at the facilities in the room. The sofa is also short, and there is no extra sleeping space at all. She had no choice but to fold her clothes and sit next to Lu Haoran, ready to sit there all night. I don't know how long it took. A dazzling ray of sunlight shone into Hwasi Yuan's eyes. She woke up suddenly. When she opened her eyes, she found a handsome face facing her, and two deep eyes were staring at her. Only then did she realize that one foot and one hand were on Lu Haoran's body. Ah! Hwasi Yuan screamed loudly in fright. Then he sat up. Hwasi Yuan, why are you screaming? I didn't touch you. But you were the one rubbing against me. Shut up. Hwasi Yuan was very embarrassed and shrieked. It's all because of you. You're drunk as a dead pig. Otherwise, why would I sleep with you? It's all your fault. Humph. Hwasi Yuan. Lu Haoran snorted coldly. Please be careful with your words. I am your boss. I didn't mean it. Hwasi Yuan also realized that her words were too extreme. She blamed Lu Haoran verbally, but only she knew in her heart that Lu Haoran was not the one who did it. Sorry, boss. I just overreacted just now. Okay, I don't blame you. Thank you for sending me to the hotel last night. Lu Haoran's tone softened. Go wash up, change your clothes, and have breakfast, then I'll take you home. Yeah, thank you, boss. Hwasi Yuan was suddenly very touched. She had just scolded her boss, but not only was he not angry, he also took her to have breakfast and sent her home. After Hwasi Yuan finished washing up, Lu Haoran said, Go buy 2 breakfast coupons. Also, tell me how much your accommodation fee is for last night, and I'll transfer it to you. Okay. When Hwasi Yuan heard the boss's arrangement, she hurried out to buy the coupons. Lu Haoran shook his head. This little girl just lacked the harsh punishment from society. But fortunately, he is very tough and able to accept education, unlike other post-00s who will give up if one word is wrong. When Hwasi Yuan is disobedient, just yell at her and she will change. Very nice staff. Lu Haoran and Hwasi Yuan met in the restaurant. Hwasi Yuan had formed a habit of helping Lu Haoran get the food. Lu Haoran felt much happier. This was the treatment a boss deserved. Please help me find out what's going on with this CEO's office. Ask how to take classes and how much the tuition is. Oh, okay. But what exactly happened? Boss, can you tell me the details? So I know how to find out. Hwasi Yuan is still very positive about work and will try her best to complete whatever is assigned to her. Lu Haoran told Hwasi Yuan about what happened with Kong Yukai, whom he met last night. Kong Yukai, this guy, after giving Lu Haoran drinks last night and getting to know Lu Haoran, he casually invited Lu Haoran to join the CEO class he was attending. Lu Haoran's face turned dark at that moment. and he suspected that Kang Yotsai's intention to make friends was fake, and his real purpose was to sell him courses. But Lu Haoran thought again. Kang Yukai gave him Mao Tai and La Fight twice, each worth more than 20,000 yuan. So he was not the kind of person who was trying to sell him courses. So, Lu Haoran arranged for Hua Siyuan to find out the situation first. Chapter 27, She Appears Again. After breakfast, Lu Haoran sent Hua Siyuan home, and then he went to Sun Shiqian. After Sun Shiqian left the factory, she had nothing to do every day, so at Lu Haoran's suggestion, she signed up for an on-the-job undergraduate program. Sun Shiqian cherishes this learning opportunity very much. Even on the weekend, I am still studying and reading very seriously. When Lu Haoran opened the door and went in, he saw Sun Shiqian taking an online class at the computer. She turned around and saw that it was Lu Haoran and rushed over to hug him in surprise. "Honey, have you had breakfast? If not, do you want me to make it for you?" Sun Shiqian helped Lu Haoran get his slippers and took his changed socks to the bathroom, ready to wash them later. Lu Haoran shook his head. "I've eaten. Go to class quickly. The teacher is still teaching." "Well then, husband, you sit by yourself for a while. I'll buy you groceries and cook for you after class." "Good." Lu Haoran kissed Sun Shiqian and let her continue with the class. Lu Haoran went to the bedroom, opened the closet, and saw the clothes neatly folded inside. He couldn't help but smile happily. After changing into home clothes, Lu Haoran came to Sun Shiqian and held her on his lap. "I'll accompany you to class, and then we'll go to the market and make something delicious for lunch." Oh, stop touching me. My husband is a bad guy." Lu Haoran spent the entire day on Saturday with Sun Shiqian going to the vegetable market, then cooking and washing dishes, and finally the two of them hugged each other and watched TV. In the afternoon, Lu Haoran said, "Qian, I have to attend a class reunion tonight. You can take care of your own dinner and don't wait for me at night." Sun Shiqian was extremely reluctant, but she didn't ask any more questions. He also took the initiative to help Lu Haoran find clothes and dress up. He also helped Lu Haoran draw his eyebrows. She dressed Lu Haoran up very carefully to look handsome. The alumni reunion will be held in the banquet hall of Crown Plaza Hotel. At Lu Haoran's request, the entire banquet hall was decorated very beautifully and grandly. There are 4 large round tables in the banquet hall. Desserts, fruits, and other snacks are also placed next to it. As the organizer, Lu Haoran naturally arrived at the scene early. After about dozens of minutes, people arrived one after another. 2 female classmates came in, and they walked into the banquet hall hand in hand. Oh, what a grand banquet hall! The people who came in were the carefree Lu Yanhong and 3 other female classmates. When Lu Haoran saw 4 classmates coming in, he stood up with a smile to welcome them. "Student Lu, you've really become rich." The female classmates were surprised and shocked to see how handsome and wealthy Lu Haoran was. That's a small fortune. Even though things have come to this, Lu Haoran is not so hypocritical as to be extreme. He still admits it appropriately and gives everyone a little sincerity. "I haven't seen you for 2 years. You've changed a lot." One of the girls, who looked well-behaved, took Lu Haoran's arm, looked at him carefully, and was deeply moved. "We are getting older and uglier, but our classmate Lu Haoran is getting more handsome and younger. This is unfair. This is the difference between being rich and being poor. Our handsome Lu is rich now. Of course, you eat good food, wear good clothes, and use all kinds of expensive skincare products. Of course you will look younger. Oh, your watch is an Omega, right? It must be worth 100,000, right? It's an Omega, but it's not that expensive, just tens of thousands. Not worth much." Lu Haoran also enjoyed the watching and admiring comments from his classmates. He has only recently enjoyed the feeling of being surrounded by people and being the center of attention. Everyone has vanity, and Lu Haoran is no exception. Looking at the eagerness and envy in the eyes of the female classmates, Lu Haoran sighed. It was a pity that these female classmates did not meet the requirements of the system. Otherwise, you can just hook up with a few girls and ask them to help you have children, and you will become richer. Alas, no one could have imagined that a classmate who used to be average would now be someone we can't even reach. This is fate. Many students came to the banquet hall one after another. Like Lu Yanhong and the others, they were all amazed at Lu Haoran's change. They could not have imagined that Lu Haoran would achieve such success today. The male classmates were the same. They saw Lu Haoran wearing exquisite international brands, wearing a famous watch, and holding the latest folding phone. They were jealous and envious. When he was in school, Lu Haoran wore cheap clothes and used low-quality products. Sometimes when he was short of money, He even hid in the dormitory and ate instant noodles. At that time, Lu Haoran was the object of their pity. At that time, Lu Haoran was not even taken seriously by them. At this time, Lu Haoran was wearing gold and silver, driving a Porsche, and with a wave of his hand, he held a luxurious class reunion. Compared to before, he is like two completely different people. Originally, everyone was looking forward to the class reunion, and some even wanted to rekindle their old relationships. But under the strong contrast with Lu Haoran, they all felt ashamed of themselves and no longer had the high spirits they had before they came. The greatest evil of human nature is to hate you for laughing at you and being alone, to despise you for being poor, and to fear you for being rich. Wu Gaochang is here. Someone suddenly stood up, and everyone looked towards the door. Lu Haoran also looked over. Wu Gaochang is still the same guy as before, with an arrogant look in his eyes, as if the whole world is inferior to him. Good evening, everyone. Wu Gaochang greeted everyone in a pretentious manner. Hello, Chief Wu. Encore is coming. Brother Gaochang, come and sit here. Almost all the students stood up to greet Wu Gaochang. Classmates, I brought 2 bottles of wine for everyone. Don't go home until you are drunk tonight. After Wu Gaochang said this, everyone noticed that there were 2 male classmates behind him. Both male classmates were holding a box of red wine in their hands. Hey, everyone is in for a treat tonight. Can you guess what kind of wine this is? One of the male students showed off to his classmates in a flattering manner. When Wu Gaochang saw this male classmate showing off his wine, he looked even more superior. What kind of wine? Open it and see. You can tell at a glance that this box is not cheap. The boys with good eyesight have already stepped forward to help carry the wine. This is Penfolds 407, a wine that costs nearly $1,000 a bottle. Fuck, this is really good wine. Our company only opens such good wine when entertaining leaders. I always wanted to get 2 bottles to drink, but I couldn't bear it. 2 bottles of wine are almost equivalent to half a month's salary for me. A group of people gathered around 2 boxes of wine with shining eyes. The boys and girls here have just graduated for 2 years. Those who work in the company are almost all at the specialist level. There are a few who can become supervisors, and they are all people with outstanding abilities. It's normal that they have never seen any good wine. Lu Haoran found it funny looking at the ignorant looks of these classmates. It is true that after entering society, students are gradually divided into different classes, and the class gap becomes increasingly larger. If it weren't for Ke Jinyao, Lu Haoran would never have held a class reunion full of comparisons and jealousy. Lu Haoran was looking forward to the appearance of Ke Jinyao, the school beauty who was rated 93 points by the system. Ke Jinyao is the most beautiful woman Lu Haoran has ever met, with the highest rating from the system. Just as he was thinking about it, the figure that Lu Haoran had been thinking about appeared at the door of the banquet hall. Chapter 28, Is There No Such Way? At the entrance of the banquet hall, a bright figure attracted everyone's attention. Ke Jinyao was wearing an elegant mid-length skirt tonight, and her snow-white neck and slender waist looked particularly charming under the light. Her face is like delicate porcelain, with gentle contours. Her long black hair fluttered gently in the air conditioning, like a mountain stream, winding and smooth. The moment she appeared, both boys and girls quieted down, and the entire banquet hall fell into a brief silence. So beautiful. She really deserves to be the school belle. All the students were impressed by Ke Jinyao's beauty. Ke Jinyao. Wu Gaochang's legs were as if equipped with springs. As soon as Ke Jinyao appeared, he couldn't wait to stand up and greet her. Wu Gaochang's voice changed to a coquettish tone, and his face showed infinite flattery. It was this woman that made Wu Gaochang obsessed for 5 whole years. Until now, every time he saw Ke Jinyao, he had to give up all his pride and kneel down at her feet. Hello, Wu Gaochang. Ke Jinyao smiled at him faintly and then turned her gaze to Lu Haoran. At this moment, a light flashed in her eyes. Lu Haoran really became more handsome. When she saw Lu Haoran wearing branded clothes and accessories, she confirmed that Lu Haoran was really a rich second generation. Yeah, Ke Jinyao's lark-like voice made Wu Gaochang nervous and excited in an instant. Yao, I know you like to drink red wine, so I brought 2 boxes of red wine just for you this time. It's Penfolds 407. Very good wine. Although Wu Gaochang looked down on everyone just now, when facing the goddess at this moment, he instantly turned into a bootlicker. Thanks. Hearing Wu Gaochang calling her so intimately, Ke Jinyao couldn't help but frown. She was worried about being misunderstood by Lu Haoran, but she was also worried about irritating Wu Gaochang, who was a good fish. She stopped talking to Wu Gaochang. I looked up at the tables in the banquet hall and prepared to find a seat to sit down. Yao Yao, please sit next to me. I reserve a seat for you. Seeing this, Wu Gaochang hurried to please. No, I'll sit over there with Hong Hong. At another table, which was Lu Haoran's table, Lu Yanhong was waving to Ke Jinyao. Ke Jinyao took light steps, no longer paying attention to Wu Gaochang, and walked straight towards Lu Yanhong. Pan Yonghong, can you give up your seat? I want to sit with Lu Yanhong. Oh, sure. I'll let you. The fat boy named Pan Yonghong hurriedly stood up with a red face and gave up his seat. Thanks. It's okay. After Ke Jinyao sat down, she greeted Lu Yanhong and turned to Lu Haoran on the other side and said, Lu Haoran, I'm sorry for that night. Lu Haoran just smiled and said nothing. Ke Jinyao actually said sorry to Lu Haoran, and everyone was shocked. They gradually formed some possible scenes in their minds. Evening? Excuse me? Moreover, Lu Haoran ignored Ke Jinyao's apology. Oh my god, what happened between the two of them? Not only were the classmates in the class gossiping, but Wu Gaochang over there was even more unbelievable. He simply couldn't believe it. How could his goddess apologize to that upstart Lu Haoran? To be honest, in Wu Gaochang's eyes, Lu Haoran's wealth is really not worth mentioning. He has seen countless big men who are countless times richer than Lu Haoran. When those big guys see him, they still have to respectfully call him Section Chief Wu. Lu Haoran. Wu Gaochang gritted his teeth secretly. From this moment on, Lu Haoran had been remembered in his heart. Lu Haoran looked at his watch and glanced at the classmates present. Students, the time is almost up. There are still a few students who haven't arrived yet. Let's wait for another 5 minutes. If you haven't come yet, then you probably won't be able to come, so let's start the feast. What's there to wait for? People who are late for dinner are not worthy of respect. People like this are doomed to be nothing in their lives. Wu Gaochang was feeling depressed, and when he heard Lu Haoran's words, he refuted them just for the sake of refutation. Everyone understood that Wu Gaochang was humiliated in front of the goddess and was unhappy, so no one dared to say anything. Waiter, open the pen folds I brought. 2 bottles for each table. Everyone won't leave until they are drunk tonight. At this moment, Wu Gaochang just wanted to drink a few glasses of wine to relieve his boredom. The waiter came over and said, Sir, don't you have a bottle of Matai for each table? If we open red wine, do we need to open Matai? Boom! The waiter's words were like a depth bomb. Dull and powerful. Everyone was shocked. Matai. The current price of Matai is 3,000 yuan per bottle. One piece costs nearly 20,000 yuan. And in such a big hotel, the price will increase by at least 30%. There are 4 tables here in total, and the cost of Matai liquor alone is at least 100,000 yuan. Everyone's eyes were once again focused on Lu Haoran, including Ke Jinyao, who was beside Lu Haoran. Her body was trembling slightly. Lu Haoran, this is the person I've been waiting for. Lu Haoran is rich and inexplicably handsome. More importantly, she has been classmates with Lu Haoran for 4 years and knows his personality and character very well. Although Ke Jinyao didn't want to waste her stunning beauty, she definitely didn't want to marry a man with a bad temper, let alone an old grandfather who was several years older than her. Therefore, Lu Haoran became her best choice to marry into a wealthy family. Everyone was waiting for Lu Haoran to answer whether to open Matai or pen folds. Seeing this, Lu Haoran smiled faintly and asked, Classmates, do you want to drink white wine or red wine? Liquor. It must be liquor. We're having Chinese food, so white wine is definitely a better match. Except for the dumbfounded Wu Gaochang, everyone said in unison, Open Matai. Penfolds is also expensive, but they can still drink it if they grit their teeth. But I would never drink Matai. A bottle of Matai is equivalent to a mobile phone. Who the hell can stand drinking a cell phone in just a few gulps? Moreover, in their eyes, those who buy Matai cannot afford to drink it because they're going to give it as gifts. For those who can really afford to drink Matai, it is the symbol of status and wealth. They have just graduated and are still struggling at the bottom of society. How could they have the chance to drink Matai? Today we have the opportunity to drink Matai to our heart's content. We must seize it. Then let's open Matai. Then the dishes came up. The dishes were very exquisite, and everyone enjoyed the meal very much. This group of students, eating delicacies from land and sea and drinking Matai, began to have a change in their mentality. From this time on, they truly began to accept that Lu Haoran had entered the wealthy class that they could not surpass. When they faced Lu Haoran again, they couldn't help but feel awe and respect in their hearts. Many people began to raise their glasses and toast to Lu Haoran. Mr. Lu Hao, How is the work situation that you asked for me a few days ago going? Liu Changjiang originally wanted to call Liu Haoran by his name, but when he thought of Liu Haoran's extraordinary status, he felt uneasy and didn't dare to call him by his name anymore. He had lost a lot of hair recently due to work, so he took the opportunity to ask again while toasting Liu Haoran. Liu Haoran looked a little embarrassed after hearing this. To be honest, he had even forgotten about finding a job for Liu Changjiang. When Liu Haoran was about to explain, Wu Gaochang suddenly said, "Hey, Liu Haoran, you were helping Liu Changjiang find a job a few days ago. How come he hasn't found one yet? Is there no such way?" Chapter 29, Arranging a Job for You. Wu Gaochang's words may seem like a normal conversation between classmates, but the mockery in his tone and expression was very obvious. When the other students saw Liu Haoran, Wu Gaochang, and Liu Changjiang talking about work, they put down their chopsticks and listened attentively. These things are closely related to them, and everyone is very concerned. When Liu Haoran heard Wu Gaochang's question, he smiled faintly and replied, "From what you said, can you help Liu Changjiang find a job? Then I have to thank you on behalf of Liu Changjiang. In fact, when it comes to helping others, especially when you can't gain any benefits from it, try not to do it if you can. Besides, Liu Changjiang's work experience is really hard to describe. If I really want to help Liu Changjiang find a job, I will inevitably owe someone a favor." In this situation, Liu Haoran was eager for Wu Gaochang to take over Liu Changjiang's matter. It's just a job. I can arrange it right now with just a phone call. It's not a big deal." "Okay, Liu Changjiang, go and toast Wu Gaochang and ask him to help you find a job. If Section Chief Wu is willing to help, then you'll have the job." Liu Changjiang was really excited when he heard what Liu Haoran said. He hurriedly held up the wine glass and walked to Wu Gaochang. "Chief Wu, can you really help me with my work?" "Oh, Xiao, it's not a big problem." Wu Gaochang glanced at Liu Haoran and couldn't help feeling a sense of contempt. "So what if I have money? Can't even arrange a job?" Liu Haoran probably noticed Wu Gaochang's thoughts, but it didn't matter. He was too lazy to pretend to be cool for something that had no benefit. His target today is Jinyao. Moreover, the goal has basically been achieved. Other things are no longer necessary. Liu Haoran pretended to glance casually at Jinyao beside him. I found Jinyao sitting there looking at Wu Gaochang with great interest. When Wu Gaochang saw Jinyao's eyes, he was shocked, sat up straighter, and became even more proud. Liu Haoran frowned slightly. This Jinyao really showed the clinging nature of a gold digger to the fullest. In fact, Liu Haoran knew it from the moment Jinyao apologized to him. His showing off in the class group these days was not without effect. At least this gold digger girl has begun to regard him as one of her important backup plans. Unfortunately, this woman is the kind of person who won't release the eagle until she sees the rabbit. Even with just this little bit of bragging, I'm afraid it still won't be enough to impress Jinyao and ask him to help her have a baby. At this time, the students were talking about it. "Liu Changjiang, your kid is really lucky. Wu Gaochang happens to be in charge of the company. He can easily arrange someone, and the other party will give him face. Of course, no company dares to offend the tax department, so having money is nothing but empty talk. Power is the foundation. We have Section Chief Wu as our classmate. We have someone to back us up in the future." The students looked at Wu Gaochang with eager eyes. Although Liu Haoran is rich, the one who can help them is Wu Gaochang. Hearing these discussions, Wu Gaochang looked at Jinyao even more proudly. Jinyao and Wu Gaochang looked at each other and nodded in appreciation with a slight smile. The goddess actually nodded to me. The goddess smiled at herself. The goddess is recognizing her power. Every look of Jinyao affects Wu Gaochang's mood. Wu Gaochang was so excited that he trembled all over after receiving Jinyao's recognition. "Liu Changjiang, what industry are you in now? What was your previous work experience?" Wu Gaochang hurriedly asked Liu Changjiang if he wanted to make a phone call on the spot. "I want to let my classmates, especially Jinyao, see how those entrepreneurs bow and scrape in front of me." Liu Changjiang looked a little embarrassed when he heard this. "I have worked in several jobs in the past 2 years, and the industry is not fixed, but I've been working in sales most of the time." "How many jobs? What are you good at?" "I change 4 or 5 copies. I'm good at communicating with people." Wu Gaochang's face darkened after hearing this. With such work experience, he had no idea what Liu Changjiang could do. To be honest, he was embarrassed to recommend it to the business owner at that time. Who the hell wants a piece of trash? Even if those bosses give me face, I will still lose face. But now that he has said it, he must find a job, otherwise he will lose face today. Especially since the goddess is here. He can't afford to lose face. Not only Wu Gaochang was upset, but other students also felt their scalps tingling. Changing 5 jobs in 2 years is really amazing. Others looked down on Liu Changjiang, but Liu Haoran admired Liu Changjiang very much. This guy is thick-skinned and not afraid of losing face. He can also distinguish between superiors and inferiors, and is unambiguous when using honorifics. Even though he was a classmate, he was still shameless enough to ask for a job. With this ability, Liu Haoran feels inferior to him. If Liu Changjiang could find a job that suits him and stick to it, his achievements would not be too low. So which industry do you want to develop in now? Wu Gaochang continued to ask him. Liu Changjiang didn't even think about it. I have always wanted to develop in the e-commerce or internet enterprise industry. Chief Wu, you know so many business owners. You must help me. Don't worry. I happened to meet the HR director of a gaming company at a corporate salon a few days ago. We toasted each other and got along very well. I'll ask her to arrange a job for you, and she'll definitely give me face. Wu Gaochang breathed a sigh of relief. Coincidentally, the industry that Liu Changjiang wanted to enter happened to be a company under his jurisdiction that was urgently hiring for various positions. The gaming industry is okay. I think this industry is also good. I'll trouble Chief Wu. Okay, is no. Wu Gaochang nodded, turned on the screen of the mobile phone that had been placed on the table, and dialed a phone number. He didn't pick up his phone, but pressed the speaker button, then picked up the chopsticks in his right hand to pick up some food. This makes people feel like he is a boss calling his subordinate. Hey, who are you? The voice on the other end of the phone sounded like an advertising call with an annoyed tone. When Liu Haoran heard the voice, he found it very familiar, and a strange look appeared on his face. The human resources director that Wu Gaochang knew was actually Zhuo Weiwei. Wu Gaochang's expression suddenly became stiff, and a hint of liver color appeared on his face. Ahem! Mr. Zhuo, it's me, Wu Gaochang. W. Gaohan. Zhuo Weiwei on the other end of the phone hesitated, then suddenly said, Oh, Chief Wu, I didn't remember your phone number. What can I do for you? Wu Gaochang could no longer bear Zhuo Weiwei's attitude, so he quickly picked up his phone and turned off the speaker. Boss Zhuo, this is what happened. I have a classmate who is now unemployed. He heard a few days ago that you guys started a new project. I called today to ask Mr. Zhuo to help me arrange a position for me. Wu Gaochang no longer dared to pretend to be a big shot. If he continued to do so, the other party might just hang up the phone. Sure, you can send his resume to the company email address. Our recruitment manager checks the email address every day. If your resume is suitable, you will be invited for an interview. Boss Zhuo, that's not what I meant. This classmate is a good friend of mine. He was not in the gaming industry before, so he asked me to say hello to you. Chapter 30, Scheming Bitch. No problem, Chief Wu. Please ask your classmates to come to me for an interview. If the interview goes well, you can come to work. Zhuo Weiwei still didn't finish her words. This way, he would neither offend Wu Gaochang nor be left with a way out. At the end of the day, you have to attend the interview. If you failed the interview, I'm sorry. That's because of your classmates' lack of ability, not because I don't give you Wu Gaochang face. Wu Gaochang was able to thrive in the officialdom, so he could naturally hear the firmness of Zhuo Weiwei's position. If I continue to chat with such a thick face, I will be the one who gets embarrassed in the end. Zhuo Weiwei didn't give him this face, so Wu Gaochang had to suppress his unhappiness and said coldly, Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Zhuo. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuo Weiwei hung up the phone before he even hung up. Call. Wu Gaochang was almost so angry that he cursed, but fortunately he had been in the officialdom for 2 years and was very calm, so he did not lose his temper on the spot. After the call ended, Wu Gaochang looked unhappy. Zhuo Weiwei insisted on having Liu Changjiang attend the interview, and did not discuss specifically who Wu Gaochang was going to recommend or what position was needed. In the end, I hung up the phone before him. This shows that Zhuo Weiwei has been speaking in official language and has not taken Wu Gaochang seriously, let alone taken the matter of him recommending someone to heart. In this situation, maybe when Liu Changjiang goes for an interview, people won't even know who he is. With Liu Changjiang's resume and ability, there is a 100% chance that he will fail the interview if he goes for it like this. Liu Changjiang's plan can basically be declared a failure. Chief Wu, how is it? Liu Changjiang looked at Wu Gaochang expectantly. Wu Gaochang's mouth twitched, and he said with a little embarrassment, They said it's not a big problem, but they need you to attend an interview. Oh, and there's an interview. After all this time, I still have to have an interview. If I'm applying for a job through an interview, why would I need your recommendation? Liu Changjiang could not hide the disappointment on his face. Wu Gaochang saw what Lu Changjiang was thinking and consoled him. Lu Changjiang, go back and prepare well, learn some knowledge about this industry, and actively participate in interviews. You still have a great chance. Alas, I didn't find the right position for myself before. I was doing things here and there and lacked experience. That's why I couldn't find a suitable job. Lu Changjiang's understanding of himself is still very accurate. If I go for the interview, I will definitely fail. Wu Gaochang took the opportunity to say, then you should find your position first and then think about work. When you are ready, you can ask me to recommend you something and there will be no problem. At this moment, Wu Gaochang had already forgotten how confident he was just now. Gradually, Wu Gaochang changed the subject. Seeing this, the classmates also tried to educate Lu Changjiang. Old Lu, you really should calm down and think carefully about what you want to do and what you are suitable for. Yes, otherwise even if Wu Gaochang recommends you a job because of your classmate, you won't be able to grasp it. A blacksmith must be strong himself. In the final analysis, you still have to have the ability to do it yourself. Changjiang, come on, we've all graduated for 2 years. It's time to settle down. If you keep messing around like this, your life will be over. Wu Gaochang failed to help Lu Changjiang find a job. Instead of blaming Wu Gaochang for not being able to help, everyone blamed Lu Changjiang for not living up to his expectations. Lu Changjiang was also unlucky. After all his hard work, not only did he not find a job, but he was also scolded and taught a lesson by his classmates. He stood there holding a wine glass like a plucked pheasant, enduring everyone's pointing and criticizing. I feel very sad. Is it really because my ability is too poor? All of my classmates are doing well, except me, who is still looking for a job. Lu Changjiang was extremely discouraged. Lu Haoran kept shaking his head as he watched. These students were really too realistic, and they were also trying to curry favor with the powerful. Lu Haoran, can you help Lu Changjiang? He looks so pitiful. Ko Jingyao looked at Lu Haoran eagerly and seemed to be very sympathetic and concerned about Lu Changjiang. If Lu Haoran didn't know the true face of Ko Jingyao, he would really think that Ko Jingyao was a loving woman. Lu Haoran originally didn't want to care about Lu Changjiang anymore, but he thought that the purpose of today was to impress Ko Jingyao, the gold digger. He then cooperated. No problem, I'll help him this time. Yeah, Lu Haoran, you are such a loving person. When praised by Ko Jingyao, the muscles at the corners of Lu Haoran's mouth twitched involuntarily. If Lu Haoran didn't need Ko Jingyao to help him give birth to a child, Lu Haoran would have slapped Ko Jingyao on the spot. This woman is so pretentious. Okay, classmates, please stop talking about Lu Changjiang. Lu Changjiang just didn't choose the right direction at the moment. Lu Haoran stopped everyone from talking to Lu Changjiang. Right now in this banquet hall, the two people whose words carry the most weight are Lu Haoran and Wu Gaochang. Lu Haoran asked everyone to be quiet, and the scene immediately became quiet. Lu Changjiang is actually a very good and capable classmate. There are thousands of opportunities for people to encounter, and Lu Changjiang just hasn't encountered his chance yet. I believe that as long as Lu Changjiang finds a position that suits him, he will soar to the sky. After these words were spoken, Lu Changjiang looked at Lu Haoran, tears of gratitude coming out of his eyes. Everyone pointed fingers at him and disagreed with him, but Lu Haoran was the only one who praised and encouraged him. Lu Changjiang felt that Lu Haoran's words touched his heart. Pa pa pa. As soon as Lu Haoran finished speaking, Ko Jingyao and Lu Yanhong took the lead in applauding, and the others followed their lead and applauded. The originally depressing atmosphere was brought back on track. The ballroom was filled with positive energy again. Lu Haoran smiled and said, in fact, Lu Changjiang only needs a recommendation to find a stable job. Yes, I just need a suitable job. If you can help me find one, I will definitely work hard. Lu Changjiang's eyes were full of determination. Okay, with your promise, I'll help you find this favor. Don't worry, Mr. Lu, I won't let you down. Good. Lu Haoran nodded and continued. Coincidentally, I also know Zhuo Weiwei, the Human Resources Director of Future Edge Games. What? You also know Zhuo Weiwei? Wu Gaochang said with disdain and anger. Zhuo Weiwei didn't even give me face. How could she give you face? Oh, stop wasting your time. It was obvious that Lu Haoran wanted to slap himself in the face by doing this. As the open and secret struggles between Lu Haoran and Wu Gaochang became public, the students all felt the atmosphere become stagnant. At a time like this, no one was stupid enough to stand up and say anything. But everyone was worried, waiting to see how Lu Haoran would end up. Lu Haoran squinted at Wu Gaochang with contempt, gave him a cold look, and said nothing. Chapter 31, She Wants to Be a Rich Wife. Lu Haoran made the call directly. Hey, Mr. Lu, why are you calling me so late? When the call was connected, a cheerful voice came from the other end. This is very different from the voice of Zhuo Weiwei that Wu Gaochang heard before. Snort! The color on Wu Gaochang's face became even uglier. Lu Haoran ignored Wu Gaochang's reaction and said to Zhuo Weiwei, Boss Zhuo, I need to trouble you with something. What is it? Wu Gaochang also called you just now. It was about my classmate Lu Changjiang. Oh, what's the matter with his classmate? You all actually recommended him. Zhuo Weiwei began to take it seriously. My classmate Lu Changjiang has not found an ideal job since graduation, so he is not very stable. We happened to have a class reunion today, and when I mentioned this matter, I wanted to help him find a job. Lu Changjiang's ideal job is to work in a game company as a business person. Doesn't it happen that you need people? I will recommend it to you. Lu Haoran's tone of voice was much softer than Wu Gaochang's, and Lu Haoran also had a purpose. He told Zhuo Weiwei clearly that Lu Changjiang needed a business job. Is that so? I can consider it. After Lu Haoran said this, Zhuo Weiwei instantly understood the whole story, but she did not agree directly, which shows the wisdom of this woman Zhuo Weiwei. Mr. Zhuo, regarding our relationship, I'll be frank. I just want to ask for your help this time. Besides, I won't charge you for the headhunting fee. And you can rest assured about the people I recommend. Boss Lu, what is your relationship with me? Also, you were dreaming. You asked me for help, and you wanted to pay you for the job hunting fee. You were so bold. Last night, Lu Haoran and Zhuo Weiwei went through a misunderstanding and successfully resolved the awkwardness. The two were so happy that they drank heavily. It is inevitable that the relationship between a man and a woman who have been drinking will progress rapidly. So there was some ambiguity in their conversation. We are in whatever relationship you say we are in. You're trying to take advantage of me, aren't you? That depends on whether you let me take advantage of you. The more Lu Haoran spoke, the more slick his words became. Bah! You want to take advantage of me? Then don't ask me for help with your friend's business. Zhuo Weiwei pretended to be angry. Lu Haoran quickly said, No, let's get down to business. It's too late. It's no use looking for me. Go find a new business director. He's the one who employs the people, so his words count. Oh, I see. Thank you, Mr. Zhuo. I'll treat you to a meal next time. Okay, then I'll wait for your treat. Since you're at a class reunion, that's it. I'm going to get some beauty sleep too. Okay, good night. Good night. After the call was hung up, all the students looked at Lu Haoran in a daze. They didn't expect that Lu Haoran had such a good relationship with the human resources director of Future Edge Game Company. They are all flirting. Most of them have heard of Future Edge Games, a very well-known gaming company. It is a medium to large company. For a company of this size, Lu Haoran is so familiar with their human resources director. Wu Gaochang was completely speechless. He gritted his teeth and looked at Lu Haoran hatefully. But when he saw his goddess Kujiniao looking at Lu Haoran with admiration, his expression turned sour. Boss Lu, from your phone call with Boss Zhuo just now, does that mean I can go to work at their company? Lu Changjiang asked nervously. Lu Haoran nodded. You can go now. That's great. That's great. I finally found a job I love. Lu Changjiang's hands were shaking with excitement. Oh, you're too happy too early. Didn't you hear what CEO Zhuo said just now? It only counts if their company's business director says so. Wu Gaochang was very unhappy. Looking at Lu Changjiang's excited expression, he wanted to slap him. Oh, it seems so. Lu Changjiang became nervous and looked at Lu Haoran with expectation. The other students also kept a close eye on Lu Haoran, wanting to know if Lu Haoran could get the business director. Business director? Take care of him, little one. Lu Haoran smiled. Business director phone gang? That's my little brother. He doesn't keep people in suspense. Just like before, make a phone call and play it out loud. When the call was connected, Lu Haoran said directly, Mr. Phone, I have a classmate who wants to do business. Can you help him? Okay, no problem, Mr. Lu. This is a small matter. Give him my phone number and ask him to come to work directly with me on Monday. Phone gang agreed very readily, without even a second to think. Okay, that's it. Okay, Mr. Lu. Phone gang's attitude is surprisingly good. This time, everyone was completely shocked. They didn't expect that the business director of Future Edge Game Company would actually follow Lu Haoran's arrangements. It feels like the business director, Mr. Phone, is Lu Haoran's subordinate and little brother. Especially the two words Mr. Lu, which makes people think a lot. What kind of person would be called young master by others? That's the young master of a wealthy family. That's the young master of aristocratic family. Everyone's eyes looking at Lu Haoran changed. Lu Haoran is not just a small boss who runs a company. The power behind him is immeasurable. Lu Changjiang, did you hear the phone call? Go to work on Monday. Here, I heard it. I heard it. I have a real job now, and it's a business position in a big company. Lu Changjiang was so excited that he stuttered a little. Don't be like this, calm down. Only by treating it with a normal attitude can you do your job well. Lu Haoran patted Lu Changjiang on the shoulder to remind him. Lu Changjiang nodded repeatedly. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for introducing the job. Don't worry, I just can't contain my joy at this moment. I will definitely adjust my mindset before Monday. Take this job seriously, and will not let you down or embarrass you. That's right. Come on. You will definitely do better than others. Only those who are unemployed and have been beaten by society know how hard it is to get a good job. Lu Haoran believes that Lu Changjiang will definitely seize this opportunity. After Lu Haoran finished speaking, warm applause rang out in the banquet hall again. Ke Jinyao, who was sitting next to Lu Haoran, was surprised, happy, and very regretful. She felt a mixture of emotions at this moment. Just as she had speculated before, Lu Haoran was indeed a rich second generation. And he is a super rich second generation. He can flirt with the human resources director of Future Edge Company and arrange for the director of Future Edge Company to do things for him. No way. Could Lu Haoran be the boss behind Future Edge Company? Ke Jinyao suddenly thought of this possibility. She herself was shocked by the idea. Thinking of this, Ke Jinyao's heart started beating wildly. The man next to me may still be underestimated by myself, even seriously underestimated. At this moment, Ke Jinyao decided to take the initiative. In order to live the life of a rich wife for the rest of her life, she has to take the initiative to pursue Lu Haoran. Brother Ran, I want to toast you a glass. Ke Jinyao did what she thought. She held the wine glass in both hands, stood up, faced Lu Haoran, her face flushed. Cheptur horminsketu, alkish. Not in the mood. Brother Ran? Ke Jinyao wanted to toast Lu Haoran with wine, but before Lu Haoran responded, Wu Gaochang couldn't stand it anymore. Ke Jinyao actually called Lu Haoran Brother Ran. She also took the initiative to toast Lu Haoran with wine. You know, as the school bell, Ke Jinyao is unattainable to anyone. She calls everyone by their first name. In Wu Gaochang's impression, Ke Jinyao has never called anyone brother. And today, Ke Jinyao actually called Lu Haoran Brother Ran in a humble tone. Bang! Wu Gaochang pounded the dining table with his fist and stared at Lu Haoran and Ke Jinyao, his teeth gnashing and his eyes spitting fire. Such a big commotion on his side immediately attracted everyone's attention. Ke Jinyao also looked at Wu Gaochang. Wu Gaochang also looked at Ke Jinyao. Ke Jinyao curved her eyebrows and said unhappily, Wu Gaochang, what are you doing? Who pissed you off? Why are you so mad? How can you call Lu Haoran Brother Ran? You disappoint me so much. Wu Gaochang stared at Ke Jinyao, feeling so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. What do you mean by disappointed or not? Are you crazy? I don't understand you. Brother Ran is a few months older than me. So what does it have to do with you if I call him Brother Ran? Ke Jinyao looked at Wu Gaochang with disgust in her eyes. From that moment on, she decided to give up Wu Gaochang. He doesn't bother me. You know exactly how I feel about you, yet you still treat another man like this in front of me. Okay, I got it. I won't eat this meal. Wu Gaochang kept shaking his head. He couldn't believe what he saw and heard. He didn't believe that Ke Jinyao would say such things to him. If you don't want to eat it, then don't eat it. Who cares? Ke Jinyao doesn't indulge Wu Gaochang. Then, Ke Jinyao turned and looked at Lu Haoran. Brother Ran, this Wu Gaochang has been like a fly around me since college. It's really annoying. I've never been with him. She was expressing her stance to Lu Haoran. You. When Wu Gaochang heard this, he almost fainted from anger. Wu Gaochang couldn't stay there any longer. He pushed his chair away like a madman and strode out of the banquet hall. This scene was so sudden that the students didn't have time to react, and Wu Gaochang had already left and disappeared. You don't need to tell me whether you and Wu Gaochang are together or not. We have nothing to do with each other. When Lu Haoran saw the scene of Wu Gaochang being humiliated on the spot, he felt a sense of grief in his heart. A few days ago, Ke Jinyao also called herself a stinking loser. Isn't what Wu Gaochang is experiencing at this moment a replay of the scene where he was disliked by Ke Jinyao a few days ago? This woman Ke Jinyao. Lu Haoran suddenly lost interest in her. But the matter is over, the money has been spent, and the costs have been incurred. Moreover, This woman, Ke Jinyao, is a second-rate beauty. The system's reward for second-class beauties is much higher than that for third-class beauties. Therefore, Lu Haoran cannot give up the system reward because of personal emotions. Based on the principle of not wasting, Lu Haoran decided to let Ke Jinyao help him give birth to the child first. Brother Ran, are you still struggling with what happened that night? I don't know what happened that night. I was just in a bad mood and said some harsh words. Please don't mind it. Haha, let's not talk about the past. Let's drink. Since Lu Haoran has decided to go ahead with the matter of having a baby, there is no need for him to be angry with Ke Jinyao now. Yeah, I won't mention it. In fact, all the classmates had already noticed the love triangle between Wu Gaochang, Lu Haoran, and the school beauty Ke Jinyao. Since Wu Gaochang had already retreated, the students focused their attention on supporting Lu Haoran and Ke Jinyao. Together, drink the wedding wine, drink the wedding wine. A group of classmates started to cheer loudly, and the whole banquet hall was extremely lively. In fact, Lu Haoran had no good feelings towards Ke Jinyao at this time, but under the pushing of the busybody Lu Yanhong, Ke Jinyao had already put her hand through Lu Haoran's arm. Haha, then let's have a drink together. The two of them were in such close contact that Lu Haoran could smell the fragrance on Ke Jinyao's body and looked at her delicate skin. This woman actually had a good appearance. As Lu Haoran looked at Ke Jinyao's beautiful figure, he thought to himself, haha, if you want to take revenge on a woman, let her give birth to a child. After giving birth to a child, her figure will be out of shape and she will become a yellow-faced woman because of the child. Don't blame me for being narrow-minded. Just blame you for hurting me so deeply. Ke Jinyao raised her glass shyly. At this moment, no one could see the cruelty and ruthlessness that Ke Jinyao had shown towards Wu Gaochang just now. After drinking the wedding wine, the classmates did not mind making trouble and started to make trouble again. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Lu Yanhong pushed Ke Jinyao towards Lu Haoran. Lu Haoran let go of Ke Jinyao and took a step back. Hong Hong, just give me a kiss. There's really no relationship between me and Ke Jinyao. Lu Haoran refused directly. It wasn't that Lu Haoran was pretending, but he really wasn't in the mood to be too intimate with Ke Jinyao at the moment. When Ke Jinyao was rejected by Lu Haoran, her face turned pale instantly. Tonight, she mustered up all her courage and was ready to accept Lu Haoran. But unexpectedly, Lu Haoran rejected her in front of everyone. Are you too embarrassed? Lu Yanhong immediately stepped out to smooth things over. Lu Haoran didn't say anything, which was considered as his agreement. Seeing this, Ke Jinyao felt relieved. It turned out that Lu Haoran was embarrassed. At the same time, she secretly hated herself for being too impulsive tonight. She actually thought about kissing Lu Haoran. Student Lu, my boyfriend is coming to pick me up, so I'll leave Ke Jinyao to you. You must take her home. Lu Yanhong accepted 6,000 yuan from Lu Haoran, so naturally she had to find ways to make Lu Haoran feel that the money was worth it. No problem, go ahead. Lu Haoran nodded. He also had to adjust his mentality. Ke Jinyao is his tool for bearing children, and he cannot throw away the tool just because he hates her. By this time, the class reunion is almost over. The classmates said goodbye one after another. Lu Haoran also brought Ke Jinyao into the car. Ke Jinyao sat in the passenger seat, her eyes constantly gazing at the Porsche with envy in them. I wish I had such a beautiful car. Along the way, Ke Jinyao moved her lips, trying to find a topic to talk about, but Lu Haoran was concentrating on driving and had no intention of communicating. Lu Haoran didn't even turn his head to look at Ke Jinyao again. The two of them remained silent. We're here, get off. Lu Haoran parked the car on the side of the road. Ke Jinyao hasn't reacted yet. What? You're home. Lu Haoran couldn't help but raise his voice a little. When a person feels disgust towards another person, he cannot control it subconsciously. Lu Haoran couldn't control himself. Ke Jinyao was about to get off the car, but she did it very slowly. Finally, she turned around and looked at Lu Haoran. Don't you have anything to tell me? Chapter 33, Sharpshooter, hit again. What are you talking about? I have nothing to say to you. Lu Haoran looked puzzled. Hello, get off the car. We can talk later if you have anything to say. I'm sleepy and need to go back to rest. Oh well. Ke Jinyao's heart sunk. Could it be that this guy Lu Haoran really didn't like her anymore? She stood on the street, watching the beautiful taillights of the Porsche gradually disappear. She was very depressed and began to feel anxious. She regretted very much at this moment why she said such harsh words to Lu Haoran that night. As she was thinking about it, she sent a text message to Lu Haoran. Brother Ran, thank you for sending me home. When Lu Haoran saw the text message, he He didn't want to reply, but he suppressed his disgust and replied, "You're welcome." "You're welcome?" Just 3 words? Is it so perfunctory? Ko Jinyao felt extremely uncomfortable. If it was before, when Lu Haoran received my message, even if there was only one punctuation mark, he would send a long paragraph to reply to me. "Brother Ran, don't you like me anymore?" Ko Jinyao typed a message, wanting to ask Lu Haoran, but before sending it, she immediately deleted it. "Brother Ran, are you still mad at me? I'm sorry. I was wrong that night. Brother Ran, I promise you, I can help you have a baby." After Ko Jinyao typed these words, she deleted them and did not send them. Next, Ko Jinyao stood there and typed another long paragraph. She revised and deleted it repeatedly, but in the end, she did not send it out. In the end, Ko Jinyao didn't send anything to Lu Haoran. In the next few days, Lu Haoran decided to forget the existence of the system, go to work during the day, and sleep with Sun Shiqian at night. Life is stress-free and days are very comfortable. One day, Lu Haoran couldn't help but click on the system interface to check. Fertility Reward System. Ost, Ryohon. Lifespan, 11 months. Constitution 9. Seeing that he only had 11 months left to live, Lu Haoran's face darkened and a sense of urgency arose in his heart again. Lu Haoran was communicating with Zhou Weiwei about work at this time. Thinking of this beautiful woman, he couldn't help but smile. "Lu Changjiang, arrange a dinner party tonight and tell them that you want to thank Feng Gang and Zhou Weiwei for their help." Lu Haoran finally thought of a reasonable and irresistible reason for the meeting. Lu Changjiang gave him an embarrassed expression and said, "Boss Lu, I've been having a hard time lately and haven't received my salary yet. I don't have money to treat you. Can you wait until I get my salary before treating you?" "Oh my God, that's all you can do." Lu Haoran immediately transferred 10,000 to Lu Changjiang. "Keep it. Use it for your dinner. Be generous. I'll pay for it." Lu Changjiang clicked on the payment and replied, "Thank you, Mr. Lu. I'll lend you this money. I will definitely pay you back. Can you please stop being so formal? Stop calling me Mr. Lu all the time. We are classmates. Just call me by my name. And you can take this money. You don't have to pay it back. Well, I'll just call you Brother Ran. You're a few months older than me anyway." Lu Changjiang always felt that it was a bit inappropriate to call Lu Haoran by his name directly. Seeing that Lu Changjiang was so stubborn, Lu Haoran just let it go. In the evening, Lu Changjiang asked Zhou Weiwei to have a party alone according to Lu Haoran's arrangement. At the party, Feng Gang and Lu Changjiang both intended to get Zhou Weiwei drunk. The two of them took turns toasting Zhou Weiwei, making it impossible for Zhou Weiwei to refuse. Seeing this, Lu Haoran hurried forward to stop the wine. Feng Gang is a person with very high emotional intelligence. Although Lu Haoran did not explicitly state the purpose of asking Zhou Weiwei out tonight, but he had already guessed it about 80% of the time. Even if Lu Haoran tried to stop him from drinking, he would take advantage of the alcohol and act crazy. Whenever he toasts you, you have to drink. You can't refuse. If Zhou Weiwei doesn't want to drink, then you Lu Haoran will drink it for her. Lu Haoran pretended to be embarrassed and looked back at Zhou Weiwei. Seeing Lu Haoran frustrated, Zhou Weiwei said excitedly, "Mr. Lu, as a grown man, what's wrong with you helping me have a few drinks?" "Okay." Lu Haoran drank it reluctantly. Just as I finished drinking, Lu Changjiang's wine came again. Zhou Weiwei couldn't refuse, so she asked Lu Haoran to come drink with her. The meal lasted until the evening, and everyone felt dizzy. But Feng Gang's eyes suddenly became clear, and he pulled Lu Changjiang. "Xiao Lu, go home if you are okay." "Oh, good leader." Lu Changjiang also seemed to understand something. Without saying a word, he paid the bill, then found an excuse to say goodbye to Zhou Weiwei. Then Feng Gang also left quietly. Finally, Zhou Weiwei came to her senses. She was dazed but still slightly lucid. "Hey, where are they?" "Boss Zhou, you are drunk. Let me take you to the guest room to rest." "Okay, take a break." The two of them stumbled to the guest room, supporting each other. The next day, the sky was bright. Zhou Weiwei looked at Lu Haoran with her eyes open, and Lu Haoran also looked at Zhou Weiwei with his eyes open. No screaming, no blaming. We are all adults. Everyone knows what happened last night after drinking. Lu Haoran, don't take what happened last night to heart. Just forget about it. Zhou Weiwei sat up calmly and put on her clothes. "Can?" Lu Haoran lay on the bed, looking at her snow-white back, his appearance calm. But in his heart, he was already ecstatic. "I didn't expect to win again. This is truly a sharpshooter. Zhou Weiwei is pregnant with his child." He also received system rewards. Looking through the system log shows. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have successfully made Zhuo Weiwei pregnant. Rewards are being distributed. Zhuo Weiwei is a second-class beauty and gets a second-class reward. Bonus life. Reward for physical fitness. A cash reward of 7 million yuan. Explanation. Zhuo Weiwei is a second-class beauty, and the reward is 20 times her annual salary. Zhuo Weiwei's current annual salary is 350,000 yuan, so she will be awarded 7 million yuan. The host impregnates a second-class beauty for the first time and is awarded the qualification to purchase a villa. After the purchase, the system can reimburse the full original price. Look at the system interface again. Fertility reward system. Ost, Ryohon. Lifespan, 3 years and 11 months. Constitution, 11. Lu Haoran didn't feel anything even though his lifespan had increased. But when his physical fitness increased to 11, Lu Haoran suddenly felt as vigorous as a dragon. Lu Haoran himself didn't expect that he would make Zhuo Weiwei pregnant in this way. He was very conflicted at this moment, wondering whether or not to tell Zhuo Weiwei about her pregnancy. If he tells Zhuo Weiwei, she will definitely take birth control pills. If he didn't tell Zhuo Weiwei and kept it a secret from her, Lu Haoran would feel tremendous psychological pressure. Mr. Lu, goodbye. I hope that next time we meet, we can still be ordinary friends. While Lu Haoran was struggling, Zhuo Weiwei had already put on her clothes and shoes. She picked up her backpack and prepared to go out. Lu Haoran couldn't help but said, "Are you going to be so heartless? Haha, Lu Haoran, if you keep pestering me, we can't even be friends. But you have already." Lu Haoran was halfway through his words when he couldn't finish them. Chapter 34. You need to understand the meaning behind it. Oh, you mean I've already slept with you? Zhuo Weiwei answered calmly, saying, "Don't have any psychological pressure or male chauvinism. In today's society, when a man and a woman go to bed, it's not necessarily the woman who suffers. Last night, I was under a lot of pressure at work and just wanted to relax." Lu Haoran was speechless. Seeing this, Zhuo Weiwei took out a stack of money from her pocket and threw it on Lu Haoran's bedsheet. "If you feel that you've been at a disadvantage, then this stack of money is my compensation to you. From now on, the two of us owe each other nothing." After Zhuo Weiwei finished speaking, she left the guest room without looking back. This woman. Lu Haoran lay on the bed, clutching the quilt, looking at the scattered stack of RMB, as if he was being glanced at by Zhuo Weiwei. Actually, none of this matters. What matters is that Zhuo Weiwei is pregnant with his child. Zhuo Weiwei was not mentally prepared for all this. Also, Lu Haoran was also very worried, so Zhuo Weiwei went downstairs to buy emergency contraceptive pills. That would be bad. When he arrived at the company, Huasi Yuan, the receptionist, had already prepared breakfast and coffee for him. Lu Haoran finished his breakfast. "Boss, the meeting is about to start. There are several new people coming to the company these days. As the boss and general manager, he should come out and meet them." But at this moment, he was thinking about how to stop Zhuo Weiwei from taking birth control pills and was not in the mood to attend the meeting. Lu Haoran waved his hand and said, "Huasi Yuan, please inform Fang Qian to take my place in the morning meeting. I don't want to attend the meeting today." "Okay, boss," Huasi Yuan said again. "Boss, the result of the Tsinghua University and Peking University President program you asked me to look up is out. This is a formal CEO class. I heard that it is full of entrepreneurs, politicians, and elites from various industries. So do you think the CEO class is worth studying?" Lu Haoran didn't care about these things at all. Huasi Yuan replied seriously, "If the boss wants to make more valuable connections, I suggest he go and learn." "Okay, then sign up. I'll sign you up too, and you'll go to school with me." "Ah, boss, do I have to go to school too?" But before Huasi Yuan finished speaking, Lu Haoran thought Huasi Yuan was going to refuse again, so he said impatiently, "I'm letting you go to school so that you can learn knowledge. This kind of opportunity is something that many people cannot even ask for. I won't harm you, but you refuse this and that. Is there any employee like you? You don't know what? You don't want to do it anymore?" Lu Haoran had been in a state of confusion this morning because he was worried about Zhuo Weiwei taking birth control pills, and now Huasi Yuan was acting weird again. Lu Haoran got angry on the spot. "Boss, I really don't mean what you think." Huasi Yuan was scolded and threatened to quit her job. She was so aggrieved that tears were about to fall from her eyes. Seeing this, Lu Haoran stopped scolding her and softened his voice. "You must accompany me to the CEO class. This is a work arrangement, and you are not allowed to refuse. Do you understand?" "Okay, I get it, boss." After saying that, Huasi Yuan left the office. About half an hour later, Missy from the finance department hurried into Lu Haoran's office. Boss, are you going to spend 1.96 million? What? When will I spend so much money? Lu Haoran was also shocked when he heard this number. He was indeed not short of money now, and money was not that important to him. But he is not a fool, and he doesn't need to spend money recklessly if he has more than he can spend. Missy from the finance department took out a stack of information, which was the information for registering for the CEO class. It says that the tuition for Peking University and Tsinghua University's presidential program is exactly 980,000 yuan per person per year. Two names were reported. One was Lu Haoran, and the other was Hua Siyun. Lu Haoran looked at the information, stunned, and slapped himself hard. At this moment, he remembered why Hua Siyun had been saying no just now. Hua Siyun wanted to say that she would not attend the CEO class because the price was too expensive. But he forced her to sign up for the CEO class. After Hua Siyun came out from Lu Haoran, she was also very angry and immediately handed the documents to the finance department for approval. Boss Lu, do I need to sign? Are you sure you want to spend 1.98 million to enroll in this CEO class? Missy from the finance department would not dare to approve such a large expenditure rashly. Lu Haoran's scalp tingled. Things have come to this point. Am I going to slap myself in the face and not sign up for the CEO class? Or shouldn't Hua Siyun be allowed to attend the CEO class? After thinking for a while, thinking that he had earned another 7 million today, he said, Sister He, please sign and approve it. I will pay for this money personally. I will transfer the money to your account now, and you can pay the tuition. Okay, since the boss said so. Sister He stopped trying to persuade her. Soon, Lu Haoran transferred 2 million to Sister He. Not long after, Hua Siyun pushed open Lu Haoran's office and looked at him in shock. Boss, you really signed me up too? 980,000. That's too much. Humph, what's 980,000? Don't just see that I spent 980,000 yuan on you, but you should think about the deeper meaning behind my spending 980,000 yuan. Lu Haoran still felt a little heartbroken when he spent 980,000 yuan on Hua Siyun at one time. What he meant by this was that Hua Siyun should be more sensible and take the initiative to climb into his bed and give birth to his child. With Hua Siyun's salary, even if she gave birth to a child for him, she would not be able to earn back the 980,000 yuan in a short time if calculated 10 times. From the perspective of direct economic benefits, this deal is bound to be a loss. But what Lu Haoran wanted was that after Hua Siyun gave birth to a child for him, she could contribute to his longevity and improve his physical fitness. In addition, after you give birth to a child, you can get cash back by spending money on the child, which can also make a continuous return on investment. After Lu Haoran said this, he stared into Hua Siyun's eyes, hoping that she could understand his good intentions. Hua Siyun suddenly burst into tears. Boss, although you are usually angry and yell at me, that's only when I make mistakes. I'm so touched now. You're so nice to me. You bought me work clothes privately, and you patiently guided me in my work and helped me train my business skills. Now you're spending so much money to send me to the CEO class. Boss, what should I do? I feel like I'll never be able to repay you for your kindness in my lifetime. Woo-woo. Hua Siyun was so moved that tears streamed down her face. Lu Haoran was stunned. He didn't expect Hua Siyun to react so strongly. Oh, Yuan, why are you crying? Didn't I tell you? Let me ask you to think about why I spent so much money to let you attend the CEO class. As Lu Haoran spoke, he stood up, tore off a few tissues, and walked to Hua Siyun. He put his left arm around Hua Siyun's shoulders and wiped her tears with his right hand. With this ambiguous action, Lu Haoran once again hinted that he hoped Hua Siyun would take the initiative to ask for giving birth to a child for him. But Hua Siyun's next words almost made Lu Haoran collapse. Chapter 35, Taking the Pill. Hua Siyun did not dodge or resist Lu Haoran's ambiguous behavior. She looked at Lu Haoran with tears in her eyes. I know what you mean, boss. You want to train me and make me grow into an independent manager. Don't worry, boss. I will never let you down. I will definitely study hard, work hard, be loyal to my boss, be loyal to the company, and contribute to the company's development. Lu Haoran was stunned by Hua Siyun's ambitious words. She completely misunderstood Lu Haoran's intention. Seriously speaking, if Lu Haoran wanted to train a manager, wouldn't it be more effective for him to directly train Fang Qian instead of Hua Siyun? Could it be that Hua Siyun couldn't see her true purpose at all? Well, Lu Haoran felt very disappointed. These 980,000 yuan were wasted again. Lu Haoran no longer knew how to hint to Hua Siyun. He could only pat Hua Siyun on the shoulder and said earnestly, Yuan, For many things, you need to think more deeply and see through the essence of things. Come on. Okay, boss, I won't be childish anymore. I will mature quickly. Go out and work hard. After Huasiyun left, Lu Haoran was really worried about Zhuo Weiwei and the baby in her belly. Weiwei, have you had breakfast? The most important thing in life is to be happy. Keep a good mood and don't work too hard. For the sake of his children, and to ensure that the reward would be stable and not be taken back, Lu Haoran finally couldn't help himself and became a bootlicker. Soon, Zhuo Weiwei replied with a message. Vomiting expression. You are the boss of the company after all. Can you please not say such disgusting words? I'm serious. I'm concerned about your health. Lu Haoran felt disliked and a little embarrassed. Lu Haoran, I told you, please forget what happened last night. We are just normal business partners. You don't need to care about my personal life. But you can forget, but I can't. From this morning till now, your fragrance has lingered in my nostrils. Lu Haoran was determined to keep Zhuo Weiwei stable and help her get pregnant successfully. Vomiting knocking expression. You are really too greasy. Weiwei, I really care about you. If you really care about me, then buy me a box of Yuding. I was in a hurry to go to work this morning and didn't go to the pharmacy. Don't get pregnant. Okay. I'll buy it for you right away, but you mustn't buy it yourself. Lu Haoran was shocked. As expected, Zhuo Weiwei wanted to take emergency contraceptive pills. Questioning look, why can't I buy it myself? How can a girl go to buy birth control products alone? Isn't this looked down upon? Especially if someone you know sees you, they will definitely stab you in the back. Humph, you still have some conscience, then see you at noon. Okay. Lu Haoran stopped messaging Zhuo Weiwei. He hurried out of the company, went downstairs and drove to Future Edge Company. Lu Haoran went to the Future Edge Company and found a tea restaurant nearby. I ordered a table of light food and waited for Zhuo Weiwei to come down for lunch. At noon, Zhuo Weiwei came late. She didn't have breakfast today. As soon as he sat down, he started eating with big mouthfuls without saying anything. Lu Haoran felt sorry for her and helped her pick up the dishes and serve the soup. Seeing Lu Haoran's concern, Zhuo Weiwei glanced at him warily. Don't think that your attentiveness will make me fall in love with you. I have decided long ago that I will never fall in love, let alone get married in this life. If you have any idea about me, kill it as soon as possible. Don't worry. I don't want to get married either. I also plan to be single for the rest of my life. When Lu Haoran heard this, he was overjoyed because he was afraid that a woman would ask him to marry her. It was exactly what he wanted, that Zhuo Weiwei didn't want to get married. But Lu Haoran still said, you don't date, get married, or have children. So aren't you afraid of being lonely? I won't get married, but I can have a child. After 2 years, when I'm no longer busy with work, I'll find someone to have a child with and spend the rest of my life with. Anyway, the current policy is that you can have children without getting married. This policy is simply good news for people like me. Haha, since you want a child, just get pregnant now. If you wait another 2 years, you will become an older mother with high risks of childbirth, no energy to accompany your child, and it will not be good for your child's development. Why don't you and I have a baby, and we raise it together? There was a hint of guidance in Lu Haoran's words. After hearing this, Zhuo Weiwei looked at Lu Haoran with disdain. A toad wants to eat swan flesh. With your IQ, I'm afraid the child you give birth to will be too stupid. Humph. Mij is as hoog as 150. If I hadn't been ignorant when I was in school, I would have gone to Tsinghua University or Peking University. IQ 150? I'm afraid it's more like 250. Zhuo Weiwei looked at her watch and said, time flies. I have to go to a meeting soon. Hurry up and give me the Yuding. Lu Haoran did not take out the contraceptive pills, but looked at Zhuo Weiwei seriously. Weiwei, don't you really consider me? I really want a child. Don't think about it. Give me the medicine now. Stop dithering. Zhuo Weiwei still insisted on not having children, but she realized that her words were a bit harsh, so she added, I've been so busy with work lately, and I'm in a rising period. If I get pregnant, all my efforts will be in vain. Many people are thinking of taking my place. Therefore, you must not get pregnant during this period. Do you understand? Okay, I understand. A smile finally appeared on Lu Haoran's face. Zhuo Weiwei's explanation just now made Lu Haoran very happy. It's not that she doesn't want to have a baby with Lu Haoran, but the timing is not right. Give me the medicine. Here, this is Yuding. Lu Haoran took the initiative to peel the medicine and handed over a cup of warm water. Zhuo Weiwei was anxious at this time, so she didn't even look at the food and just raised her head to eat. After taking the medicine, Zhuo Weiwei hurriedly left the restaurant and returned to the company to attend the meeting. Lu Haoran looked at the woman's back and felt relieved. Hey, what Zhuo Weiwei didn't know was that what she had just eaten was just a calcium tablet. After a few days, when Zhuo Weiwei discovered something was wrong, it was no longer a problem that could be solved by taking emergency contraceptive pills. At that time, if you wanted to abort the child, you could only go to the hospital for an abortion. Lu Haoran thought about the chance of miscarriage, and also thought about how Zhuo Weiwei would react after she knew that he had lied to her. He felt a headache. However, when water comes, we can block it with earth. When enemies come, we can fight them with soldiers. We'll talk about it when the time comes. At this moment, someone in Lu Haoran's class group spoke up. He opened it and saw it was Lu Changjiang. This guy sent photos of last night's dinner, including exquisite and luxurious dishes and expensive drinks, to the class group. In addition, he also issued his own employment contract, which paid a full 9,500 yuan a month. Chapter 36. It's time to win the school beauty. Thank you, Brother Ran, for recommending this job. It has helped me to succeed and enjoy a good life. Thank you. Thank you. Lu Haoran. Lu Changjiang's words were full of pride and gratitude to Lu Haoran. His words and these ostentatious pictures instantly sparked a heated discussion in the group. Fuck, Lu Changjiang. Future Edge Company actually offered you a salary of 9,500. My God. Is this true? Lu Changjiang. Did you really get the salary of 9,500 yuan? I remember you told me before that your salary was only 2,500 yuan, and now it has jumped directly to 9,500 yuan. Isn't it too exaggerated? I'm really envious. My salary is only 4,900 yuan. Woo. Lu Changjiang. Of course it's real. This is my labor contract and it's stamped. How can it be fake? This was all done by Ran, who applied for me. Ran has a very good relationship with my current boss and the HR director. He is amazing. Lu Changjiang, you have really come a long way. I am so envious. Congratulations. Is this the dinner you had last night? Oh my God. Eating sea cucumbers, drinking Mao Tai, and having tomahawk steaks and Australian lobsters. You really know how to enjoy yourself. Isn't this just following Brother Ran and enjoying the good life? Everyone in the group was full of envy and congratulations for Lu Changjiang. Behind the phones, everyone felt sour, as if they had swallowed dozens of lemons. Wife, look at this guy. His grades were not as good as mine when he was in school, and he was also haphazard when he started working. His resume is extremely bad. But he got a job with a classmate of mine who runs a headhunting company with a salary almost twice as much as mine. Is it true? Let me see. The classmate's girlfriend also looked over in surprise. It feels like an eye-opener. I think you can also ask your classmate who runs a headhunting company for recommendations. If you look for a headhunter to change jobs, your salary will definitely be several times higher than your current salary. I feel the same way. It seems like we should take some action. I'll contact my classmates right away. At this time, not only this classmate had the idea, but other classmates also had the same idea. They no longer cared about their face and contacted Lu Haoran to help them change jobs. Brother Ran, can you help me look at the work? I've been working for 2 years, but my salary has not increased. Now I get less than 4,000 yuan. Sigh. Student Lu, for the sake of our former deskmate, can you also help me find a high-paying job? I really need money. Woohoo! Brother Haoran, a few days ago, I was talking about going to your company for tea. May I ask when you are free recently? I'm coming to visit my old classmates. When Lu Haoran saw that many classmates were contacting him, he couldn't help but smile and replied one by one. Then he received another message. This is the information of school beauty Ke Jinyao. Brother Ran, thank you for sending me home on the night of the class reunion. I would like to treat you to a meal to thank you. When Lu Haoran saw the text message, he was silent for a moment and thought it was time to close the net. Let Ke Jinyao give birth to a child for me as soon as possible. After giving birth to the baby, earning life and system rewards, at that time, you can treat Ke Jinyao however you want. Lu Haoran accepted Ke Jinyao's invitation. In the afternoon, the Wenjia intelligent driving version ordered by Lu Haoran arrived. The car salesperson, Yin Mei, personally delivered it downstairs. After get off work, Lu Haoran started driving to the Provincial Art and Sports Center. Ke Jinyao is a dancer at the Provincial Arts and Sports Center, and it's the kind that's being edited. Women with career positions like Ke Jinyao may not have high salaries but have a high social status. This leads to all the staff being arrogant and conceited. Because of the special nature of the job and the fact that Ke Jinyao was born with the looks of a school beauty, Ke Jinyao wanted to marry into a wealthy family. Today, Ke Jinyao's dress shows an intellectual and elegant style, which is very attractive. When Lu Haoran received Ke Jinyao's call, he couldn't help swallowing. She really is a dancer, Every move she makes is very graceful. Lu Haoran couldn't help but have dirty thoughts in his mind. He had never had a child with a beautiful dancer. Hey Lu Haoran, why are you driving this car today? Where's your Porsche? When Ke Jinyao saw Lu Haoran's car, she didn't recognize it, and her smiling face began to stiffen. She had a bad feeling in her heart. Could it be that Lu Haoran's so-called Porsche and other wealth were all just pretense? Porsche is also leased? Ke Jinyao has encountered quite a few such things. Some men who pursue her drive luxury cars to attract her attention. It turned out to be a rental. Ke Jinyao's expression of disappointment that she couldn't hide made Lu Haoran unhappy. But he is different from Ke Jinyao. He can control his emotions. Lu Haoran explained calmly. This is the most advanced smart driving car, a culmination of our country's technology, and it is much more comfortable to drive than a Porsche. It can be said that this car is the best car within the price range of tens of millions. A Chinese car? A price of tens of millions? Is it more expensive than a Porsche? It's about the same price as the Macan I drive. It cost over 600,000 yuan. Ke Jinyao's character of despising the poor and loving the rich is simply amazing. No way. This unknown domestic car costs more than 600,000 yuan? Why don't you buy a Porsche with 600,000 yuan, but a Chinese car? Even if you don't like Porsche, Mercedes-Benz and BMW are also fine. When Ke Jinyao heard that Lu Haoran spent more than 600,000 yuan to buy this car, the stone that had been hanging in her heart finally fell to the ground. From this point of view, Lu Haoran should be a real rich second generation, because only truly rich people would spend more than 600,000 yuan to buy a domestic car. But Ke Jinyao really couldn't understand Lu Haoran's consumption logic. Lu Haoran also despised Ke Jinyao's consumption concept. The two of them are simply not on the same wavelength. But Lu Haoran could only grit his teeth and communicate with Ke Jinyao. After all, Ke Jinyao is a second-class beauty, which represents generous rewards, as well as lifespan and physical fitness rewards. Who can resist a reward? Ke Jinyao, can you drive? No matter how much you say, it's better to let Ke Jinyao experience it herself. My Mercedes is a second-hand one. I only bought it for tens of thousands of dollars. But when I drive it out, everyone thinks I'm driving a luxury car and that I'm a rich person. It's very prestigious. Ke Jinyao feels proud when she mentions Mercedes-Benz. At the same time, she was still complaining about why Lu Haoran would spend 600,000 to buy a domestic car. If I had 600,000 yuan, I would definitely buy a second-hand Porsche or Maserati. Driving out with such a car would simply make people envious to death. Also, the so-called smart driving and technology are all just empty talk and useless. We only have one life. Who would entrust our life to a machine? And no matter how good domestic cars are, they are not as advanced as imported cars. You spent 600,000 yuan to buy a domestic car. It's really a big mistake. Ke Jinyao couldn't help but complain. Lu Haoran was completely numb after hearing these words. It's incredible that Ke Jinyao is so vain. Get in the car and experience it for yourself to know what intelligent driving is before we talk about other things. Lu Haoran was too lazy to argue with such a vain woman. Facts speak louder than words. Only by allowing such prejudiced people to experience it personally can their views be changed. Chapter 37, Soulless Love. Okay, let me feel it and see how good the so-called best car within 10 million yuan is. Ke Jinyao complained as she got into the car. She was also very sad. She was sad that Lu Haoran spent more than 600,000 yuan to buy this kind of domestic car. Isn't this just a complete injustice? I want to see how smart driving can be. I think no matter how smart it is not as good as human driving. Ke Jinyao complained as she sat in the driver's seat. Under Lu Haoran's guidance, she started the intelligent driving mode. Can I really let go of the steering wheel? Ke Jinyao was very nervous and didn't dare to let go of the steering wheel. Lu Haoran pulled her hand away and said, "Just let go if I tell you to. What are you afraid of? Don't crash the car later." Ke Jinyao quickly grabbed the steering wheel again. The car crash is my fault. The traffic in the city is so congested and the speed is so slow, so a car crash is not a big deal. Okay, I really let him go. Let it go. Ke Jinyao carefully let go of the steering wheel and released the accelerator and brake. Really? It's opening by itself. Wow, it's amazing. It can change lanes by itself. Ouch, there's someone crossing the road ahead. Do I really not need to step on the brakes? Don't worry. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Ke Jinyao was startled and shocked. leaving Lu Haoren speechless. Although these words are unpleasant to hear, they reflect Lu Haoren's trust in intelligent driving. Before they knew it, Lu Haoren and Ke Jinyao had arrived at the restaurant where they had made a reservation. We're here already? I haven't driven it all this time. It really drove here by itself. Yeah, we're here. Get out of the car. Let it park in the basement by itself. And we'll go eat. What? You said we get out of the car and let it drive itself to the parking lot? Did I hear you right? Ke Jinyao couldn't believe this. Lu Haoren looked at the woman as if she were an idiot. Doesn't Ke Jinyao watch the news all day long? Could it be that she just came back from primitive society? The valet parking function of Wenjia Auto has become popular on the internet, but this woman didn't even know about it. Ke Jinyao didn't pay attention to these, so Lu Haoren could only say impatiently, "Just get off the car if I tell you to. I'm not worried." "So why are you worried?" "The car will automatically find a parking space, park the car, and then come back here to pick us up after we finish eating." "That's amazing." Ke Jinyao followed Lu Haoren's instructions with half belief and half doubt. The moment she saw herself driving away and entering the basement, Ke Jinyao's eyes almost fell to the ground. Wow, I didn't expect that domestic cars are already so intelligent. These cars are really too advanced. It's my first time driving such a smart car. It's amazing. No wonder there are more and more Chinese cars on the road. It turns out Chinese cars are really so advanced. After driving it herself, Ke Jinyao was completely impressed by this car. Lu Haoren was too lazy to talk nonsense with her at this time, and just responded with hee. "Brother Ran, how much does this car cost?" "I've said it many times, get 680,000. "Oh, I really want a smart car like this, but unfortunately I have to go without food and drink for 5 or 6 years to be able to afford it." Ke Jinyao's tone was extremely envious of Lu Haoren. Lu Haoren glanced at Ke Jinyao and felt that this woman was hinting at him. But it doesn't matter. The reward from a second-class beauty is worth the investment. Lu Haoren said, "Don't give me the car keys in your hand. You can drive this car." "Ah, Brother Ran, are you saying you want me to drive this car?" "Yes, take it and drive it. I have too many cars to drive all of them, or I can just order another one now." Lu Haoren immediately made a phone call. "Manager Yin, please order me another Wenjia." After the call, Lu Haoren looked at the shocked Ke Jinyao calmly and spread his hands. "Why are you so surprised? It's just a car. Is there any need to make such a fuss?" "No. This car is worth over 600,000 yuan, and you just bought it when you said you wanted to. Do you think you're buying cabbage?" Ke Jinyao was completely shocked by Lu Haoren's wealth. It's about the same as Chinese cabbage." Lu Haoren walked quickly into the restaurant, no longer paying attention to the stunned Ke Jinyao. Lu Haoren still kept his eyes on the car that he gave to Ke Jinyao. He just lent the car to Ke Jinyao to drive, not giving it to her as a gift. "I'm sorry if Ke Jinyao doesn't listen to me later. Lu Haoren has to take back this car." During the meal, Ke Jinyao chattered with Lu Haoren. But the conversation was all meaningless and mostly about luxury goods. Lu Haoren had no interest at all. He just made some perfunctory responses to Ke Jinyao. When they were almost done with the meal, Lu Haoren said he had something to do and left first. Lu Haoren suddenly wanted to leave, which made Ke Jinyao puzzled. She confirmed once again tonight that Lu Haoren was a rich man, and Lu Haoren also gave her a car. Ke Jinyao was ready to sacrifice herself, but Lu Haoren just left. What does this mean? In fact, Lu Haoren was also planning to take down Ke Jinyao tonight. But he was not in the mood now. He felt that he and Ke Jinyao had no common topics tonight. So he just left Ke Jinyao and took a taxi to Sun Shiqian's place. Instead of making soulless love, it is better to go back to Sun Shiqian and hug her to sleep. Before dawn the next day, Sun Shiqian woke up due to morning sickness. After waking up, she couldn't fall asleep. She sat up gently and looked at the very blurry outline of Lu Haoren in the darkness beside her on the bed. She smiled happily. Ever since she became pregnant with Lu Haoren's child, she has been immersed in sweetness and happiness. She had never enjoyed such a carefree life in her life. "Oh my, you're still hitting the quilt at this age." Sun Shiqian gently covered Lu Haoren with the quilt, then got out of bed quietly. Sun Shiqian was going to help Lu Haoren prepare his favorite breakfast. Before leaving, Sun Shiqian gently kissed Lu Haoren on the forehead. Lu Haoren waved his hand and scratched the place where Sun Shiqian had kissed him as if to drive away a mosquito, then turned over and continued to sleep. Sun Shiqian's heart almost melted when she saw Lu Haoren's childish actions. In the morning, after Lu Haoren had breakfast and with Sun Shiqian's careful dressing up, he prepared to enroll in the president's program at Peking University and Tsinghua University. Lu Haoren and Hua Siyuan joined the president class halfway through. But I heard that the CEO class also prepared a welcome ceremony for them. After a while, Hwasiyun drove Liu Haoran's Porsche to pick him up. Hwasiyun eventually became Liu Haoran's secretary. Just yesterday, Liu Haoran wanted Hwasiyun to accompany him to the CEO class with a legitimate reason. Liu Haoran announced that Hwasiyun would serve as the general manager's secretary. At this time, Hwasiyun no longer had any thoughts of resisting. "Boss, please get in the car." Hwasiyun was dressed very attractively today. She was waiting downstairs early for Liu Haoran to come downstairs. Chapter 38, Be My Goddaughter. "Well, let's go." Liu Haoran sat in the boss seat in the back row and enjoyed himself very much. While someone was driving, Liu Haoran closed his eyes and took a short rest. "Boss, we're here." I don't know how long it took, but a sweet fragrance wafted into my nose. Liu Haoran opened his eyes and saw Hwasiyun's pretty face appearing in front of him. "Oh, here we are." Liu Haoran stretched his legs. "This car is still not good enough. It's not suitable for the boss. I will contact the Ford store later and ask them to buy me a Rolls-Royce. That car will be comfortable and classy." Hwasiyun curled her lips when she heard that. She wanted to make some sarcastic remarks, but then she remembered that Liu Haoran had just spent 980,000 on her. "And I have just become Liu Haoran's secretary, so I must have the attitude of a secretary at this time." So she resisted the urge to argue. After Liu Haoran got off the car, Hwasiyun followed Liu Haoran closely, carrying her bag. The image of the two of them quickly attracted the attention of students on campus. Both men and women are extremely envious. The boys envied Liu Haoran for driving a Porsche and having such a beautiful and sexy secretary. The girls envied Hwasiyun for being able to be with such a handsome and wealthy boss. This scene is even more romantic than any other CEO drama. Along the way, many people took out their mobile phones to take pictures of Liu Haoran and Hwasiyun. This made Liu Haoran and the other man feel at a loss whether to laugh or cry. But others were also appreciating it, so Liu Haoran and Hwasiyun did not refuse. Liu Haoran originally thought that the president class of Peking University and Tsinghua University would go to Kyoto to study, but he did not expect that Peking University and Tsinghua University would have a cooperation with Rongqing University. Daily teaching for students in the southwest region is conducted at Chengdu University. We will just arrange for students to return to our school for a few classes regularly. Rongqing University is the school where Liu Haoran studied for his undergraduate degree. At this time, Liu Haoran was standing under the banyan tree on campus, looking around, feeling a lot of emotion. He never dreamed that he would return to his alma mater in such a glorious way. The president's class, jointly established by Peking University and Tsinghua University and Chengdu University, is specially set up in a building with an excellent environment. Before, when Liu Haoran was in college, he had heard that Rongqing University had a CEO class. But no attention was paid to these at the time. Of course, Liu Haoran was not qualified to pay attention to these things at that time. At that time, Liu Haoran never thought that he would have the opportunity to study in the CEO class in his life. Liu Haoran and Hwasiyun arrived at the classroom door, and Kang Yukai was waiting for him enthusiastically at the door. After entering the classroom, with the introduction of Kang Yukai, I got to know all the classmates one by one. After the brief introduction, Liu Haoran realized that this class was truly full of social elites. Of course, anyone who can pay 980,000 yuan in tuition fees a year is not an ordinary person. Some of the students in this class are entrepreneurs, some are senior executives of state-owned enterprises, some are political trainees, and so on. Liu Haoran met so many big guys at once today, and he could also become classmates with them. Liu Haoran no longer dared to underestimate the CEO program jointly organized by Peking University and Tsinghua University and Chengdu University. From the perspective of interpersonal relationships alone, the 980,000 yuan was well worth it. In fact, the president's class is just an organization with a very low entry threshold. Going further up, the Chamber of Commerce, Taishan Association, etc. will be even more eye-opening for ordinary people. Liu Haoran collected the business cards of these classmates one by one. These students all hold authority in their own fields, and one day Liu Haoran might ask them for help. Friendship among classmates is a very strange feeling. School is also a place where everyone can temporarily abandon their class. As long as you become classmates with the other person, it will be much easier to ask the other person for help. Many people are happy to help their classmates. Of course, if you want your classmates to help you, first of all, they must respect you. You also have to make the other person feel valuable. The other party will help you. Liu Haoran does not have such an urgent need at the moment. You can take your time to build up your relationship with these classmates. He couldn't believe that even with the system in his hands, he couldn't integrate into these upper-class circles. That's absolutely impossible. In fact, before entering the CEO class, Lu Haoren still had fantasies. There may be beautiful classmates in the class who meet the requirements of the system, especially those rich women who are both beautiful and rich. If I could get a rich woman like this to bear my children, I would have endless money. Unfortunately, imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. There are more than 20 people in the CEO class, and most of them are men. The remaining few female entrepreneurs are all middle-aged women. Lu Haoren would not comment on her appearance. Impolite. Lu Haoren brought such a beautiful female secretary to school, and the bosses in the class all looked at him with hungry eyes. We are all classmates, so there is no need to pretend to be a gentleman. There were two shameless people who took advantage of the time when Lu Haoren was talking to other students and quietly walked up to Husi Yuan to poach her. "Beautiful lady, what is your name? Can you add your contact information?" A bald old man approached Husi Yuan with a smile on his face. That smile looked extremely obscene to Husi Yuan, and she was so scared that she quickly took a step back. "Hey, little girl, don't give him your contact information. This guy's not a good person. Are you Mr. Lu's sister?" Another man who looked relatively decent in appearance came between the two of them, and Husi Yuan had to make way again. "I am not Mr. Lu's sister. I am his secretary." "Secretary?" The man was surprised. "So what you mean is that Mr. Lu paid you 980,000 yuan in tuition to attend the CEO class?" "Well, yes." "Awesome. President Lu is willing to spend 1 million to let his secretary study. At the same time, you are so beautiful. Mr. Lu is not afraid of being poached, which shows that Mr. Lu is very confident in his own abilities." The man gave a thumbs up and praised Lu Haoren highly. They also have secretaries, but they are reluctant to spend so much money for their secretaries to study. With 980,000 yuan, I don't know how many secretaries I need to support. In fact, it's not that he is reluctant, but he is afraid that his secretary will run away with someone else. "Stay away. I was the one who saw this beauty first." The bald old man just now pulled the man away, and then said to Husi Yuan, "Beautiful lady, why don't you stop being Mr. Lu's secretary and come to me? I will take you as my goddaughter. After I leave, you can share my property." This is not good. Husi Yuan didn't know whether this person was joking or serious, but she felt a little insulted. If it were in the past, Husi Yuan would have gotten angry on the spot. But at this moment in this environment, Husi Yuan still held back. "What's wrong with that? Being my goddaughter won't affect your job as a secretary to Mr. Lu. As long as you agree, I will tell Mr. Lu right now and let you be my goddaughter." "I'm sorry, I don't agree." Husi Yuan decisively refused. Husi Yuan was being harassed, and Lu Haoren also saw it with a squint. He frowned and came over, hugged Husi Yuan's waist, and introduced, "My dear brothers, this is my secretary and my girlfriend, Husi Yuan. You can add her contact information, and she can do some things for me." Chapter 39, What's Wrong with a Kiss? "You said such a beautiful woman is your girlfriend? I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it." Kong Yukai pursed his lips and didn't believe what Lu Haoren said. "Yeah, why do you think she is your girlfriend?" "Brother, this is where you are wrong. To be frank, in an occasion like ours, people only bring secretaries, but not girlfriends. Since you're a secretary, let's compete fairly. A beautiful lady is a good match for a gentleman. You only let us look at such a beautiful woman, but not pursue her. You have to give us a proof." Following Kong Yotsai's questioning, other students also followed suit. Even the few female classmates covered their mouths and laughed, with no intention of speaking up for Lu Haoren and Husi Yuan. Now it was Lu Haoren's turn to be in trouble. He looked at Husi Yuan with a sad face and said, "Honey, what should I do? They don't believe you are my girlfriend." "Ah, how can you call me wife?" Husi Yuan was so embarrassed that she covered her face and wanted to escape from the classroom. Lu Haoren quickly pinched Husi Yuan's slim waist without any fat and whispered in her ear, "Don't take it seriously. We are just acting. Otherwise, aren't you really afraid that these greasy old men will pester you every day? These bosses are big shots. We can't afford to offend them." Lu Haoren's warm breath blew on her earlobe, making her young body tremble continuously. "So what should we do then?" Husi Yuan's voice was as soft as a mosquito, and she tacitly agreed to act with Lu Haoren. "Ahem, my wife is just too shy." Lu Haoren coughed dryly, then forcibly pulled Husi Yuan's hands away from her face. Husi Yuan's face was already red enough to bleed. "Classmates, how do you think I can prove my relationship with her? We are not married yet, and we don't have a marriage certificate." Lu Haoren spread his hands, feeling helpless. Kong Yukai immediately said, "That's easy. As a couple, it's normal for them to hug each other, right? As soon as Kang Yukai finished speaking, some classmates immediately objected. No, hugging is not enough. You have to kiss, and we will only believe you if you kiss us mouth to mouth. That's right, society is so open nowadays, you see. I can hug President Yu and kiss her. A male classmate turned around and hugged a female classmate. This female classmate, named Ms. Yu, was about 50 years old. When President Yu was hugged, he instantly became excited and even closed his eyes. The male student gritted his teeth and kissed Mr. Yu on the face. After the kiss, the boy found something on his mouth. He wiped it with his sleeve horizontally and found it was all white powder. Vomit. The boy almost vomited. He quickly pushed Mr. Yu away from his arms and ran away. Ms. Yu was still not satisfied and winked at the male classmate with a resentful look. A group of classmates were amused by these two funny guys. Hwasiyun couldn't help but laugh out loud. When she smiled, everyone else started staring at her again. Girl, it's your turn. If you don't kiss your boyfriend, then I'll kiss you. My dad hasn't been moved for a long time. When you entered the classroom, my heart started beating like thunder. I felt like my spring had arrived. Mr. Liu, you are a man. Can you take the initiative? Go kiss your girlfriend. We are classmates, and it's not wrong to watch you two kissing. Some classmates were trying to hug Hwasiyun, while others pushed Liu Haoran towards Hwasiyun. Hey, honey, let's just kiss. After all, everyone is so enthusiastic today. We can't just ignore our classmates on the first day of class, right? After Liu Haoran finished speaking, he kissed Hwasiyun with his lips pouted without waiting for her response. Hwasiyun was so scared that she stepped back repeatedly. Liu Haoran hugged Hwasiyun and said, Why are you shy? There's nothing wrong with a kiss. While Hwasiyun was about to escape, Liu Haoran kissed her on the face. Hwasiyun was kissed so hard that she froze in place. She touched the place where Liu Haoran had kissed her in disbelief. I can't react yet. Is this correct now? Classmates. No, this isn't your wife. How can a wife refuse like this? They are clearly two strangers. We have to start over again. Or maybe your wife will kiss you first. Then we will believe it. Kang Yukai and others enjoyed watching the fun. Liu Haoran looked at Hwasiyun again. Honey, what should I do? They still don't believe me. How about you kiss me? Liu Haoran acted very helpless. Hurry up. The instructor will be here soon. Give me a kiss. Come on. Give me a kiss. You must give me a kiss today. Otherwise, you are looking down on me, old ding. Humph, if you don't kiss us, we won't welcome you. Don't you think you can even give this little bit of trust to young people nowadays? A group of people were making a fuss and threatening her, making Hwasiyun panic. It's nothing. You won't lose anything by kissing me. Seeing this, Liu Haoran took the initiative to move his face closer to encourage her. Hwasiyun knew that if she didn't kiss him today, she would not pass the test. She gritted her teeth and kissed Liu Haoran on the face. What a nice view. So gentle. I'm intoxicated. Liu Haoran couldn't believe that Hwasiyun really kissed him. Pa pa pa. The whole class applauded instantly, and he was roaring and screaming. The atmosphere was exactly the same as that of ordinary naughty high school students. Not only Liu Haoran was excited, but those bosses and CEOs who were usually very serious were even more excited than Liu Haoran. They feel like they're young again. During the break, Kang Yukai, the bald guy from before, and the other men who were cooperating in the acting were in the aisle, surrounding Liu Haoran. Hey, Lao Feng, you're right. We must have young people in our class. Once these young people come, the atmosphere in the class will be livened up. Of course, I saw that Brother Liu has a bold personality and is a pervert like us, so I invited him to join our class. Haha, Brother Liu, who do you think has better acting skills, me or this bald guy? Liu Haoran was also very excited and prepared to brag about these classmates. But when he saw Hwasiyun and those female classmates coming over, he quickly put on a serious expression. Hello, wife. Pooh. Hwasiyun blushed and hurried back to the classroom. A group of classmates burst into laughter when they saw this. Liu Haoran bowed to several classmates and said, I'm really sorry to trouble you all for what happened today. That's fine. We also hope that Brother Liu and his wife can bring us more laughter that belongs to young people. Yes, yes, yes. You can rest assured to leave the matter between you and your sister-in-law to us. We will ensure that you can live happily together. That's right. Asking someone to help him pursue women is Liu Haoran's usual tactic. The farce in the class just now was arranged by Liu Haoran and Kang Yukai, which allowed Liu Haoran to successfully and reasonably kiss Hwasiyun. Similarly, with this arrangement of co-acting, the boss's favorability towards Liu Haoran increased significantly. The friendship between classmates became closer in an instant. This farce can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Hey, Liu Haoran, how dare you tease me? Iftihayu alenson. Hwasiyun sat in the classroom, pounding her desk, her teeth chattering. Hwasiyun later thought carefully about what had happened. Even though she was stupid, she understood the truth of the matter. Chapter 40. The baby kicked me. Soon it was time for class again. After Lu Haoran returned to the classroom and sat down, Hwasiyun quietly reached out and pinched Lu Haoran's thigh. Hiss! Lu Haoran almost cried out in pain. Lu Haoran endured the pain and stared at Hwasiyun. Hwasiyun also bit her lip and stared at Lu Haoran, refusing to give in. Hwasiyun, let go. I was just helping you out. You still dare to say you're helping me? Don't I know what you're up to? You really take me for a fool. Hey, that was all a farce of our classmates. Look, after what happened just now, haven't we become much closer to our classmates? These people are all big guys. If you build good relationships with them, it will only benefit you. Hiss. Lu Haoran gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and explained in a low voice. Let me go. No. Lu Haoran, you are so mean. Hwasiyun, let me go immediately. I'm your boss. Let's talk about anything in private. Pay attention to your identity and the occasion. Lu Haoran once again used his boss's identity to put pressure on her. Sure enough, Hwasiyun let go of her hand, but she was still humming. Men are born to be pigs. You already have a girlfriend, and you still want to take advantage of me. Be careful, or I'll tell Sister Chien. This little girl knew about Sun Shiqian's affairs. This is what Lu Haoran specifically let Hwasiyun know. Because Lu Haoran will take Hwasiyun down sooner or later, and he can't give Hwasiyun a legitimate status. So Lu Haoran was giving Hwasiyun a heads up in advance. Avoid problems when giving the actual injection. Tell her, your Sister Chien is not as stingy as you. She won't be angry. She will even be very happy. In fact, Lu Haoran was also very conflicted and troubled in his heart, wondering how he should win over Hwasiyun. But it's okay now. Through the farce of her classmates today, she must have felt something. Scumbag! Lu Haoran's words made Hwasiyun speechless with anger. She didn't expect Lu Haoran to be so shameless. Hwasiyun twisted her body angrily, sat sideways at the desk, and no longer looked at Lu Haoran. Okay, stop messing around and get to class. There has to be a limit to joking. If you go any further, Hwasiyun might not be able to accept it. After what happened today, let Hwasiyun experience it and think about it on her own. Just as Lu Haoran guessed, Hwasiyun was staring out the window in a daze. In the past, Lu Haoran contacted her intentionally or unintentionally, but she didn't care. But today, Lu Haoran was confessing to himself. In fact, Hwasiyun is not really naive. She is so beautiful and grew up safely, which shows that her emotional intelligence is not low. For beautiful women, their appearance is their greatest asset, but also their greatest source of danger. Since their student days, their beauty will be coveted by all kinds of men. Women with low emotional intelligence and poor handling of affairs will not have a good ending. Hwasiyun is so beautiful, grew up well, and was admitted to a good university, which shows that she is very smart. Alas, Lu Haoran, how could I meet a man like you? Hwasiyun regretted very much that she did not see this man's true purpose when she first met Lu Haoran. If I had understood Lu Haoran's evil intentions at that time, I would have been able to escape from his clutches. Up to now, not only had she accepted countless material benefits from Lu Haoran invisibly, she had even inexplicably accepted the 980,000 yuan CEO class. Material things are secondary. What really makes Hwasiyun feel heartbroken is that she finds that she can no longer live without this bad boss. This man is like a beam of light to her, guiding her career growth. This man is also her close companion, accompanying her from school to the lonely stage of entering society. This man is just like his father. When he makes a mistake, he will scold himself. But his words of scolding are full of care and love. Hwasiyun really couldn't make up her mind to leave Lu Haoran, and she couldn't leave Lu Haoran. But this man is now becoming aggressive. What should I do? Hwasiyun was confused and couldn't find the answer, so she had to muddle through and stop thinking about these questions. The CEO class does not usually have many classes scheduled, but on this day, the schedule was very tight. But because the atmosphere in the class is so good, time passes quickly. Both Lu Haoran and Hwasiyun are enthusiastic about returning to campus to study again. They all gained a lot from today's study. After class in the afternoon, Lu Haoran invited the whole class and the tutor to a party at a nearby high-end restaurant to thank all the old perverts for their help. At the party, everyone had time to sit down and start talking about their work. Lu Haoran gained countless experiences and potential resources from them. At the banquet in the evening, Lu Haoran did not provoke Hwasiyun again. And Hua Siyuan also gave Lu Haoran a lot of face. She has always played the role of Lu Haoran's girlfriend. Boss, I don't want to be your secretary anymore. I'll just stay at my reception desk. After Hua Siyuan drove Lu Haoran to the downstairs of Sun Shiqian's building, she parked the car and glanced away, not daring to look at Lu Haoran. Lu Haoran said nothing when he heard this. He maintained the dignity that a boss should have. He said calmly, I respect your choice. Thanks. Hua Siyuan unbuckled her seatbelt and placed the car keys on the armrest. Then opened the car door, get out, and leave. Then, without looking back, she walked to the end of the street and disappeared. It's still too hasty. Lu Haoran patted his forehead. He pressed the music button in the car, then closed his eyes and sat in the passenger seat, listening to the music and falling into deep thought. After returning home, Lu Haoran looked at Sun Shiqian's slightly bulging belly, and the bad mood that had accumulated with Hua Siyuan instantly dissipated. Qian, are you still studying so late? Lu Haoran held Sun Shiqian in his arms and stroked her belly, loving her very much. I'm waiting for you to come back. Didn't I tell you not to wait for me? I may not come back every day. It's okay. I can't sleep if it's too early, and I can't wait for you, so I will fall asleep by myself. Sun Shiqian is so sensible that it makes people feel distressed. Honey, let me wash you up. Good. Lu Haoran drank some wine and was indeed a little tired. Sun Shiqian helped him change his clothes, wash his face, and soak his feet. While Lu Haoran was soaking his feet, Sun Shiqian helped Lu Haoran prepare bathing supplies. Lying on the bed, Sun Shiqian nestled in Lu Haoran's arms. Lu Haoran used his hands to lift Sun Shiqian's belly to make her feel more comfortable. Sun Shiqian smiled and patted Lu Haoran's hand. My belly hasn't even started to grow yet. Why are you carrying it? Hey, I feel like our baby is kicking me already. Nonsense. You can't talk nonsense during the first 3 months of pregnancy. Oh. These customs exist in Lu Haoran's hometown. By the way, husband, are you busy tomorrow? Tomorrow. Work as usual. What do you need? Oh, nothing. I just want you to stay with me. If you have to go to work, forget it. There was disappointment in Sun Shiqian's tone. She was worried about something, but Lu Haoran didn't notice. You want me to accompany you? I do have something to do tomorrow. If I want to accompany you, I can only do so after I finish my work tomorrow. Yeah, thank you, husband. What are you thanking me for? Isn't it my duty to accompany you? It's not right. We signed a contract. I can't disturb you. Chapter 41. My wife was bullied. When Lu Haoran heard this, he couldn't help but grab Sun Shiqian hard, causing Sun Shiqian to scream in anger. Silly girl, do you still take that contract seriously? Will you marry me then? Sun Shiqian turned around and blinked at Lu Haoran. Ahem. Lu Haoran coughed dryly, then said, It's late, let's go to bed. The next day, Lu Haoran got up early and made breakfast for Sun Shiqian. This moved Sun Shiqian to tears. In the eyes of rural girls, men basically don't enter the kitchen or do housework. What's more, he is a man as rich and capable as Lu Haoran. Seeing this scene, Sun Shiqian felt that even if she didn't get married, she would be very satisfied. Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology, Chengdu People's Hospital. A beautiful figure walked alone to the registration window and lined up. Compared to the couples in front and behind her, Sun Shiqian felt a little lonely. Today is the 7th week of pregnancy, and it is time to have prenatal checkups and create a record. Last night, she originally wanted to ask Lu Haoran to accompany her for the prenatal checkup, but Lu Haoran didn't have time. Hello, I'm here to register and create a file. Please help me process it. When it was Sun Shiqian's turn, she handed her ID card into the window. Give me the birth certificate and marriage certificate. The nurse in charge of the file registration was a fat woman with a round face. She had a blank expression on her face and didn't even raise her head. Hello, is it okay without a birth permit and a marriage certificate? Sun Shiqian and Lu Haoran were not married at all, so there was no birth certificate or marriage certificate. What do you mean? How can you have a child without documents? The fat nurse raised her head and stared at Sun Shiqian with a cold look and a look of contempt on her face. Sun Shiqian frowned in displeasure, but she still said patiently, Sister nurse, I don't have a marriage certificate, so I don't have those documents. After Sun Shiqian finished saying this, everyone in the queue looked at her strangely. Sun Shiqian was already quite concerned about these rumors, and in this situation, she obviously held the documents tightly in her hand and seemed a little nervous. The fat nurse sneered. Without a birth permit and marriage certificate, you cannot apply for a prenatal checkup and create a file. Ah, nurse, are you mistaken? Now the country has promulgated policies that all citizens who have children can register their births and enjoy equal reproductive rights. How come this can't be done? Sun Shiqian was angry and embarrassed, but there was only this fat nurse here who was handling the file creation. She suppressed her anxiety and explained patiently. I'm sorry, the policies issued by the state are the state's business. I have my own rules here. I must have complete documents before I can process it. The fat nurse has a bad attitude and an arrogant look. She's the boss here. How could you do this? Sun Shiqian was so angry at these words that her lips trembled and she almost couldn't hold back her tears. If you don't have the information, then the next one. The fat nurse directly called the next person in line while mumbling something. Women nowadays are so shameless that they can get themselves pregnant by just anyone. At this point, Sun Shiqian could no longer control her tears, and tears as big as beans fell silently. The fat nurse glanced at Sun Shiqian with disdain and snorted coldly, showing no sympathy at all, compared to the ruthlessness of this fat nurse. The men who were queuing with their wives behind Sun Shiqian felt their hearts almost torn when they saw such a beautiful young woman like Sun Shiqian being wronged. Their mouths and bodies were eager to help Sun Shiqian speak. But when they caught a glimpse of the sharp eyes of their wives, they felt guilty and dared not speak up to defend the injustice. He had to look away, unable to bear to look at Sun Shiqian's pitiful appearance. The men wanted to help, but the women wanted to do the opposite. Many people started discussing it, but the words they used were very unpleasant. In today's society, the marriage rate is already low, and the country is still allowing people to have children without getting married. This will definitely lead to even fewer people being willing to get married in the future. That's true. It will also cause moral collapse. Look at this girl. She's so young and beautiful, and she's pregnant without a husband. The world is going downhill. Someone got me pregnant, but no one even accompanied me for the prenatal checkup. Ha! It's good that no one is with you for prenatal checkups when your belly is so big. The worst thing is that you don't even know whose child you were pregnant with. The words of these women were so harsh that Sun Shiqian's face turned green with anger. But because of her family background, she has never been very confident since childhood. Faced with so many accusations and insults, she really wanted to stand up and refute them. But she didn't have the courage and could only pretend not to hear with tears in her eyes. Sister nurse, could you please help me create a file? For the sake of the baby in her belly, Sun Shiqian begged the fat nurse again. Go away. Don't make me scold you. The fat nurse still refused to give him face. Who's next? I asked you to create a file. Didn't you hear me? Oh, it's me. The couple behind Sun Shiqian could only shyly gesture to Sun Shiqian to move aside. Sun Shiqian had no choice but to move to the side. She planned to wait until the people around her finished their work before asking the fat nurse for help. Just then, her phone rang. When she looked, it turned out to be Lu Haoran. Sun Shiqian looked at the phone number, but she didn't dare to answer it. She was afraid that Lu Haoran would know that she was bullied during her prenatal checkup. The hospital is very arrogant now. It's useless for Lu Haoran to know about it. He can only worry in vain. The phone rang for a long time, but she didn't answer it. The kind-hearted people around her couldn't help but say, Girl, is that the child's father? Hurry up and answer the phone. How can he be so irresponsible as a grown man? No, he's not irresponsible. He is very responsible. It's just that he is very busy today and can't come. Sun Shiqian tried her best to speak up for Lu Haoran. He didn't even accompany you to the prenatal checkup, causing you to be despised by others. Why are you still defending a man like this? Brother Haoran doesn't need my protection. He's always been very good to me. Then why didn't you answer the phone? I'm afraid he'll worry about me getting bullied. You're pregnant, and you're not answering the phone, so he's even more worried. The kind-hearted man couldn't help but say, Forget it. I'll answer the phone for you. Before he finished speaking, the kind-hearted man snatched Sun Shiqian's phone and swiped the answer button. Don't! Sun Shiqian stood up and tried to grab the phone back, but it was too late. Hey, are you this woman's man? The kind-hearted person asked directly. Lu Haoran heard a man's voice and became alert instantly. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you, a woman, have been bullied. What? Someone is bullying my wife. Tell me where they are. When Lu Haoran heard this, he stood up suddenly. He had just finished a meeting and thought about what Sun Shiqian had said last night that she wanted him to accompany her. So he called Sun Shiqian and prepared to go home. I didn't expect that when I answered the phone, my woman was being bullied. How can I tolerate that? Lu Haoran was so angry at this moment that he wanted to blow up the entire Rongqing. Chengdu People's Hospital Obstetrics and Gynecology Department. Come quickly. Okay, keep an eye on it for me. I'll be there soon. Chapter 42. Anyone can get pregnant. Ouch! Ouch! As soon as this kind-hearted man hung up the phone, his ears were pulled by someone. Dang Jang Wo. Are you feeling sorry for this young lady? I just handed over some information, and you hooked up with her. Wife, it hurts. I just felt sorry for this girl and helped her answer the phone. The kind-hearted man begged for mercy again and again. Yeah, I can vouch for this guy. He was just helping. I can prove it too. A few men at the back couldn't bear to watch it anymore and started to speak up. As soon as they opened their mouths, the wives around them started to teach their husbands a lesson, and there was wailing everywhere. The fat nurse also heard the phone call. She still looked at Sun Shiqian with disdain. Even if your man comes, I still won't help you create a file, so forget it. Sun Shiqian didn't say anything in response. She now has no plans to create a record in this hospital. She was just waiting for Lu Haoran to come and then go to other hospitals to create a file. Although this hospital is the best obstetrics and gynecology hospital in Chengdu, there is no need to be so shameless in this situation. The documents have been processed. Why aren't you leaving yet? More than 10 minutes later, the kind-hearted man finished creating the file, but he had no intention of leaving. His wife didn't understand. Hey, the guy just now asked me to help him look after this girl. He will be here soon. Since you have already promised others, you must keep your promise. Keep your promise? The kind-hearted man's wife immediately became furious and threatened to hit someone. The kind-hearted man was frightened and dodged quickly. The people around couldn't bear to watch and said, "Brother, we are here to help you take care of this little girl. You can go without worry." Their wives knew exactly what these men were planning, which again caused their wives to curse at them. At this moment, a handsome man strode towards this side. Husband, when Sun Shiqian saw Lu Haoran, she finally felt reassured. She wanted to run over to greet him, but Lu Haoran signaled her not to move. Now I'm pregnant. Lu Haoran slowed down and held Sun Shiqian in his arms. He looked at Sun Shiqian carefully and found that apart from her red eyes from crying, she had no other injuries. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Qian, what's going on? It's okay. I just don't want to create a file here. Let's go. Sun Shiqian didn't want to cause any more trouble. Brother, how can you be a man? Your wife was refused a medical record by this fat nurse, and she was scolded, saying that any man could get your wife pregnant. The kind-hearted person was also a person who stood up for justice, so he repeated the fat nurse's words exactly as they were said. Others all spoke up and described the situation in which Sun Shiqian was bullied. After hearing this, Lu Haoran's eyes were already spitting fire, and the anger in his heart was gradually accumulating. He glared at the fat nurse fiercely. The fat nurse was not afraid at all and glared back at Lu Haoran with contempt. I still say the same thing. Without a birth permit and a marriage certificate, I will not create a file for her even if the King of Heaven comes. Okay, you wait first. Lu Haoran's tone was indifferent. He did not deal with the matter immediately, but turned around and looked at the kind-hearted person. Brother, were you the one who answered the phone for my wife? Yes, I really can't stand it anymore. Okay then. Lu Haoran suddenly took out a stack of cash and handed it over. Good people will always be rewarded. Please keep it. Boom. The onlookers were stunned when they saw the stack of cash of no less than 10,000 yuan. Just help out, and you will get a cash reward of 10,000. Isn't this bad? I can't take this money. It's not a big deal. The kind-hearted man quickly waved his hand to refuse. But the woman next to him took the cash and smiled. It was indeed my man who helped me. My man has always been a brave young man since he was young. Lu Haoran didn't say much to the woman. Then he took out another stack of money. Everyone who spoke up for my wife will get a share. Take it and divide it among you. I can't let such a kind person feel disappointed. Wow, I'm so lucky today to have encountered such a good thing. The men who spoke well of Sun Shiqian were too embarrassed to take it, but the women around them scrambled for it. After getting the money, everyone's impression of Lu Haoran changed drastically. Would such a man be irresponsible? At this point, everyone finally understood why Sun Shiqian would rather suffer injustice herself than let Lu Haoran suffer even the slightest slander. After dividing the money, Lu Haoran looked at the fat nurse again. I'll ask you again, are you willing to create a profile for my wife? Don't ask once, ask 10,000 times. But even if you ask 10,000 times, I will not create a file for you two shameless people. Bang! As soon as the fat nurse finished speaking, the huge glass wall in front of her collapsed instantly. Then, a hand grabbed the fat nurse by the collar. Lu Haoran's physique, which was as high as 11 points, burst out with a huge force. This huge force lifted the fat nurse up uncontrollably, and she was then dragged out of the office by Lu Haoran and thrown into the corner. Lu Haoran possesses strength beyond that of ordinary people, which has long made him want to release it. At this moment, he just wanted to teach her how to respect others in the most direct way. As the saying goes, when you have a sharp weapon, you will naturally want to kill. The fat nurse happened to bump into the muzzle of his gun. Ah! OMG! Everyone was shocked by Liu Haoran's ferocity. This happened very suddenly. From the moment Liu Haoran smashed the glass to the moment he dragged out the fat nurse, the whole process took only a few seconds. What are you going to do? The fat nurse fell to the ground, fear filling her eyes. Only at this moment did she realize that she was facing a terrifying demon. But Liu Haoran would not sympathize with her fear. Snap! 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 Liu Haoran slapped the fat nurse 3 times in a row, making her dizzy and unable to react for a long time. After a few seconds, the fat nurses' faces were swollen like buns. The head that originally looked like a pig's head has completely become a pig's head. You are a person who speaks without moral integrity, blasphemes your duties, bullies the good, and fears the evil. Since you have no family education since childhood, I will help your parents discipline you. Liu Haoran grabbed the fat nurse by the collar and threw her to the ground like a dead dog. There is no point in arguing with someone who spits shit all the time. Only a slap can make her feel the pain. Ouch, it hurts so much. The fat nurse then felt the pain, and the expression on her face was distorted with pain. If you dare to bully or curse at me again, I'll beat you up every time I see you. Liu Haoran spoke in a cold tone and glared at the fat nurse fiercely. I don't dare. I don't dare anymore. The fat nurse was frightened by Liu Haoran's fierce eyes and trembled all over. She shuddered as she felt like she couldn't hold back her urine. At this moment, the scene burst into applause, and everyone was cheering for Liu Haoran's behavior of teaching the fat nurse a lesson. This fat nurse is arrogant, talks nonsense, has an extremely bad work attitude, and her work efficiency is frighteningly low. It takes more than 10 minutes just to create a prenatal checkup file. Everyone has long been angry but dared not speak out. Liu Haoran's 3 slaps hit them directly in the heart, making them feel very happy. This is so satisfying. Go away. Liu Haoran kicked the fat nurse. The fat nurse was freed, and she ran away tumbling. After she was a few steps away from Liu Haoran, she dared to stand up and pointed at Liu Haoran viciously. How dare you hit me? My grandfather is a professor at the Chinese medicine hospital. If you have the guts, just wait for me. Chapter 43, Testing the Power of 11-Point Constitution. Hubby, we've already taught her a lesson, let's go. When Sun Shiqian heard the fat nurse say that her grandfather was a professor at the Hospital of Traditional Chinese Medicine, she knew that trouble was coming. When the others heard this, they also looked solemn. Young man, just go ahead, and we will help you explain what's going on here. Her grandfather is a professor. He must know a lot of important people, so don't cause trouble again. We ordinary people can't fight him. Yes, leave as soon as you can. Don't let them take you to the police station. You will be the only one who will suffer. Everyone advised Liu Haoran to stop while he was ahead, and there was no need to continue to be angry. Whoa, are you scared now? It's too late. When the fat nurse saw several hospital security guards rushing towards her with shields and forks, she stroked her swollen cheeks, and her eyes regained their arrogance. All of you, catch this bastard right now. Upon hearing this, the security guards hurriedly surrounded Liu Haoran. Nurse Huang, what happened? The security guard looked at the broken glass all over the ground, and the atmosphere became tense. The fat nurse's surname is Huang. Nurse Huang complained in a hoarse voice. This guy, I was working peacefully inside, but he broke the glass and dragged me out to beat me. Look at my face. It's been beaten like this. This is a vicious injury incident. My grandfather is a professor at a traditional Chinese medicine hospital. He can protect you no matter what happens. I want you to catch him and beat him up quickly. Nurse Huang described Liu Haoran's cruelty with anger. The security guards became even more nervous after hearing this. They immediately raised the rubber sticks in their hands to stop Liu Haoran from continuing the violence. Nurse Huang, your grandfather called me. Don't worry. We will help you get justice in this matter. After the leading security guard nodded to Nurse Huang, he looked at Liu Haoran and others again, with a cruel look on his face. Brothers, this is all caused by the nurse. It's not our fault. When Sun Shiqian saw the security guard surrounding Liu Haoran and preparing to attack him, she was so frightened that she immediately panicked. Others also stood in front of Liu Haoran and spoke for him. Security brothers, don't be misled by this Nurse Huang. It was clearly Nurse Huang who had a bad attitude and cursed first, and then this guy started to fight. To be honest, with Nurse Huang's attitude, she will be beaten sooner or later. I also think the young man did a good job. You can't target this young man. You can check the surveillance for the specific situation. Everything was caused by the provocation of that nurse. He deserved to be beaten. Yes, all of us can testify for this young man. I advise you to keep quiet. If you continue to make trouble, the reputation of your hospital will be affected. Young man, hurry up. We'll help you stop them here. This group of people have benefited from Liu Haoran, and now they are all on Liu Haoran's side. Someone else pulled Liu Haoran away quickly. Liu Haoran had a smile on his face, thinking that the money he just spent was not wasted. But he did not think of leaving. He said, "Everyone, thank you for your righteous words. You don't need to get involved in this matter. Today, not only did I beat her, I also had to make this nurse Huang create a file for my wife properly." Liu Haoran was angry today. Sun Shiqian was insulted, and he must seek justice for Sun Shiqian. Arrogant boy, how shameless of you to speak so arrogantly. The leading security guard sneered. Do you know who Nurse Huang's grandfather is? Her grandfather is Professor Huang from the Chinese Medicine Hospital. He is the backbone of our people's hospital, Chinese Medicine Hospital. You are so brave to hit his granddaughter. However, you are lucky today. Professor Huang was invited by an important person to go out for a consultation. Otherwise, you would have died today, or you would have been seriously injured. Don't waste your time talking to him. I want him to kneel down immediately, and let me slap him in the face. I will pay him back double today. With the support of the security guards, Nurse Huang became arrogant and domineering, with a smug look on her face that made people feel sick. Hearing the urging, the security leader raised his voice and yelled at Liu Haoran. Boy, do you hear me? Don't let us do it, or you will be in even greater misery. Apologize to Nurse Huang immediately. The other security guards were hitting their palms with rubber sticks, and the threat was obvious. Liu Haoran curled his lips and ignored the leading security guard's scolding. Instead, he looked at Nurse Huang sarcastically. You want double the amount, right? Liu Haoran moved, took a step forward, raised his hand, and slapped Nurse Huang in the face again. Nurse Huang was knocked off balance by the huge force and took several steps back. Fuck, this guy is so bold. Brothers, get him. Damn it, this is so lawless. He even dared to hit someone right in front of us. He really doesn't take us seriously. The group of security guards were completely angered by Liu Haoran's sudden attack. As security guards of the hospital, they represented the hospital and could not just hit people at will. After all, the power of public opinion in society cannot be underestimated. But now Liu Haoran was the first to attack, and the slap was on the face. Even if the impact is bad, they have reason to fight back. Sun Shiqian was shocked by Liu Haoran's sudden attack. She didn't expect that Liu Haoran would dare to attack in front of the security guards. At the same time, she was also very moved. She didn't expect Liu Haoran to protect her so much. In front of so many people, Liu Haoran also wanted to save face for himself. Sun Shiqian was both moved and scared. She didn't know what to do next. At this moment, her brain was boiling with blood. Her eyes were red, and the only person in her mind was Liu Haoran. She didn't even know that her body had already produced a conditioned reflex. That is, if Liu Haoran is defeated, she will rush up to help. The crowd of onlookers were also stunned, and they all retreated in fear to avoid being affected. After all, they all have pregnant wives around them, and they dare not take any risks. At this time, they have no reason to favor Liu Haoran. But what they didn't know was that Liu Haoran was planning to make things bigger at this time. The purpose is to take this opportunity to test his current combat effectiveness. A few days ago, Liu Haoran successfully made Zhuo Weiwei pregnant. The system rewarded him with 2 points of physical fitness, and now his physical fitness has reached 11 points. The physical fitness of an average adult is generally between 6 and 10 points, and the maximum physical fitness is 10 points. But in fact, in today's sick society, a physical fitness of 8 points is considered very good. The vast majority of people are sick to some extent and are in a subhealthy state. When Liu Haoran first obtained the fertility reward system, his physical fitness was 8 points. But at that time, Liu Haoran did not feel that he was worse than others. In fact, with regular exercise, he felt that his physical condition was better than those around him. Liu Haoran's physical health has now exceeded the ideal state. So, he is now full of strength and a strong desire to release. These security guards surrounded him, but he was not afraid. Instead, he used a series of kicks to knock all the security guards to the ground. Rubbish! Liu Haoran's 11-point physical fitness not only enhanced his strength, but also greatly improved his agility and reaction. In the series of kicks just now, Liu Haoran didn't really use much strength. In his eyes, the movements of these security guards were like an old woman practicing Tai Chi. After easily dealing with a few security guards, Lu Haoran suddenly became bored. Chapter 44, Lucky Critical Rebate. The security guards were kicked down by Lu Haoran. At that moment, the whole place was silent. They all stared at Lu Haoran in disbelief with their eyes wide open. There's actually someone with such agile skills. This really broadened their horizons. Sun Shiqian didn't expect that Lu Haoran was so good at fighting. This is exactly like the boy of her dreams during her teenage years. The security guards were knocked down, and they were also confused. You're a sneak attack. We haven't even started yet, and you're kicking us. We don't accept it. The security guards all stood up, raised the rubber sticks in their hands, and yelled at Lu Haoran, trying to cover up the embarrassment they had just suffered. Although they were shouting loudly, they did not dare to move forward and even slowly retreated. What are you all doing? Stop it! At this moment, a roar suddenly broke out in the distance. A middle-aged man ran over in a hurry. Drop your weapons! The middle-aged man ran and pointed at the security guards and shouted at them. When the security guards heard the sound, they were frightened and quickly dropped the rubber sticks in their hands. President Chow, why are you here? It was this young man who beat us, not us who beat him. The leading security guard hurriedly greeted and explained. You losers still have the nerve to do this. Dean Chow became even angrier when he heard the security guard say this. Nurse Huang also hurriedly said, Uncle Chow, now that you are here, you must help Xiao Huang. This family member beats people up whenever they disagree with him. Even if the security guard is here, he will beat people up. Look at my face, it's swollen. Humph. Shut up. Dean Chow glared at Nurse Huang and scolded. With your character, you still have the nerve to let me make the decision for you. I don't even need to think. I know it must be your stinky mouth that caused the trouble. Nurse Huang was glared at by Dean Chow, and she was still unconvinced. Uncle Chow, he was the one who hit me. Why are you still so mean to me? Woohoo, I'm going to tell my grandfather. Oh, go tell your grandfather. When your grandfather comes, I will scold you too. Dean Chow looked at Nurse Huang with annoyance and disdain. I warned you at the time that you would get into trouble sooner or later because of your foul mouth. If it wasn't for your grandfather, I would never let you work in the hospital. If you dare to talk back to me again, I will fire you immediately. I will. Nurse Huang wanted to say a few more words, but seeing Dean Chow's expression that didn't seem like a lie, she didn't dare to say anything more. She squatted on the ground, covering her face and crying. Dean Chow no longer paid attention to Nurse Huang. He walked straight to Lu Haoran and bowed to him, saying, Are you Mr. Lu? Yes, I am Lu Haoran. Lu Haoran nodded. I am really sorry for what happened today, Mr. Lu. I have wronged your wife. On behalf of the hospital, I sincerely apologize to you and your wife. Dean Chow bowed deeply to Lu Haoran and apologized. Boom! The onlookers, security guards, and Nurse Huang, who was squatting on the ground and secretly observing, were so shocked by President Chow's apology that their eyes dropped to their knees. Their heads felt as if they were being hit by a dull hammer, leaving only a buzzing sound. Not only did the dean recognize the young man's age, he also bowed and apologized to the young man. What is the origin of this young man? Dean Chow made such a big move to apologize to him, and Lu Haoran hurriedly helped him up. President Chow, there's no need to be like this. This is all because of the bad words of Nurse Huang. There's nothing wrong with the hospital itself. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for your magnanimity. Dean Chow looked at Lu Haoran gratefully. Mr. Lu, I knew something about your wife's situation before I came here. How about this? I will personally take care of your wife's file, and I will arrange for the most experienced doctor in our hospital to do the prenatal checkup for your wife. Okay, thank you very much, Dean Chow. Lu Haoran was very satisfied with President Chow's attitude. After all this was due to the help of Lu Haoran's classmates. When Lu Haoran learned that Sun Shiqian was wronged in Rongqing People's Hospital, he immediately contacted the classmate in the health system, whom he met in the CEO class. At that time, Lu Haoran just wanted that classmate to help say hello. I didn't expect that just because of a word from my classmate, Director Chow of the People's Hospital would come over in person, and his attitude was very nice. Not only did he apologize, he also personally helped Sun Shiqian create a file and promised to arrange the best obstetrician and gynecologist to do a prenatal checkup for Sun Shiqian. This result has far exceeded Lu Haoran's expectations. After pacifying Lu Hao, Dean Chow immediately scolded the security guards. What are you still doing here? Clean up these broken glass pieces. Okay, we'll clean it up right away. The security guards sprang into action. Dean Chow scolded Nurse Huang again. Are you still pretending to be wronged? Get up now and help Mrs. Liu create a file. I want to personally see your work efficiency today. Do you know that I have received countless complaints about your poor attitude and low efficiency? I will personally examine you today. If it is true as reported, even if your grandfather is Professor Huang, I will fire you. When Nurse Huang heard this, she shuddered with fear and immediately went back to work feeling aggrieved. Under the urging of President Chao, Sun Shiqian quickly completed the file creation. While the file was being created, Dean Chao took the initiative to add Liu Haoran's contact information, asking Liu Haoran to contact him personally if he encountered any trouble in the future. When Liu Haoran and Sun Shiqian left the filing office, Dean Chao came over quietly and said to Liu Haoran, "Mr. Liu, I am really sorry for today. Please say a few good words for me next time you see Director Jin. Don't worry, I will speak for you in front of classmate Jin." At this point, Liu Haoran finally understood why Dean Chao was so enthusiastic about him. It turns out that his classmate has such an identity. When classmate Jin introduced himself to Liu Haoran, he only said that he was in the health system, but did not elaborate on what he did specifically. When classmates were helping Liu Haoran to play a prank on Hua Siyuan, Jun was the one who had the most fun. Liu Haoran didn't expect that this seemingly ordinary classmate was actually the director of the health system. "Oh my god, you and Director Jun are classmates. No wonder Director Jin told me to help you get things done." After learning that Liu Haoran and Director Jin were classmates, Dean Chao was both excited and in awe. Liu Haoran even felt that Dean Chao's hand was trembling. At this moment, Liu Haoran deeply realized the tremendous power under the power system. With Dean Chao's greeting, Sun Shiqian's prenatal checkups went smoothly. You don't even have to queue up, just go straight into the passage. This made Liu Haoran feel a little embarrassed. Only after completing the prenatal checkup did Liu Haoran go to the payment window to complete the payment. Congratulations to the host. You have completed your first prenatal checkup for your offspring. The cashback reward is a lucky crit of 10,000 times, and you have received a cash reward of 7.8 million yuan. Fuck. After Liu Haoran paid the prenatal checkup fee, the system actually reminded him that he had received a lucky critical hit reward. He spent 780 yuan on prenatal checkup, and the system directly gave him a cash rebate of 7.8 million yuan. When Liu Haoran heard the prompt, he couldn't help but swear. "Huh? Honey, what's wrong with you?" When Sun Shiqian heard Liu Haoran swearing, she curiously asked him why. Liu Haoran shook his head and said, "It's okay. Come on, I'll take you to eat something delicious." Liu Haoran had nothing to do in the afternoon, so he drove Sun Shiqian to the mall and bought her the best maternity clothes and supplies needed by pregnant women. When Sun Shiqian looked at the car full of things that belonged to her, she was so happy that she was speechless. She had never imagined in her life that there would come a day when she would buy so much stuff that her car would be full, and she wouldn't even dare to dream of doing so. And now, it has become a fact. After shopping, Liu Haoran took Sun Shiqian to the only Michelin restaurant in Chengdu. The reason for going here was not because the food there was delicious, but because Liu Haoran simply wanted to broaden his horizons. While eating, Sun Shiqian's brows were almost furrowed together, and she only took a bite of each dish. As a rural person, Sun Shiqian was extremely heartbroken by the price-performance ratio. Liu Haoran finally got bored of eating, so he opened his phone and prepared to play with it for a while. When he looked at the phone, he was shocked. Liu Haoran looked at the group messages on the phone and started cursing in anger. Chapter 45, We Are Brothers. It's no good for a dog to meddle in other people's business. Liu Haoran was so angry that he stomped his phone on the table. "Honey, what's wrong?" Sun Shiqian was shocked when she saw this and asked quickly. Liu Haoran quickly regained his composure. "It's nothing. Someone just posted the photos of us having a prenatal checkup at the hospital today to the class group. There is no need to hide this from Sun Shiqian." He handed the phone to Sun Shiqian to look at. Sun Shiqian looked worried and apologetic after seeing this. "Hubi, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I asked you to come to the hospital to accompany me, which led to someone catching you. Why are you apologizing? It's not your fault. You are just too kind, girl." Liu Haoran touched Sun Shiqian's little head and hugged her in his arms with great love. "Honey, is there a girl you like in the class group?" Women are very sensitive. You can roughly understand Liu Haoran's thoughts at a glance. Liu Haoran smiled and said, "I guess so, but don't worry, no one can replace you." Sun Shiqian already knew that Liu Haoran was going to have a child with another woman, but today was the first time she faced it. She still felt a little uncomfortable in her heart, so she asked the question, "Husband, I recently took the adult self-taught exam and learned a lot of management knowledge. I want to go back to work after giving birth. Strive to be a squad leader. to be a manager. At this moment, Sun Shiqian suddenly felt a sense of urgency. She wanted to prove her worth in front of Lu Haoran. Although Lu Haoran said he would support her, she couldn't really be raised like a canary. "Ah, wife, you are so petty." Lu Haoran was amused by Sun Shiqian. Sun Shiqian was ridiculed by Lu Haoran. Her face turned red with shame, and she quickly buried her head in Lu Haoran's arms. "Hubby, stop making fun of me." Okay, I won't make fun of you. But your idea is indeed a bit petty. Originally, when you went to adult college, I didn't have any expectations of you. But if you really have ambitions after you give birth to the baby, I will invest 10 million in you to open a small assembly plant directly. As for what you can accomplish later, it all depends on your ability. Sun Shiqian has worked at Fukang Company for more than 10 years and has a basic understanding of this industry. Lu Haoran's arrangement is very consistent with Sun Shiqian's work experience. Ah, open an assembly plant. Is that really possible? Sun Shiqian suddenly sat up straight, feeling excited and in disbelief. At the same time, she felt like a brand new door had been opened for her. Don't be so excited. This is a trivial matter and it's not worth your emotion. But I can't help but feel excited. Calm down. Don't hurt the baby in your belly. Let me help you calm down. Lu Haoran held Sun Shiqian in his arms and kissed her. After comforting Sun Shiqian, Lu Haoran once again focused his attention on the classmates group and looked through the group records. Picture. These 3 pictures are of Lu Haoran taking Sun Shiqian for prenatal checkups at Rongqing People's Hospital. In the picture, Lu Haoran and Sun Shiqian are holding hands, looking very affectionate. Lu Haoran, your wife is already pregnant, and you still lied to us at the class reunion and said you were single. You are such a good secret guy. The person who tagged Lu Haoran was Wu Gaochang. Wu Gaochang's words may seem like a joke between classmates, but its real purpose is self-evident. After these words were sent out, no one in the class group responded, and no one said anything else. The class group, which was originally very lively, suddenly became dead silent. When Lu Haoran saw these words again, a sneer appeared on his face. Isn't Wu Gaochang doing this just to destroy the relationship between Ke Jinyao and himself? To be honest, Wu Gaochang regards Ke Jinyao as a goddess, but Lu Haoran only regards Ke Jinyao as a production tool. Tools of production are not qualified to have thoughts. If the means of production can produce thoughts, it proves that the means of production have mutated, can no longer be used. Therefore, Lu Haoran didn't care whether Ke Jinyao was angry because of these pictures. He was angry just now, simply because Wu Gaochang dared to take a secret photo of him. This touched Lu Haoran's sore spot. Lu Haoran was too lazy to respond to the messages in the group and simply ignored them. At this moment, Ke Jinyao was sitting in the question and answer session that Lu Haoran had lent her, and she also saw the pictures in the group chat about Lu Haoran taking Sun Shiqian for a prenatal checkup. Ke Jinyao's mind went blank in an instant. Lu Haoran actually has a woman, and this woman is pregnant with him. Why is this happening? Lu Haoran is such a scumbag. Scumbag. Dumb scumbag. Does he still want 2 women to serve 1 man and enjoy the happiness of having 2 wives? Dream your big dream. Ke Jinyao was so angry that her lips were trembling and she was about to explode. Bang! Ke Jinyao smashed her little fist directly on the steering wheel. She was almost going crazy. Ke Jinyao called Lu Haoran on the spot. Lu Haoran, where are you now? Ke Jinyao suppressed her anger and asked Lu Haoran with gritted teeth. Lu Haoran said calmly, I'm having dinner at a Michelin restaurant with my woman. What's up, Buzz? Hearing this, Ke Jinyao felt dizzy again. Lu Haoran didn't show any remorse at all, and even said that he and his woman were having dinner at a Michelin restaurant. Lu Haoran, are you worthy of me? Ke Jinyao's back teeth were almost broken. What do you mean by right or wrong? We have nothing to do with each other. Why do you say that? Lu Haoran would never spoil her. This woman wants to worship money, to be a virtuous woman, and to have a man all to herself. Is it possible? Are you dreaming of the spring and autumn period? Okay. You actually said there is no relationship between us. Ke Jinyao was so angry that she kept hitting the steering wheel of the car with her fists. Lu Haoran, it's over between us. It hasn't even started yet. How can we talk about the end? It seems like we have always been classmates, right? Lu Haoran couldn't even remember when he and Ke Jinyao established their relationship. From the beginning to the end, Lu Haoran just maintained a normal relationship with Ke Jinyao as classmates and friends, right? He racked his brains, but could not remember the words he had said to confess his love to Ke Jinyao. Could it be that Ke Jinyao made this up in her own imagination? You actually think that we were just classmates? No, we might still be brothers. Lu Haoran returned this sentence to Ku Jinyao exactly as it was, and the tone was very strong with ridicule. Hearing this, Ku Jinyao immediately realized that Lu Haoran was taking revenge on her for the insult she had made to him that night. At this time, Ku Jinyao was holding the phone, feeling embarrassed, angry, and furious. Her heart felt as if a huge rock weighed 1,000 pounds pressing down on it. She wanted to scream, but couldn't. She felt like she was about to explode as she was unable to vent the anger inside her heart. Lu Haoran, are you in the Michelin restaurant? Wait for me. I won't drive your car anymore. I'll give it back to you. This was the only tough thing Ku Jinyao could say at this moment. Chapter 46. Hold on to your cards. At the same time, Ku Jinyao also wanted to see whose son Shiqian was. She actually got pregnant with Lu Haoran's child before her. The most important purpose of Ku Jinyao's request to return the car at this time was to tell Lu Haoran in front of Sun Shiqian that he was cheating on her while she was pregnant. This move is extremely vicious for ordinary people. But for Lu Haoran, there was no pressure at all. He wished he could take back his car. It was his favorite car. It would be a waste to let Ku Jinyao drive such a smart car. So, Lu Haoran agreed. Come here quickly. I can only wait for half an hour. If it's later, I have to go home with my wife to sleep. Puff! Ku Jinyao spat out a mouthful of blood. This Lu Haoran was simply shameless. It's so infuriating. After the call was hung up, Ku Jinyao started the car angrily and rushed to the Michelin restaurant at full speed. She wanted to see if Lu Haoran would still speak so arrogantly in front of her and his so-called wife. In less than half an hour, Ku Jinyao arrived downstairs of Michelin. Just at this time, Ku Jinyao saw Lu Haoran hugging a very beautiful young woman and preparing to go out. Lu Haoran, Ku Jinyao yelled angrily. Lu Haoran and Sun Shiqian heard the voice and turned around to see Ku Jinyao rushing towards him angrily with her fists clenched. Lu Haoran quickly stood in front of Sun Shiqian, fearing that the woman would go crazy and hurt Sun Shiqian. What are you doing? Why are you asking me? Huh? Ku Jinyao stopped in front of Lu Haoran and asked angrily. Didn't you say you'd wait for me for half an hour? Why are you leaving in less than half an hour? If I don't arrive now, wouldn't it be a wasted trip for me? She simply couldn't stand it. No man ever dared to make her wait, let alone stand her up. Hearing this, Lu Haoran said, "Oh," indifferently. I totally forgot you were coming. You. Ku Jinyao pointed at Lu Haoran and trembled all over. Oh, by the way, honey, let me introduce you to this. This is my college classmate, Ku Jinyao. Lu Haoran introduced to Sun Shiqian. Seeing this, Sun Shiqian stood beside Lu Haoran and looked at Ku Jinyao with a smile. Hello, Ku Jinyao, my name is Sun Shiqian. What's good about that? You and I were both deceived by this scumbag. He hooked up with me when you were pregnant, and you are not angry at all when facing such a man? Oh, there's nothing to be angry about. When I saw you like this just now, I thought you were also pregnant with my husband's child. You didn't. Ah, Ku Jinyao was confused. She stared at Sun Shiqian with wide eyes in disbelief, as if she had seen a monster. You? He? Faced with Ku Jinyao's insults, Sun Shiqian was not angry. She still held Lu Haoran's arm, maintaining her smile, not affected at all. Humph, Ku Jinyao, aren't you here to return the car? Give me the car keys, and you can leave. Sun Shiqian was not angry, but that didn't mean Lu Haoran wouldn't be angry. Okay, here are the car keys. I've really learned a lot today. Too much. I didn't expect that in today's society, there are still such ignorant women. Ku Jinyao handed over a pair of car keys, stared at Lu Haoran and Sun Shiqian, and shook her head, unable to believe what she was hearing and seeing. Lu Haoran no longer paid attention to Ku Jinyao's reaction. He took the car keys and handed them to Sun Shiqian. Honey, this car is for you. It's the latest smart driving car, perfect for you to drive while you're pregnant. Yeah, thank you, husband. I have a car now, too. I'm so happy. Sun Shiqian took the car keys and excitedly hugged Lu Haoran and kissed him. Now I'm used to Lu Haoran's generosity. Houses in the city can be delivered directly, so a car is nothing at all. But Sun Shiqian was still very grateful, and she held Lu Haoran's hand even tighter. Let's go. I'll teach you how to drive a smart driving car. Yeah, I often see videos of this car on TikTok. I can't wait to see what this smart driving car is like. Lu Haoran took Sun Shiqian's hand and walked towards the car parked on the side of the road. Lu Haoran, you woo. Ku Jinyao was completely dumbfounded. She didn't expect that after Lu Haoran got the car keys, he would give them to that vixen right in front of her. Asshole Lu Haoran, you bully me. This car belongs to me. Woo. But no one answered her. She only saw the luxury car worth more than 600,000 yuan that originally belonged to her getting farther and farther away from her. As Ke Jinyao cried, her legs went weak and she fell to the ground, crying even louder. After a long time, passersby came over to watch, and many men saw that she was beautiful and wanted to take the opportunity to come over to comfort and chat with her. Ke Jinyao couldn't stand it, so she covered her face and ran away. As she ran, Ke Jinyao's tears started to flow again. She suddenly found that she couldn't go home. If you want to go back, you can only take the bus or take a taxi. At this moment, the only thing that appeared in front of her eyes was Sun Shiqian's hateful face. This woman took the car that belonged to her. Ke Jinyao stood woodenly on the street, feeling pain and regret in her heart. What hurt was that she missed out on a handsome and wealthy second-generation rich man, and what she regretted was why she impulsively returned the car to Liu Haoran. Liu Haoran didn't mention a word about returning the car himself. Why did I have to be so stupid as to come here and return the car? Originally, Ke Jinyao thought that Liu Haoran would at least coax her or explain a few things to her. If Liu Haoran explained it to her properly, she might not necessarily be unable to accept being a mistress. I regret it so much. Now, because of a momentary impulse, I have lost everything. Before dawn the next day, Liu Haoran was still sleeping in the arms of Sun Shiqian. Huasiyuan called Liu Haoran and told him that there was a class for CEOs today. Oh my, I almost forgot about class. Liu Haoran quickly let go of Sun Shiqian in his arms and sat up. Huasiyuan, come and pick me up. Boss, I'm not your secretary anymore. What nonsense are you talking about? If she's not my secretary, then she's still my employee. So what if my employee picked me up to do something? Huasiyuan was silent. This boss was still as domineering as before. Huasiyuan didn't even know whether Liu Haoran liked her or not. If a man likes her, he shouldn't yell at her, but if he doesn't like her, why would he find excuses to kiss her? Oh, Huasiyuan, come pick me up in a Rolls Royce. We need to hold up our cards and don't let our classmates look down on us. This Rolls Royce is a new car that just arrived yesterday, and Huasiyuan went to handle the formalities for it. The car happened to be at Huasiyuan's place. Chapter 47, Is This Your Girlfriend? Faced with Liu Haoran's domineering attitude, Huasiyuan had no choice but to agree and drive to pick up Liu Haoran. These days, Huasiyuan has been confused and entangled. She couldn't tell what Liu Haoran thought of her, but she was reluctant to let Huasiyuan leave Rongqing Lycean Human Resources Company and leave Liu Haoran. Even the thought of leaving made her feel heartbroken. Ideas are ideas. As Liu Haoran's employee, Huasiyuan had to pick him up no matter how reluctant she was. In fact, when Huasiyuan drove to pick up Liu Haoran, she did not feel any resistance, and even wanted to see Liu Haoran as soon as possible. Huasiyuan was still unaware of these psychological changes in herself. Let's go. After picking up Liu Haoran, Huasiyuan got out of the car to greet him as usual. Liu Haoran naturally sat in the boss's seat. The two arrived at the campus of Rongqing University, and because of the Rolls Royce and the perfect match of Liu Haoran and Huasiyuan, they attracted a lot of attention. Faced with everyone's envy, Huasiyuan also felt a little proud in her heart. All of this was brought to her by her boss Liu Haoran. After arriving in the class, the atmosphere among the students was still harmonious. Liu Haoran specifically found Mr. Jin from the health system to thank him in person. Student Jin smiled and said it was a small matter and no need to worry about it. Li Haoran know that. Between classmates, everything was unspoken. During the break, Liu Haoran invited Huasiyuan to accompany him around the campus. Huasiyuan was reluctant to get too close to Liu Haoran, but Liu Haoran reminded her, "You are pretending to be my girlfriend in front of your classmates, so you can't let the secret show." Huasiyuan pursed her lips. This guy always threatened her, but I couldn't refuse. Without waiting for Huasiyuan's response, Liu Haoran took her hand and walked outside. Huasiyuan struggled, but failed to break free, and finally had to let Liu Haoran hold her hand. After leaving the house, Huasiyuan said angrily, "Boss, we're all out now. Shouldn't we let go?" "Hello, Teacher Jiang." Liu Haoran did not answer Huasiyuan, but greeted a teacher who was passing by. The teacher named Jiang heard the voice and looked over. "Hey, you are Liu Haoran?" Teacher Jiang looked at Liu Haoran with some hesitation. After all, Liu Haoran's appearance had changed a lot. "It's me. I'm Liu Haoran, Teacher Jiang." "Oh my, Liu Haoran, I didn't expect you to have changed so much in just 2 years since graduation." That's right, everyone says I've changed." When asked by the teacher, Liu Haoran scratched the back of his head subconsciously. "You've become more handsome. Is this girl your girlfriend? Teacher Jiang couldn't help but ask when he saw Hua Siyuan being pulled by Lu Haoran. Lu Haoran nodded and admitted, Teacher Jiang, this is my girlfriend Hua Siyuan. Then Lu Haoran turned to Hua Siyuan. Siyuan, this is my college counselor, Ms. Jiang. When I was in school, Ms. Jiang took good care of me. Hello, Teacher Jiang. At this time, Hua Siyuan still knew the situation and greeted Teacher Jiang very cooperatively. Not bad. Not bad. The little girl is really pretty. The two of you standing together are really a perfect match. Lu Haoran is my student, and he has a very good character. You two will definitely be happy together. When you get married, you must invite me to the wedding banquet. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. I will definitely invite you. Hua Siyuan answered awkwardly, and at this time pinched Lu Haoran's arm hard. By the way, Lu Haoran, are you back to school to take a look? Yes, Mr. Jiang. My girlfriend and I are walking around the campus. How are you doing now? Where do you work now? Teachers are very concerned about their students' work situation, especially when their students are making good progress. They feel proud. Lu Haoran responded generously. Teacher Jiang, I now run a human resources company. You started a company. How's the company developing? Lu Haoran said modestly. It's just barely passable, and the profit and loss can be balanced. If the profit and loss can be balanced, then it's good. If we develop well, we may be able to make a career. Thank you, Teacher Jiang, for your encouragement. I will work hard. Okay, come on. Teacher Jiang pointed to the teaching building behind Lu Haoran and said proudly. The teaching base of the CEO class, jointly organized by our school and Peking University and Tsinghua University, is located here. And all the students here are well-known corporate CEOs. If you can come here to study one day, then as a teacher, I will be proud of you. Okay. Lu Haoran looked back at the teaching building, not knowing how to explain. Hua Siyuan stood nearby and listened to Lu Haoran and Teacher Jiang chatting. She couldn't help but laugh secretly. At this moment, Hua Siyuan's expression suddenly changed. Hey boss, we should get back to class. Yes, it's time. Lu Haoran raised his wrist and looked at his watch. Teacher Jiang, I'm studying in the CEO class right now, and class is about to start. What? Teacher Jiang didn't respond. You said you were taking classes in the CEO class now? Yeah, I do take classes in there. Are you kidding me? The tuition here is notoriously expensive. It costs 1 million a year. Teacher Jiang couldn't believe what Lu Haoran said. He knew Lu Haoran's family background very well. Given Lu Haoran's family situation, there was no way he could afford 1 million yuan for his schooling, unless Lu Haoran earned it himself. Earning 1 million in 2 years and using it to pay tuition, that means Lu Haoran earns far more than 1 million. What kind of human resources company is so profitable? Haha, Teacher Jiang, this is my girlfriend and I's student ID. Lu Haoran showed his and Hua Siyuan's student ID cards to Teacher Jiang. After seeing the ID, Teacher Jiang finally believed what Lu Haoran said. Teacher Jiang was deeply moved at this moment. He realized that no student should be underestimated. To be honest, Lu Haoran had average academic performance, average family background, and average abilities. When he graduated, he judged that Lu Haoran would suffer a lot after graduation. I didn't expect to be slapped in the face today. Could it be that this guy is hooking up with a rich girl? Teacher Jiang looked at Hua Siyuan inconspicuously, and the more he looked, the more he felt that it was her. He admired Lu Haoran even more. This guy must have relied on his handsomeness to catch up with Hua Siyuan. If Hua Siyuan was big and ugly, Teacher Jiang would look down on Lu Haoran. But Hua Siyuan is a beauty at the school bell level. The fact that Lu Haoran can catch up with such a rich girl is also a reflection of his ability. Teacher Jiang, let's go to class first. We'll come visit you after class. Lu Haoran looked at Teacher Jiang, who was full of emotion and could understand Teacher Jiang's feelings at the moment. Hold on, let's take a picture. One of my students actually got into the CEO class. I have to post this on my WeChat moments. Chapter 48, A Dog Without Dignity. At Teacher Jiang's request, Lu Haoran and Hua Siyuan each wore their student ID cards for the CEO class. The three of them took a few photos standing at the place where the words Tsinghua University, Peking University, and Chengdu University President's class teaching base were written. After taking the photos, Lu Haoran and Hua Siyuan hurried to class. Teacher Jiang couldn't help but post it on his moments immediately. There are also several photos attached to the circle of friends. In the photo, Hua Siyuan is intimately holding Lu Haoran's arm, with her head slightly tilted towards Lu Haoran's shoulder, looking very sweet. Next to Lu Haoran was Teacher Jiang, who couldn't hide his smile. It can be seen that Teacher Jiang is genuinely proud of the achievements of his students. After this message was posted on WeChat Moments, almost all the classmates in the class saw it. Many people left messages on teacher Zhang's moments. Wow, classmate Howard is actually attending the CEO class at Peking University and Tsinghua University. My God, that's amazing. This is a class only big shots can attend. I heard that you can't attend just by having money. You need someone to recommend you. Our boss wanted to sign up several times, but no one recommended him. Teacher Jiang looked at a few comments and replied, I never thought that the most promising student in our class is actually Lu Howard. He even opened a company, and he said it's doing pretty well. Teacher Jiang, you just found out that Lu Howard has started a company? You look so grinning. Classmate Lu invited us to a class reunion at Crown Plaza a few days ago, and we had all the Mount Ai we could drink. Our classmate Lu has made a lot of money. He is really rich. Oh my, this Lu Howard, does he have a girlfriend again? Oh my God, what's going on? Yesterday, in our class group, there were photos of him accompanying his pregnant girlfriend to a prenatal checkup. This is crazy. How many girlfriends does Mr. Lu have? I'm so envious. I thought the pregnant girlfriend in the group yesterday was pretty enough, but now it seems that I was superficial. This girl is truly beautiful. TSK. Today's girlfriend is pretty, but she looks a little immature. And yesterday's pregnant girlfriend was the best. Mr. Lu really knows how to have fun. If I had money, I would also have fun like this. The number of comments under Teacher Zhang's circle of friends discussing how many girlfriends Lu Howard has far exceeds the number of comments about whether Lu Howard is a rich man. When Teacher Zhang saw all the comments, he was dumbfounded. Originally, Teacher Zhang thought that Lu Howard was hooking up with a rich girl, but now it seems that is not the case at all. What kind of opportunity did Lu Howard have? Not only did he have endless money, but he also had a girlfriend who was more beautiful than the other. Is it really the huge wealth brought to him by starting a company? Also, are rich people really that happy? One by one, the most beautiful women threw themselves into his arms. Teacher Jiang was reading the comments. As a teacher, he couldn't help but feel envious and was thinking about whether he should quit his job and start his own business. At the same time, Ku Jinyao was practicing dancing in tight yoga clothes. While taking a break, she picked up her phone and looked through her circle of friends. When she saw this, her eyes widened. Lu Howard is actually attending the CEO class at Peking University and Tsinghua University, and he has brought a beauty who is no less beautiful than him to study with him. At this moment, her heart seemed to be pierced by a sharp knife. Her soul seemed to be pulled out of her body, and a feeling of regret penetrated deep into her bones. She regretted why she impulsively went to Lu Howard to cry yesterday. Just like in reality, real rich second generation have no shortage of women. Although Lu Howard no longer has her, he still has Sun Shiqian and the woman in the photo. The girl in the photo looks very young. She must be a recent graduate. This Lu Howard is a beast. Even such a naive girl has to be scumbag. However, while Ku Jinyao was cursing Lu Howard, in her heart she wished that Lu Howard would cheat on her immediately. Ku Jinyao looked at the circle of friends on her phone, and she no longer had the mood to practice dancing. Isn't the purpose of dancing to maintain a perfect body and find a Prince Charming? There was once a Prince Charming who appeared by my side, but unfortunately, I didn't cherish him. Instead, they still care about whether the other person's love is loyal. So still. Thinking of this, Ku Jinyao decided to apologize to Lu Howard immediately. She completely stopped dancing, sat in the corner, edited her words word by word, expressed her mistakes, and sincerely apologized to Lu Howard. She hoped that Lu Howard would forgive her willfulness and allow her to return to his side. From now on, as long as Lu Howard doesn't bring other women to her, she will never care about Lu Howard's other affairs again. After sending the message, Ku Jinyao breathed a sigh of relief. Ku Jinyao completely lowered her posture. You have to lower your mind. She is 25 years old now. If you wait any longer, the daylily will get cold. In fact, Ku Jinyao had already discovered that the real rich second generation would not be attracted to her. And even if they were attracted to her, they would be the kind of rich second generation with a bad record. Similarly, she was mentally prepared for a capable man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. A woman with only good looks cannot possibly tie down a dragon-like man. Ku Jinyao secretly clenched her fists and swore that once she returned to Lu Howard this time, she would never act like a demon again. Ku Jinyao waited for a long time in a nervous mood, and she finally got a message from Lu Howard. Come and wait for me downstairs at my company tomorrow. Lu Howard just said these few words simply. But this short sentence made Ku Jinyao's heart beat faster with excitement. Ku Jinyao hurriedly edited another long message to respond to Lu Howard. This looks like a shameless lickspittle. Early the next morning, Ke Jinyao was waiting for Lu Haoran downstairs of the office building where Lu Haoran's company was located. At this moment, she no longer had any complaints about waiting. There was only the eager anticipation for Lu Haoran's arrival. Ke Jinyao didn't have to wait too long this morning. After a while, a Rolls-Royce stopped in front of her. Ke Jinyao looked at the Rolls-Royce with desire and envy in her eyes. But she didn't expect the man in the Rolls-Royce to like her, because she knew that 99% of the people coming out of here were disgusting, bald, old men. This old man is greedy only for her body. As a young girl, Ke Jinyao also hopes to have a sufficient financial foundation and sweet love. Just when Ke Jinyao was daydreaming, a man got out of the car. It was Lu Haoran. As soon as Lu Haoran got out of the car, the Rolls-Royce left. Ke Jinyao looked through the car window and saw that the person driving the car seemed to be Lu Haoran's girlfriend in Teacher John's photo. Oh my God! Lu Haoran actually gave that girlfriend a Rolls-Royce. I originally had a Wenjia, but unfortunately I didn't cherish it and lost it. Proferani. Ke Jinyao saw Lu Haoran and rushed over. She had 1,000 words of apology and regret to say at this moment, but she didn't know how to start. Follow me. Lu Haoran ignored her and walked straight ahead. Okay. Ke Jinyao hurriedly followed Lu Haoran. Lu Haoran took Ke Jinyao to the basement of the office building and found Lu Haoran's Porsche parked there. The car is open to you. Go drive it. Lu Haoran threw the car keys to Ke Jinyao. When Ke Jinyao saw the car keys flying towards her, she quickly reached out to catch them. Brother Ran, do you mean to give this car to me? Ke Jinyao was very excited. She was not sure whether Lu Haoran would be so generous to give it to her. Porsche is the car that Ke Jinyao wants most. How long the car can last in your hands depends on your performance. Yeah, I will be obedient from now on. Just be obedient. Lu Haoran was very satisfied with Ke Jinyao's attitude. This was the attitude a gold digger should have. Let's go and drive to Jinlin Mansion. Chapter Unchas accepting Ke Jinyao. Okay, Ren brother. Ke Jinyao didn't dare to ask more questions and just did as she was told. Ke Jinyao was driving, and Lu Haoran was sitting in the boss seat in the back seat, resting with his eyes closed. The reason why Lu Haoran made an appointment to meet Ke Jinyao today was actually because of the text message Ke Jinyao sent yesterday. Ke Jinyao's attitude is already so humble. Lu Haoran decided to take Ke Jinyao in today. Make Ke Jinyao pregnant. This woman, Ke Jinyao, is too materialistic. Lu Haoran really didn't like it. But Lu Haoran was reluctant to waste this opportunity to obtain system rewards. So he had today's schedule arranged. After he won over Ke Jinyao, he planned to end his entanglement with this gold digger. Along the way, the two did not communicate much. Brother Ran, we have arrived at Jinlin Mansion. What are we doing here? Ke Jinyao asked cautiously. Of course I came here to buy a house. Okay, Ke Jinyao thought. The rich are the rich. They are here to buy a house again. But what she didn't know was that the real purpose of Lu Haoran bringing her here today was to get fucked. Hello, are you two here to see the house? When the sales manager of Jinlin Mansion saw Lu Haoran and Ke Jinyao, he hurried over to greet them. Lu Haoran nodded. We are here to buy a house. Take us to see the sand table. Yes, okay. What's your last name? Surname Lu. Okay, Brother Lu, this way, please. The sales manager led Lu Haoran and Ke Jinyao into the sales office. She introduced as they walked. Brother Lu, our Jinlin Mansion is the only villa project within the city limits. It has a prime location and is very rare. You and your sister are really discerning in coming to see the house. How about I take you to understand the location first, and then look at the sand table. After seeing the location, I guarantee you and your sister will be eager to buy it. I know the project well. No need to introduce the location. Let's go to the sand table and take a look. Lu Haoran's purpose was very clear, and he didn't want to waste time on unnecessary processes. Oh, all right then. The sales manager had some changes in his mind and didn't even want to know the location of the project. He was afraid that these two people were just here to take a look. She was no longer as enthusiastic, but still took Lu Haoran and Ke Jinyao to the sand table. Ke Jinyao, choose one. Ah, Ran, what do you mean? Buy you a house. Really? Ke Jinyao was totally unprepared. She felt like she had won a $5 million lottery and was so excited that she almost had a cerebral hemorrhage. Choose quickly. I don't have time to waste with you. The system gave Lu Haoran the qualification to purchase a villa. Lu Haoran plans to give this villa to Ke Jinyao. When Ke Jinyao becomes pregnant, this villa and the Porsche will be Lu Haoran's reward for helping him give birth to the child. When the sales manager heard these words, The expression on his face completely disappeared. I kept complaining in my heart, wondering if I had met a pretentious person, or maybe shoot short videos or jokes. The sales manager quietly looked around, but didn't notice anyone recording the video. Then I'll take that one. In fact, Kajin had no intention of choosing carefully. She just randomly pointed to a single-family villa that looked good and chose it. Okay. Lu Haoran nodded, turned around, and said to the nonchalant sales manager, I bought that house. Please open the order and pay the deposit. What? Are you really buying it? The sales manager didn't quite believe it. This is a single-family villa worth $12 million. Haha, do I look like someone who can't afford it? Lu Haoran took a look at his own attire and found that he was wearing clothes and watches from international brands. Even so, am I still looked down upon by dogs? What kind of clothes and watches do the rich have to wear nowadays to be respected by others? Lu Haoran was really confused. No, I'm not saying you can't afford it. It's just that the process was too fast, which was totally beyond my expectation. Brother Lu, please wait a moment. I will help you with the formalities right away. Seeing that Lu Haoran was angry, the sales manager hurriedly apologized and trotted over to ask the finance department to handle it. Kajin stood beside Lu Haoran, her whole body trembling as if she was sleepwalking. During the whole process of handling the procedures, she was like a puppet, doing whatever she was told to do. Brother Lu, your formalities have been completed. Do you need me to take you to see the house? After paying the deposit and completing the formalities, the sales manager remembered to take Lu Haoran to see the house. Lu Haoran had no interest at first, but thinking that he had never seen a villa before, he nodded and agreed. The three of them arrived at the villa, and the sales manager opened the door and said, Brother Lu, our villas have basic decorations and are considered luxurious. They even have beds. You only need to buy some home appliances, and you can move in. Of course, if you don't like these decoration styles, you can also demolish them and redecorate them. The villa is being fully decorated? These developers can think of it. Among those who buy villas, how many want the developer to provide unified and fine decoration? Most people design and decorate their own homes. This villa has been renovated simply to take advantage of its geographical location and sell it for more money. But for Lu Haoran, this is a good thing, as he doesn't have to pay Kajin for decoration. You don't have to follow us. We can see for ourselves. Lu Haoran felt uncomfortable having the sales manager following him. Okay, Brother Lu, you and sister-in-law can look at it yourselves. If you need anything, just call me directly. After the sales manager left, Lu Haoran took Kajin into the villa. Although this villa has a uniform decoration, it was carefully decorated, and the entire villa is decorated elegantly and luxuriously. As soon as you enter the door, you can feel a strong sense of luxury. The marble floor is as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the light from the gorgeous chandelier. Carefully selected furniture is placed in every corner, comfortable and full of design sense. The modern kitchen equipment is fully equipped, making people feel as if they are in an exquisite living space. Each room is decorated in its own unique style, full of warmth and comfort. Wow, Ran, am I really not dreaming? Such a big, luxurious villa is actually mine. At this moment, Kajin could no longer describe her feelings. And Lu Haoran also felt a little regretful. Such a big villa should be given to Sun Shiqian, and he and Sun Shiqian should live in it, instead of giving it to this gold digger. But things have come to this point, and he has no choice but to accept it. Although the villa was given to Kajin also had to pay the corresponding price. Kajin, whether this villa belongs to you depends on your performance. You have to know that I have only paid a deposit. The villa has not been fully purchased yet. When Lu Haoran said this, Kajin panicked, and she quickly turned around and hugged Lu Haoran. Brother Ran, I will listen to you from now on. Please don't take my villa away. Okay, then I'll see how obedient you are. Huh? As he spoke, Lu Haoran let out a strange laugh and pushed Kajin down onto the large round Simmons mattress. Chapter 50. What are you doing? Brother Ran, what are you going to do? Kajin was suddenly pushed down on the Simmons mattress, and she was still subconsciously panicking. But in panic, I didn't dare to refuse, and I was mentally prepared for it. In Lu Haoran's opinion, this feeling is like wanting to refuse, but also to welcome. Hey, what are you doing? Of course I'm going to fuck you. Lu Haoran no longer hesitated and pounced on it like a hungry wolf. Lu Haoran groped for a while and suddenly got up. His mood became very bad. You have relatives coming? Yeah, Ran. I'm sorry. I just got here this morning too. Kajin quickly apologized. I can't control this. Brother Ran, How about I use? Then why didn't you say so earlier? I'm afraid you think I'm making up an excuse to reject you. Kujinyao was so humble for a villa. Lu Howard looked at her like this and shook his head. In that case, see you next time. The only fun that Lu Howard had with a woman like Kujinyao was to torment her. Without waiting for Kujinyao to reply, Lu Howard walked out the door. Kujinyao quickly got up and caught up with Lu Howard. Brother Ran, are you angry? Not angry. Lu Howard turned around and said, Oh, I want to tell you something. I can give you this villa and the Porsche, but I will only pay the down payment for the villa. I want you to get pregnant with my child within 3 months and give birth to the baby successfully. The moment the child is born, I will pay you the balance of the villa. If you can't have a baby, I'm sorry. I can give you the Porsche, but you have to return the villa to me or pay for it yourself. What? Brother Ranyu, you mean you're really with me just to have a baby? Kujinyao looked at Lu Howard in disbelief. She was extremely shocked and saddened by Lu Howard's words. Then what else is it for? You don't really think I did it for your looks? Don't fantasize, this is just a deal between us. This? How can this be possible? How can the relationship between us be described as a transaction? Besides, is my youth only worth a villa? This is definitely not what Kujinyao wants. What Kujinyao wants is a lifetime of wealth, or enough money for her to squander her whole life. But Lu Howard only gave her a villa and a Porsche, which was far from enough. You can't have a baby these days. How much is your youth worth? I'll give you a few days to slowly calculate it. If you feel it is not worth it, just return the car and the house to me. Anyway, I haven't done anything to you now, and I've only paid a deposit for this villa. Everyone still has room for regret. After saying that, Lu Howard left Jinlin Mansion without looking back. After Lu Howard left, Kujinyao looked at the villa courtyard with mixed feelings. At this time, she recalled that night when Lu Howard said, As long as you help him give birth to a child, you'll have a lot of wealth and live a rich life. As long as I give birth to a child for him, I can buy myself a car factory and all the houses in the community. At that time, Kujinyao thought Lu Howard was crazy. At this moment, Kujinyao realized what a great opportunity she had missed to get rich. Now, she can also help Lu Howard give birth to a child, but all she can get is a villa and a car. The comparison is huge. Kujinyao regretted so much that her intestines turned green. Thinking of this, Kujinyao returned to the villa again and carefully checked every place in the villa. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. The more I look at it, the more I can't bear to let it go. Kujinyao knew that if she dared to reject Lu Howard again, this villa would be given to another woman by Lu Howard in an instant, just like the car. Kujinyao really couldn't bear to give up the big villa she had. Kujinyao stayed in the villa for most of the day. During this period, Kujinyao couldn't help but fiddle with the furniture in the villa and arrange it to her liking. It was not until dark that Kujinyao drove home in the Porsche that Lu Howard gave her. She had only eaten breakfast the whole day and was starving when she got home. At this moment, what she wanted most was to go home to a meal prepared by her mother. But the moment she stepped into the room, she felt the house was cold and lifeless. Then, loud quarreling sounds were heard from my parents' room, mixed with the sound of things being thrown. Why'd I marry a loser like you? You work all your life, and your monthly salary is only less than 10,000 yuan. Not only is your salary low, but you just lie there and play games when you get home. Your daughter is already in her 20s, and you're still playing games. Fuck you. I don't know how you can continue to play games. You damn bitch, keep your mouth shut. Fuck you. You're a loser, a wimp. So what if I scold you? Aren't you allowed to be scolded as a wimp? As soon as he finished speaking, there was the sound of fists pounding the table. Then something fell to the ground and broke, followed by the sound of ping pong. Kujinyao, who was standing at the door, suddenly lost her mood. Feeling hungry and sad, she immediately turned around and went out. This is Kujinyao home. From childhood to adulthood, Kujinyao grew up in a world where her parents quarreled and fought. And all these reasons revolved around money. Every quarrel was basically because Kujinyao's mother was not satisfied with her father's income. From childhood to adulthood, Kujinyao has never felt the warmth of family. For a family like hers, although the income is not high, they can still make ends meet. As long as the mother relaxes her mind, they can live a tight life. But the mother was not satisfied and unwilling to give up. Her mother thought that she was so beautiful and should not suffer with her father. Her mother never reflected on why she could only be a supermarket salesperson. It was this kind of family environment that led Ke Jinyao to swear that she would never marry a poor man in this life. Ke Jinyao's biggest dream is to pick up 2 large baskets of money, throw them in front of her parents, and make her parents kneel down in the pile of money and reflect on the harm they caused her during her growth. Ke Jinyao hopes every day to find a rich man who meets her fantasy of love and marry her as soon as possible. She never wanted to set foot in this house again. The appearance of Lu Haoran just met Ke Jinyao's requirements. Lu Haoran is young, a classmate, and very rich. It turned out that Lu Haoran still loved her very much. Unfortunately, Ke Jinyao failed to withstand Lu Haoran's test that night, so that Lu Haoran's attitude towards her changed completely. Fortunately, it's not too late now. At this time, Ke Jinyao already had the answer to Lu Haoran's question. Ke Jinyao, Yao Yao, you really live here. I finally found you. Just when Ke Jinyao was in a very bad mood, Wu Gaochang happily appeared in front of her riding a brand new motorcycle. Chapter 51, Willing to be Kept. How did you find my house? When Ke Jinyao saw that it was Wu Gaochang, she became even more angry as she was already hungry. Wu Gaochang seemed to have forgotten Ke Jinyao's insult to him at the class reunion that day, and he was still smiling with a shameless face. When I saw you at the class reunion that day, I recalled every detail of our college days and I could never forget your face. I went through a lot of trouble to find your home address from my classmates. Can you please stop talking so disgustingly? Who has any connection with your college days? After Ke Jinyao refuted, she was afraid that Wu Gaochang would continue to pester her on this topic, so without waiting for Wu Gaochang to answer, she asked woodenly, "What do you want from me?" "Yao Yao, do you think this motorcycle is beautiful?" Wu Gaochang hung the helmet in his hand on the handlebars of the motorcycle, then got off and parked the motorcycle. Ke Jinyao pursed her lips and looked at the motorcycle, following Wu Gaochang's words. This is an Excel 321, and its market price should be around 25,000 yuan. Ke Jinyao just took a glance and then looked away with a sneer of contempt. "Yao Yao, guess where this car came from?" "Huh? Does how you got here have anything to do with me?" "It does matter. Didn't you say on your birthday in your junior year that your wish was to own a cool motorcycle? So this car is here for your wish." Wu Gaochang took out the car keys with pride and handed them to Ke Jinyao. "I posted a picture of this car on WeChat Moments yesterday, and the boss delivered it to me today. The boss said that the car is worth more than 30,000 yuan. This is the charm of power. I'm giving it to you now. I don't need it. You can keep it and ride it yourself." Wu Gaochang handed over the key, but Ke Jinyao acted as if she didn't see it. Wu Gaochang got anxious when he heard this. "Yao Yao, didn't you say that you like riding a motorcycle the most? That cool and dazzling look? That was in the past. I don't like it now." "You don't like it anymore? Then what do you like now?" "I like Porsches now, and I like big villas." But I can't afford these now." Wu Gaochang felt lost and frustrated about Ke Jinyao's current preferences, but he immediately said confidently, "But don't worry, in a few years, I will have a Porsche and a big villa. I will give them to you then." Ke Jinyao shook her head in disdain, not wanting to continue chatting with Wu Gaochang. "You don't need to send me off. Let's not talk about this anymore. I'm going to eat now. Bye." "Okay, let's not talk about this anymore and go eat." Wu Gaochang automatically ignored the word goodbye. He took out his helmet and handed it to Ke Jinyao. "Yao Yao, get in the car. I'll take you for a midnight snack." "Haha, riding a motorcycle is too dangerous. I won't ride it." Then let's walk." "No need for that. You lead the way on your bike, and I'll follow behind you." "How to follow?" Wu Gaochang was puzzled. Ke Jinyao did not answer him, but took out a car key from her handbag. Ding ding! In the dim light not far away, the lights of a Porsche came on, and Ke Jinyao walked towards the lights. Under the illumination of the car lights, Ke Jinyao's body was stretched very long. Wu Gaochang couldn't open his eyes because of the dazzling car lights. Beep! Wu Gaochang was awakened by a shrill car horn. Ke Jinyao opened the car window and yelled at Wu Gaochang. "Go ahead. What are you standing there for? Are you going to leave or not? If not, get out of my way. Why are you blocking the way? Be careful not to get hit." When did you buy a Porsche?" When Wu Gaochang saw Ke Jinyao's Porsche, he inexplicably felt ashamed and embarrassed. No wonder Ke Jinyao said just now that there was no need to send a Porsche herself. It turns out that she already has one. Wu Gaochang's surprised look made Ke Jinyao's vanity burst, and the depressed mood she brought from home was swept away at this moment. Facing the country bumpkin Wu Gaochang, she said with disdain, "Why do you care when I bought it? Aren't you going to treat me to a midnight snack? Let's go." "Oh, then follow me." Wu Gaochang put on a helmet, turned the motorcycle key, and rode ahead to lead the way. Feeling the pressure from the Porsche behind him, he was in a very low mood. No, how can I, Wu Gaochang? Let a Porsche affect my mood? A Porsche isn't expensive. I can find the money to buy one if I grit my teeth. Wait for a while. Once I'm seated firmly, it will be easy to change the money, right? Wu Gaochang is worthy of his rapid advancement in officialdom. His ability to handle emotions is still very strong. He quickly adjusted his mood and regained his confidence. Not far away, Wu Gaochang saw a busy barbecue stall. Well, eating skewers on the street with your goddess must be a very romantic and enviable thing. Wu Gaochang rode his motorcycle to the side of the road and waited for Ke Jinyao. Ke Jinyao stepped on the accelerator and drove over to run parallel to him. The car window is open. Wu Gaochang, why don't you leave? Yao Yao, this barbecue stall looks good. Let's eat barbecue. What? The midnight snack you mentioned is barbecue? Ke Jinyao's expression suddenly fell. Yeah, the business here is good, and the taste must be good too. If you want to eat it yourself. I don't want to eat it. Ke Jinyao looked at the tables at the barbecue stall. The tabletops were shining with greasy light, and the floor was black, covered with balls of used paper towels. It looks pretty disgusting. Looking at this scene, Ke Jinyao didn't want to get off the car. What to eat if not barbecue at this late hour? Eat takeout. Ke Jinyao lost her appetite after watching this scene. At this moment, she thought of the time when Liu Haoran took her out to dinner. The places we go to are all places where the average consumption per person is over 1,000 yuan. There are abalone, sea cucumber, wagyu beef, Australian lobster, and so on. The kind where any single dish could be eaten for dozens of barbecue meals. Moreover, the restaurant is luxuriously decorated, with a beautiful environment and a quiet and peaceful atmosphere. Not to mention eating in it, even picking up trash in it feels very comfortable. At this time, Ke Jinyao had a thorough understanding of Wu Gaochang's living standard. Marrying a man like this is like marrying a man like your father. What's the point of repeating the life my parents had? Ke Jinyao no longer paid attention to Wu Gaochang, lightly stepped on the accelerator, and the Porsche moved forward. Yao Yao, where are you going for takeout? Why do you care where I go? You're talking too much nonsense. A very impatient voice came out of the car, and then it sped away. Wu Gaochang quickly rode his bike to catch up. Not long after, Ke Jinyao's Porsche turned a corner and entered the Jinlin Mansion villa area. When Wu Gaochang saw this, his face changed drastically. Is Ke Jinyao being kept by some big shot? He hurriedly stepped on the brakes and didn't dare to follow any further. But he couldn't help the panic and anger in his heart. Finally, he released the brake and followed Ke Jinyao into the villa area. Wu Gaochang, are you a follower? Why are you following me home? After parking the car, Ke Jinyao found that Wu Gaochang had followed her, and she was very angry. You asked me why I follow you? Wu Gaochang was so angry that he lost his mind. He was breathing rapidly, pointing at Ke Jinyao and angrily said, Ke Jinyao, you woman, you are willing to be a mistress and be kept by someone else. Chapter 52, Bastard, I'm pregnant. When Ke Jinyao heard this, she slapped Wu Gaochang in the face. Why did you hit me? Wu Gaochang was stunned for a moment. He covered his burning face and became even angrier, but he didn't dare to fight back. Why should I hit you? I'm going to hit your stinky mouth. Ke Jinyao stared angrily with her big eyes and shouted, Wu Gaochang, I thought you were a civil servant and should be well educated, but I didn't expect that I overestimated you. You've fallen into depravity and been kept by someone, and you're not allowed to tell me? Which eye of yours saw me degenerate into being kept by someone? You drive a Porsche and live in a big villa, and you still say you are not being kept by someone? Wu Gaochang gritted his teeth and was extremely disappointed with Ke Jinyao. Ke Jinyao suddenly laughed. She turned around, opened the car door, took out a contract from the car, and slammed it heavily in Wu Gaochang's hand. Open your eyes and take a good look. This is a house purchase contract. It's my name on it. This villa belongs to me. What do you mean? You said this villa is yours? Wu Gaochang couldn't believe it. He unfolded the contract and saw that it was really from Ke Jinyao, and it was just bought today. You actually bought a villa. Why? I can't buy a villa. Ke Jinyao was extremely happy. Where did you get the money to buy the villa? It fell from the sky and was picked up from the ground. Are you satisfied with this answer? How is this possible? Since you know it's impossible, why are you asking? Am I obligated to answer you? Ke Jinyao looked cold and said disdainfully, Wu Gaochang, don't use your status as a civil servant that you think you're proud of to look down on others. This shows that you have very, very low quality I. Wu Gaochang's face turned red after being choked by Ko Jinyao's words. Go away, I don't want to see you anymore. Ko Jinyao opened the gate of the villa, revealing the exquisite garden scenery inside. She stepped through the door. As she closed the door, she added, Wu Gaochang, don't come to me like a scabby dog in the future. I'm afraid my boyfriend will misunderstand me. What? You have a boyfriend? Who is he? Wu Gaochang was horrified, and he quickly reached out to stop Ko Jinyao from closing the door. You also know this person. It's Lu Haoran. Ko Jinyao did not intend to hide the truth from Wu Gaochang, nor did she intend to keep Wu Gaochang hanging any longer, because she knew that Lu Haoran would not tolerate even a grain of sand in his eyes. If Lu Haoran knew that she was still raising fish, he would abandon her without hesitation. After saying that, Ko Jinyao slammed the door shut and ignored Wu Gaochang outside. It's actually Lu Haoran. Is it great to be rich? Wu Gaochang, will definitely let you know that money is not everything. Wu Gaochang outside the door kicked the step next to him angrily. He grimaced in pain. The following week, Ko Jinyao took annual leave, not to travel, but to move. She didn't tell her parents that she had a villa. Instead, he used the excuse that he needed to rent a house. Her parents were hoping that Ko Jinyao would move out and live alone, so they didn't care about her. After moving into the villa, Ko Jinyao went to the flower market and the furniture market. She decorated the villa as if it were her own home. Ko Jinyao secretly swore that no matter what happened, she would not leave the villa, and she would never let herself lose the villa she had already obtained. This week, she also figured it out. She has a villa and a car, which is enough for her life. No matter how much more there is, it doesn't make much sense. Also, she gave birth to a child for Lu Haoran. Even if Lu Haoran doesn't marry me and denies my relationship with him, he still has to consider the blood relationship between the child and him, right? Lu Haoran is so rich and loves children so much. He will definitely give more for this child. You can also enjoy the happiness with your children. Speaking of Lu Haoran, this week, he received messages from Ko Jinyao every day, wanting to make an appointment with him. But Lu Haoran decided not to see Ko Jinyao in the next 15 days. Because there is still a week of safe period after the woman's relatives leave. Lu Haoran doesn't want to go find Ko Jinyao and waste his offspring. During this period of time, Lu Haoran had nothing to worry about except for the annoying Ko Jinyao. He comes to the company to hang out every day when he has nothing to do. It doesn't matter whether the company makes money or not. What he wants is the atmosphere and the feeling of being the boss. Then there is the girl at the front desk, Si Yuan. This is also one of Lu Haoran's goals. Ever since he kissed with Si Yuan in class that day, Si Yuan became depressed. When facing Lu Haoran, she was not as lively as usual. Lu Haoran watched a sunny girl become depressed, and he actually felt very sorry for her. But there is no way, sooner or later Si Yuan will have to face the fact of giving birth to a child for him. During this period, Lu Haoran did not scold Si Yuan again. Even when Si Yuan made mistakes at work, he never said anything to her. Si Yuan, please stay for a while after work. I will hand over the management of the company to you. I want to hand over the headhunting company to you. I will rarely come to the company in the future. Si Yuan has been hiding from him these past few days. So Lu Haoran decided to take a step back and simply hand over the company to Si Yuan. Anyway, the headhunting industry has limited room for development, and he has no interest in running it. Even if it wasn't because of Si Yuan, he would have shifted his focus to develop other careers sooner or later. Moreover, Lu Haoran already has an idea about the new industry he is planning to get involved in, and it is just waiting for him to implement it. When Si Yuan heard Lu Haoran's words, she looked at him blankly. Boss, why are you doing this? Si Yuan, I'm sorry about what happened in the CEO class last time. I just wanted to play a joke on you, but I didn't expect you to react so strongly. Lu Haoran said in a deep tone. These past few days, you've been silent, no longer lively, and you don't talk to me much. It's like you've become a different person. It breaks my heart to see you like that. Since you don't want to meet me, I'll try to appear in front of you as little as possible. Lu Haoran took a step back to advance, intending to move Si Yuan with his deep affection. As expected, Si Yuan's tears fell silently. She choked up and said, Boss, you're a bad person. You are wronging me. It's not that I don't want to see you. At this point, she couldn't say anything. Lu Haoran walked over and wanted to put his arm around her, but he pulled his hand back in midair. Forget it. That's it. Stop crying. Boss, I don't want to be in charge of the company. If you don't come to the company, then I won't come again. As soon as she finished speaking, Si Yuan rushed out of the office, wiping her tears with her hand. Si Yuan came out of Lu Haoran's office crying. and the originally noisy company suddenly became quiet. After Hua Siyuan walked away, they whispered and discussed the relationship between Hua Siyuan and Lu Haoran. Everyone be quiet, stop gossiping, and do your own thing. The current Lycean Human Resources Company already has more than a dozen people. Fang Qian was also appointed as Deputy General Manager by Lu Haoran. The actual management of this company is almost entirely done by Fang Qian. After Fang Qian stopped the discussion, she looked at Lu Haoran's office door with a depressed look, not knowing what she was thinking. Lu Haoran, who was in the office, heard what Hua Siyuan said when she rushed out of the office. A grin spread across his lips. "You little brat, I easily took control of you." Lu Haoran proudly picked up his phone and prepared to watch TikTok to kill time. At this moment, he received a message. "Lu Haoran, you damn bastard. What kind of birth control pill did you give me that day?" Impring? Chapter 53. Accompany me to have an abortion. Zhuo Weiwei, don't get excited. Where are you? I'm coming to find you now. Let's talk about it when we meet. Lu Haoran hurriedly sent a message to comfort Zhuo Weiwei. "I'm working at the company. Come with me now. If you don't give me an explanation for this, I'm going to kill you." Bloody kitchen knife emoji. Zhuo Weiwei's message was full of anger and violence, which made Lu Haoran's scalp tingle and his back chilled. Lu Haoran hurriedly packed up his things, went downstairs, and drove to find Zhuo Weiwei. When Lu Haoran arrived, he wanted to find a place to sit down and explain things to Zhuo Weiwei. But Zhuo Weiwei said no, and asked him to wait for her on the street downstairs of the future Edge Game Company. Lu Haoran waited for less than a few minutes before Zhuo Weiwei, looking as if she was going to kill someone, walked towards him angrily and hurriedly. This made Lu Haoran's heart tremble. Can this lady walk more steadily? You are pregnant. Just as Lu Haoran was about to warn her, he saw Zhuo Weiwei throwing something at him. Lu Haoran reached out and grabbed it and took a look. It's a pregnancy test paper with 2 lines on it. Weiwei, shut up and stop yelling so affectionately. Okay, I'm asking you, what was that birth control pill you gave me that day? Why didn't it work? Why don't we just forget about the past? Now that you're pregnant, we should face it positively. Lu Haoran avoided the main issue and tried to get away with it. But Zhuo Weiwei disagreed. She glared at Lu Haoran with a fierce expression, pointed at him, and asked, "Don't change the subject. Let me ask you, what medicine did you give me?" "Ahem, I took calcium tablets." "What? You gave me calcium tablets as birth control pills? You bastard. I hate you. Why did you do this? Why did you make me pregnant? I'll beat you to death." Zhuo Weiwei clenched her fist and punched Lu Haoran in the chest. Lu Haoran did not dodge. Fist hit his chest with a popping sound. Lu Haoran grimaced in pain. Unable to bear it any longer, he grabbed Zhuo Weiwei's hands. "Why are you so heavy-handed? Are you still a woman?" Zhuo Weiwei was controlled by Lu Haoran and could no longer move. She was stunned at first. She didn't expect Lu Haoran to be so powerful. She tried to struggle a few more times, but there was no room for resistance at all. Are all you men so strong? At this moment, Zhuo Weiwei felt a sense of powerlessness all over her body. But at the same time, she also had a strong sense of security. "Hey, of course I'm the only one with that much power. Hee, then I can't beat you. Tell me, what should I do with the baby in my belly?" Zhuo Weiwei stopped struggling and stared at Lu Haoran's eyes as sharp as knives. "Since you already have a child, just give birth to it." "Give birth to her? Are you crazy?" "Lu Haoran, I tell you, I can't give birth to this child. You accompany me to have an abortion." "No, I must give birth to this child." Lu Haoran's expression became serious and his voice became firm. "There is no room for negotiation on this issue. I have to give birth to the baby? Why? The baby is in my belly, not yours. It's my decision whether to give birth or not." Lu Haoran's firm words not only did not make Zhuo Weiwei angry, but instead made her feel relieved. However, she still insisted. "Besides, I am so busy with work now, and I am not financially prepared. I won't have time to take care of the baby after I give birth, and I won't be able to provide the baby with good living conditions. Since you are busy with work, then just quit your job. I will give you 50,000 yuan a month for living expenses, and I will also bear all the expenses of the child. In addition, I will give you a villa. In short, you and the child are mine to raise." Lu Haoran was quite generous in speaking. He believed that no matter which woman was offered such conditions, that woman would be confused. But when Lu Haoran said this, Zhuo Weiwei suddenly struggled away from Lu Haoran's hand. She opened her eyes wide in anger and glared at Lu Haoran. "Lu Haoran, I find you so disgusting." Zhuo Weiwei stepped back and shook her head. She didn't expect Lu Haoran to say such a thing. Lu Haoran did not expect Zhuo Weiwei to react so strongly. Only then did he realize that his previous words had hurt Zhuo Weiwei's self-esteem. Zhuo Weiwei is different from women like Ke Jinyao. She is an independent woman of the new era. What such a woman wants most is sincerity, love, and respect, not money. Lu Haoran, you disappoint me so much. Please don't contact me again in the future. I can raise the child myself. I have said before that there is no relationship between us, and this sentence still applies now. The child in my belly has no father. After saying this, Zhuo Weiwei left quickly. Weiwei, please listen to my explanation. Lu Haoran hurriedly chased after him. Stop right there. When Zhuo Weiwei saw Lu Haoran chasing her, she turned around and shouted, Please don't bother me anymore, or you will regret it for the rest of your life. Zhuo Weiwei's resolute attitude and the endless stream of cars behind her made Lu Haoran dare not chase her anymore. Why is this woman so sensitive? Looking at Zhuo Weiwei's slender back, Lu Haoran felt very melancholy. Forget it. Everything will be fine as long as you are willing to give birth to the child. Lu Haoran decided not to worry about Zhuo Weiwei anymore and let time eliminate all misunderstandings. But Lu Haoran couldn't just sit there and do nothing. Lu Haoran called Director Chow of Rongqing People's Hospital for consultation. Dean Chow told Lu Haoran that it is not so easy to have an abortion now. If an abortion is necessary, it is either necessary to prove that the fetus has a congenital defect, but nowadays children are not fully formed, so it is basically impossible to prove it accurately. Or it can be proved that the parents suffer from a major genetic disease, and an abortion can be performed. If both men and women promise that they really do not want to raise a child, then the child can be given to the state to raise. Therefore, according to Lu Haoran's description of Zhuo Weiwei, it is basically impossible for Zhuo Weiwei to have an abortion, unless Zhuo Weiwei uses her connections, or risk her life to find a black hospital to give her an abortion. But this is against the law. After Lu Haoran realized how troublesome it was to have an abortion now, he breathed a sigh of relief. He also asked Dean Chow for help. If Zhuo Weiwei came to him, he would definitely persuade her not to have an abortion. President Chow said he would say hello to his subordinates. After hanging up the phone and returning to the office, Lu Haoran found Zhuo Weiwei's subordinate, Zhou Ying. Please ask Zhou Ying to help observe Zhuo Weiwei's condition. Zhou Ying had received benefits from Lu Haoran before, and he also knew that Lu Haoran had an ambiguous relationship with his leader, so he enthusiastically helped Lu Haoran convey the information. Through Zhou Ying, Lu Haoran learned that Zhuo Weiwei was in a bad mood the whole day after returning to the company. At work, if anyone makes a mistake, I will get angry and criticize them. Moreover, according to Zhou Ying, Zhuo Weiwei was busy all day and didn't even have a bite of food. Lu Haoran immediately ordered a takeaway and asked Zhou Ying to deliver it. When it was almost time to get off work in the afternoon, Lu Haoran asked Zhou Ying how Zhuo Weiwei was doing. The information we got was that Zhuo Weiwei was so busy that she had no time to eat. I am still in a meeting, and there will be another meeting after this one. As usual, I have to work overtime today. Fuck, this company is awesome. Working overtime again. Lu Haoran was amused by the overtime culture of future Edge Game Company. Chapter 54, The Cost of Overtime. In the past, Lu Haoran knew that overtime work would be the norm in marginal game companies in the future, and there would be no overtime pay for overtime work. A complete exploitation of labor. At that time, it had nothing to do with him, so Lu Haoran just treated it as gossip. But now Lu Haoran was already angry, because his woman Zhuo Weiwei was pregnant with his child. If Zhuo Weiwei's baby miscarries due to overtime work, no one can take the responsibility. Lu Haoran has the phone number of Jia Mingxian, the boss of Future Edge Game Company. He thought about it and decided to communicate with Jia Mingxian first to see if it would work. Hello? Hello? Who are you? A deep male voice came from the other end of the phone. Lu Haoran said, Mr. Jia, I am a family member of an employee of your company. I have something I want to give you feedback on. Oh, whose family member are you? Is there anything you need feedback on? The families of his employees all called him, and Jia Mingxian felt that the matter was a bit serious, so he took it seriously. Boss Jia, my wife is pregnant, but your company still requires her to work overtime, which seriously affects her physical and mental health. In this regard, I suggest that your company cancel overtime and give employees the rest and legal rights they deserve. Although Lu Haoran had anticipated that such feedback would most likely have no effect, he still tried to communicate in a friendly manner, using courtesy before force. What? You called me just to give me feedback about this? Jia Mingxuan's voice suddenly increased. Yes, that's it. President Jia, please pay attention to the health of your employees. Neuropathy. After a curse, the call was hung up. He, Lu Haoran put his phone on the desk, took a sip of tea, and his eyes became sharp. Jiao Mingxian, if you don't take my normal communication with you seriously, then don't blame me, Lu, for using any means necessary. At this time, Lu Haoran had already made up his mind to make this gaming company, which was accustomed to working overtime, feel the price of breaking the law. He decided to clean up future Edge games, so he sat down and turned on his computer to study the company situation. The market value of future Edge games is only 600 million, so this company is not too exaggerated. Lu Haoran having a system means he has countless wealth, so he has already less concept of how much money he has. Also, this company has a single revenue model, which all relies on a game called Future's Edge. Such a company has very poor risk resistance. Lu Haoran talked to himself as he checked. He found that the market value of this game company was not very high and its risk resistance was extremely low, so he formed a bold idea in his mind. That is, Lu Haoran decided to take control of the game company. As long as I control the company, I can simply announce a ban on overtime. Moreover, if he becomes a major shareholder of Future Edge Game Company, he will become Zhuo Weiwei's boss. Hey, then Zhuo Weiwei is at my mercy. By that time, Zhuo Weiwei would no longer have the right to act arrogant in front of him. However, after Lu Haoran calculated all his current assets, the total amount was only more than 10 million yuan. For ordinary people, it is nothing but a pipe dream to want to become a major shareholder of a future edge gaming company with just this little strength. But for Lu Haoran, he has this confidence. Lu Haoran walked out of the office and shouted to the big office, "Fang Qian, come into my office." "Okay, Mr." In front of employees, Fang Qian calls Lu Haoran Mr. Lu, but in private, Fang Qian still prefers to call Lu Haoran Brother Lu. "Brother Lu, what do you want to talk to me about?" Fang Qian pushed the door open and walked in. "Sit down and talk." "Okay." After Fang Qian sat down, she spread out the notebook in her hand, held a pen, and prepared to take notes. "Don't be so serious. I came to you to ask you to arrange someone familiar to you to do me a favor." "Okay. What can I do for you, Brother Lu?" "In the next 2 days, help me find out which employees of Future Edge Games are planning to leave, or which ones are full of complaints and dissatisfaction with the company. I need you to invite them over, so I can talk to them about something." "Okay, no problem, it's a small matter. There are many people like this in Future Edge Game Company, and it is easy to find them. How many people are needed? Can you tell them what we are going to discuss in advance? It will be convenient for us to invite them." Lu Haoran shook his head. "It's not convenient to disclose, and you have to make sure they don't know that they've met me. As for the number of people, the more the better. But the prerequisite is that you must invite people who are dissatisfied with the company." "Okay, I understand then. Also, anyone from any department is fine, but technical positions are best." "Okay, got it." After arranging Fang Qian's work, Lu Haoran asked Fang Qian to call Huasiyuan in. "Brother Lu, are you and Huasiyuan a couple?" Fang Qian couldn't help but ask this question as she was about to leave. "Huh? Who said that? Why are you asking? It's all over the company." "Haha, just pass it on to them, it's okay." Lu Haoran didn't take it seriously and didn't mind it, and he really wanted this rumor to come true. "Oh." Fang Qian stopped asking questions, whispered, "Oh," and walked out of the office. Soon, Huasiyuan pushed the door open and walked in. "Boss, what do you want from me?" Huasiyuan seemed to have forgotten what happened between her and Lu Haoran. Lu Haoran didn't rush to answer Huasiyuan. He stared at Huasiyuan in a daze. Huasiyuan was stared at so hard that her entire body became covered with hair, and she felt very uncomfortable. Huasiyuan was wearing the professional suit that Lu Haoran bought for her today. The light-colored suit jacket and white shirt complement each other, and the kneeling skirt reveals a pair of white, straight, long legs. This outfit really made Lu Haoran intoxicated and itchy. "Boss, why are you looking at me like that?" Huasiyuan couldn't help but ask. "Oh, I think you are really beautiful." Swish. Lu Haoran's words made Huasiyuan blush all the way to her neck. At the same time, her heart was beating wildly and she had a bad premonition. Her mind was blank and she had only one thought in her mind. Was Lu Haoran going to confess his feelings to her? If so, what should I do? How should I answer him? Agree or refuse? But Lu Haoran already has a girlfriend. Why did he force himself to confess his love to her? Why did he do that? Just when Huasiyuan was in a state of confusion, Lu Haoran said again, "I want to run a media company and want you to become a host and do live broadcasts. Do you have this idea?" Whether Huasiyuan is willing to be a host is a key factor in whether Lu Haoran is able to acquire the future Edge Game Company. Ah, you're telling me this? Hwasiyun was so ashamed that she almost crawled under the floor. At the same time, she felt relieved, but there was also an inexplicable sense of loss in her heart. Lu Howren was not confessing to himself. What? I'm asking you something serious. You're so beautiful. It would be a shame if you didn't become a host. I'll just follow the boss's instructions. In fact, Hwasiyun once had the idea of becoming a host, but she was alone and did not have the courage to do so. And she couldn't find anyone she trusted to help her package and promote her product. Since Lu Howren had this plan, Hwasiyun agreed without thinking. Okay, I understand what you're thinking. Get out. Yeah, goodbye, boss. By the way, I haven't had breakfast this morning this week. Chapter 55, Programmer's Madness. What? How could you do this? Hwasiyun said angrily. Boss, if I don't bring you breakfast, don't you know how to eat it yourself? Have no idea. These days, when Hwasiyun and Lu Howren were having conflicts, Hwasiyun stopped bringing breakfast to Lu Howren. How could you do this? Your body is your own. Hwasiyun was both angry and amused. I'm not used to eating breakfast outside anymore. Lu Howren spoke in a calm tone, as if he was describing a normal job. You're talking nonsense. In fact, most of the time, I buy breakfast for you outside. How come you are not used to it? I don't know, maybe the breakfast you brought is more fragrant. Bah! Boss, you are being dishonest again. Hwasiyun realized that Lu Howren was teasing her, so she didn't stay any longer and left quickly. After 10 o'clock the next morning, a young man wearing a hat, a t-shirt, and jeans, carrying a backpack, came to the front desk of Lycian Human Resources Company. When he saw Hwasiyun at the front desk, his face suddenly turned red and he didn't know what to say. Hello, who are you looking for? I'm looking for manager Fong Qianfong. When faced with such a stunning beauty like Hwasiyun, the programmer immediately stuttered and lowered his head in shame. His eyes were wandering around, and he didn't dare to look Hwasiyun in the eye. But Hwasiyun didn't care. Hwasiyun asked the programmer to wait. Soon, Fong Qian came out and took the programmer into the conference room. After Fong Qian reported to Lu Howren, she took the programmer to Lu Howren's office. Zhang Gang, right? The office door was closed, leaving only Lu Howren and the programmer. Programmers became more nervous. Yes, boss. Don't be nervous. I invited you here today because I want to do business with you. What business? I heard that your future Edge Game Company has a lot of overtime and the employees are complaining, right? After Lu Howren said this, the programmer named Zhang Gang instantly became angry. It's not just serious overtime, it's literally working day and night. When Zhang Gang talked about this topic, his mouth was like a barrage of cannonballs with countless complaints. Our back-end department worked overtime until after 4 a.m. last night before we were allowed to go home and rest for a few hours. Now that I have met you, I have to rush back to the company to continue working. That's really exaggerated. I can see that you have dark circles under your eyes and a tired face. I can tell that you have been working overtime for a long time. You guys have worked so hard. Yeah, look at my hair. Zhang Gang took off his hat, revealing his sparse hair and a look of resentment. If this continues, I'm going to die of sudden death. One person in our company died of sudden death in the first 6 months. Sigh. Since you work so hard, your salary must be very high, and your overtime pay must be double, right? Lu Howren just rubs salt into wounds. Hammer only pays us less than 10,000 a month, and overtime is free. So how can it be doubled? These bastard capitalists only know how to exploit us. They are taking advantage of the bad economic environment and the difficulty in finding jobs to squeeze us to death. If I had a choice, I would be willing to work in this company. I really regret why I chose to be a programmer. Zhang Gang was so angry that he started cursing. Programmers are not good at communicating with others, and they are straightforward and have poor emotional control. In the following conversation, under Lu Howren's intentional guidance, Zhang Gang's resentment towards future Edge Game Company was completely ignited. This is a 50,000 yuan deposit. At the right time, Lu Howren took out 5 stacks of cash from the drawer and placed them in front of Zhang Gang. Mr. Lu, what are you going to do? Zhang Gang stared at the stack of money with his eyes shining. He finally remembered what Lu Howren had said at the beginning about the deal. Help me do something in this game called Future's Edge. It doesn't have to be too obvious. Just something small will do. Isn't this bad? Zhang Gang looked conflicted. He was a programmer and one of his daily jobs was to repair things, but Lu Howren asked him to make them specifically. It doesn't matter. Once you do it, others will fix it right away, and no one will be able to find out. After it's done, I'll give you the remaining 50,000. Isn't this unethical? Heh, Future Edge Company doesn't treat you as human beings. You just take a small revenge and vent your emotions, it's nothing. Moreover, if you make 10 of them for 10 yuan each, you will have 1 million yuan. With 1 million yuan in your pocket, you can live a carefree life wherever you go. This kind of opportunity to make money only comes a few times in life. If you miss it, you will never have it again. You must seize it. Lu Haoran's words were full of temptation and bewitching. But Zhang Gang was still hesitant and couldn't make up his mind. Take it. Lu Haoran stood up and walked to Zhang Gang, unzipped the backpack that Zhang Gang had placed next to him, and stuffed 50,000 yuan into it. Seeing this, Zhang Gang felt as if blood was rushing to his head, making his thoughts more and more extreme. Finally, Zhang Gang's eyes widened, his teeth gritted, his mouth curled up, and he said in a fierce voice, I did it, but please keep it a secret from me, Mr. Lu. Don't worry, I need you to keep it a secret too. It's mutual, just trust each other. Thank you. Then I'll go back and do it. Go back. Give me evidence when you've done it, and I'll pay you the balance. Okay, Mr. Lu, don't worry. This is very simple for me. People who don't have any skills can't solve it. Okay, I wish us a smooth cooperation. After seeing Zhang Gang off, Lu Haoran smiled. In the next few days, Lu Haoran met several more people. The situations of these people are similar to Zhang Gang's, but they don't know about this to each other. They just thought that Lu Haoran was only looking for them, and it only took a small effort, so it would not have a big impact on the entire game. But what they don't know is how serious an impact their small meeting will have on the game Future Edge. Haha, let the bullets fly for a while. Lu Haoran clapped his hands, very satisfied with his masterpiece over the past few days. What's Yuan? I'm here, boss. What's up? Organize everyone immediately. Let's go for team building. Where are we going for team building? Is it so sudden? It's almost time to get off work. It's been a bit tiring these past few days, and everyone has been working hard. So let's go to the Howard Johnson Resort and soak in the hot springs. Everyone is working overtime tonight, so let's have a brainstorming session while we soak in the hot springs. Soaking in a hot spring? Are you crazy? No one has prepared a swimsuit or anything. In the past few days, the relationship between Lu Haoran and Hua Siyuan has gradually returned to the harmonious atmosphere they had before. Hua Siyuan also became lively again. She squinted her eyes and secretly observed the changes in Lu Haoran's expression. She wondered if Lu Haoran was going to do something weird to play a prank on her again. Chapter 56, Entering the Fairyland of Yaoqi. How much are swimsuits worth? I bought them for everyone, it's a benefit. Seeing Hua Siyuan like this, Lu Haoran opened his eyes, glared at her, and said, Go quickly if you're asked to do something. This is serious business. I have an important matter regarding the development of the company that I need to discuss with you all. All right. Hua Siyuan didn't see anything and had to make arrangements. Lu Haoran is different from other bosses. He is very casual and willing to spend money. Hua Siyuan has become accustomed to Lu Haoran's style of doing things. After Hua Siyuan announced the news, the whole company was in an uproar. Although it's almost time to get off work, I still need to work overtime and attend meetings in the evening. But no one complained. Only a fool would refuse a free trip to the Howard Johnson Resort to soak in the hot springs. Now Lycian Human Resources Company has expanded to 12 people, 3 of whom are boys and the remaining 9 are girls. In this company, except for Ms. He, the financial officer, who is a married woman, all the others are single young people. Speaking of hot spring bathing, not only the girls were excited, but the 3 boys' palms were so red from clapping. They left as soon as they said they would. Immediately, everyone turned off their computers and followed Lu Haoran downstairs. Fang Xian, Hua Siyuan, the 2 of you should go to see Manager Yin of Xinqing Automobile later and ask her to help you get a coaster. We have more people now, and there is not enough space in the car, so it is too inconvenient to go out for team building. Seeing that everyone had to take a taxi to go out, Lu Haoran waved his hand and arranged for them to take a minibus. Anyway, he is not short of money now. Even if he is short of money, he only needs to go to Sun Shiqian to spend money on the baby in her belly. For example, enrolling your baby in high-end prenatal education programs or buying an expensive piano for your baby in advance. Anyway, as long as the system determines that you are his offspring, you can get double cash back for your consumption. In other words, as long as Lu Haoran has children, he will never be short of money. Wow, the boss is generous. There was cheering at the scene. Forget it, let's not buy coaster, we should support domestic products. Let's buy Yutong. Lu Haoran made another casual arrangement. Okay, boss. Yutong is fine too. A group of people drove straight to the Howard Johnson Resort. The consumption here is relatively expensive, and the price of an ordinary room is generally between 2,000 and 3,000 yuan per night. The hot spring ticket costs around 500 to 600 yuan per person. Most people would not be willing to spend at this level of consumption. Now that they can soak in the Howard Johnson Forest Hot Spring for free, everyone is very excited. When we arrived at Howard Johnson Hot Spring Hotel, it was already time for dinner. Liu Haoran was naturally not a stingy boss, so he ordered a large table of food at the Howard Johnson Hot Spring Hotel. Everyone enjoyed the meal very much. After dinner, Husi Yuan went to buy tickets, and everyone else followed Liu Haoran and Fang Qian to change clothes. After changing their clothes, the three boys ran quickly and found a relatively large hot spring pool that was surrounded by lush landscaping and was very quiet. There was a couple in the hot spring, but the three boys looked at each other, then jumped into the pool and started playing with each other, and their movements were quite violent. The couple was disturbed and looked angry, but the three boys acted as if they didn't see it. In the end, the couple couldn't stand it anymore, but they didn't dare to get really angry, so they just got up and left. "Ah, they're gone. Quick, go call Mr. Liu and Mr. Fong over. The two of us will guard the pool." "Okay, I'll be there right away." Soon, everyone sat down around the hot spring pool. When Liu Haoran came, everyone reserved the best seat for him. At this time, the sky had already darkened. There are dim lights around the pool. The lights appear hazy under the cover of fog, making people feel like they are in a fairyland. Liu Haoran glanced into the hot spring pool and found that it was full of graceful women wearing all kinds of swimsuits. Wow, not bad, very pleasing to the eyes. Except for the married woman, Ms. He, who is in charge of finance. All the other women are young and beautiful. Especially the employees recruited later were all recruited by Fang Qian, and she strictly controlled their appearance. As a result, the system scores of this group of new employees were all above 75 points. At this moment, Liu Haoran really felt like he had strayed into the jade pool. Unfortunately, there were 3 men in the jade pool who were very annoying. "Brother Liu here." Fang Qian waved to Liu Haoran, and everyone else greeted Liu Haoran. Liu Haoran nodded to everyone, then walked into the hot spring pool and sat next to Fang Qian. The hot spring with a sulfur smell and a slightly hot feeling covers the whole body, making people feel as if 100,000 pores are open and extremely comfortable. To the left of Liu Haoran is Fang Qian, and the seat on the right has always been empty. We are not stupid, so we all know who this position is reserved for. After Husi Yuan bought the ticket and changed her clothes, she was the last one to arrive. When Husi Yuan appeared, everyone in the audience looked over. Under the dim light, Husi Yuan stood there wearing a slightly mature bikini. At this moment, her position formed an elegant and mysterious picture. Her figure is even more perfect in the bikini, like a masterpiece carefully carved by a sculptor. Everyone, including the girls, was stunned. Husi Yuan felt embarrassed being stared at by everyone. She glanced at the hot spring pool timidly and found that only the seat next to Liu Haoran was empty. She had to wade through the water and sit there. After Husi Yuan sat down, she didn't know if it was because of the water temperature, but her face turned as red as an apple. Liu Haoran turned his head and looked at Husi Yuan. Under the dim light, Husi Yuan's skin looked even whiter and more delicate, as if it were porcelain and as delicate as a touch. The lips, which are extremely delicate, are slightly upturned, with a hint of shyness and unnaturalness, making people feel both charming and mysterious. "Why are you dressed so sexy?" Liu Haoran couldn't help but ask quietly. Although he liked Husi Yuan's swimsuit very much, there were 3 other men here. Husi Yuan was dressed so beautifully and was seen by others, which made Liu Haoran feel very uncomfortable. Fortunately, the 3 boys were very tactful and knew that Husi Yuan was the boss's woman. They only dared to glance at her, and then quickly left her sight. "No more clothes." Husi Yuan's heart beat faster as Liu Haoran stared at her with burning eyes. "Then come closer to me. I'll help you block it." Without waiting for Husi Yuan to answer, Liu Haoran put his arm around Husi Yuan's waist. At this moment, Husi Yuan's whole body stiffened, not daring to move at all, allowing Liu Haoran to drag her against his body. In fact, Husi Yuan's swimsuit is not revealing. It just shows off her figure. Her outfit is a perfectly normal swimsuit. No one else will think there is anything wrong. However, Liu Haoran thought that in such occasions, Husi Yuan should wear a swimsuit that children wear that covers the whole body. Liu Haoran's words and actions to Husi Yuan were heard and seen by Fang Qian, who was sitting on his right. She looked down at her outfit and found it more eye-catching than Husi Yuan's. Moreover, the only purpose of her dressing like this was to attract Liu Haoran's attention. But Lu Haoren only glanced at her from beginning to end, and there was no light in that glance. Even though Hua Siyuan was dressed so tightly, Lu Haoren actually criticized her for dressing too openly and even held her in his arms like a treasure and hid her away, afraid of being seen by others. Fang Qian's heart was broken by the way Lu Haoren carefully hid the treasure. At this moment, Fang Qian's expression suddenly became lonely, and her mood was no longer so cheerful. She even felt sore in her eyes and tears formed in her eye sockets. Fortunately, this is a hot spring pool and there was heavy fog, so no one discovered it. My dear friends, our company is now facing the development bottleneck that all headhunting companies will encounter. The market capacity of the headhunting industry is very limited. It's okay to make a little money, but it's not enough if everyone wants to get rich. So today, I gathered everyone here to brainstorm with everyone and discuss the next development direction of our company. Seeing that everyone was present, Lu Haoren began to talk business. Chapter 57, Discussing Development Plans. As soon as Lu Haoren started speaking, everyone quieted down and stopped making noises. Does anyone have any suggestions for the development of the company? When Lu Haoren asked this, everyone was stunned. No one could speak. Most of these people are recent graduates, and some are even interns. Older employees like Fang Qian are just focusing on their own industry. Lu Haoren now raised such a major strategic question, which they had no way of answering. Lu Haoren had anticipated this situation. The purpose of his visit today was not to let them really make any suggestions. He asked this just to see if there was anyone in this group who was worth investing in. It seems he was overthinking it. If you really can't find any talent, then just do business at a loss. Lu Haoren was mentally prepared to lose money. Just at this moment, Fang Qian spoke. Mr. Lu, I've actually been thinking about this for a while, but I don't know if it's appropriate. Tell me what you think. We are brainstorming now. You can raise any opinion. As long as it is reasonable and appropriate, I will adopt it. Lu Haoren encouraged Fang Qian. Fang Qian is the person he most looks forward to in his career, and he very much hopes that Fang Qian's ideas can be in line with his own. Then help yourself realize your ideas. Fang Qian had calmed down and was staring at Lu Haoren with a determined look. Mr. Lu, our headhunting industry should also embrace new media and make short videos to attract clients and candidates. At the same time, we will also broadcast live and provide online career planning consultation, etc. In fact, when I recruited new employees later, I deliberately prepared for this aspect. Hearing this, Lu Haoren and other employees looked at the new employees. 3 boys and 4 girls. They all have common characteristics. The boys are handsome and the girls are beautiful. The 7 new employees saw that everyone was paying attention to them. Their faces flushed, and they all stared at Lu Haoren and Fang Qian with expectation and excitement in their eyes. During the interview, Fang Qian asked them if they were willing to be the host. They all have ideas about this. Being a host is what many young people who are good-looking nowadays aspire to do. Being a host not only makes it easier to earn more money, but also allows you to show off your beauty and even have a star aura. This is very attractive to young people. Lu Haoren couldn't help but clap his hands, looking at Fang Qian with a smile, very appreciative. What Mr. Fang said is what I want to express to everyone today. Yes, our company is going to start transforming into a new media company. But it's not just what Mr. Fang said, but we will enter the internet celebrity media industry in an all-round way and become a professional internet celebrity agent company. When Lu Haoren said this, Fang Qian trembled with excitement. Her ideas are completely consistent with Lu Haoren's long-term plans for the company. Lu Haoren is not only the man she has a crush on, but also the person who shares the same goals with her. At this moment, she had an urge to cry. In fact, what Fang Qian didn't know was that the reason why Lu Haoren wanted to enter the internet celebrity brokerage industry was purely to take advantage of the fertility reward system. Get a bunch of money from the fertility reward system, and this money will be used to acquire or control future edge game company. Then have future edge games eliminate over time. This is just a small goal. Lu Haoren took the lead in applauding to support Fang Qian, and other old colleagues also followed Lu Haoren to applaud Fang Qian. Unconditionally support all of Lu Haoren's decisions. Although their ideas are lagging behind and their ambition is not as strong as Fang Qian's, it is their common wish that the company can develop better. Mr. Lu, what do you mean by entering the online celebrity management industry? How much resources should we invest in this industry? Fang Qian was not sure how deeply Lu Haoren would get involved in this industry, nor how much money Lu Haoren would invest in it. I want to compete with UU Media in the show sector, Sanyang Company, and Nanfang Selection Company in the product promotion sector. And we can even consider developing the game sector. Of course, in our own business, we should also do, as you said, be precise and professional, and make differentiation. I plan to invest 10 million yuan initially to recruit internet celebrities with certain strength. When Liu Haoran said this, everyone's face was filled with excitement. Is this too big a goal? You have to compete with the top companies in the industry before you even start. And at the beginning, we have to invest 10 million yuan to recruit people. The most important thing is that since Liu Haoran has recruited a big internet celebrity, they themselves will definitely not get much support. Boss Liu, we are completely crossing industries now. Isn't this too risky? When Missy from the finance department heard Liu Haoran boasting and making big statements, she finally couldn't help but look at him with worry on her face. Sister He's business ability is average, but she is a very trustworthy person and relatively conservative. She was afraid that Liu Haoran would be so radical and eventually ruin the company. Sister He, I think there are risks, but they are proportional to the benefits, and the benefits may even outweigh the risks. I fully agree with Mr. Liu's decision. We can recruit a few big internet celebrities to help us grow rapidly. Some people also support Liu Haoran, but most people still advise Liu Haoran to remain calm. I think we should first take stock of our resources and personal abilities and try to do it ourselves to see the effect. Otherwise, it would be too reckless. Boss, this is a new industry after all. It's normal for everyone to worry. I hope you can give it more consideration. I also suggest that we try to start first. Boss Liu, we are actually pretty good looking too, especially Sister Siyuan. Even if she does nothing but sits in the live broadcast room, she can still attract a large number of fans. So I think it's unnecessary to spend so much money to recruit internet celebrities and anchors. Hua Siyuan felt a little embarrassed when being praised, but she did not refute. Liu Haoran's aggressive decision prompted everyone to speak out their true thoughts. Liu Haoran did not interrupt them at this time. Every time someone spoke, he looked at that person carefully and listened to what they said. After the speech, he did not rush to comment or refute, but nodded or agreed to show encouragement. Fang Qian listened to everyone's discussion and combined it with Liu Haoran's investment plan. She turned pale and felt that she had made a big mistake. If Liu Haoran ends up investing a large amount of money in the internet celebrity brokerage industry, causing the company to lose money and become indebted, she feels that she will become a sinner. Mr. Liu, I feel that everyone is right. I thought too simply before. I suggest that we take it slow, do our old business well, and then slowly enter the internet celebrity brokerage industry. Fang Qian made the final report to Liu Haoran on behalf of everyone. At this time, Liu Haoran turned around and asked Hua Siyuan, "What do you think?" Hua Siyuan shook her head. "I'm just your secretary. I don't have enough work experience now. I listen to you." At this time, Hua Siyuan actually admitted that she was Liu Haoran's secretary, which made Liu Haoran very happy. "It's worth all the preparations I've put in place for this long. I hope you won't let me down." Chapter 58 give you an annual salary of 5 million. Everyone, I have listened carefully to everyone's opinions. In the final analysis, everyone wants to try to start on their own, rather than recruiting big influencers. Is that what you mean? Liu Haoran felt that it was about time and prepared to summarize. Yes, Mr. Liu, we do have this idea. The cost of recruiting big influencers is too high. The starting annual salary is 1 million. It's really not cost-effective. Boss, besides Sister Siyuan being a truly impeccable beauty, we are also confident that we are no worse than those internet celebrities. If we use beautification, slimming, and skin smoothing functions on our current appearance, our looks will definitely far surpass those of most internet celebrities. Besides, being an internet celebrity doesn't just mean having good looks. We are confident in our abilities. Most of the people here were born after 2000. They are very confident in themselves, and when talking about things concerning their own interests, no one is polite anymore. Good. Liu Haoran likes the brainless confidence of the post-00s. As a post-90s generation, he cannot experience such qualities, but he envies them very much. Since you are so sure, I will invest the 10 million yuan in you. This company is completely operated by you, and I will just act as an angel investor. If any of you want to be an internet celebrity, you can come and talk to me. You can decide on your own salary. Buzz. Liu Haoran's words made everyone present dizzy. The boss actually wanted to spend the 10 million yuan on them. At this moment, their hearts began to beat wildly, and their blood boiled so much that the temperature of the hot spring water rose by several degrees. Boss, are you telling the truth? Of course it's true. Liu Haoran continued. But there are conditions. Before you come to talk to me, You all have to show me your strengths and set achievable goals. My requirement is that your annual performance plan should not be less than 120% of your annual salary. I will not take the extra 20%, but will use it as the company's operating costs and working capital. Okay, boss, we will think about it and report our ideas and plans to you. Everyone was excited by Liu Haoren's words. Originally, they didn't quite believe that there would be a boss like Liu Haoren who would give away money, but when they heard Liu Haoren's conditions, they were relieved. They all understood that Liu Haoren's purpose in doing this was to motivate them with a large sum of money. In fact, among these people, the newly recruited ones are the most enthusiastic about becoming internet celebrities. Even with Liu Haoren's generous incentive, those old employees were still hesitant. After all, it involves changing careers and giving up previously accumulated work experience. Even if they want to do a new live broadcast, they will most likely choose to go the professional live broadcast route of the headhunting industry. But Liu Haoren needs to treat everyone equally when inviting them, and all new and old employees must be notified. Try to be fair and just because he's about to make a salary decision that will upend everyone. This decision will cause a huge gap for old employees. Next, Liu Haoren announced on the spot that Fang Qian would be the legal representative to register a media company. Originally, Fang Qian wanted to refuse because she had no experience and did not have enough confidence to take on this important position. But Liu Haoren allowed her to recruit professionals to operate the business, and she only needed to control costs and the general direction of the company. The reason for doing this is that Liu Haoren only trusts Fang Qian. After she said this, all the employees in the company were extremely envious of Fang Qian, and Fang Qian was so moved that she was speechless. She secretly swore in her heart that she would never let Liu Haoren lose money. When the company's affairs were almost explained, Liu Haoren released the group of people and let them choose whether to take a hot spring bath or go home together. Given the opportunity to soak in the Howard Johnson hot spring, no one was foolish enough to follow Liu Haoren home, and everyone chose to move freely. Including Hua Siyuan, everyone wants to take a hot spring bath. But Hua Siyuan took the initiative to offer to continue being Liu Haoren's secretary tonight. So she looked at Liu Haoren expectantly. Boss, can you drive back by yourself? I want to take a hot spring bath with my colleagues. Okay, but you have to follow me first. I have something to tell you alone. Liu Haoren stood up, revealing his clearly defined muscles and his mirror-flat abdomen with 8 slightly bulging abdominal muscles. Such a perfect figure instantly attracted the attention of all women. But Liu Haoren didn't care. He kicked the water and came ashore. Seeing this, Hua Siyuan hurriedly followed Liu Haoren out. Hua Siyuan looked at Liu Haoren's broad shoulders and tiger-like back from behind. At this moment, Hua Siyuan felt as if she was following a moving, solid stone tablet and felt extremely safe. After reaching the shore, Liu Haoren pulled a bathrobe from the hanger next to him, turned around and draped it over Hua Siyuan, while he himself walked forward with his upper body naked without looking back. The group of women in the hot spring pool were all impressed by Liu Haoren's domineering, yet gentle demeanor. Unfortunately, they all knew that Liu Haoren only liked Hua Siyuan, so they had no chance. Fang Qian was even more sour, with mist in her eyes. Hua Siyuan felt warm in her heart when she was put in a bathrobe. Looking at Liu Haoren's gradually disappearing back, she hurried to follow him. Arriving at a small, empty bathing pool, Liu Haoren went into the water and lay down in it. Hua Siyuan sat on the shore, keeping a certain distance from Liu Haoren. Boss, what do you want from me? Last time I told you that I want to make you a top internet celebrity. Do you have any idea about this? Boss, to be honest, I just graduated not long ago, and you taught me a lot of social knowledge. I have always been confused about being an internet celebrity. So, just let me do whatever you want, and I'll try my best to cooperate. After the last prank in the president's class, Hua Siyuan's feelings towards Liu Haoren completely changed. She felt a sense of distance from Liu Haoren, but also a sense of closeness. This contradictory feeling made her feel worried and afraid when facing Liu Haoren. What she was worried and afraid of was that Liu Haoren would confess his love to her again. With this mentality, she rarely played and joked with Liu Haoren like she used to. In all her conversations, she tried to use a formal tone to avoid causing misunderstandings among Liu Haoren. Come closer and talk. I can't hear you clearly from the distance. Liu Haoren did not continue the conversation, but asked Hua Siyuan to sit closer. Hua Siyuan frowned and didn't move. Liu Haoren said, "Come here. I won't eat you. What are you afraid of?" At Liu Haoren's urging, Hua Siyuan moved a little closer to Liu Haoren. Seeing this, Liu Haoren also took the initiative to move closer to Hua Siyuan. Hua Siyuan, I have great confidence in you. I will give you an annual salary of 5 million and sign you as the top anchor of our company. What? Wasi Yuan was stunned. You said you would give me an annual salary of 5 million? Wasi Yuan couldn't believe her ears. Her monthly salary is less than 5,000 yuan now, and suddenly her annual salary is 5 million yuan. It's as unbelievable as winning the lottery. Yes, your looks are worth an annual salary of 5 million yuan. My looks are worth 5 million? Is that so exaggerated? Boss, are you teasing me again? Wasi Yuan is just like any other girl and occasionally narcissistic, but even if she is narcissistic, she would not dare to be narcissistic to this extent. It's not an exaggeration, not at all. Look at those female internet celebrities on TikTok who have millions of fans, who is as pretty as you. And Miss Dong's Meng Yuyu, who looks like that, can still get a contract with an annual salary of 4 million yuan. You are several times more beautiful than that Meng Yuyu, so I have full confidence in you. Lu Haoran kept finding evidence for Wasi Yuan so that she could accept this sky-high contract with peace of mind. Because once Wasi Yuan's net worth reaches 5 million yuan, and after Wasi Yuan is conquered by Lu Haoran and becomes pregnant with Lu Haoran's child, Lu Haoran can get a cash reward of 100 million yuan based on her reward standard for a second-class beauty. It's still a 100 million that doesn't have to be taxed. Chapter 59. So rustic that you can't stop. Lu Haoran spent so much energy on transforming his company into an internet celebrity agency, and his real purpose was to cash in on the huge rewards from the fertility reward system. Otherwise, who would be so stupid as to really expect these few newbies to become big internet celebrities and help him make money? Dream on. If he doesn't lose money or loses less money, Lu Haoran will burn incense and pray to Buddha. Lu Haoran had no hope that those employees would become popular. Their existence is just to support the legitimacy of this internet celebrity agency. Let Wasi Yuan's net worth successfully reach 5 million yuan. When Wasi Yuan was compared by Lu Haoran to an internet celebrity with millions of fans, her face turned red with embarrassment. She was dumbfounded and said, "Boss, can you please stop praising me so much? There are many beautiful people in the world, but only a handful of them can become internet celebrities. If you really want to become an internet celebrity, you need the ability, resources, and opportunities behind you." Even though Wasi Yuan has been obeying Lu Haoran's orders these days, she still remains sober. It was almost impossible for Lu Haoran to fool her. Wasi Yuan kept refusing, and Lu Haoran's face fell. He used his unique skill that always worked against Wasi Yuan and reprimanded her with a tone of teaching. "Wasi Yuan, I spent 980,000 yuan to send you to the CEO class, to improve your personal abilities and to make friends with the rich and powerful. Don't you have the confidence to be an internet celebrity? Now, as your boss, I order you. You must become a big internet celebrity with more than 2 million fans within 1 year and bring in no less than 6 million in sales for the company." How is this possible? Wasi Yuan was scared when she heard the number. It is simply a pipe dream to suddenly ask a person who only earns a few thousand yuan to earn millions for the company. How is it impossible? Now you have to have a beauty that is far superior to the average person, a degree from a prestigious university, resources from your classmates at Peking University and Tsinghua University's presidential class, and money in the form of a big sponsor like me. In addition, you have Fang Qian and her excellent team to help you. With such a high starting point, you can earn 6 million a year, but you don't have the confidence? And out of the 6 million we earned, 5 million was given to you. Aren't you motivated? Do you really want to be my secretary and receptionist for the rest of your life? Lu Haoran helped Wasi Yuan analyze and sort out the issues one by one, and his words were harsh but factual. Wasi Yuan was so shocked by Lu Haoran's words that she was speechless. She lowered her head and fell into deep thought. Right, if you don't pay attention, you won't know. And if you pay attention, you'll be shocked. It turns out that I have been surrounded by such excellent resources without realizing it. But I didn't know it at all. If Lu Haoran hadn't helped me sort it out, I would have missed the biggest opportunity in my life. When Wasi Yuan looked up at Lu Haoran again, her eyes were filled with admiration and emotion. All of this was given to her by Lu Haoran. "Boss, thank you for your training. I accept your arrangement, and I will definitely not let you down." "That's right. Do your best. You are excellent. You can do it. I believe in you, and I will help you achieve your goal." Lu Haoran looked at Wasi Yuan with satisfaction. This girl is really teachable. Although Wasi Yuan only responded with a her tone became unusually firm. "Give me a massage of my shoulders." After Lu Haoran finished speaking, without waiting for Wasi Yuan's reply, he lay down beside the hot spring, rested his head on the stone steps, and closed his eyes to take a nap. When Hua Siyun heard this, she opened her eyes and subconsciously wanted to refuse, but she opened her mouth and no sound came out. Hua Siyun looked at Lu Haoran, who was already dozing off, her heart pounding. This man is so charming and outstanding. No wonder he is able to control huge wealth. At this moment, Hua Siyun's admiration for Lu Haoran reached its peak. Hua Siyun gritted her teeth, stretched out her slender hand, and touched Lu Haoran's shoulder. At this moment, Lu Haoran felt as if he was electrocuted and was ecstatic. Hua Siyun, this little hot pepper, will eventually be eaten away by herself bit by bit, until only a pile of bones will be left. Hua Siyun was so nervous at the moment that she couldn't describe it. She forced herself to be normal. At this moment, she only felt that Lu Haoran's shoulders were so broad and his muscles were so strong that she could hardly pinch them. Boss, you just reminded me that I have a preliminary idea for live broadcasting. I want to interview successful people based on the bosses in the CEO class. Do you think it's okay? Hua Siyun gave Lu Haoran a massage while chatting with him, diluting the extremely ambiguous atmosphere. Can't. Lu Haoran directly denied Hua Siyun's idea. Why? Hua Siyun's fingers that were gently massaging suddenly stopped. Lu Haoran opened his eyes and stared at Hua Siyun. Continue massaging. I'll analyze it for you. All right. Hua Siyun began to massage Lu Haoran's shoulders again. First of all, do you think those big bosses in the CEO class will waste so much time on you? Why would they cooperate with you? Are you qualified? Well, it seems so. Although Lu Haoran's words were harsh, Hua Siyun thought they made sense. Also, do people still need chicken soup nowadays? With information being so developed nowadays, do you still need to interview successful people? Did you watch the interview with Lu Yu? Is anyone still watching it? Oh, it seems so, boss. I just realized that I am so stupid. What should I do? Hua Siyun lost all her self-confidence because of Lu Haoran. Haha, you lack work experience now, which is normal, so you won't go wrong if you listen to me. Lu Haoran had a smile on his face. Then what suggestions do you have? Although I already have the resources you mentioned, if I don't know how to use them, it's just a mountain of gold. Hua Siyun was completely convinced by Lu Haoran. She had to admit that in many things, Lu Haoran was more comprehensive and better at doing things than she was. But sometimes she thought that Lu Haoran was only 3 years older than her, but his abilities were many times stronger than hers. In comparison, she felt like a waste. It's very simple. Let me ask you, what is the most popular thing on TikTok right now? Lu Haoran asked promptingly. This is too broad. I need to go back and research to find out. Then let me give you another hint. What was that bloody skit you secretly watched at the front desk a few days ago? That's a skit where the boss falls in love with me. Hua Siyun felt a little embarrassed as she was caught slacking off at work by her boss. That's right, you can also shoot this type of film. There is a saying among netizens, which is, I won't watch a plot that is too tacky, but a plot that is extremely tacky will make me unable to stop. You are the ready-made heroine, and I am the ready-made domineering president. You brought the content of the original short play into reality with a truly immersive filming. I don't believe you can't become popular. When Lu Haoran said this, he couldn't help but smile secretly, feeling proud in his heart. I don't believe that with these, I can't make you. Hua Siyun, turn your fake play into real one. Thinking of this, Lu Haoran suddenly stood out of the water with an evil smile on his face. While Hua Siyun was not paying attention, a hungry wolf pounced on her, pushed her to the edge of the hot spring, and pressed her under him. Chapter 60. This can't happen. Boss, what? What are you going to do? Hua Siyun was suddenly pressed to the ground by Lu Haoran. Her pupils dilated instantly, and her whole body was filled with fear. Lu Haoran, let me go. Hua Siyun tried to struggle, but was suppressed by Lu Haoran and could not move at all. Eh? Huh? Lu Haoran gave a wicked smile. Then he slowly pressed down, preparing to kiss Hua Siyun. No, you can't do this, Lu Haoran. If you do this, we won't be able to get along anymore. Hua Siyun stopped struggling when she couldn't move. She could only use words to stop Lu Haoran's rude behavior. Humph! Hua Siyun, I'm just going to give you a demonstration. Why are you taking it so seriously? When Lu Haoran heard this, he knew that the time was not yet ripe. So he turned over and climbed up from Hua Siyun's body. Sit up straight again. Boss, you! Hua Siyun sat up in panic. She could have escaped, but she did not choose to run away. She adjusted her swimsuit and calmed herself down. Then she realized that Lu Haoran was angry. Instead, she felt guilty and comforted Lu Haoran calmly. Boss, are you angry? What you did just now was wrong. What's wrong and what's right? I'm just demonstrating to you. If we shoot a scene like the one we just saw, will it make the loser guy's mouth crack? Will it make a woman with a love brain secrete dopamine? Oh, I see. Sorry, boss. I misunderstood you. All right. Think carefully about how we should start shooting the video. Think normally and don't always think that I'm a bad person. All right. When Hwasiyun heard these words, she secretly pursed her lips and complained in her heart, "You are the bad guy. Also, since you have decided to be a host, you have to be open-minded. Of course, you only need to be open-minded to me." Hwasiyun nodded her little head repeatedly. "Are you still going to soak in the hot springs? I'm ready to go home. If not, you have to take me home. If you want to soak, can you go home by yourself? I'll go with Sister Chien and the others later." "Okay, I'll leave the Rolls Royce to you guys. It's dangerous for you girls to take a taxi at night. What are you going to do?" Hwasiyun was touched again by Lu Haoran's unintentional concern. "I'm a grown man. Do I need you to take care of me?" After saying that, Lu Haoran stood up and left in a leisurely manner. Hwasiyun looked at Lu Haoran's back, feeling extremely conflicted. How could she not know what Lu Haoran thought of her? She just didn't know how to accept Lu Haoran. Let it be. Lu Haoran walked out of the Howard Johnson Resort Hotel and took a taxi directly back to Sun Shiqian. The fetus in Sun Shiqian's belly is stable, and she can do things between adults. Lu Haoran was getting impatient waiting for this day to come. He had never experienced sleeping with a pregnant woman before. Along the way, Lu Haoran's heart was pounding, and his thoughts were gradually becoming abnormal. After arriving home, Sun Shiqian looked into Lu Haoran's hungry eyes and knew what Lu Haoran wanted to do. "Honey, I'm done with my shower. You should wash up too. Let's go to bed." "I don't need to wash. I just came back from the hot springs." Lu Haoran pounced directly over. Be gentle. There's a baby in your belly." The next day, Hwasiyun took the initiative to pick up Lu Haoran to go to the company. After arriving at the company, Lu Haoran contacted Zoing, the recruitment manager of Future Edge Games Company. When he learned that Future Edge Game Company not only did not reduce overtime, but instead intensified it. The reason why it got worse was because a lot of inexplicable things happened in their Future Edge game. These have little impact on the overall game, but they cannot be resolved. Despite this, many players have begun to discover its existence on their game forums. For example, monsters can be spawned by blocking trees, and they can be killed without taking any damage. Some people even discovered small loopholes in the economic system and began to quietly withdraw large amounts of gold coins. When these first appeared, all the players were excited, feeling fresh and delighted. But what they don't know is that if these problems are not solved in time, the game's power system, economic system, and so on will gradually collapse. At that time, it will seriously affect the balance of the game, and the game will lose its playability. When Lu Haoran learned this information, he was both happy and distressed. He was happy that his plan was beginning to take effect, but he was distressed that his woman Zhuo Weiwei also had to work overtime. Zhuo Weiwei has hardly had a good rest these days. Under such circumstances, Lu Haoran was extremely worried about the unborn baby in Zhuo Weiwei's belly. If the loopholes he created for the Future Edge game caused Zhuo Weiwei to work overtime and suffer excessive fatigue and miscarriage. At that time, Lu Haoran couldn't forgive himself. Lu Haoran immediately walked out of the office and arranged the work in the large office one by one. "Fang Qian, arrange for everyone to come to my office one by one immediately. I want to understand everyone's thoughts. Sister He, you should find an industrial and commercial agency right now. Pay them a high price. Ask them to use special channels, and immediately set up an internet celebrity brokerage media company." Hwasiyun, I remember that there is still a large half floor of vacant houses in our office building that have not been rented out. You should contact the property management center immediately and ask them to rent all the houses to us, and then contact the decoration company to design and construct them. Receive, Mr. Lu. Got it, boss. I'll take care of it right away. Lu Haoran's nervousness and urgency made all the employees nervous, and their efficiency increased several times. Lu Haoran felt a sense of urgency when he thought of Zhuo Weiwei, who was pregnant with his child and working overtime. He must open an internet celebrity agency as soon as possible. Then he signed a contract with Hwasiyun and advanced the 5 million to her. Lu Haoran must make the system recognize that Hwasiyun's annual salary is 5 million yuan, not 5,000 yuan a month. Doing the above work is still not enough. Lu Haoran also needed to take advantage of the opportunity to shoot a video with Hwasiyun and then pull her to the hotel room in the middle of the night to discuss the script. Eventually, Hwasiyun became pregnant with his child. "Louis, have you figured out how to report to Mr. Lu? What kind of live broadcast are you going to do? Also, how much salary do you plan to ask Mr. Lu for?" Employees who were not assigned to work quietly talked to their colleagues. Isn't it okay for us to discuss this? What's wrong with that? Mr. Liu himself said that we should raise any ideas with him, especially regarding salary. Ha! Don't just look at how much money you can earn. Instead, you should think about how much benefit you can bring to the company before considering how much money you can earn. Oh, I know Mr. Liu is so good to us. I definitely wouldn't just want to take the money and not do anything, right? Mr. Liu trusts us so much. We will make sure Mr. Liu makes money even if we have to work hard. I just want to understand everyone's plan, unify it, and then report to Sister Qian, and we can work together to come up with a plan. These employees are very grateful to Liu Haoren for treating them as real partners. Oh, I see. Let me tell you the truth. My goal is Chapter 61. I can't even send money. My goal is to bring in 150,000 yuan in revenue for the company. After all, I'm still a novice. This colleague named Liu Yi is able to clearly recognize her own abilities and positioning. You're only asking for 150,000? I originally wanted to ask for 240,000. The colleague smacked his lips and said, "It seems I overpaid." Well, you want to earn 20,000 yuan a month, but don't you think about how many people can earn 20,000 yuan a month now? Do you think being an internet celebrity is so profitable? Louis glared at the colleague unhappily. What are you discussing? At this time, other colleagues also came over. Hey, we are discussing what is the appropriate performance target. I are both planning to report a performance target of 150,000. What about you? This colleague has already lowered his expectations. Well, I'll also apply for 150,000. I think a monthly income of 10,000 is pretty good. This colleague followed suit and decided to go along with everyone else. The three of them reported their performance goals, and others also joined the discussion. In the end, everyone agreed with this plan. Everyone thinks that when just starting out, earning 10,000 yuan a month is a very satisfactory income. These people did not really lose sight of themselves just because Liu Haoren said he would invest 10 million yuan in them. How much performance do you think Sister Yuan will report? After these colleagues decided on their own, they began to discuss with Siyuan. In their eyes, Siyuan is the boss's wife, and they often feel a sense of distance from her. Although Siyuan is not necessarily older than them, they, as newcomers who came later, tend to call Siyuan Sister Yuan. Sister Yuan is so beautiful. She should be quoted at least 200,000, right? Being pretty doesn't necessarily mean you'll be popular. It all depends on how Sister Yuan positions herself and her personal abilities. I think she can only ask for 300,000 at most. Okay, everyone stop guessing. She has such a good relationship with the boss, so any amount is appropriate. That's not the case. Now the boss has handed over the entire media company to Sister Qian and us to run, so we have to be responsible for the boss. Okay, we are new here, so just take care of ourselves. Sister Qian will make arrangements for the old employees. Let's go to Sister Qian to report our results. Okay, let's go. After discussing it, they found Fang Qian. They told Fang Qian their ideas. Fang Qian nodded. If everyone sets a target of 150,000, it would be reasonable to set their own salary at 10,000. In fact, after Liu Haoren left the hot spring last night, Fang Qian organized a second meeting for all the people in the company. She gave the employees only two options. One is to stay in the headhunting company completely and do headhunting business full-time, and according to her previous idea, use live streaming as a supplement. The second is to transfer completely to a new company, which is an internet celebrity agency. Although Liu Haoren said that everyone can be a headhunter or an internet celebrity, but every profession has its own specialties, and you must devote your whole heart to doing something. Moreover, the boss's ideas are just ideas, and as an executor, you must implement them, and that requires combining them with reality. The live streaming industry has high income, but also correspondingly high uncertainty and risks. Fang Qian proposed the elimination system at that time. Although the boss gave them 10 million yuan, it was definitely not to be wasted. You can raise your own salary, but there must be an assessment mechanism. Under this requirement, these employees think more rationally. That night, it was decided that 5 old employees would continue to develop in the headhunting company. Fang Qian also promoted a manager from these 5 employees, who was fully responsible for the headhunting company, formulated the headhunting company's development plan, and reported to Fang Qian. The remaining 6 employees were all transferred to the new company to focus on live streaming. Everyone, although you have raised a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan, this money must be in the form of a base salary plus performance commission. Fang Qian looked at the expectant and fantasy-filled expressions of the group of people, and she actually couldn't bear to do so. But since Lu Haoran trusted her so much, she had no choice but to put on a stern face and be the villain cruelly. Sure enough, Fong Qian's words dampened the mood of the group of people who were originally laughing. The smiles on everyone's faces disappeared instantly. Everyone opened their mouths to speak, but didn't know what to say. "Hi, everyone, don't make that expression. I'm doing this entirely for everyone's good. Only if we make good use of the boss's 10 million and make the media company truly bigger and stronger can everyone make money. Otherwise, if we spend all the 10 million yuan and achieve nothing, the company will suffer losses and go bankrupt, and then everyone, including me, will have to find a new job." Fong Qian is worthy of being someone who has been engaged in management work for a long time. Her words instantly awakened everyone. People cannot focus on short-term benefits, but must have a long-term vision. Besides, I will ask my boss for a higher base salary, easier performance-based compensation, and a higher commission rate. In this way, as long as everyone completes the required performance, they can take away most of the money, and there is no upper limit on the commission. If someone does a good job of live streaming, the money they get is far more than 10,000 yuan. After Fong Qian finished speaking, excitement reappeared on the faces of this group of people who had just entered society. It turns out that Mr. Fong was not trying to deduct his own salary, but was seeking benefits for them. "Mr. Fong, I agree with your arrangement." "I agree. Then report to the boss according to Mr. Fong's plan." "Thank you, Mr. Fong, for considering us." Indeed, it is easy to be lazy and procrastinate when doing live broadcasts and new media. If you don't have high self-control, you can't do it at all. Therefore, we need to use performance to motivate ourselves. By the end of the conversation, Fong Qian not only convinced this group of employees, but also established prestige for herself. "Okay, now that we have reached a consensus, let's go and report to President Liu together." Fong Qian was also very satisfied with the performance of this group of employees. Someone asked, "Mr. Fong, do we need to call Sister Yuan? Hua Siyuan is a bit special. Her boss will help her decide her salary. We don't have to worry about it. Also, although she is the boss's secretary, she is now also a member of our media company, and we need to call her for any meetings in the future." "Okay, then I'll go get Sister Yuan to come along." Soon, Fong Qian and a group of people from the media company gathered in Lu Haoran's office. Lu Haoran looked at Fong Qian and others and nodded secretly. This Fong Qian is indeed a talented person. "Boss Liu, we held a small meeting before coming here, and we all agreed to set the annual plan at 150,000 yuan. After all, we are all starting from scratch and have no experience. We plan to spend most of the 10 million yuan on platform building, advertising, and other cutting-edge things." Fong Qian reported everyone's opinions to Lu Haoran on behalf of everyone. Lu Haoran sat in the boss chair and felt something was wrong the more he listened. Although his facial expression remained unchanged, he was already unhappy in his heart. "I'm giving you money specifically and hinting so clearly that you can raise your salary demands without any hesitation, and yet you're still so narrow-minded. After all the research, it turns out that the salary is just this low. That's not enough. The key is that you guys are also talking about basic salary, performance, and commission." Lu Haoran was speechless. "If you do this, how can I still give out my money? If your requirements are so low, how can it be reasonable for Hua Siyuan to receive an annual salary of 5 million? Hua Siyuan, who was listening nearby, also looked ashamed. She didn't have the confidence to take an annual salary of 5 million yuan in the first place. And now, after hearing what Fong Qian and others said, she felt even more guilty. Chapter 62, Secretary? Everyone knows. "Boss Liu, is our plan feasible? If there are any problems, please give us your instructions." After Fong Qian finished explaining the plan, Lu Haoran had a numb face and no expression, and did not respond. So Fong Qian took the initiative to ask, "It's just so." Lu Haoran had completely lost interest, and as a boss, it was impossible for him to take the initiative to give these employees unreasonable salary increases. Otherwise, if the fertility reward system does not recognize it, it will be a big trouble. Fong Qian saw that Lu Haoran was not very happy. She said with a little embarrassment, "Boss Liu, let's revise the plan. After all, none of us have any work experience in this area, and it's really unreasonable to set such a high salary right from the start." The boss was unhappy, and other colleagues became a little nervous. "That's it. No need to change it. I only have one request now, and that you quickly run the media company for me." Lu Haoran already knew that no matter how these guys tried, they would not be able to come up with a solution that satisfied him. "Okay. Thank you, Mr. Liu, for your generous support." Fong Qian and others thanked Lu Haoran excitedly. Lu Haoran nodded and said to Fong Qian. Fong Qian, has the company been registered? Boss Lu, it's only been half a day, so the company registration is not that fast, but the name has been approved. It's called Rongqing Haohan Media Company Limited. Okay, now that we have a name, let's sign the contract today. Okay, no problem. Fong Qian didn't know why Lu Haoran was so anxious, but for such an unimportant matter, she just did it. By the way, sign Hua Siyuan's contract as well. Okay, Mr. Lu, what is Hua Siyuan's performance target? Today's companies are small and cannot keep secrets, nor do they have any confidentiality system. Lu Haoran said calmly. Hua Siyuan has set a performance target of 6 million. You should learn more from her. What? Hua Siyuan set a sales target of 6 million. Fong Qian's eyes widened and her mouth opened. Other colleagues were also stunned. Their eyes instantly turned to Hua Siyuan. Hua Siyuan felt uncomfortable being stared at by everyone, but she remembered that Lu Haoran often taught her to be confident and not let other people's eyes affect her decisions. So, Hua Siyuan raised her head firmly, gritted her teeth, and confirmed. Sister Qian, I did set a sales target of 6 million. So how much salary do you set for yourself? 5 million. Hua Siyuan answered again. 5 million? Oh my God, are you kidding me? Fong Qian's body swayed suddenly, and she almost fell to the ground. No one could believe that Fong Qian took away half of the 10 million yuan by herself. No kidding, I will definitely complete this task. Hua Siyuan glanced at Lu Haoran and found that he was calm and composed. Influenced by him, she also became more confident. Mr. Lu, do you agree with Hua Siyuan's performance target and salary requirements? The expression on Fong Qian's face had completely disappeared, and this sentence even had a questioning tone. Lu Haoran remained expressionless and nodded in acknowledgement. Fong Qian's voice suddenly became louder, and she said excitedly, Boss Lu, you gave us 10 million yuan to start a business, but in the blink of an eye you took away 5 million and gave it to Hua Siyuan. Do you mean to bet everything on Hua Siyuan? It's not that I'm betting on Hua Siyuan, but she has the resources and the confidence. I also gave you the opportunity to make your own decision. If you think the performance goals and salary requirements you submitted today are unreasonable, I can give you another chance to resubmit them. Lu Haoran gave Fong Qian and the others another chance. Anyway, Lu Haoran didn't plan to rely on Fong Qian and others to make money for him. Okay, I got it. After Fong Qian received Lu Haoran's confirmation, she stopped talking and turned to leave the office. The other colleagues looked at each other in surprise. They didn't expect Fong Qian to react so strongly. Lu Haoran waved his hand and said, All of you get out. Okay, Mr. Lu. Everyone followed him out. Boss, Sister Qian is angry. What should I do? Hua Siyuan asked worriedly. It's okay, I'll take care of it. Lu Haoran knew Fong Qian's personality very well. Let Fong Qian calm down first. If that doesn't work, I can follow everyone's salary plan. No need. You are you, you're not them. My expectation of you is 6 million yuan. You must have confidence. Clear. Hua Siyuan took a deep breath, then walked out of the office with her head held high and her chest puffed out. The atmosphere in the company was extremely stagnant. Just at this time, Lu Haoran received a call from his mother, so he hung up first and prepared to call his mother back after leaving the company. Hua Siyuan, help me drive and take me home. Okay, boss. Hua Siyuan also followed Lu Haoran out. After Lu Haoran and Hua Siyuan left, all the new and old employees in the office gathered around Fong Qian's workstation to comfort her. Boss Fong, don't be angry. Boss Lu is the boss. He has agreed to Hua Siyuan's plan. Why should we worry about it anymore? Boss Lu is paying for it anyway. In fact, 5 million is enough for us. We will achieve results according to our schedule. I believe that President Lu will see it and recognize us. Sister Qian, if it really doesn't work out, you should just go back to our headhunting industry. In the media industry, just let the boss find someone else to run it. Out of sight, out of mind. Hearing these discussions, Fong Qian immediately waved her hand to stop them. Okay, everyone stop saying these things. I'm not angry because of unfair treatment. In fact, Mr. Lu gave us the same opportunity, but we can't be as unrealistic as Hua Siyuan. Fong Qian's words were recognized by everyone, and they nodded. Sister Qian, Mr. Lu just said that we can also change our performance targets and salary requirements. Do we still need to modify them? One of them reminded. Fong Qian looked up and glanced at her. If you are confident, I can also help you apply to Mr. Lu to raise your performance target to several million. Can you do it? Well, forget it. I feel like my $150,000 sales target is already stressful enough. The man shook his head repeatedly, but others were somewhat dissatisfied. Boss Fong, How can Hwasiyun come up with such an outrageous performance target? Can she do it? It's impossible for her to do that. Our entire headhunting company only makes an average of 3 to 4 million yuan a year. She's not a well-known internet celebrity. How can she make 5 million yuan by herself? Is that possible? Yes. Even if the live broadcast industry makes more money than traditional industries, it can't be so exaggerated, right? Yeah. Even if Hwasiyun is Mr. Liu's secretary and Mr. Liu wants to give Hwasiyun some money, they can definitely make a deal privately. What's the point of putting it out in the open? This colleague pronounced the word secretary with a strong emphasis, and everyone understood what he wanted to express. As the topic started, everyone couldn't help but vent their dissatisfaction. Chapter 63. Sleeping in broad daylight? What are you doing? Shut up, all of you. Fong Qian saw that the atmosphere was not right, so she immediately reprimanded him seriously. Do you think you can comment on the boss's private affairs? Do you still want to work here? Fong Qian got angry, and everyone realized that their remarks were wrong and shut up. The whole office fell silent. Everyone suffered injustice from Liu Haoran, and now they were scolded by Fong Qian, and they became depressed. Fong Qian couldn't bear it, so she promised. Please rest assured, colleagues. I will personally ask Mr. Liu for a reasonable explanation for what happened today. Even if Hwasiyun insists on setting such a high salary requirement, I will let her be evaluated according to our performance evaluation plan. In short, we must treat everyone equally and fairly. After Fong Qian said this, everyone felt much better. As Fong Qian said, Hwasiyun can set such high performance plans and salary requirements, but she also has to carry out performance appraisals with them, which will make people convinced. At the same time, Liu Haoran was already sitting in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce, and Hwasiyun was driving in the front. Mom, did you call me for something? Liu Haoran called back. My mother's voice came from the other end of the phone. Haoran, weren't you on a blind date with Sun Shichin some time ago? What was the result? Why didn't you give me any feedback? Oh, I forgot. Liu Haoran slapped his forehead, feeling very guilty. In the past 3 months, Liu Haoran was busy pursuing a woman to have children, and forgot to reply to his mother about the results of his relationship with Sun Shiqian. In addition, my parents work in the countryside farming and have no health problems. My father occasionally does some decoration work, so we have enough money and food and clothing. He never had to worry about anything. Instead, his parents provided him with living allowances over the years. This kind of ordinary life of his parents is what Liu Haoran envies the most. In the past, Liu Haoran didn't dare to call home because he was afraid of disturbing his parents' happy days and making them worry about him. Mom, Sun Shiqian and I are together. When saying this, Liu Haoran secretly glanced at Hwasiyun in front of him. Hwasiyun's expression did not change. She was concentrating on driving, as if she did not hear what Liu Haoran said. It seems that I have to urge the car salesperson Yin Mei to deliver my newly ordered car as soon as possible. There is a function in Wenjie that Liu Haoran likes very much. That means if someone in the back seat is talking on the phone, the driver in the front seat cannot hear it. This function is very suitable for the current scenario. When Liu Haoran's mother heard that Liu Haoran and Sun Shiqian were together, she immediately got angry and shouted, "Didn't I tell you not to be with her? Don't you know what's going on at Sun Shiqian's home? Where do you get the money to support her sick father?" Mom, don't be angry. It's not good for your health. Let me explain. What's there to explain? Break up with her right now. Mom, don't get excited. Your son has started a company now and has a lot of money. He doesn't need that little bit of medical expenses. I'll give you and Dad 200,000 yuan later. You can use it at home. Liu Haoran didn't dare to tell his parents more, for fear that they would worry that he was doing something bad. In fact, given my parents' personalities, they wouldn't spend a penny of the 200,000 yuan returned to them. If you really want to be filial to your parents, you might as well go back and build a country villa for them. What? You start a company? Is starting a company that profitable? Are you lying to me? Liu Haoran's mother couldn't believe what she heard. How could I possibly lie to you? I'll video call you right now and show you the Rolls-Royce I bought. Hearing his mother's surprised tone, as a son he still felt a little proud and even wanted to show off to his mother. This is the pleasure of returning home in glory. After hanging up the phone, Liu Haoran directly started the video call. After the video was connected, Liu Haoran moved the video around the car. Mom, look, this is my current car, a Rolls-Royce. Isn't it luxurious? Liu Haoran aimed the camera at the 2 double images on the steering wheel, looking very proud. What Rolls-Royce? I don't want to see the car. Just point the camera at the girl driving the car. Oh, this is my secretary and driver. Liu Haoran pointed the camera at Hwasiyun. Hwasiyun suddenly video called Liu Haoran's mother. She nervously braked suddenly and almost hit the guardrail in the middle of the road. She quickly pulled over. "Hello, Annie." Hua Siyun hurriedly greeted him. "Oh, what a pretty girl. Are you Sun Shiqian?" Although Sun Shiqian and Lu Haoran are from the same place, Lu Haoran's mother has never met her. Hua Siyun shook her head and said, "Annie, I'm not Sun Shiqian. I'm just Hua Siyun, the secretary of Mr. Lu Haoran." "Oh, I know." Lu Haoran's mother's tone revealed disappointment after hearing this. My son is very good. You can get along well with him." "Okay, Annie, Mr. Lu and I get along better." Although Hua Siyun was embarrassed, she was very cooperative and gave Lu Haoran a lot of face. "Okay then, Annie will be waiting for you and Haoran to come back for the new year." This? Hua Siyun hesitated for a moment. Lu Haoran took over the conversation and agreed. "Mom, don't worry, I will bring her back. Let's end this topic here. Don't talk about it anymore." "Ake mipieka, fine." "There are some things I can't say right now, but you have to remember, if you dare to mess around outside, I'll ask your dad to break your legs." "Don't worry, I won't do anything rash. I'll just hang up if there's nothing else." Lu Haoran was about to hang up the phone. After all, Hua Siyun was in the car, and it was inconvenient to talk. "Why are you in such a hurry? Now that I have a girlfriend, can I not talk to your mother? He didn't call me for several months, and when he did, he hung up in a hurry after just a few minutes." The old mother's tone was sour. "Ahem, if you have anything else to say, just say it. Your cousin Zhao Yingying has come to Chengdu. I heard she doesn't have a job yet, and has been wandering around Chengdu. Zhao Yingying has been disobedient since she was young. Your aunt is worried that she will learn bad things, so she wants you to help discipline her. By the way, you have opened a company, right? Just bring Zhao Yingying to work in your company." That little gangster Zhao Yingying? She's already that old, and I can't control her. When it comes to Zhao Yingying, Lu Haoran has no good impression of this cousin. Zhao Yingying is very pretty, but she doesn't study hard and hangs out with gangsters all day. Later, he became tired of studying, got poor scores in the college entrance examination, and went to another place to study at an unknown college. Since then, Lu Haoran has not contacted her again. The old mother's tone became serious. "Haoran, Zhao Yingying is your cousin. You can't just ignore her because you don't want to. Since your aunt has asked you to discipline her, you must do it no matter what. Okay then, send me your phone number later and I'll contact her." After hanging up the phone, the mother sent Zhao Yingying's phone number. Looking at the phone number, Lu Haoran felt a headache, but he had to call. As soon as the call was connected, an impatient voice came from the other end, as if he had just woken up. "Who is it?" Zhao Yingying's voice was very nice. Lu Haoran was in a good mood at first, but when he thought that it was already past 4 in the afternoon and she was still sleeping at this time, Lu Haoran instantly thought of some embarrassing scenes. His expression darkened, and he asked in a cold voice, "Zhao Yingying, I'm your cousin Lu Haoran. I want to ask you, where are you now? Who are you with? What are you doing?" Chapter 64, The Annoying Cousin. When Zhao Yingying heard that it was a relative from her hometown, she became unhappy and immediately called Lu Haoran by his name. "Lu Haoran, why do you care what I'm doing? Why did you call me?" Lu Haoran was almost mad at his cousin. He shouted, "Zhao Yingying, tell me right now what you are doing now. Otherwise, I'll call your mom. It's already this late, and you're still sleeping. Is there any decent person sleeping at this time?" "What do you mean? Who are you calling indecent? I was live streaming all night last night, so what if I just woke up at this time?" Zhao Yingying was also very angry about Lu Haoran's words. Live broadcast? A serious live broadcast? It's not that Lu Haoran doubted Zhao Yingying, but this cousin had given people a bad impression since she was a child. "I'm live streaming on TikTok, and my account will be blocked if I expose myself a little bit. How can I be so dishonest? Is there a cousin like you? He suspects me of being immoral as soon as he calls me. You're just like my mom suspecting me of doing something bad all day long. It's because of your conservative parents and relatives that I don't bother to pay attention to you." Zhao Yingying was so angry that she started crying. That's it. Hearing Zhao Yingying's crying voice, Lu Haoran realized that he had misunderstood her. "Zhao Yingying, your mother said that you have arrived in Rongqing and asked me to take care of you. How about this? I open a live broadcast company, and you can come to work for me. Who needs your care? I don't want you to take care of me." Zhao Yingying retorted at first, but when Lu Haoran said he had opened a live broadcast company and was in the same line of work as her, she became interested. "You're running a live streaming company? What kind of live streaming company? How big is it?" "The company is not big. It was just established today." "Haha, a newly established company dares to say it will take care of me. You are just live streaming with your phone, right? You dare to say you have opened a live streaming company. How shameless. You should take care of yourself first, and then take care of me. Live streaming is not something that just anyone can do. Zhao Ying was very contemptuous. Well, if you don't want to come, forget it. If your mom asks me later, I'll say it was you who didn't want to come. Zhao Ying was unwilling to come to work in Lu Haoran's company, but he was relieved. If this little ancestor really comes, the live broadcast company will be in chaos. Well, whatever you say, they can't control me. Goodbye. Zhao Ying hung up the phone directly. Lu Haoran looked at the hung-up phone and cursed. What an impolite and uneducated girl. Boss, I see you're not that old. Why do I feel like there's a huge generation gap between you and us young people? Hua Siyuan was laughing secretly while driving. Hey, Xiao Yuan, it seems like you should be disciplined too. Hee hee. Haven't I always been disciplined by you? You scold me more than my father. When Hua Siyuan mentioned this, a smile appeared on her face. There is even a feeling of happiness. From today on, Hua Siyuan finally returned to her former mischievous self. The two bickered all the way. After Hua Siyuan sent Lu Haoran home, she drove back. After Lu Haoran got home, Sun Shiqian also came back from school. When Sun Shiqian saw Lu Haoran coming back, she quickly came over to help Lu Haoran change his shoes. Lu Haoran hurriedly stopped her. You are pregnant now. Don't squat to do things all the time. Yeah, whatever your husband wants to eat tonight, I'll make it for you. No, you're pregnant. Don't overwork yourself. Let's go out to eat. Oh my, you always say I'm pregnant and I can't do this or that. Am I really that delicate? Think about us rural pregnant women. Even if they are pregnant, they still have to go up the mountain to dig sweet potatoes. Sun Shiqian pretended to be angry. Lu Haoran quickly hugged Sun Shiqian and kissed her. Then my wife and I will go cook together. Sun Shiqian pushed Lu Haoran away, put on an apron, and walked towards the kitchen. Lu Haoran also followed in. But he is not very good at cooking, and the more he helped, the more trouble he made. Get out now, you bad guy. You only know how to make trouble. Look, the meal is not even ready yet. Okay, I'll go out and wait for you. Being disliked for helping with cooking, Lu Haoran simply went out and lay on the sofa, playing with his phone and acting like a boss. By the way, I need to buy a set of shooting tools. Lu Haoran opened JD.com and bought the self-operated products that were delivered the next day. After choosing the product, Lu Haoran said to himself with satisfaction, from now on, I'm also a man with a camera on my head. The next day, just after Hua Siyuan drove Lu Haoran to the downstairs of the office building, Lu Haoran received a call from the courier saying that the items he purchased had been delivered. Lu Haoran asked Hua Siyuan to go down and park the car while he went to pick up the express delivery. The camera that Lu Haoran bought has a hidden function, which makes it convenient for filming. After opening the express, he couldn't wait to put it on. In this way, he wanted to record the truest side of him, Hua Siyuan and these lovely colleagues. Of course, this is just for record keeping. If it needs to be edited and published, we will ask for the consent of the person appearing on the video before using it. When I walked into the company, Hua Siyuan had already started working at the front desk. She is busy sorting out office supplies, purchasing plans, and other reimbursement matters. When Lu Haoran came in, she stood up and greeted Lu Haoran. Everything was very professional. Coupled with Hua Siyuan's beauty, Lycian Human Resources Company seems more formal and dynamic. When he entered the office, Hua Siyuan had already made tea for Lu Haoran and tidied up his desk as usual. Lu Haoran was very satisfied. In fact, Lu Haoran insisted on coming to work every day, entirely for Hua Siyuan, Zhou Weiwei, and to experience the feeling of being a boss. Otherwise, the days would be boring. He habitually opened his computer and logged into the social software, then asked Zhou Ying about Zhou Weiwei's situation. Zhou Weiwei doesn't seem to be affected by her pregnancy recently. Her work intensity is the same as usual, and she even works longer overtime than usual. This made Lu Haoran a little worried that being too tired might cause miscarriage. Then, Lu Haoran went to the game forum of Edge of the Future and took a look around. I found that there are more and more posts discussing games in the forum. A few days ago, everyone was excited because they found that they had gotten a small advantage. But now, many people have felt the imbalance in the game, especially those RMB players who spent a lot of money to get a set of magical equipment. But then you get taken advantage of and surpassed by free players, and that feeling is worse than eating shit. In the forum, a guild leader posted a message demanding that future Edge Game Company must resolve the issue within 24 hours. Otherwise, he would lead the team to quit the game. This post was quickly deleted by the official, but no matter how quickly it was deleted, someone took a screenshot and posted it on an external gaming forum. A large number of issues in the game Future's Edge that could not be resolved in a timely manner gradually fermented on the internet. Oh, Jiao Mingxian, I really want to see what your expression is like right now. Lu Haoran smiled evilly and then closed the forum. In just a few days, fringe future games will start losing players. Loss of players means a drop in market value. That was the time for Lu Haoran to take action. Hey, why didn't Fong Qian come today? Lu Haoran suddenly realized that he hadn't seen Fong Qian all morning, which made him feel a little unusual. Chapter 65, Pressing Forward. Hua Siyuan, put the food aside first. Just as Lu Haoran was wondering, Hua Siyuan came in with lunch. For lunch usually, Hua Siyuan would quietly go to the nearby five-star hotel and pack her meals in ordinary takeout boxes. As for why he had to do it quietly and use ordinary lunch boxes, it was because Lu Haoran was afraid that his employees would see them and make them feel unbalanced and uncomfortable. Go find Fong Qian. Why haven't I seen her all morning? Was she really mad at me yesterday? Fong Qian has always been Lu Haoran's good friend. When he was still a junior employee, he had a very good relationship with Fong Qian. Fong Qian had lent money to Lu Haoran before. Now that he has become Fong Qian's boss, Lu Haoran has always treated her as a friend rather than an employee. Therefore, Lu Haoran still cares about Fong Qian's emotions. When Hua Siyuan heard this, she said, "Boss, why would Sister Qian be mad at you? She has been discussing the design plan with the decoration company in the new office upstairs all morning." "Okay, then ask Fong Qian to come down and have dinner with us." "Okay." Hua Siyuan immediately called Fong Qian to inform her. A few minutes later, Fong Qian appeared at the door of Lu Haoran's office. "Boss Lu, do you have something to talk to me about?" Fong Qian was the same as usual, but the address changed from Brother Lu to Mr. Lu. Lu Haoran also felt Fong Qian's subtle changes, but he remained calm. "Sit down, let's eat together." "Oh." Fong Qian was not polite. Seeing this, Hua Siyuan hurriedly prepared the dishes and chopsticks. Fortunately, she knew that Lu Haoran had a big appetite, so she bought more food. Now if we share one among 3 people, it is still enough. "Huh? It smells so good. Where did you buy this food?" This is abalone rice." Fong Qian noticed the specialness of the food as soon as she picked up her chopsticks. I bought this at the restaurant next door." Hua Siyuan found an excuse to get away with it. "Can you tell me which restaurant you bought it from? They even have abalone rice, which is my favorite. If it's not too expensive, I'll buy it from them in the future." Fong Qian got to the bottom of the matter. "Well, it's the Pullman Hotel next door." Hua Siyuan was not good at lying and told the truth after being asked a few questions. Fong Qian was stunned after hearing this. Then she said, "Oh, stop talking," and lowered her head to eat. As she was eating, she actually started to cry. When Hua Siyuan saw Fong Qian suddenly burst into tears, she was at a loss as to what to do. "Sister Qian, what's wrong with you?" Nothing. Fong Qian wiped away her tears. Seeing Fong Qian crying, Lu Haoran felt bad and said, "Fong Qian, we've been friends for several years. If you have anything on your mind, just tell me. There's no need to keep it to yourself." "Yes, Lu Haoran, we have been friends for several years, but we are still not as good as colleagues like you, who have only known each other for 3 months. Fong Qian's words were full of sourness. In fact, Fong Qian is usually very emotionally stable, but since Lu Haoran returned to Lycian Human Resources Company, she has become very sensitive towards Lu Haoran. At this moment, Lu Haoran understood. It turns out Fong Qian was jealous. "Fong Qian, Hua Siyuan is actually my girlfriend, so I treat her so well." When Lu Haoran said this, he kept making eye contact with Hua Siyuan. Hua Siyuan wanted to deny it, but when she saw Lu Haoran's hint, she agreed and kept silent. "What? You said you two are already a couple?" Fong Qian looked up at Lu Haoran and Hua Siyuan in disbelief. "Yes." Lu Haoran took Hua Siyuan's hand and pulled her into his arms, but Hua Siyuan did not resist. No, it's impossible. I don't believe it." Fong Qian was unwilling to accept this reality. At this moment, her heart was broken. "Hua Siyuan, please go out first. I want to talk to your sister Qian." After Hua Siyuan went out, Lu Haoran walked to Fong Qian and put his arms around her shoulders. "Fong Qian, we have known each other for so many years. We can talk about anything we want to say. There is no need to keep things to ourselves. We can have a heart-to-heart talk." Lu Haoran decided to confront Fong Qian. If Fong Qian could accept that he had so many women, then he wouldn't mind giving Fong Qian a warm and golden house. Boom! When Fong Qian heard these words, Lu Haoran hugged her again. Her heart suddenly started beating faster, and her whole body was shaking. At that moment, blood rushed to her head, and she almost fainted. Boom! Fong Qian pushed Lu Haoran hard, but Lu Haoran didn't move much. Instead, she was knocked to the ground by the huge force. Fong Qian, why is this happening? Lu Haoran hurried over to help. Lu Haoran, you already have a girlfriend, and you still come to hug me. Are you doing this to Huasiyuan? Didn't we hug like this before? Is there anything wrong with that? Lu Haoran stood there, not knowing how to explain. I didn't know you had a girlfriend before, but now that you have one, let's keep a certain distance. Good. This is even better. Lu Haoran has many women now, and it's tiring to coax them all. Since Fong Qian is so stubborn, he also has a temper. Lu Haoran answered so straightforwardly that Fong Qian burst into tears again. She stood up slowly and stared at Lu Haoran. Mr. Lu, I can agree to Huasiyuan's performance goals and salary requirements. However, Huasiyuan must strictly abide by the company's performance appraisal system like other colleagues. The 5 million annual salary she requested will also be paid according to the assessment results. Whether she can take it all depends on her ability. After hearing this, Lu Haoran frowned and said nothing. Fong Qian continued. Of course, the media company is yours, and the 10 million yuan is also yours. You can give it to anyone you want. But since you have appointed me as the head of the media company, I must be responsible for the company and for you. So any expenditure of this money must be approved by me. If you want to force Huasiyuan to pay 5 million yuan, that's fine. You could just invest 5 million yuan in the media company and transfer the remaining 5 million yuan to Huasiyuan from your personal account. Lu Haoran still didn't answer. He felt that Fong Qian was too stubborn, and such a person was a good employee that an ordinary boss would be happy to have. But it was a bit of a hindrance for him. The purpose of Lu Haoran establishing a media company is to increase Huasiyuan's value. But Fong Qian didn't understand, and he couldn't explain it clearly. And even if I told her clearly, Fong Qian, who was a jealous person with a twisted brain, wouldn't believe it. Lu Haoran is considering whether to change the person in charge. However, if a new person in charge is appointed and the media company is turned into a garbage company, it will be impossible to reasonably increase Huasiyuan's value. It is hard to say whether the system will recognize it at that time. Haha, Mr. Lu, is it that Huasiyuan doesn't have the ability to earn an annual salary of 5 million? Fong Qian stared at Lu Haoran's eyes and pressed closer. Chapter 66, The Mistress accompanied the pregnancy test. Having said this, Lu Haoran also became a little angry. He snorted coldly and said, Fong Qian, since you want to assess Huasiyuan, then I agree to your request. Huasiyuan will follow our assessment system. Okay, thank you, Mr. Lu, for your support. Fong Qian gritted her teeth and said, Boss Lu, since you are so courageous, I will also sign a military order in front of you. I, Fong Qian, solemnly promise. This year, I will lead my team to achieve profitability. If there is a loss, I will personally make up for the loss. Okay, good luck. Lu Haoran had no hope at all whether Fong Qian could make a profit. But Fong Qian had this ambition, so he couldn't pour cold water on her. After the two of them had reached an agreement, Fong Qian pushed the door open and walked out. When she walked out, she realized that Huasiyuan was not far from the door. Huasiyuan had heard her conversation with Lu Haoran. Sister Qian, please rest assured that I won't hold you back. Good. Fong Qian stopped and looked at Huasiyuan seriously. I'm sorry, Xiao Yuan. I'm not targeting you. I hope you can understand. We're always a team. We will work together to handle any matter. Your 6 million performance plan is also my task. I see. After Fong Qian left, Huasiyuan walked into the office and looked at Lu Haoran with a complicated expression. Boss, I heard a loud noise in the office just now. I came over to check and heard your conversation with Sister Qian. So what do you think? I decided to go all out. I can't let Sister Qian look down on me. I will definitely complete the performance of 6 million yuan according to the performance appraisal. Okay, I will complete this task with you. Lu Haoran nodded with satisfaction. Huasiyuan became more and more confident and courageous to take on an annual salary of 5 million. Only in this way can the system determine that Huasiyuan is worth 5 million yuan. More importantly, Lu Haoran had another excuse to further develop his relationship with Huasiyuan. Now the task is heavy and time is tight. We must go all out from now on. You are my girlfriend. I plan to rent a room in a high-end apartment next door, and we will live together and start filming our romantic love story. What? Huasiyuan was embarrassed and confused. Boss, are we a fake couple? How can we live together? Yes, we are indeed a fake couple, but we have to be real to the outside world. And we have to shoot works that are recognized by the audience, so we need to be sincere and invested, otherwise the audience will not buy it. Besides, I will rent a 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment, and we will live in 1 room each. so don't worry about anything else. Everything we do is about work. This, is it not necessary? Don't you still believe in my character? If I wanted to do that to you, I would have done it long ago. You know in your heart how many times I could have done that to you. Boss, you were talking nonsense again. Hussey Yuan felt that Lu Haoran had no good intentions, but she couldn't find any evidence. But what should we do about Sister Qian and your family? That is Sister Sun? Hussey Yuan thought about the pressure of achieving performance of 6 million, and she began to be tempted. Although Hussey Yuan is full of confidence in front of Fang Qian, she is a young girl who has just graduated after all, and she really needs Lu Haoran to help her share the performance pressure. Don't worry about Sun Shiqian. She won't mind. She's a very good and open-minded person. You'll understand after you get in touch with her. Hussey Yuan was still very hesitant. She couldn't tell which of Lu Haoran's words were true and which were false. She also couldn't understand Lu Haoran's real purpose. Just like Lu Haoran said, in fact, if Lu Haoran wanted her, he would have at least 2 chances to have her. One time was when Lu Haoran was drunk. They were both lying on the bed, but Lu Haoran didn't touch her. Once at the Howard Johnson Hot Spring Hotel, Lu Haoran had pushed her down, and her resistance was weak. But Lu Haoran still let her go. Sun Shiqian is going to the hospital for a prenatal checkup tomorrow. I have something to deal with. Please accompany her and help her with the formalities and payment. The person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. Since Hussey Yuan is worried, the 2 women will become best friends. Isn't this bad? Hussey Yuan felt very guilty. Logically speaking, she was a bit like a mistress. It is so ridiculous that the mistress accompanies the wife for prenatal checkup. What's wrong with that? Unless you have something to hide. Climb, you have a devil in your heart. When he returned home in the evening, Lu Haoran told Sun Shiqian that Hussey Yuan had accompanied him to the prenatal checkup. The next day, Lu Haoran found an excuse to go out early in the morning. In fact, he was looking for a suitable apartment to live with Hussey Yuan. Hussey Yuan was very obedient. She drove the Rolls-Royce to pick up Sun Shiqian. Sister Sun, you should be careful. The moment she met Sun Shiqian alone with her thoughts on her mind, Hussey Yuan was so embarrassed that she dug her toes out of the 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment. Sun Shiqian was fine because Lu Haoran didn't say anything about Hussey Yuan. Instead, it was Hussey Yuan who came to accompany her for the prenatal checkup, which made her very grateful. Thank you, Sister Yuan, and please accompany me to the prenatal checkup. Sun Shiqian's belly is now exposed, which is indeed inconvenient sometimes. With the help of Hussey Yuan, Sun Shiqian got into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. Along the way, Sun Shiqian was the one looking for topics to chat with Hussey Yuan about family matters, but most of them were related to Lu Haoran. Hussey Yuan also listened with great interest. Sister Sun, why don't you marry your boss? Hussey Yuan asked a question that had been on her mind for a long time. Sun Shiqian laughed and said, Sister Yuan, I won't hide it from you. Lu Haoran and I are actually in a contractual relationship. At the beginning, I needed some money to pay for my father's medical expenses, and Lu Haoran said he needed a child, so we reached a partnership. Sister Sun, are you kidding? You said you and your boss have a contract to have a baby? Hussey Yuan's eyes widened, and her breathing became very rapid. She couldn't believe that Sun Shiqian and Lu Haoran had such a relationship. This was simply against moral ethics. You can't believe it, right? This is indeed ridiculous, but I don't regret it. On the contrary, I am very grateful and happy. Lu Haoran did not ignore me just because we had a contractual relationship. After I became pregnant, he not only gave me 200,000 yuan according to the contract, he also gave me an extra house and provided the best prenatal checkups and the best conditions for the baby. The most important thing is that Lu Haoran promised me that he would stay with me forever. This kind of life makes me much more satisfied than being married. If possible, I suggest you do the same as me and live the life you want instead of being bound by marriage or by both sets of parents. Sometimes, I analyze the current situation of young people's fear of marriage. Fear of marriage means nothing more than a lack of material foundation, income that cannot support family life, or difficulties in the relationship between the mother-in-law and the daughter-in-law, or between the 2 families. But now, my relationship with Lu Haoran has perfectly solved this problem. When talking about this topic, Sun Shiqian smiled and had endless things to share with Hussey Yuan, making it difficult for Hussey Yuan to interrupt. Sister Sun, aren't you afraid that your boss, Lu Haoran, is looking for other women outside? Chapter 67. The Application of Power in Life. When Sun Shiqian heard Hussey Yuan's words, she smiled. Yuan, let me ask you a question. You have 2 choices. Do you like a useless man who is always annoying you? Or do you like a domineering and handsome CEO who can make your life worry-free? This? Hwasi Yuan was speechless after being asked. Don't hesitate. Just answer me with your first reaction. Then I'll choose the second one. That's right, in this open society, the government is beginning to downplay the concept of marriage. What else do we have to hesitate about? In this environment, all we can do is live the life we like, not the life others like. Maybe. Hwasi Yuan gradually agreed with the ideas instilled by Sun Shiqian. Then, Sun Shiqian said something that made Hwasi Yuan extremely ashamed. You may not know how energetic Lu Haoran is. I can't stand it every night. I really hope someone can help me share the burden. I don't care who he is with. I just want Lu Haoran to always have me in his heart. That's enough. Sister Sun, please stop talking. I can't stand hearing that. These lewd words made Hwasi Yuan blush, and she clamped her legs together. Okay. Yuan Mei has never experienced this kind of thing, and you won't understand even if I tell you, but you will face it sooner or later, so there's no need to be shy. Sister Sun, please stop talking. I really can't stand it. Haha. Not long after, Hwasi Yuan brought Sun Shiqian to the entrance of the People's Hospital. Yuan Mayor, drive straight into the hospital gate. No, right? It says, no outside vehicles allowed. Public vehicles can only park in the public parking lot next to it. Hwasi Yuan thought Sun Shiqian didn't see the sign. It's okay, go ahead, we can go in. Okay, I'll give it a try. Just as Hwasi Yuan was about to drive over, a Volkswagen Bora accelerated, got ahead of Hwasi Yuan, and stopped at the entrance of the hospital. Soon, a security guard ran over and stopped the Volkswagen. Hello, this is an internal parking lot and does not accommodate external vehicles. Please park in the parking lot next to it. Why can't you stop? I see that most of the parking spaces are empty. They don't allow us to park in so many empty spaces, but ask us to park in a parking lot almost a kilometer away. Is there something wrong with them? The Volkswagen owner rolled down his window and yelled angrily. But the security guard still replied with a numb face. Even if there's an empty parking space, you can't park there. That's the rule. Regulations? Haha, this is the service attitude of your hospital. I'm really impressed. The Volkswagen owner was so angry that he laughed. If you have any complaints, you can complain. Is complaining useful? I've complained countless times, but you haven't changed. It's bullshit. Then you can also choose to go to other hospitals for treatment. The security guard's expression became stern. Please leave immediately. Otherwise, if you delay the parking of the leader behind you, you will be in big trouble. Then, a security guard with a bad face walked out of the security booth and prepared to help. Fuck, what a group of loyal guard dogs. When the Volkswagen owner saw a Rolls-Royce in the rearview mirror, he felt uneasy and could only shift gears and reverse while cursing. Drive through, Sun Shiqian urged. That won't work, will it? The Volkswagen didn't even get in. Hwasi Yuan didn't quite believe that she could get in. It's okay, the security guard knows me. Okay. Hwasi Yuan stepped on the accelerator and drove to the gate. When the security guard saw that it was a Rolls-Royce, he immediately walked over quickly with a smile on his face. Hello, may I ask if you would like to go to the hospital? Hwasi Yuan lowered the car window and replied, Yes, I'll take my friend in for a prenatal checkup. The security guard asked cautiously with a flattering smile. Oh, beautiful lady, I'm sorry, but do you know the leader of our hospital? This? Hwasi Yuan didn't know how to answer, so she turned around and looked at Sun Shiqian. Sun Shiqian lowered the car window and said to the security guard, I'm a friend of Director Chow of your hospital. Oh, it's you? Please wait a moment. I will open the door for you right away. When the security guard saw that it was Sun Shiqian, he was so scared that he shuddered and quickly pressed the remote control in his hand. Then the telescopic door of the hospital's main entrance retracted backwards, exposing the driving lane. Well, thank you. Sun Shiqian smiled politely at the security guard. The security guard immediately responded flatteringly. You're welcome. You're welcome. Dean Chow has already greeted us. Please come in. Good. Sun Shiqian said to Hwasi Yuan. Yuan Mei, come in. Hwasi Yuan stepped on the accelerator and drove slowly inside. Then, the envious voice of another security guard came from outside the window. TSK. So rich, he drove a Porsche before, then a Porsche, and now he's got a Rolls-Royce. They change cars more frequently than we change clothes. How enviable. At the same time, there was also the hysterical roar of the Volkswagen Bora. Fuck, why were they allowed to go in? I don't accept it. I just heard them say they were going in for a prenatal checkup. They were not an internal vehicle, so why were they allowed to park? Oh, the two security guards immediately closed the door and drove the Volkswagen Bora away. I want to report it. Unfortunately, no matter how dissatisfied he was, the two security guards ignored him. After parking the car, Hua Siyuan said. Sister Sun, I didn't expect you to know the hospital director. It's not me who knows him, but Lu Haoran. When I first came to create a file, I was also bullied by the nurses there. Later, Lu Haoran came and beat the nurse's face until it was swollen, but the nurse still wanted to find someone. But Lu Haoran called the dean, and the nurse was so scared that she apologized to me immediately. Ha! Sun Shiqian felt very proud when she thought of Lu Haoran's protection of her and witnessed Lu Haoran's power. I see. Hua Siyuan also knew that Lu Haoran knew a lot of important people, and all the students in the CEO class were capable people. When talking about the CEO class, Hua Siyuan also feels proud and superior. Lu Haoran spent 980,000 yuan to send her to the CEO class and took her to make friends with those big shots. It seems that her position in Lu Haoran's mind is no worse than Sun Shiqian's. Even taller than Sun Shiqian. Sun Shiqian drives a Wenjia, but Lu Haoran gave her this Rolls-Royce for long-term use. Unconsciously, Hua Siyuan began to compare herself with Sun Shiqian. During the prenatal checkup, Sun Shiqian was greeted with smiles and treated preferentially everywhere, which made Hua Siyuan feel deeply moved. This is the difference between rich people and ordinary people. If I marry an ordinary person, I can only park my car in a parking lot 1 kilometer away, I can only queue up obediently, and I can only face the impatience and even scolding of the staff. The key is that you cannot talk back after being scolded. Hua Siyuan accompanied Sun Shiqian for her prenatal checkup today and deeply experienced the application of money and power in life. No wonder Lu Haoran always taught himself to be good at utilizing the relationships in the CEO class. Relationships are relationships. They only matter if you use them. Either you ask me for help, or I ask you for help. Only through continuous cross-fertilization can a more stable and in-depth network of relationships be formed. Otherwise, it will become weaker and eventually disappear into thin air. After sending Sun Shiqian home, Hua Siyuan subconsciously called Lu Haoran to report to him that Sun Shiqian's prenatal checkup was completed. Hua Siyuan, you are here at Yindian Mansion. Come and take a look at this apartment. Ah, look. Look at the apartment? Can I not come? Chapter 68, Help me make money tonight. You have to come. This is a work arrangement, Lu Haoran said in a serious voice. Think about it. You have a sales volume of 6 million yuan. Don't you feel any pressure at all? Tonight, we have to work overtime to study the script. Okay, then I'll come over. Hua Siyuan took a deep breath and agreed. Indeed, this 6 million yuan performance brought her considerable pressure. While there is pressure, it also means that you are growing rapidly. After completing a sales volume of 6 million, you will become a big internet celebrity that everyone is paying attention to. Many young people cannot encounter such an opportunity even if they pray to God. After experiencing the privileges she enjoyed in the hospital today, Hua Siyuan's eyes became more determined. Although Hua Siyuan had prepared herself mentally, she couldn't help but tremble all over when she thought about really living with Lu Haoran. This was her first time living with a man. When Hua Siyuan started the car, she had no strength to step on the accelerator. This situation is no longer suitable for driving. Sister Sun, please lend me your self-driving car. Hua Siyuan had no choice but to call Sun Shiqian. Okay, I just went upstairs and don't want to come down. I'll give you remote authorization and you can drive. Sun Shiqian then gave Hua Siyuan authorization. Hua Siyuan used autonomous driving to rush to the apartment. When we got there, it was already dark and soft lights were on the roadside. As Hua Siyuan got out of the car, she saw a petal gently falling, like a gentle dream sliding down from the sky. She reached out and caught it. It was a bright and juicy rose petal. Huh, where did this float down from? Hua Siyuan immediately looked up. When she looked up, she found that more petals were falling from the sky to the earth, like gifts carefully prepared for her by angels. Each petal exudes a faint rose scent, which permeates the air and makes people intoxicated. Under the light, they sparkle with a delicate luster, as if they were specially coated with a layer of golden luster for this scene. The rain of petals fell heavier and heavier, until they formed a rose-red cloud, as if dyeing the entire night sky into a beautiful picture. When Hua Siyuan saw this, her originally nervous mood relaxed instantly. Passers-by also looked up at the sky, looking for the source of the rose petals. At the same time, their faces were filled with happy smiles, enjoying this sudden and extremely romantic gift. How romantic! What happened? So many rose petals, so spectacular. Take a photo quickly, and make sure to record this scene. At this moment, 2 teams of uniformed staff came out of Yindian Mansion. They walked along the red carpet and stood in 2 rows. Then he bowed to Hua Siyuan. "Welcome, Miss Hua Siyuan, to the dream cloud." The neat, powerful, and shocking voices startled Hua Siyuan at first, and then her heartbeat quickened, her whole body boiled, and she could hardly control herself. Swish! Everyone's eyes turned to Hua Siyuan. Only then did everyone realize that this romantic rain of roses was just to welcome the beautiful woman in front of them. What a ceremonial welcome ceremony. Rich people really know how to have fun. I'm so envious. Of course, I heard that the Dream Cloud Suite in the Union Mansion is the most luxurious suite in the building. It is very expensive, and only people worth tens of millions of yuan would dare to stay there. Ah, you want to live in a dreamy cloud with a net worth of tens of millions? Don't dream, brother. You have to say that you are eligible only if you have tens of millions in savings. Otherwise, you will have to run away naked after living here for a few days. I don't know whose daughter this girl is, but she can live in such a luxurious apartment. TSK. Reincarnation is really a technical job. A group of people looked at Hua Siyuan with envy, lamenting their fate. Some people can only live in a damp basement all their lives, while others can live in the clouds. At the same time, Lu Haoran walked out from the lobby along the red carpet, holding a bouquet of flowers. Hua Siyuan, let's go and see if we are satisfied with our new home. Hua Siyuan took the flowers handed to her by Lu Haoran, and the sweet fragrance made her feel refreshed. Her hand unconsciously rested on Lu Haoran's arm. This action was very natural, just like the relationship between an old couple. Lu Haoran took Hua Siyuan into the bright and luxurious apartment lobby in the rain of roses and entered the elevator car under the guidance of the beautiful elevator lady. The inside of the car is surrounded by mirror-smooth gold-plated panels. The image of Hua Siyuan holding Lu Haoran's arm was clearly reflected. At this moment, Hua Siyuan felt extremely happy and dreamy. Bye! The elevator opened, and 2 greeters bowed to Lu Haoran and Hua Siyuan to greet them. Wow! So luxurious. So exquisite. So beautiful. When the receptionist helped them open the 2 huge and heavy doors, luxury and romance intertwined to form a dreamy palace feeling. Such a scene shocked Hua Siyuan beyond words. Ha, Siyuan, this is the highest place in Rongqing. From now on, this will not only be where we live, but also our filming location. What do you think? Lu Haoran closed the door, and he and Hua Siyuan were the only ones left in the room. It's just wonderful. Hua Siyuan didn't know how to describe her feelings at the moment. Boss, this will cost a lot of money, right? It doesn't matter. You will help me earn it back. I help you make money? How can I help you make money? Hua Siyuan was puzzled and didn't know what Lu Haoran meant by this. She asked curiously, even if I complete the mission and earn back 6 million, you can only get 1 million, and there will be a lot of costs in the process. How can you make money? No need to delve into how you help me make money. You only need to know one thing. That is, if you follow my instructions, you are helping me make money, and you are making a lot of money. How can I help you make money? Tell me. I will follow your arrangements. The secret cannot be revealed. If you are willing, you can help me make money tonight. If you succeed in making money, I will give you 1 million. Oh my, is this true? How do you make money? Tell me now. I can't wait. Hua Siyuan was surprised and hugged Lu Haoran's arm and acted coquettishly. Don't be in a hurry. Eat first. Only after eating can you have the energy. Only when you have the energy can you make money. Tisk, you're so mysterious. Let's go eat. Hua Siyuan placed the flowers in her hand next to the coffee table, then looked around the space and found a direction. After pulling Lu Haoran around the corner, they entered the restaurant. A large table of sumptuous food has been prepared inside. On the dining table, there is an antique and exquisite candlestick. There are carved candles on the candlesticks. The candle is burning, and it still has a fragrance. What a beautiful, magical candle. Hua Siyuan found everything here new and novel. Are you hungry? Let's eat first. Hua Siyuan accompanied Sun Shiqian for a prenatal checkup. She didn't eat much at noon and had been wanting to eat for a long time. Come on, let's have a drink. Cheers, boss. Hua Siyuan clinked her red wine glass with Lu Haoran's, making a crisp sound. In her excitement, she hadn't noticed Lu Haoran's wolf-like eyes. Chapter 69 Big Event at the company. After a few drinks, Hua Siyuan's face turned red. She chewed the delicious food gently in her mouth, and her little head kept looking around the room. Boss, it's really beautiful. So beautiful. Are we dreaming? Hua Siyuan fully enjoyed the life of a wealthy person today. He has a luxury car when he goes out, has privileges when going to the hospital, and everyone flatters him. When you come to a high-end apartment like Yundian, you can go home walking in the rain of roses, with a group of people lining up to greet you. When I get home, the person I love will accompany me for a candlelight dinner. Hwasi Yuen closed her eyes and slowly felt the comfortable room temperature and the slightly sweet air. Maybe Sun Shiqian is right. All family troubles come from not having enough money. Yuan, we are not dreaming. Lu Haoran was also infected by this atmosphere at this time. His hands seemed to be attracted by the hand of the woman in front of him. He reached out involuntarily and gently covered the back of her delicate hand. The moment the two hands touched, the delicate hand subconsciously retracted a little, and the beauty's slightly closed eyes trembled for a moment, but soon calmed down. Lu Haoran slowly stroked the delicate skin, which was like silky satin, making him feel loving and tender. Lu Haoran held her hand gently, as if he wanted to hold all of her in his palm. Gradually, Lu Haoran's breath began to become hot, and his face gradually approached the lips of his beloved woman. The woman opposite also seemed to feel the strong masculine presence approaching, and her body began to tremble slightly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the mobile phone lying on the table vibrated annoyingly. Hwasi Yuen was disturbed by the vibrating sound. She instantly exerted force to break free from Lu Haoran's clutches. At the same time, she blushed and lowered her head, at a loss. Day. Lu Haoran was thinking about killing someone. He gritted his teeth and didn't even look at who was calling. He just turned the phone over and ignored it. Damn, such a good atmosphere. But it was ruined by the vibration of this phone. But immediately, the phone started vibrating again. Boss, please answer the phone. It might be something important. Hwasi Yuen couldn't help but remind her. Lu Haoran had no choice but to pick up his phone and see that it was a call from Ms. He, the company's financial officer. He pressed the answer button and said in a bad tone, "What's up so late?" Sister He on the other end of the phone didn't care about Lu Haoran's tone and mood at all. She said anxiously, "Boss Lu, please come to the company quickly. We were raided by the tax department. They are checking our documents very carefully. It seems like something big happened." Tax department? It's already past 9 in the evening. What are you still checking? I don't know either. They didn't tell us their purpose. They showed their work IDs as soon as they came in and asked to see our information. Mr. Fong also came to the company. They specifically asked you to come over and cooperate with their investigation. Manager He, please bring out all your accounting documents. At the same time, a majestic male voice came from the phone. Sister He hurriedly said to Lu Haoran, "Boss Lu, stop talking. I have to cooperate with them first." Before Lu Haoran could answer, the call was hung up. This is the first time Sister He has encountered such a situation in all her years of work. This made her very panic. Huh, the tax department? When Lu Haoran heard the name of this department, he thought of Wu Gaochang. He hasn't offended anyone else recently, and the only person who has a grudge against him is Wu Gaochang from the tax department. The last time Wu Gaochang followed and filmed, Lu Haoran didn't have time to deal with him, and this time Wu Gaochang came to provoke him again. It seems that if a tiger doesn't show its power, it will really think of itself as a sick cat. The corners of Lu Haoran's mouth gradually turned cold. Are you playing dirty? Then let's see who can beat who. Hwasi Yuen also heard the call just now. Seeing that Lu Haoran was unmoved, she looked at him anxiously and said, "Boss, let's go to the company." "Why will we go? The company has not committed any crime. So what are we afraid of?" Lu Haoran was too lazy to pay attention. And even if the company is gone, he doesn't care. No matter how important this company is, it cannot compare to the rewards from the fertility reward system. But Hwasi Yuen refused to do it. She said, "Boss, you can't be so careless. From what Sister He said, someone is picking on us. Our media company has just been established, so it is inevitable that people will find fault with it. As the boss, you can't just push the matter on a Sister He and the others and ignore it, right? Okay, let's go check it out." When Lu Haoran heard this, he had to stand up. Hwasi Yuen reminded him just now. We can do without headhunting companies, but we cannot do without media companies just yet, because he hasn't received the system reward from Hwasi Yuen yet. Moreover, the atmosphere of tonight was completely ruined, so it would be difficult for him to force Hwasi Yuen to give birth to a child again. It might even make Hwasi Yuen feel resistant. "Let me drive." After going downstairs, Hwasi Yuen went to the driver's seat as usual, but he was pulled down by Lu Haoran. Never let a woman drive when she is in a panic, otherwise something serious will happen. Hwasi Yuen gave up the driving seat and Lu Haoran drove. Lu Haoran was calm and drove at a leisurely pace, as if this talent-hunting human resources company did not belong to him, Lu Haoran. Instead, Hua Yun kept urging Lu Haoran to drive faster. When the two arrived at the company, the lights inside were bright. The office is in a mess with all kinds of documents scattered everywhere. There were 4 men in uniform moving back and forth among the piles of documents. Lu Haoran frowned when he saw this. It seemed like something big was involved. "Boss Lu, you're here." When Fong Qian found out that Lu Haoran and Hua Yun came to the company, she hurried over to greet them. Lu Haoran nodded and asked, "What's going on?" "I don't know. As soon as they arrived, they asked us to provide all kinds of information. Sister, he is still in the information room, helping them provide information. I asked them, but they kept their mouths shut and wouldn't tell me anything." Fong Qian is still confused. Like Lu Haoran, her eyes are blank. "Okay, I'll go take a look." Lu Haoran walked in, and a leading uniformed officer saw Lu Haoran and walked over to him. "Hello, are you Lu Haoran, the boss of Lycean Human Resources Company?" The other party was very polite. This made Lu Haoran feel a bit like a routine checkup. But it is not so easy to check suddenly in the middle of the night. Lu Haoran nodded and replied, "I'm Lu Haoran. May I ask what happened?" "Okay, then please sit in the office for a while, Mr. Lu. We will explain the situation to you after we have reviewed the information." The leading uniformed officer did not tell Lu Haoran the specific reason. Lu Haoran and Hua Yun looked at each other and nodded to indicate that they could wait. Yuan, come with me to my office. Help me do something." Chapter 70, You Must Find the Problem for Me. After arriving at the office, Lu Haoran closed the door. "Go outside the company and find a safe place to call our classmate Jinjun from the health system. Ask him to help find out what happened." "Well, I'll be there right away." "Good." After giving a brief explanation, Hua Yun went out. Lu Haoran felt very embarrassed, as this was the second time he had troubled Jinjun. "Jinjun and I have no connection at all. We are just classmates whom I have known for a short time, but I have already looked for him twice." Lu Haoran didn't know how to repay this favor. When Hua Yun went out, the leading uniformed officer saw that it was Hua Yun. He just glanced at her and ignored her. A few minutes later, Hua Yun came back. Director Zhun called his friend in the tax department on the spot and was told that the tax department had recently formed a tax inspection team. It is a routine surprise inspection. If the company has not evaded taxes, there is no need to worry. "Okay, I understand." Lu Haoran nodded. "By the way, Director Zhun said that under normal circumstances, even surprise inspections will be notified to the company in advance. But we did not receive any notice that it was a mandatory tax audit. He asked us to ask these people if they had a judgment order. If not, someone is probably targeting us. Then you and Fong Qian go ask them." Lu Haoran and his team were not very familiar with these systems, and Sister He, who was in charge of finance, did not even think of asking them for a judgment order. In the uncertain situation, Lu Haoran asked Hua Yun and Fong Qian to ask in their employee identities. Even if the other party really has a judgment order, it will not cause any misunderstanding between the two parties. "Okay, I'll go ask." After Hua Yun went out, she found Fong Qian. After discussing the matter with Fong Qian, they both walked up to the leader. "Hello, leaders, please come to check. Do you have the relevant documents? For example, a referee order or something?" Fong Qian asked very politely. The leading staff member glanced at Fong Qian and said, "We received a report from the public that your company had serious tax evasion. In order to prevent you from hiding evidence, we came directly to your door." "That means no, right?" "Not really. We are in the process of applying for the judgment order. Please rest assured that we will not disrupt the normal operation of your company without reason." "Okay, thanks." Polite. Fong Qian and Hua Yun looked at each other, then went back to Lu Haoran's office together and informed Lu Haoran of the situation. I understand." Lu Haoran's expression turned grim. He had confirmed that it was indeed Wu Gaochong who was behind this. "Boss, should we ask Director Jin to help with this matter?" "No, don't bother others to use their connections for such a small matter. Let's handle it ourselves." Hua Yun stopped talking. "But I see that the other party is determined to find something before leaving. Can we handle it ourselves? Do you want me to refuse to cooperate with their inspection on the grounds that they don't have a judgment order?" Fong Qian was very worried. Has Li Fei ever done anything illegal before? Seeing Fong Qian so worried, Lu Haoran couldn't help but ask. Li Fei is a leader whom Lu Haoran trusts very much, and he has always admired Li Fei very much. Therefore, when acquiring this headhunting company, no audit or risk assessment was done at all. Fong Qian hurriedly shook her head. "No, Mr. Li would never do anything illegal. You don't have to worry about that. I'm just worried that the other party is picking on him. In that case, let them investigate. We are upright and honest, so it doesn't matter." But they are conducting an inspection in violation of regulations, so we need to leave evidence. Yes, I recorded it when I was communicating with the staff just now. The three of them sat in the general manager's office and waited as if nothing had happened, leaving only the financial manager, he outside to deal with the group of staff. While Lu Haoren and the other three were discussing something, one of the staff members walked up to the leader and whispered, "Brother Yang, what should we do if Lycian Human Resources Company can't find any problems?" Upwasib? The leader frowned and showed an expression of disbelief. Really, not only do they pay taxes on time and as required, but every business detail is clearly recorded. When we were auditing, we couldn't help but be surprised that there were financial records that we couldn't find any problems with. We are all in awe of their financial management. Okay, then you guys check it out again. If there's really nothing wrong, then forget it. The man called Brother Yang still admires such companies that abide by the rules. After the two men finished their conversation, the leader walked out of Lycian Human Resources Company, went into the bathroom, and made a phone call. Team Leader Wu, there is no problem with the Lycian Human Resources Company you asked us to audit. Every inflow and outflow of their funds is clear and transparent. The leader described in detail what had happened to his colleagues. The person on the other end of the phone was Wu Gaochang. Wu Gaochang is the deputy head of the inspection team. The Lycian Human Resources Company was subject to a tax audit in the middle of the night, and it was Wu Gaochang who arranged this time difference. When Wu Gaochang heard that Lycian Human Resources Company could not find any problems, he did not believe it at first and said in surprise, "How is this possible? They run the company. I don't believe they have never even given gifts." Of course they did give it as a gift, but their financial affairs were very detailed, and we couldn't find any fault with them. Giving gifts is something that no one who runs a business has not done. Of course, this kind of thing in a small sense is gift-giving, and in a larger sense, it is bribery. As for how to define it, it depends on the strength of the boss. "Are you sure?" Wu Gaochang confirmed. "I'm very sure that our people took out every accounting document and read it one by one. There was indeed suspicion of gift-giving, but the other party had solid reasons and evidence. And when asked about their financial affairs, their answers were flawless. We can't find fault with this. I want you to check again. I don't believe that there are companies doing business in our country that have perfect tax policies. You must find out the problem for me." "All right." After hanging up the phone, Wu Gaochang slapped the table and couldn't help cursing. "Fuck, is Lu Haoren really such a law-abiding person? I really don't believe this. He has so many damn women. How can such a promiscuous person run a company peacefully? If he runs the company steadily, how could he make so much money? Where does his money come from?" In order to take revenge on Lu Haoren, Wu Gaochang spent a lot of energy and relationships to infiltrate the inspection team and served as deputy team leader. By arranging people to raid the Lycian Human Resources Company, he also took the risk of violating regulations. So Wu Gaochang paid a heavy price for this inspection of Lycian Human Resources Company. If nothing can be found in the end, then all this will be in vain. Wu Gaochang will never give up. Chapter 71, The Feeling of Losing Freedom. At the same time, after Jinjun, a classmate of Lu Haoren's CEO class, hung up the phone with Siyuan, he thought about it and found a phone number to call. "Old Wu, one of my friend's company was investigated by your subordinates. Did you know about this?" This Old Wu is the head of the taxation department of Rongqing City. When he heard Jun Jun say this, he said, "Old Jun, which company are you talking about?" "We are indeed conducting random inspections of some companies in Chengdu recently, but I didn't ask how they checked it. It's a human resources company called Lycian. Please ask around for me. If the company only has some minor issues that are not a big deal, forget it. It's hard for a startup to survive, so there are bound to be some flaws. You have to have a certain tolerance, right? Lycian Human Resources Company? It should be a small company, right?" I have no impression of Old Wu, which means this company is not big. When he heard Jun Jun actually asked him about this, he asked curiously, "Old Jun, is the friend you mentioned your relative? You are willing to come here to speak well of him for such a small company?" "Ah, he's not a relative, but a classmate of mine in my recent advanced course. He's a very interesting kid. I just can't bear to see him being picked on." "Is that so? Okay, wait a moment. I'll call and find out the situation first. If it's just a minor problem like you said, it's not a big deal. But if it's a serious violation of rules and regulations, then I can't do anything about it. Don't worry, Old Jin, won't make the mistake of judging you. Just go and find out." After hanging up the phone, Lao Wu immediately called his secretary and asked him to go and ask. After a while, Old Wu's secretary figured out what happened. After old Wu learned the details, he called Jin Jun. As soon as the call was connected, old Wu laughed heartily. Old Jun, you're worrying for nothing. Your classmate is a very careful person. There is a guy under me who doesn't follow the rules who has been targeting your classmate recently, but the person he sent over was defeated. Huh? Oh, what's that? Jin Jun also became interested. I understand that the company managed by your classmate Liu Haoran has no tax loopholes. After our inspection team checked, they couldn't find any flaws. Liu Haoran is truly a talent. I haven't seen such a small business without any tax issues in several years. Huh. So that's why. Then I have high hopes for that little guy. Not bad. In that case, there is no need for the two of us to get involved in the fight between these young people. Liu Haoran was praised by Lao Wu, the head of the tax department, and Jin Jun also felt proud. Okay, let the young people solve their own problems. But it seems that your friend is really an interesting person. Next time I have the chance, I want to meet him in person. Okay, I'll introduce him to you next time. If there's nothing else, I won't bother you anymore. Thank you, old Wu. It's okay. We are two old friends, so don't be so polite. Okay, let's talk later. After Jun hung up the phone, he no longer cared about what was happening here. Inside the Chengdu Lycean Human Resources Company, Liu Haoran sat in the general manager's office waiting for almost an hour, but the tax staff outside showed no signs of leaving. Not only did he not leave, but he also didn't give any explanation. No matter how patient Liu Haoran was, he still felt a little angry. He stood up and walked out of the office. How long are you going to finish this? It's already the middle of the night, and you still haven't finished it. Liu Haoran's tone was no longer so polite. Ahem, it's almost over. The staff member named Yang was a little embarrassed. When facing Liu Haoran again, he was not as calm as before. I'll give you another 20 minutes. If you still can't give me a reasonable explanation and produce a referee's order, then I'm sorry. Don't blame us for not cooperating. Okay, don't worry, it won't take us that long. The staff member named Yang did not find any flaws in Lycean Human Resources Company, and their actions this time were indeed in violation of regulations. Liu Haoran was tough, but now he couldn't be tough anymore. Since no problem was found, the staff member named Yang prepared to pack up and leave. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted in surprise. Brother Yang, come and see, we found it. Found it? Show it to me now. The staff member named Yang hurried over there, but he immediately turned back and said to Liu Haoran with a serious expression, Boss Liu, we are investigating a case. Please ask you and your employees to step aside for now. When the staff member surnamed Yang said this, was Siyuan and Fang Qian who were following Liu Haoran, as well as Mizzy from the finance department who was watching at the door of the document room, all had their hearts skipping a beat. A bad premonition began to spread from their backs. What should we do? Mr. Liu. Fang Qian's voice was trembling. When Liu Haoran saw Fang Qian like this, he frowned, feeling that Fang Qian was hiding something from him. Come on, everyone go sit in my office for a while. After saying that, Liu Haoran was the first to leave the scene and enter his office. After Liu Haoran and the others left, the staff member took a document and whispered the situation to the staff member named Yang. After hearing this, the staff member named Yang's eyes lit up. He motioned for the other staff members to come over and investigate the matter thoroughly while he went out to make a phone call. After the call was connected, the staff member surnamed Yang said to Wu Gaochang happily, Team Leader Wu, it's a big deal. What's the big deal? Tell me now. Wu Gaochang's voice suddenly became hurried, and he felt relieved. After so many arrangements, he finally caught Liu Haoran's handle. Team Leader Wu, this Lycean Human Resources Company has made a big mistake this time. They once helped a development outsourcing company recruit a project director. This development company actually helped a fraud group in northern Myanmar develop online gambling. Now this company has been shut down, and its related upstream and downstream companies have basically been strictly investigated. Many companies have had their accounts suspended, fined, and some have even been detained for criminal offenses. There is such a thing. Wu Gaochang laughed arrogantly on the phone. I told you, there is no such thing as a perfect company in this world. Liu Haoran, you're done. What Team Leader Wu said is right. As long as we want to cause trouble, no one can escape. The staff member named Yang was also very excited. After being busy all night, he didn't want to go back empty-handed. Yang Tao, notify the law enforcement authorities immediately and assist us in sealing up Lycean Human Resources Company Limited. If possible, arrest that Liu Haoran and let him enjoy the feeling of losing his personal freedom. Wu Gaochang narrowed his eyes into a narrow slit and raised the corners of his mouth. forming a chilling smile. Chapter 72 My goddess was defiled. Okay, I'll contact you right away. Yang Tao hung up the phone and went to deal with it. Hey, Lu Haoran, you're done? You're completely done? Wu Gaochang clenched his fists excitedly and looked out the window, as if he had already seen Lu Haoran locked in iron windows with handcuffs and shackles. Lu Haoran, when you go to jail, I wonder how you can snatch Ke Jinyao from me. When Wu Gaochang thought of Ke Jinyao, he couldn't help but call Ke Jinyao to report the good news. However, Wu Gaochang made several calls, but Ke Jinyao hung up directly and did not answer the phone at all. Then came a message. Wu Gaochang, please stop bothering me, or I will block you. When Wu Gaochang saw this message, he was angry and heartbroken that the goddess was so determined to treat him. But he immediately showed a distorted smile again and replied, Yao Yao, I want to tell you something important. Lu Haoran has been arrested and detained by law enforcement officers. As soon as this message was sent, Ke Jinyao called immediately. Wu Gaochang, what do you mean by that? Ke Jinyao's voice was filled with shock and fear. Hey Yao Yao, Lu Haoran is suspected of being in contact with a fraud group in northern Myanmar. He may be arrested by law enforcement officers tonight. Wu Gaochang felt extremely happy at this time. How is this possible? Brother Ran is not that kind of person. Ke Jinyao couldn't believe what she heard. How is it impossible? Lu Haoran suddenly went from being a poor loser to a nouveau riche who spends money like water. Where do you think his money came from? Where did you come from? Ke Jinyao already understood what Wu Gaochang meant, but she still couldn't believe it. Of course it was given to him by the fraud gang. No way. Yao Yao, don't trust Lu Haoran anymore. He is a swindler. If you accept his benefits, get out of here quickly, otherwise you will be implicated. No, Rangu is not a fraudster. Absolutely not. Yao Yao, this is true. You must sever any relationship with him as soon as possible. Wu Gaochang said earnestly, I'm doing this all for your own good. I don't need you to do anything for my own good. You big idiot, you're the fraudster. I hate you so much. Go to hell. Wu Gaochang was severely scolded by Ke Jinyao, and then the call was hung up. He looked at the phone in confusion, not understanding why Ke Jinyao scolded him and even hated him. He clearly reminded Ke Jinyao with good intentions, hoping that Ke Jinyao would not be implicated. He truly cared about Ke Jinyao from the bottom of his heart, but what he got in return was vicious insults and hatred. Yao Yao, it hurts me to think that you were defrauded by Lu Haoran. My heart aches. Have you been abused by Lu Haoran? Are you unable to escape the consequences? Are you pregnant with his child? Otherwise, why would you be so nervous about Lu Haoran? Wu Gaochang suddenly realized that the goddess had been defiled. He just felt dizzy. Woo. Wu Gaochang covered his chest and fell on the sofa, unable to help sobbing. After crying for a long time, he still couldn't let go of Ke Jinyao. Inside the villa, after Ke Jinyao hung up the phone, she trembled all over and became totally at a loss. Wu Gaochang kept calling Lu Haoran a swindler and wanted Ke Jinyao to give up her villa and Porsche. Wasn't this asking for Ke Jinyao's life? Wu Gaochang didn't know how much time Ke Jinyao had put into decorating the villa these days. Wu Gaochang didn't know how big a dream Ke Jinyao had for this villa. This villa is a symbol of Ke Jinyao's official escape from her original family. At this time, Wu Gaochang actually said that Lu Haoran was related to a fraud group in northern Myanmar, which was equivalent to cruelly shattering Ke Jinyao's dream. It would be strange if people like this were not scolded or hated. No, I can't lose this villa. Ke Jinyao picked up the phone again with trembling hands. She wanted to call Lu Haoran to confirm. At this time, Lu Haoran had already heard Fong Qian's reason. After listening, Lu Haoran breathed a sigh of relief. When he saw Fong Qian's nervous look, he thought something big had really happened. The result was that I inadvertently helped the company suspected of breaking the law recruit a project director, and the case has been closed. What is there to worry about? Even if these tax officials bring up this matter, they can just go to the law enforcement agencies to confirm it. Lu Haoran was not worried. Fong Qian, Hua Siyuan, and Ms. He from the finance department all felt relieved after hearing Lu Haoran's explanation. You all lack basic legal awareness, which is unacceptable. Lu Haoran couldn't help but criticize them all. The three of them were nervous and ashamed because of this ignorance. We are about to enter the entertainment industry, which is an industry where one word can cause a big uproar. So you must have more legal awareness. Lu Haoran decided to take this opportunity to raise his standards for them. Hua Siyuan, go buy me a set of legal books tomorrow. The whole company must study them, and we must give them exams regularly. Okay, boss. Sister He, Fong Qian, you two are very important people in our company. You must go ahead. Otherwise, we will have to go in sooner or later. Do you understand? Lu Haoran's words were very serious. The purpose is to increase the vigilance of both of them. Got it, boss? Sister, he felt a chill down her spine. She wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and decided to go back and study law tonight. Fang Qian also gritted her teeth inwardly, determined to manage the company well. At this time, Lu Haoran's phone rang. He took a look and saw that it was Ke Jinyao calling. He didn't shy away from everyone and immediately swiped the screen to answer the call. Although he did not shy away from it, with Siyuan, Fang Qian, and others left the office on their own accord. Ke Jinyao, why are you calling so late? What's the matter? During this period, Lu Haoran received messages from Ke Jinyao almost every few hours. It was Ke Jinyao who shared with him every detail of the villa and expressed her hope to live a happy life with Lu Haoran. Share the happiness of every moment in Ke Jinyao's life. This kind of Ke Jinyao actually changed Lu Haoran's attitude towards her a little. If Ke Jinyao is willing to change like this and no longer regard money as her life, Lu Haoran can still give her a happy life. Brother Ran, are you a fraudster from northern Myanmar? Ke Jinyao's voice trembled. What? When Lu Haoran heard this, he was confused for a moment. Brother Ran, are you being chased by law enforcers now? Ke Jinyao confirmed again, her tone filled with fear. What nonsense are you talking about, woman? Who told you that I am a fraudster from northern Myanmar? Who told you I was being hunted by the law? Are you crazy? Lu Haoran was amused. Brother Ran, don't lie to me. You must be a fraudster in northern Myanmar since you suddenly have so much money. I finally understand why you are so eager to have a baby. That's because you're afraid that you'll leave without any descendants. Phew! When Lu Haoran heard this, he almost vomited blood. There is no doubt that this brainless woman must have listened to Wu Gaochang's instigation again. Lu Haoran was too lazy to explain to her. Just tell me why you want to confirm this with me. Brother Ran, can you help me pay the balance of the villa before you go in? I promise, no, I swear, when you come out, I will definitely help you have a child to carry on the family line. Chapter 73, How Can I Get Pregnant Without a Man? Fuck. Lu Haoran didn't know how to describe this woman. At this moment, the financial manager, he rushed into the office and shouted in panic. Boss Lu, this is terrible. The law enforcement officers are here. She said this in a loud voice, and Ke Jinyao on the other end of the phone heard it clearly. Ah, the law enforcement officers are here? Oh my god, Lu Haoran, you really are a scammer. Beep, beep, beep. Ke Jinyao was so scared that she screamed and hung up the phone. This left Lu Haoran confused. But Lu Haoran didn't care about this woman. What Lu Haoran didn't know was that after Ke Jinyao hung up the phone, she was shaking with fear. What to do? What should I do? I don't want to go to jail. She recently saw news online that the country is vigorously cracking down on online fraud, and once involved in such things, one will go to jail. Ke Jinyao has been living in a very safe environment since she was a child. She never imagined that she would one day cross paths with crime. So she did not study law and was extremely lacking in legal knowledge. At this moment, the only person she could think of was the bootlicker Wu Gaochang. She hurriedly called Wu Gaochang. Wu Gaochang, what should we do? Lu Haoran is really a fraudster, and law enforcement officers are really going to arrest him now. Yao Yao, don't be nervous. Don't be afraid. The law enforcement officers won't be able to track you down so quickly. When Wu Gaochang heard that Ke Jinyao asked him for help when she was most scared, his heart melted instantly. All the insults that Ke Jinyao had hurled at him before were completely forgotten at that moment. You help me think of a solution. I don't want to be associated with a scammer. Okay, ich help you. But before that, I want to know what your relationship with Lu Haoran is now. Are you pregnant with his child? Wu Gaochang finally gritted his teeth and asked this question that made him feel heartbroken. After asking, he quickly added another sentence. Yao Yao, don't get me wrong. I'm asking this just to confirm your situation so that I can find a solution for you. But don't worry, even if you are pregnant with his child, I will treat it as my own. At this moment, he has made his decision. Even if Ke Jinyao was pregnant with Lu Haoran's child, as long as Ke Jinyao was willing to accept him, he could treat the child as his own son. When Ke Jinyao heard this, she immediately became furious. Wu Gaochang, could you please not be so dirty in your thoughts? Do you think I'm such a casual woman? I tell you, I have never been touched by a man since I was a child. How can I get pregnant? Ah, I'm sorry, Yao Yao. I was wrong, I was really wrong. I misunderstood you. Wu Gaochang hurriedly apologized, feeling ecstatic at the same time. The goddess is still pure. After experiencing the sharp pain just now, He swore immediately that this time he must protect the purity of the goddess and never let anyone defile it. Stop thinking about it all day long and find a solution for me. Okay. Yao Yao, what have you received from Lu Howard now? I just accepted a villa and a Porsche from Lu Howard, but the villa is in my name and the Porsche is still in his hands. At this time, Ke Jinyao told Wu Gaochang the whole story. You have to return the Porsche immediately, and you can keep the villa. Yeah, I'll return the car to Lu Howard right away. Ke Jinyao agreed immediately. By the way, as for the villa, Lu Howard only gave me a deposit. The down payment is the minimum 30%, which still leaves a shortfall of 2.5 million yuan. Ke Jinyao told the truth. What? You only paid a deposit for the villa? At this moment, Wu Gaochang really admired Lu Howard. He was able to trick his goddess away with just a deposit. He was indeed a professional scammer. Yes, Lu Howard said that he would only help me pay off the debt if I gave birth to a child for him. What? This Lu Howard is too much. He actually asked you to give birth to a child. Hearing this, Wu Gaochang was furious. He said, Yao Yao, you must not be fooled. You must not help him have a child. Go to the sales department and return the deposit. I can't return it. It's already stipulated in the contract that the deposit is not refundable. Besides, I spent 300,000 yuan on the soft furnishings. This is all my savings. I don't want to return the villa. Imust stud. While talking on the phone, Ke Jinyao stroked the decorations in the villa. She felt so heartbroken that she couldn't breathe. She had arranged all of this herself, and she would never let it disappear. But you still need 2.5 million for the down payment. How can you keep it? No, we can stay as long as we find a way. Ke Jinyao's tone was very firm. When Wu Gaochang heard the word we in Ke Jinyao's tone, he suddenly felt a surge of happiness and said, Yao Yao, what do you want to do? I will help you. Thank you, Wu Gaochang. It's only now that I realize how good you are. Yao Yao. Wu, I'm so excited. You finally understand my heart? Wu Gaochang was recognized by Ke Jinyao. He was so excited that he burst into tears and his voice became choked. Well, Wu Gaochang, can you lend me 2.5 million? I will pay you back. Ah, Yao Yao, where do I get so much money? Wu Gaochang was confused. You can ask your parents for it. Don't you civil servants have a high provident fund? You can even take out a loan. I can't believe that you can't raise 2.5 million yuan with such good conditions. How can this be possible? Wu Gaochang was in great difficulty. Ke Jinyao was unhappy when she heard this. Her mouth drooped, and she said angrily, Wu Gaochang, you can't even help me with this little thing. And you still say you like me. Why do you like me? Lu Howard gave me a Porsche and a villa without me even asking. Okay, Yao Yao, don't be angry. I'll find a way. Wu Gaochang couldn't stand being compared to Ke Jinyao, especially when he was compared to Lu Howard. Besides, you're going to live in this villa after you buy it. So you have to get the money together tomorrow. Otherwise, we won't meet. Okay. I will definitely get the money together and pay the down payment tomorrow. When Wu Gaochang heard that he would also have to move in, his heart beat faster, his blood pressure rose, his palms sweated, and his whole body trembled. Wu Gaochang, I hope you won't let me down. Don't worry, I will do my best for our little family. Wu Gaochang was so excited that he was even more active than Ke Jinyao. Yao Yao, let's split up. I'm going home now to ask my parents for money. You drive the Porsche to the downstairs of Lu Howard's company overnight, return the car to him, and sever ties with him. Yes, then we'll meet at the Jinlin Mansion sales office tomorrow. With a common goal, both of them are full of hope for the future. Wu Gaochang rode a motorcycle back to his parents' home late at night. Although it was very tiring, he felt very happy in his heart. After Ke Jinyao drove the Porsche to the parking lot of the office building where Lu Howard's company was located, she indeed found a law enforcement car parked there. This scared Ke Jinyao so much that she was very thankful that she and Lu Howard were not deeply involved. Otherwise, it would be a big trouble. After parking the car, she threw the car keys in the car and left. Lu Howard, I've returned the Porsche to you. It's in the parking lot below your office building. Please pick it up when you're free. After sending the message, Ke Jinyao left quickly. Chapter 74, Women's Actions. After sending the message, Ke Jinyao felt uneasy. She immediately sent another message. Lu Howard, please don't mention me when you are recording your statement. Thank you. I will wait outside for you to come out and give birth to the baby. After sending the message, Ke Jinyao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Howard, you are involved with the Northern Myanmar fraud group, and I'm afraid you'll never get out. Ke Jinyao sent this message just to show her goodwill to Lu Howard. to confuse Liu Haoran and to prevent Liu Haoran from getting involved with her. After leaving the office building, Ke Jinyao took a taxi back. Sitting in the taxi, Ke Jinyao secretly breathed a sigh of relief, finally getting rid of Liu Haoran, the source of trouble. It's a pity that he lost so much money from the fraud group. Although Ke Jinyao felt pained by the money, she knew clearly that ill-gotten gains should not be touched. Ah, yes, the 100,000 yuan deposit for my villa was also Liu Haoran's ill-gotten gains. I can't lose the big picture for the small one. Thinking of this, Ke Jinyao immediately transferred 100,000 yuan to Liu Haoran. And note, this is the deposit for the villa. Please accept it, and we will not owe each other anything from now on. As soon as Ke Jinyao transferred the money, the other party took it. Basically, it is collected in seconds. Ke Jinyao was stunned. That's not right. Isn't Liu Haoran cooperating with the law enforcement officer's inquiries now? How does he have time to play with his phone? Ke Jinyao had a bad feeling in her heart, but she immediately thought that it must be the law enforcers who helped Liu Haoran collect it. Fortunately, I was smart and returned the stolen money in time. When Liu Haoran saw Ke Jinyao's actions, he was completely annoyed by her. But fortunately, I didn't lose much. Especially villas. Liu Haoran has the qualification to buy a villa given by the system. He has always regretted that he impulsively used this qualification on Ke Jinyao. Unexpectedly, Ke Jinyao gave up on her own initiative. Liu Haoran actually had his eyes on the king of the building position in Jinlin Mansion. Anyway, the system will return the full amount. No matter how expensive it is, Liu Haoran doesn't care. It just so happened that no one had ever bought the king-level floor in Jinlin Mansion. This is a scarce resource. Jinlin Mansion is the only newly built villa area located within the Ring Road, and its surrounding facilities are not inferior to mature neighborhoods. This kind of position is very rare. Once it's sold out, it'll never be available again. You two law enforcement officers, this is really troublesome. You two came to our company in the middle of the night to help us explain. Thank you. Thank you so much. Liu Haoran, Fang Qian, and others sincerely thanked the two law enforcement officers. The two law enforcement officers also waved their hands hurriedly. You're welcome. It is our duty to protect the legitimate rights and interests of citizens and provide convenience to the people. Your Lycian company is a well-known law-abiding social organization in our administrative area. We came here in person to help you clarify and hope that you can continue to maintain and carry forward the cause. It's like this. When we received a call from a colleague in the tax department, we didn't believe it at first. We checked the case file and found out that this matter actually has nothing to do with your company. We thought that our colleagues in the tax department had already found out about this matter, and it might have some impact on you. So we came over to take a look. The two law enforcement officers performed their duties very conscientiously. Compared with the harmonious conversation here, the staff member, surnamed Yang, and their companions next to them had very ugly expressions. Originally, they thought they had discovered that Lycian Human Resources Company had business dealings with a fraud group, which was a major suspected illegal act. Little did they know that the former general manager Li Fei had already voluntarily surrendered to the law enforcement authorities and made detailed records. This matter is not a big deal. Teacher Yang, although Lycian Company is not large in scale, it is a model company here, so please rest assured that there will be no problem. One of the law enforcement officers testified in person to the staff member named Yang. Ahem, okay, then it was just a false alarm on our part. The staff member surnamed Yang and his companions were very embarrassed. If there's nothing else, then we'll call it a day. Okay, let's call it a day. The tax staff quickly packed up their things and prepared to leave. By the way, Mr. Yang, I heard that you didn't bring any ID during this surprise inspection, and you didn't even inform the law enforcement department in our jurisdiction. Is there something wrong with what your tax department is doing? The law enforcer's originally gentle smile disappeared in an instant. This was arranged by our leader? Which leader of yours is this? How could he not take us seriously? Yes, it's our team leader Wu Gaochang. The staff member named Yang had to bring Wu Gaochang out. Ah, Wu Gaochang, right? I get it. I will report this matter to the prosecutor's office tomorrow. The two law enforcers kept the name in mind. This made Yang and several other tax staff members feel a chill in their hearts. Being targeted by the procuratorate is not a good thing. After hearing this, Yang and other tax officials no longer dared to stay and quickly left Lycian Human Resources Company carrying their computer bags. Thank you to Law Enforcement Xiao and Law Enforcement Wan for upholding justice. On behalf of Lycian Human Resources Company, I am grateful. After the tax staff left, Liu Haoran bowed and thanked the two law enforcers. It's okay. In fact, your general manager Li Fei and our boss have been friends for many years. In the future, such trivial matters can be avoided by giving us a heads up in advance. Law enforcement officer Chiu looked at the documents scattered all over the floor and kindly reminded Lu Haoran. Lu Haoran nodded and said that he would bother him more in the future. After seeing off law enforcement officers Chiu and Wan, Lu Haoran helped Fang Qian, with Siyuan and manager He to recover the data. After recovery, it was almost 3 o'clock in the evening. Lu Haoran gave them a day off on the spot so they could go home and have a good rest. Boss, could you please help me return Sister Sun's car? I'm afraid it will be inconvenient for her to use the car tomorrow. Siyuan handed the car keys to Lu Haoran. Lu Haoran took the key, but he didn't force Siyuan to live with him tonight. Okay, I'll drive back. When Siyuan was about to leave, Lu Haoran stopped her. Siyuan, tomorrow, you can only sleep for half a day. In the afternoon, find a moving company to move your things to Yundian apartment. Boss, can I not move? Siyuan was still very embarrassed. But Lu Haoran was very determined. This is work, not a joke. You must move over. Oh, Siyuan curled her lips, speechless. This boss always used work matters to put pressure on her. But she didn't have the heart to argue with Lu Haoran. Boss, you can let me move there, but can you let me live there alone for a few days first so I can get familiar with the environment? Siyuan had to settle for the second best option. She was really not ready to live with Lu Haoran. Lu Haoran nodded. This was not a big deal. Siyuan should be given some buffer time to prepare herself mentally. Thank you, boss. Okay, go back and be safe. Well, I'll take manager E's car later, and she'll take me back. The house that Siyuan rented was in the same direction as the home of financial manager He. After Siyuan and manager He left, only Lu Haoran and Fang Qian were left. Fang Qian, come downstairs with me. I'll take you home. I have something very important to tell you. Chapter 75, you're cuckolded. Okay, Mr. Lu. Fang Qian nodded in agreement. In the elevator, Lu Haoran said, when no one is around, just call me Brother Lu or Brother Ran like before. Well, then I'll call you Brother Ran. Fang Qian no longer called Lu Haoran Brother Lu. She felt that the title had become far away from her. Walking into the underground garage, Lu Haoran found the Porsche that Kujin Yao had returned. He opened the car door, took out the car keys, and threw them to Fang Qian. Drive! Fang Qian took the car keys and sat in the driver's seat without saying a word. I'll give you this car later. What? What did you say, Brother Ran? Fang Qian felt that she didn't hear clearly. Lu Haoran had no choice but to repeat. I said, I'll give you this Porsche as a reward. Did you hear me clearly this time? This time Fang Qian heard it clearly. She was overjoyed and turned to look at Lu Haoran. She asked excitedly, Brother Ran, why did you suddenly reward me with such a nice car? I feel unworthy of it. You deserve this. You helped me set up Howan Media Company and saved me so much money. This car belongs to you. In fact, what Fang Qian did at Howan Media Company was completely contrary to what Lu Haoran wanted. But Lu Haoran still knew what was right and what was wrong. He understood that Fang Qian was really thinking about him. Lu Haoran had long wanted to give Fang Qian a gift. It just so happened that Kujin Yao didn't want the Porsche, so she gave it to Fang Qian. Thank you, Brother Ran. Actually, I shouldn't have been so petty. I am sorry. Fang Qian suddenly burst into tears. Why are you still crying? Lu Haoran hurriedly tore off a tissue to help Fang Qian wipe her tears. Fang Qian quickly grabbed the tissue and wiped it herself. Brother Ran, let's keep a certain distance from now on. I'm afraid Yuan Mei will misunderstand. Fang Qian decided not to fantasize about becoming a couple with Lu Haoran anymore. She has been thinking about it these 2 days and giving herself psychological hints. Her future life goal is to become a professional woman and Lu Haoran's indispensable right-hand man. She'll be satisfied then. Hearing Fang Qian say this, Lu Haoran just smiled faintly. I still have work to arrange for you, so stop crying. Fang Qian sobbed a few times and controlled her emotions. How are the operations at Future Edge going? Lu Haoran has been asking Fang Qian to inquire about and pay attention to the operations of Future Edge Company. The company has been having a hard time lately. I heard that the game Future's Edge has affected the gaming experience. Many guild players have quit the game, and those individual players have simply stopped logging in. Fang Qian had already guessed that this result was most likely done by the programmer Lu Haoran had asked some time ago, but Fang Qian suppressed her curiosity and never asked. What about their shareholders? I heard that some shareholders are no longer optimistic about the game Future Edge and are preparing to withdraw their investment. Jiao Mingxian is now in a state of panic. On the one hand, he is trying to find ways to fix the problem, and on the other hand, he is lobbying shareholders not to withdraw their investment. In addition, there are rumors that he is quietly raising funds to deal with the withdrawal of these shareholders. I know. Liu Haoran couldn't help but smile. In fact, in order to deal with the future Edge game company, in addition to hiring programmers, he has another killer weapon. But it's not necessary now. Brother Ran, do you have anything else to ask me? Fong Qian became even more certain that it was Liu Haoran who made future Edge game company what it is today. But she did not want to interfere with Liu Haoran's decision. No more questions. Well, there is one more thing. The tax raid tonight is actually a conspiracy against us. I feel the same way. Does Ran know who is behind this? I know who it is. It's a classmate of mine named Wu Gaochong, who works in the tax department. Liu Haoran nodded, narrowed his eyes slightly, and sneered. This revenge must be avenged. How do I report it? In fact, Fong Qian also hated the person behind the scenes with gnashing teeth. Lycian Human Resources Company is also her hard work, and now she is also the one who actually manages Howan Media Company. It's very simple. Isn't he here to secretly check on us? We should check on him too. Yes, yes, yes. We are members of the public, and he is a civil servant. He actually plotted against us. I don't know what he was thinking. I'm afraid he must have some shoddy brain. Fong Qian thought so too. The most direct way to take revenge on Wu Gaochong was to return it intact. Go find a private detective company to check whether Wu Gaochong has committed any crime. Given Wu Gaochong's character, bribery is inevitable. Okay, I'll deal with this as soon as I get to work tomorrow. Fong Qian immediately nodded in agreement with a cold look. After the two of them reached an agreement, Fong Qian sent Liu Haoran back to Sun Shiqian. When Liu Haoran returned home, Sun Shiqian was already asleep. Hubby, you're back. Sun Shiqian was hugged by Liu Haoran from behind and asked in a daze. Well, go to bed. Liu Haoran held Sun Shiqian in his arms, but his hands were restless. There was only one thought in his mind. It's so big and so soft, the child won't be hungry anymore. Maybe there will be some left for me. The next day, Liu Haoran was still sleeping, and Sun Shiqian got up to make breakfast. Liu Haoran slept until after 10 in the morning before waking up naturally. Honey, are you hungry? Get up and eat something. Sun Shiqian brought the warm food over and set the table. Okay, you pack up and we'll go buy a house for the kids later. Liu Haoran was talking while eating. He couldn't wait to buy the best seed in the building. This kind of good place has scarce resources, and if you're a little slow, it might be gone. Don't we have a house to live in? We do, but the baby in our belly doesn't. Sun Shiqian was speechless. She had classes today, but rather than accompany Liu Haoran to buy a house, she asked for leave from her teacher without hesitation. Just when Liu Haoran and Sun Shiqian were discussing buying a house, two men and women came to the Jinlin Mansion sales office. Hey, Miss Ku, isn't your husband Mr. Liu here today? The sales manager who had previously received Liu Haoran and Ku Jinyao saw that Liu Haoran did not come and another man came instead, so she couldn't help but ask curiously. What the fuck are you talking about? Liu Haoran is just Yao Yao's classmate, not her husband. Please be careful with your words. I am Yao Yao's boyfriend. Ku Jinyao didn't reply, but the jealous Wu Gaochong couldn't stand it and angrily pointed at the sales manager and cursed on the spot. The sales manager was not a good-tempered person to begin with. She was in a good mood, but then she was scolded for no reason and instantly became furious. Anyway, it was Liu Haoran who paid for the house, not the person in front of him. She sneered sarcastically. Then you've been cuckolded. I clearly saw your girlfriend and brother Liu staying in the villa for most of the day. Chapter 76, Kawad Liman. Bah? Wu Gaochong had never been ridiculed like this before, so he raised his hand and slapped the sales manager in the face. Fuck you, you're still talking nonsense. Do you believe I'll get someone to fire you immediately? Wow, you dare to hit me? I'm going to strangle you to death. The sales manager was not a pushover either. She pounced on Wu Gaochong like a madwoman and started beating and grabbing him. Oh my God, let me go. Wu Gaochong immediately had 2 bloody scratches on his face. I'm going to beat you to death, you stinky-mouthed woman. Wu Gaochong swung his fist and punched the sales manager on the back. The fist landed on the back with a hollow sound. But the sales manager became more and more angry as he was beaten, and he hugged Wu Gaochong and started biting and scratching him. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Ku Jinyao, who was originally standing next to Wu Gaochong, saw Wu Gaochong fighting with the sales manager when they met. She widened her eyes, confused and angry. She took a few steps back to avoid being affected and cursed. Wu Gaochong, what's wrong with you? You hit someone just because he said something to you. Is this the level of self-restraint you have? Also, Wu Gaochang, I didn't agree to be your girlfriend, so don't open your mouth and talk nonsense. I'm just lending you money. If you want to use this money to force me to be your girlfriend, forget it. Really? I told you not to follow me, but you insisted on following me, and then you caused trouble for me. Let me go right now. Ke Jinyao was almost pissed off by Wu Gaochang. Yao Yao, I didn't mean that. I didn't force you to be my girlfriend. She just wouldn't let go. Ouch. There were a few more scars on Wu Gaochang's face. At this point, colleagues nearby realized there was a fight and rushed over to break it up. The two separated, and the sales manager was still cursing to himself. Her colleagues also rushed over to comfort the sales manager and asked her to stop scolding. Wu Gaochang also calmed down. He regretted very much why he was so impulsive and argued with the sales manager. Wu Gaochang, is this how you behave? You disappoint me so much. Ke Jinyao looked at Wu Gaochang, whose face was covered in blood, and felt extremely disgusted with him. I'm sorry, I just like you too much and can't stand seeing other people say that kind of thing. Wu Gaochang wiped the blood off his face with his sleeve and apologized to Ke Jinyao in a panic. It's no use apologizing to me. You have to apologize to Manager Zhang. Manager Zhang is the sales manager who had a fight with Wu Gaochang. What? You want me to apologize to her? Impossible. Wu Gaochang was stubborn for once. Yao Yao, she said that you and Lu Haoran had an affair, but in fact you didn't. She is slandering you and destroying your reputation. She should apologize to you. Bah, I'm telling the truth. How did I slander you? I only said that Miss Ku and brother Lu stayed in the villa for half a day, but I didn't say that's what AI stayed in there for half a day. What if they were researching on the villa modification? Disgusting man, a man without confidence. It's obviously you who have all the dirty thoughts in your head, yet you blame me for my bad words. What a pathetic loser, man. Manager Zhang's sales talk was like a string of cannonballs, leaving Wu Gaochang no chance to interrupt. Fortunately, her colleague persuaded her to stop. Otherwise, Wu Gaochang would have been scolded all day and would not have been able to fight back. You're still talking nonsense. Wu Gaochang was so angry that his lips were shaking. He pointed at Manager Zhang and said, I must fire you today. Otherwise, I won't be named Wu. Wu Gaochang knew that he couldn't win by talking nonsense, so he pointed at the person who looked like a supervisor next to him and said, Go call your general manager and tell him I'm from the tax bureau. If he doesn't come, he will bear the consequences. Ah, from the tax bureau? The man was so scared that he nodded repeatedly and said he would call the general manager over immediately. Soon, the general manager hurried down from the second floor of the sales office. Hello, I'm He Yang, the general manager here. When He Yang went downstairs and saw this scene, he roughly understood what was going on. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and felt speechless and helpless. He didn't expect that Manager Zhang, an employee, would actually fight with a customer. Sir, I'm sorry for hurting you. On behalf of the Jinlin Mansion, I sincerely apologize to you. There's no need to apologize. I want you to fire this stinky woman immediately. Otherwise, you'll be subject to a tax audit. When Wu Gaochang saw that He Yang was being so humble to him, he finally felt proud. When Ke Jinyao saw how respectful He Yang was to Wu Gaochang, she gave up her plan to ask Wu Gaochang to keep quiet and felt proud of it. It seems that Wu Gaochang still has some status. Maybe Wu Gaochang can use this identity to lower the price of the villa. Don't worry, I will definitely take good care of this employee. He Yang turned a blind eye. After all, firing an employee was not an easy task. Are you going to fire me or not? If you don't, not only will there be a tax audit, but I won't buy this villa. No, you must buy the villa. Ke Jinyao immediately refuted. Yao Yao, why would we buy their house if they have such a poor service attitude? We can just find another place to buy one. The houses here are too expensive. If you buy one outside, the price will be at least half as much. Wu Gaochang was eager to find an excuse not to buy a house here. But Ke Jinyao refused to do it, pouted and said unhappily, Wu Gaochang, I told you, you must buy it here, you must buy it here. Okay. Wu Gaochang quickly agreed, and he turned to He Yang and said, Mr. He, you have to fire this stupid sales manager. Fuck you. You are a public official who is openly using the guise of public power for personal gain. Believe it or not, I will report you immediately. Manager Zhang is not afraid of being fired. It's just a sales job. If he doesn't want to do it, then forget it. Wu Gaochang's face darkened after hearing this. Go ahead and report it. If you report it, this company will get more attention. Then you will know the pain. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel again, Hyang immediately turned around and yelled at manager Zhang. You've already been fired. If you keep talking nonsense here and cause losses to the company, I'll make you pay for it. Get out of here. Hyang saw that manager Zhang was not afraid of those who wore shoes, even though he was barefoot. Although offending the people in the tax department had no impact on manager Zhang, it was still more or less troublesome for the company. Hyang simply fired manager Zhang. Humph, why do you want to fire me? I won't leave. What can you do to me? Manager Zhang sat down and stayed there. Faced with manager Zhang's jokes, Hyang was helpless and could only say, Mr. Wu, this employee can't handle it for a while. Why don't we go to my office and I will personally handle the purchase of the house for you? Okay. No one can do anything about manager Zhang's cheating behavior. Wu Gaochang and Ku Jinyao followed Hyang to the general manager's office to handle the matter. After the three men left, the colleagues gathered around manager Zhang and expressed empathy. Some customers think they are superior because they are rich and look down on others. Manager Zhang played a good role and helped us vent our anger. Just fire him. It's not hard to find a sales job. Humph. Then Hyang will always put the customer first. He thinks the customer is right in everything. He even thinks the customer's shit smells good. He never considers our feelings. They have actually suffered the same treatment. While Wu Gaochang, Ku Jinyao, and others went to the general manager's office to pay the money and go through the formalities, Lu Haoran and Sun Shichin's car also parked in front of the sales office. Chapter 77, He Didn't Go to Jail. The moment Lu Haoran stepped out of the car door, manager Zhang, who was originally in a bad mood, suddenly brightened up his eyes and immediately rushed over to greet him. Brother Lu, you are here. Manager Zhang saw Lu Haoran holding Sun Shichin's arm, and Sun Shichin's belly was slightly bulging. Her eyes flashed, as if she understood something. Lu Haoran nodded to manager Zhang, but when he saw that manager Zhang was a little dirty, he asked casually, How did you do that? Nothing. I was almost bitten by a dog just now and fell down in a mess. Manager Zhang hurriedly found an excuse to explain. Then be careful. It's really immoral to keep dogs without a leash. Next time you see one, just beat him to death. Yes, I was bitten by a dog without a leash. If he messes with me again, next time, I will beat him to death. Manager Zhang clenched his fists viciously. A dog licker? What breed of dog is this? Lu Haoran was a little curious, and Sun Shichin also stared at manager Zhang curiously. Brother Lu, I'm just kidding you. The licker I'm talking about is a shameless man. Manager Zhang has learned her lesson now. With Sun Shichin by her side, she dares not reveal the fact that Ku Jinyao is here. Oh, then help me buy a house. Lu Haoran didn't want to joke with manager Zhang. He said directly, I bought that apartment. Are you going to buy the best building? Manager Zhang was surprised and delighted. Yes, please help me with the formalities quickly. I don't like procrastination. Understood. I'll help you right away. Manager Zhang excitedly turned around and went to the finance department to collect the money, etc. Lu Haoran grabbed manager Zhang. Manager Zhang immediately stopped and asked, Does brother Lu have any other instructions? Let me ask, can I buy the property in my child's name? The house is for the child. If Lu Haoran uses his child to buy a house, he can ask the system for a double refund. For example, the villa in the best location on the building that Lu Haoran purchased this time was worth 36 million yuan. After buying the house, the system returned 72 million yuan. Lu Haoran himself is also eligible for one more villa reimbursement. In other words, if he could purchase it in the child's name, Lu Haoran would get 180 million yuan this time. In that case, controlling Future Edge Gaming Company becomes very simple. Lu Haoran felt happy just thinking about it. When Sun Shichin heard Lu Haoran ask this, her heart trembled and she stared at manager Zhang's reply anxiously. There is no mother who doesn't want her child to be born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Manager Zhang smiled and said, Brother Lu, there is no age limit for this. Minors also have property rights and can buy a house at any time, but it must be purchased by their guardian. Did you bring your child today? I brought it. Here it is. Lu Haoran pointed at Sun Shichin's slightly bulging belly. What? Manager Zhang was confused and said in disbelief. You mean buying it for an unborn baby? Yes. How can that be possible? Why not? Didn't you say there's no age limit? I can pay the money first and then register the property after my child is born. Oh, so that's it. This should work? Manager Zhang didn't think straight just now. But the client said that he could wait until the child was born before registering the property, which was not a problem. Okay, let's do it. Okay, please sit down. Manager Zhang immediately waved to the girl at the front desk to help serve tea and water to Lu Haoran and Sun Shiqian, while she trotted to the general manager's office. In the general manager's office, Wu Gaochang gritted his teeth and finally swiped out 2.5 million yuan in cash. The down payment for the house has been completed, but there was no smile on Ke Jinyao's face. She looked at the mortgage payment calculation sheet with a look of horror and worry on her face. A commercial loan of 6 million yuan, with a loan period of 30 years, and a monthly mortgage of 31,844 yuan. This does not include the 2.5 million down payment she borrowed from Wu Gaochang. Ke Jinyao's current monthly salary is only over 9,000 yuan. Such a horrible mortgage made her feel like an irresistible mountain was pressing down on her back. Wu Gaochang, how much is your monthly salary now? Ke Jinyao asked with a trembling voice. Wu Gaochang said with a hint of pride, my current monthly salary is 5,600 yuan, and my year-end performance bonus is 140,000 yuan, plus the Provident Fund. For someone who has just graduated for 2 years, this income is enough to make him stand out from the crowd. But Ke Jinyao shook her head and said, not enough, absolutely not enough to pay the mortgage. Yeah, don't worry, I still have extra money, As Wu Gaochang said this, he wanted to pull Ke Jinyao's arm. Ke Jinyao jumped away like a flea and said, Wu Gaochang, what do you want to do? I just wanted to touch your arm. Wu Gaochang's face turned pale when he saw Ke Jinyao despised him in front of General Manager He Yang and his staff. Just want to touch it? Ke Jinyao has already understood that Wu Gaochang's income is completely incapable of giving her a happy life, and she must completely put an end to Wu Gaochang's unrealistic ideas. We have nothing to do with each other right now, and you want to touch me. So once we are in a relationship, will you hold my hand? Won't we kiss after we get married? Puff! He Yang and others couldn't hold back their laughter any longer. What are you laughing at? Is this how you treat your customers? Wu Gaochang had no choice but to vent his anger on He Yang and others. I'm sorry. I just can't help it. I won't laugh anymore. He Yang and others despised Wu Gaochang's flattering behavior. If it weren't for the fact that Wu Gaochang was a client and a member of the tax department, they would have stopped acting with Wu Gaochang long ago. Bang! The door of the general manager's office was pushed open, and Manager Zhang shouted breathlessly, Boss hurry up, I sold the best apartment in the building, and the customer is in a hurry to pay the money and go through the formalities. What did you say? You sold the building, King? He Yang couldn't help but breathe rapidly. Although there are many rich people now, due to the current economic recession, few people actually buy the best properties. And he can come up with 36 million to buy the king of buildings, so he must be a big shot. He Yang couldn't help but get nervous. Yes, it's sold. The customer is downstairs. Manager Zhang pointed to the window and asked everyone to look downstairs. The general manager's office is located in the attic on the second floor of the sales office. There is a glass window between the office and the lobby, and you can see the entire lobby from here. He Yang looked in the direction of the finger and saw Lu Haoran sitting with his legs crossed, leisurely drinking tea with a beautiful woman. There were 2 waiters serving beside them. Is it him? Yes, it's him, Miss Ke's husband Lu Haoran. Then take me to receive the distinguished guests. All of you follow me. He Yang doesn't care who is whose husband. He only cares that his best building is sold. He immediately called on his men to follow him to receive Lu Haoran. Boom! Lu Haoran. It's actually Lu Haoran. Lu Haoran didn't go to jail. He even bought a luxury villa. Ke Jinyao's eyes widened as if they were about to jump out of their sockets. Her mouth opened wide as if she wanted to swallow the whole world. Her face turned pale, as if all the blood had been drained away. Her heart felt like it had been hit by a heavy hammer, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. Chapter 78. Not enough. Ke Jinyao slowly turned her head and looked at Wu Gaochang. She stared at Wu Gaochang with eyes as sharp as knives, and complex emotions such as anger, disappointment, and deception kept flashing across her face. Did you know this a long time ago? Wu Gaochang's whole body became stiff as Ke Jinyao stared at him. He lowered his head from time to time, and sometimes turned to the side. His eyes flickered and he didn't dare to look Ke Jinyao in the eye. Wu Gaochang, I am asking you, did you already know that Lu Haoran was not a fraudster and had not been arrested by law enforcement officers? Ke Jinyao gritted her teeth, wishing she could tear Wu Gaochang into pieces. Wu Gaochang was frightened by Ke Jinyao's ferocious look and dared not to reply. I'm asking you, are you dumb? Ke Jinyao bared her teeth and cursed angrily. Yao, I'm doing this for your own good. You don't know that Liu Haoran is involved with at least 3 women at the same time, and the one outside, Sun Shiqian, is pregnant with his child. Do you know how much my heart ached when you said Liu Haoran was your boyfriend that night? I was so heartbroken that I couldn't sleep every night. Yao Yao, if you marry me, I will be devoted to you for the rest of my life. If you follow Liu Haoran, he will just abandon you in the end. Wu Gaochang gritted his teeth, mustered up his courage, and said a few words in a row, trying to wake Ke Jinyao up. Bang! Ke Jinyao angrily slapped Wu Gaochang on the face, leaving 5 fingerprints. It's no good for a dog to meddle in other people's business. Do I need you to take care of my affairs? Let alone Liu Haoran having 3 women. Even if he had 30 women, I would rather follow him because he can buy me a villa and a Porsche. And what about you? It took me half my life to get the down payment, and after buying the house, you still want me to bear a huge mortgage. And you gave me that crappy motorcycle. Did you want me to get hit and killed? Bullshit single-mindedness. Your heart is not even enough for a dog to eat. Ke Jinyao was so angry at Wu Gaochang. She was not satisfied with what she said and slapped him again. It's all because of you, you bastard, that I misunderstood Brother Ran. You've ruined me. My Porsche is gone, my villa is in huge debt. I can't survive. Whoa. Wu Gaochang was slapped twice in a row. What hurt him was not his face, but his heart was torn apart. Yao Yao, if beating me can make you feel better, then go ahead and vent your anger, and then I'll talk to you about reason. Speak your mother's words and shut your stinky mouth. I will never believe a word you say again. Whoa. Ke Jinyao squatted on the ground. Just wanted to have a good cry. Wu Gaochang was very sad to see Ke Jinyao so sad, especially because Ke Jinyao had lost her trust in him. He said, Yao Yao, I know the pain of being in love with someone. In that case, I will let go and let you be with Liu Haoran. Only when you are hurt by him will you understand my good intentions for you. I will wait until you see his true face, and then you will definitely come back to me. Wu Gaochang's eyes were red as he made up his mind. He could understand Ke Jinyao's feelings towards Liu Haoran, just like he felt the same way about Ke Jinyao. Never turn back until you hit the wall. If you want to win back Ke Jinyao, you have to break things before you build them back. Let Ke Jinyao suffer at Liu Haoran's hands, and then she will know how good you are. Wu Gaochang, what do you mean by this? Ke Jinyao raised her head and looked at Wu Gaochang in confusion. Wu Gaochang laughed bitterly. Yao Yao, what I mean is that I should let you go to Liu Haoran first so that you can see his true face. Come on, I'll take you downstairs now to explain the situation to Liu Haoran and ask him to forgive you. Having said that, Wu Gaochang was about to open the office door and go out. No, Danica. Ke Jinyao was horrified. Wu Gaochang asked in confusion. Why don't you go? I can't let Brother Ran know that I'm with you now. Thinking of this, Ke Jinyao immediately shouted. Stay away from me. This? Why is this? Because Ran will dislike me for having had any contact with you. I didn't touch you. It's broferan doisent kno. Alright? You reminded me. Ke Jinyao immediately took out her cell phone and started recording the video. Why are you recording the video? We are alone in a room now. I want to record a video to prove my innocence. Wu Gaochang was despised like this. He was heartbroken, but he could do nothing about it. Yao Yao, you can go down and find Liu Haoran yourself now, confront him, and ask him why he bought a house with another woman when he already has you. No, it won't go. Ran Ge hates me interfering in his affairs. Well, Ke Jinyao cared so much about Liu Haoran that Wu Gaochang was so excited that he could not even vomit blood. Hey, there's surveillance video here. Let's listen to what they're saying. Ke Jinyao suddenly discovered that the surveillance camera next to the general manager's office was facing the sales office lobby. This is the monitor that the general manager usually uses to monitor the work status of his employees. The surveillance video was in muted mode at this time, so Ke Jinyao immediately turned on the audio. Sure enough, the sound from the lobby downstairs came out clearly. Wu Gaochang immediately moved closer to watch, but was ordered by Ke Jinyao to stand 2 meters away from her. And Ke Jinyao's phone was constantly taking pictures of Wu Gaochang. The purpose is to leave evidence and avoid being misunderstood by Liu Haoran. Mr. Liu, let me confirm with you again. Are you sure you want to buy our best-selling building? General Manager He Yang was half sitting on the sofa, leaning forward, holding the card machine and the contract in both hands. Liu Haoran nodded in confirmation. Are you sure you want to buy it? Then please swipe your card. General Manager He Yang personally entered 10 million on the card machine and handed it to Liu Haoran respectfully. This is a deposit of 10 million. As you said, the remaining 26 million will be paid after you and your wife's child is born and you report to the housing authority. Okay, swipe the card. Lu Haoran swiped the money without hesitation. Card swiping successful. As a reminder sound of 10 million cash arriving rang out, Ke Jinyao, who was eavesdropping in the general manager's office on the second floor, suddenly felt a mouthful of blood rushing up her throat. She hurriedly clenched her fists and pounded on her chest, making a thumping sound. Only then was the dirty blood that was about to erupt suppressed. Ke Jinyao's pupils were red, and she felt very unwilling. This 10 million should have been given to me, not to Sun Shichin's child. She was filled with remorse at this moment, and she deeply regretted her decision and behavior last night. She stared at Lu Haoran on the surveillance screen, her eyes revealing pain and self-blame, and her heart felt like it was in the 18th level of hell. Thinking that the 10 million that originally belonged to her was now given to that woman, and that this 10 million was just a deposit. At that time, Lu Haoran also let her choose, and she also took a fancy to Lu Wang. But she didn't have the courage to take that one. But now, this building has been snatched away by that pregnant woman. Thinking of this, Ke Jinyao turned around and glared at Wu Gaochang with hatred. All this was caused by Wu Gaochang. When Wu Gaochang saw Ke Jinyao's murderous expression, he was so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. Downstairs, after Lu Haoran swiped the 10 million yuan, he didn't have much cash left. He prayed that the system would be more humane and reimburse the money for buying the villa in advance. Otherwise, he would have to find money to pay the balance, which would be quite troublesome. Amitba, please bless me. The fertility reward system understands the difficulties of this host, and give me the reward in advance. Just as Lu Haoran finished praying silently in his heart, the system prompt sounded. This voice made Lu Haoran very angry. Chapter 79, I am innocent. Ding. The host is detected to be purchasing a villa. Do you want to use the villa voucher? Hearing the system prompt, Lu Haoran silently said in his heart, Use. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The villa voucher has been used successfully, and the villa payment of 36 million yuan will be reimbursed. Just as Lu Haoran guessed, the system was indeed very generous. As long as the intention to purchase was signed, the purchase would be successful. You can get reimbursed in advance. After the cash reimbursement, Lu Haoran's bag suddenly became bulging again. His back straightened up as well. However, the next sound made him very depressed. System, why didn't I get cash back when I spent money on my child's purchase? Lu Haoran had some guesses in his mind, but he was still not sure. Remind the host that the monthly cumulative cashback limit for the host's consumption for his offspring is 4 million yuan, and repeated purchases and repeated cashbacks are not allowed. Only when the offspring actively consumes, there is no limit on the cashback amount. At the same time, the host must also be careful not to let his offspring know about the existence of the system, nor actively guide his offspring to consume at will. Okay, I got it. Lu Haoran was also mentally prepared for this. The system will not allow you to easily concentrate wealth in yourself. The maximum cashback is 4 million per month, and this amount of money can only be used to ensure that the living standards of ordinary wealthy people are not affected. If you really want to make big money, you have to find a woman and have children yourself. Only when children grow up and have their own spending power will there be a steady source of money. Although Lu Haoran immediately received a cash rebate on the villa voucher, he did not plan to pay off the remaining 26 million yuan now. The child is still a few months away from being born, and if the money is kept in the bank and earns interest for a few months, it will be a very considerable income. After paying the deposit, He Yang and others received the money, and everyone was in a very happy mood. Sales manager Zhang and the financial staff packed up the documents to create the files and return the contract, leaving He Yang here to chat with Lu Haoran. At this time, sales manager Zhang was standing in the far corner waving at Lu Haoran. Brother Lu, please come over here. There is a place I need you to confirm. When waving, Lu Haoran found that sales manager Zhang was winking at him, as if he had something to say. Okay, I'll be right there. Lu Haoran stood up and walked over. Sales manager Zhang whispered, Brother Lu, my sister-in-law, is not here. Let me tell you something. What's the matter? Tell me. That's the girlfriend you brought last time, Ms. Ko. She is now in the general manager's office on the second floor with a man named Wu Gaochang. What are they doing here? When Lu Haoran heard this, he subconsciously looked towards the second floor and frowned. When sales manager Zhang saw that Lu Haoran was angry, she immediately exaggerated the fight between her and Wu Gaochang. She said that the purpose of the fight was that she couldn't stand Wu Gaochang's affair with Ke Jinyao. Although Lu Haoren knew that sales manager Zhang was probably trying to take credit for himself by saying this, he did not expose her. After knowing what happened, Lu Haoren snorted coldly. This time, he was really angry. But his expression remained unchanged, and he walked back calmly, as if he had not known anything. Mr. He, I heard that manager Zhang was fired by you. Is that right? How you're talking about firing Xiao Zhang? That's not a big deal. I just wanted to appease the customer. Xiao Zhang is an excellent sales manager here. How could I really fire her? In fact, He Yang's anger had subsided after Lu Haoren bought the villa. Although sales manager Zhang has some flaws, his performance is indeed good. Today, I even sold the best building that had been unsold for a long time. Compared to making money, the so-called Wu Gaochang from the tax department is nothing. Even if the tax department comes to investigate, they are not afraid. They have not committed any crime. So what is there to be afraid of? Okay, that's fine. Lu Haoren immediately pulled Sun Shiqian and prepared to leave the sales office. Brother Ran, wait, let me explain. A beautiful woman suddenly ran out from the attic stairs on the second floor. This woman is Ke Jinyao. Ke Jinyao ran to Lu Haoren frantically, grabbed Lu Haoren's arm, and burst into tears. Brother Ran, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please forgive me. What does it have to do with me whether you are wrong or not? Humph, get out. Lu Haoren waved his hand and pushed Ke Jinyao back a few steps. At this time, Wu Gaochang also rushed out. When he saw Ke Jinyao was about to fall, he rushed over to support her. Bang! Ke Jinyao's body felt as if pricked by a needle. She instantly bounced off Wu Gaochang's hand and slapped Wu Gaochang in the face with her backhand. Angrily, "Don't touch me!" Wu Gaochang hurriedly took a step back and raised his hands. "I won't touch you. I was just afraid that you would fall. I'd rather die than have you touch me. You licker, get lost." Wu Gaochang didn't dare to say anything else and just stood there pitifully, not daring to move. Lu Haoren raised his head and glanced at Wu Gaochang and saw that there were indeed several deep bloodstains on his face. Moreover, the bloodstain was torn by Ke Jinyao's slap, and the wound was torn and bleeding again. Seeing this, Lu Haoren felt relieved and secretly thought that manager Zhang had done a great job in catching him. When Ke Jinyao saw Lu Haoren's eyes, she hurriedly took out her cell phone and showed it to Lu Haoren. "Brother Ran, you have to believe me, I didn't let Wu Gaochang touch me. When we were alone together, I recorded the whole process. This is my video. I've always been innocent. Here is my proof. We are just ordinary classmates. You don't have to explain anything to me." After saying that, Lu Haoren took Sun Shiqian's hand again and prepared to go out again. "Lu Haoren, stop." Wu Gaochang took another step forward and stopped Lu Haoren. "What's up?" Lu Haoren turned his head slightly and asked with a frown. "Please be nice to Ke Jinyao. Don't make her sad." Wu Gaochang gritted his teeth and glared at Lu Haoren. Bang! Before Lu Haoren could say anything, Ke Jinyao chased after him and slapped him again. "Who told you to talk to Brother Ran like that?" Wu Gaochang covered his bloody face with his hands, his eyes full of grievance. Lu Haoren suddenly laughed out loud and pulled Sun Shiqian and said, "Wife, let's go. Don't let this ugly, bloody monster scare the baby in our belly." The two left hand in hand. Wu Gaochang felt angry and aggrieved. Ke Jinyao hurriedly chased after him. "Brother Ran, there is really nothing between me and Wu Gaochang. You must believe me. Miss, please don't disturb our customers." General Manager He Yang hurried over to stop Ke Jinyao. Ke Jinyao had no choice but to stop and stare at Lu Haoren and Sun Shiqian with a sense of loss. When she saw the villa outside, greed appeared in her eyes, but soon she thought of the monthly mortgage of more than 30,000 yuan, and fear and worry appeared in her eyes. After Lu Haoren helped Sun Shiqian get into the car, Sun Shiqian sighed. "Honey, that Ke Jinyao is so pretty. I can't even compare to her. What's the point of being pretty? Loving money is not a terrible thing. What's terrible is being obsessed with money." Although Lu Haoren usually felt that he could ignore Ke Jinyao, when he learned that Ke Jinyao was walking with Wu Gaochang, he got angry for no reason. That's not the case. Ke Jinyao is also a miserable person. Her character must have been formed by the environment around her since she was a child. But I heard her say that she has always been clean, which shows that she has a moral bottom line. Maybe. Lu Haoren agreed with Sun Shiqian's statement. "Honey, let's not talk about that woman yet. I'm going to make a phone call." Sun Shiqian stopped talking, and Lu Haoren immediately called Fang Xian. "Fang Xian, how is Wu Gaochang's investigation going?" Chapter 80. Hey, The door is locked and no one outside can hear it. Brother Ran, I hired a detective agency to work overtime last night. They conducted a detailed investigation on Wu Gaochang through their own channels, and the results showed that everything was normal and nothing was found. Fang Qian is very efficient in her work, and Lu Haoran admires her for this. This Wu Gaochang is really vigilant. There was disappointment in Lu Haoran's tone. He was indeed very vigilant. He never accepted any bribes online, nor did he leave any traceable evidence of bribery. If we want to find evidence that can kill him, it will probably take some time. Time can't wait. You go to the company this afternoon. We'll meet there and think of a solution. Okay, Ran brother. After hanging up the phone, Lu Haoran sent son Xiqin home. Wife, our newly bought villa still needs some soft furnishings. You can decorate it according to your favorite style, and we will move in once it is done. Well, I'll go study it in a moment. By the way, the house is too big, and your belly is getting bigger and bigger, so you need to contact the housekeeping company to find a reliable nanny for us. Money is not a problem. The most important thing is to be reliable and efficient. Okay, I'll take care of this. Sun Shiqian knew that Lu Haoran was very busy and couldn't be with her every day, so she really needed a reliable nanny to take care of her. Okay, then I'll go to the company. When Lu Haoran went out, he held Sun Shiqian's pretty little mouth and kissed her. Hubby, Ke Jin Yao is a poor girl. Don't always bully her. When leaving, Sun Shiqian couldn't help but give some advice. Why is my wife so protective of her? To put it bluntly, Ke Jin Yao and I are actually the same kind of people. But who wants to be that kind of person? It's because we are forced by reality. I was just moved by the scene. Sun Shiqian smiled self-deprecatingly, her tone very depressed. Lu Haoran quickly hugged her and said, "You are much better than her. Hubby, if you give up on her, she might really be ruined from now on." Okay, I understand what my wife means. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. The two kissed again before breaking apart. After arriving at the company, everything was running normally. When everyone saw Lu Haoran, they greeted him very respectfully. The only thing missing was Huasi Yuan calling him boss with a smile. Lu Haoran was at the door now. He took out his phone and sent a message to Huasi Yuan. "What are you doing?" "Picture." Huasi Yuan sent a photo. The photo was one she had just taken. It showed a van with a few words on the body. "Honest man moving." Lu Haoran couldn't help but laugh when he saw these words. Why did he feel that this girl was making a sarcastic remark about him? Lu Haoran immediately replied to her, "Not bad. You are a good and obedient child." Hug and kiss expression. These two emoticons were sent by Lu Haoran to Huasi Yuan for the first time. Huasi Yuan immediately responded to him. The expression of hitting the head. "Boss, I want to take 2 days off and go visit my classmates." "Okay, it's approved." "Thank you, boss." Humph. This girl always finds excuses to delay living with me. After turning off the phone screen, Lu Haoran touched the key to Yundian apartment in his trouser pocket. If it doesn't work, just force her melon out. She probably won't say anything. Well, Lu Haoran quickly shook off the random thoughts in his mind. When he entered the general manager's office, Fang Qian was already sitting inside waiting for him. "Brother Ran, do you have any ideas?" "Yes." Lu Haoran nodded and said, "You spend money to find a few people, use the beauty trap or bribery. No matter what method you use, you must get Wu Gaochang for me. Is this too much?" "But not at all. If we honestly collect evidence against him, it will give him time to grow, and we might be the ones to fall." Lu Haoran knew very well the consequences of being lenient towards the enemy. "Okay, I'll arrange it right away." Fang Qian gritted her teeth and decided to be ruthless for once. "Yes, don't feel any psychological burden. Good people don't live long, but evil people live for thousands of years. It takes evil to deal with evil. We will be the evil ones and get rid of the harm for the people." Lu Haoran patted Fang Qian on the shoulder and encouraged her. Through a private detective company, Fang Qian identified a good-looking corporate financial accountant who had worked with Wu Gaochang before. Fang Qian originally wanted to leave this kind of thing to a private detective company. But after thinking about it, I felt that it was inappropriate, so I contacted him personally after getting the information. The financial accountant's name is Huang Cuizue. When Fang Qian met Huang Cuizue, she found that this woman was of average appearance. But this Huang Cuizue has a slightly plump figure that makes men unable to walk and an extremely charming look. Isn't this inappropriate? Huang Cuizue was very nervous. When she first received the call from Fang Qian, she thought it was a headhunter who wanted to recruit her with a high salary, which made her excited for a long time. As a result, a person who was wearing a mask and unwilling to show his face asked her, to design Wu Gaochang. She wanted to get up and leave right then and there. But immediately, Fang Qian took out a stack of money and pushed it in front of Huang Tsuitsui. I don't need you to specifically target Wu Gaochang. That's illegal. I just need you to contact Wu Gaochang normally and let him find you. You just need to half-heartedly take the photo. It is not illegal to do so. This is the deposit. After I get the video, I'll give you another 10,000. Sure enough, no one can resist the temptation of money. Huang Tui stared at the 10,000 yuan, and her eyes brightened. She said with trembling hands, "Are you serious? I just need to have that with him and take a picture together? Just sleeping with Wu Gaochang and having fun can earn you 20,000 yuan. This is simply pie in the sky. It's up to you then. I just need the photos." Fang Qian felt very contemptuous when she saw Huang Tsuitsui's greed for money. She thought that this woman was probably not a clean person. "Okay, wait for my news." Huang Tsuitsui happily put the money into her bag. Fang Qian was indeed right in her guess. Although Huang Tsuitsui pretended to be innocent in front of others, she was actually a bitch behind their backs. Her phone is full of apps like Dandan, Momo, and Linghan. After getting the money, Huang Tsuitsui immediately sent a message to Wu Gaochang. "Brother Wu, are you at work? I want to come here to file my taxes and then treat you to a meal." At this time, Wu Gaochang was full of anger and needed to vent. He saw Huang Tsuitsui's message and immediately said, "Pay your fucking taxes, get a good room, get clean, and wait for me." Okay. In fact, Huang Tsuitsui and Wu Gaochang have been unclear about each other for a long time. Wu Gaochang is very smart. Every time he checks into a hotel, he never brings his ID card. Therefore, private detectives were unable to find Wu Gaochang's hotel registration information. In the evening, after Wu Gaochang came out of the hospital after having his wounds treated, he rushed over in a hurry according to the location sent by Huang Tsuitsui. After meeting Huang Tsuitsui, he discovered that today's meeting place was in an extremely private family restaurant. The so-called family restaurants are restaurants located inside residential areas. These restaurants rent houses in residential areas and convert bedrooms into private rooms. And the sound insulation in the room is excellent. Generally speaking, everyone who comes here to eat understands this. Slut, you are quite romantic. Eating and doing it at the same time, this idea is really interesting. After Wu Gaochang walked into the box, he locked the door. Once the door is locked, no one from outside can open it or hear anything without a key. Chapter 81, Finding a New World. Wu Gaochang looked around the private room. There was a set of soft leather sofas inside. Anyone who knew would know what the sofas were used for. Then he looked at Huang Tsuitsui again. Huang Tsuitsui tied her hair up to reveal her fair neck. She wore a tight white t-shirt with two big cartoon eyes printed on key positions. The big cartoon eyes appear bulging due to the pressure of the plump figure. Huang Tsuitsui is wearing yoga pants. The tight yoga pants show off a very beautiful triangle area. When Wu Gaochang saw the woman's dress, his Adam's apple moved, and he swallowed madly. But at this moment, Huang Tsuitsui's expression was incompatible with this extremely ambiguous atmosphere. She looked angry and said angrily, "Chief Wu, what do you mean by this? Who is the slut? Please speak with some respect." TSK, you're pretending. A few times before, you called me dad, and you admitted that you were a piece of shit. So what if I call you a piece of shit now? Wu Gaochang, this is the first time we met, and you insulted me personally. I'm here to host a business dinner with you on behalf of the company, considering that you are my leader. I can ignore the insults you just said to me, but I'm warning you one last time, please keep your mouth shut. Huang Tsuitsui looked very serious, and her tone was very solemn. Wu Gaochang was furious when he saw this. In the sales office, he was scratched on the face by a shrew and slapped several times by Kejin Yao. His mood was extremely bad. At this time, the former slut Huang Tsuitsui actually made him unhappy, and he immediately scolded her. "Huang Tsuitsui, why are you so mad today? You are already dressed like this, and you are treating me to a meal at this kind of event, and you are still pretending to be innocent. What am I wearing? What's wrong with me being so dressed up? Also, this is a restaurant. Is there anything wrong with this situation?" When Huang Tsuitsui said this, she winked at Wu Gaochang and then threw him a coquettish look. "Oh, I see. Ah, you're playing a plot with me. Very interesting." When Wu Gaochang was hinted by Huang Tsuitsui, he understood it instantly. Then he curled his lips and smiled evilly. What Wu Gaochang didn't know was that there was a hidden camera inside the curtain behind Huang Tsuitsui that was recording every move of Wu Gaochang clearly. Wu Gaochang was emotionally depressed at the moment and had no intention of maintaining his usual vigilance. All he wanted in his mind was to take this opportunity to vent. Wu Gaochang grabbed the full glass of white wine beside him, tilted his head back, and poured it into his mouth. The wine spilled out and flowed down his neck and all over his body. Under the stimulation of strong liquor, he felt a little dizzy, and at this moment, Huang Te turned into Lu Haoran in his eyes. He suddenly ripped open his shirt, revealing his bloated upper body. He smiled evilly and walked towards Huang Tsuitsue step by step. Lu Haoran, fuck me. He decided that today he would treat Huang Tsuitsue as Lu Haoran and torture and ravage her severely. Wu Gaochang, what are you going to do? Are you crazy? When Huang Tsuitsue saw this scene, she was so scared that she stepped back. What? Ha! You are the hateful Lu Haoran today. Ha! Wu Gaochang became ferocious, and Huang Tete was so scared that she shrank her neck and retreated away. But the expectant look in Huang Tsuitsue's eyes did not escape Wu Gaochang's eyes. He laughed out loud and became even more unscrupulous. Then, Wu Gaochang pounced on her like a madman, ignoring Huang Tsuitsue's frantic resistance and pleas for mercy. Huang Te gradually seemed to lose her strength and acted as if she wanted to resist, but was unable to. The more this happened, the crazier and more perverted Wu Gaochang became. Not long after, Wu Gaochang lay down on the sofa, panting, and closed his eyes to rest. Huang Te put on her clothes in a hurry, grabbed her coat by the curtain, and pulled it, taking away the hidden camera without leaving any trace. Wu Gaochang, I hate you. You will regret your actions today. Huang Tete opened the door sobbing and ran out of the hotel crying. Fuck, Huang Tete, didn't you treat me to a meal? Who will pay for the meal if you run away? Huang Tete ran away, and Wu Gaochang only realized what was happening. But when he ran out of the door, he couldn't find her anymore. Damn this woman! Wu Gaochang cursed and felt that he had been cheated out of his meal money. When he thought of the word pit, his head suddenly buzzed as if it had been hit by a heavy hammer. Huang Tsuitsue tricked me. With a click, Wu Gaochang felt dizzy and fainted on the ground. When he fell to the ground, the severe pain brought him back to consciousness. Oh no, I'm miserable. Wu Gaochang was so scared that he was shaking all over. He crawled on the ground looking for his phone, but the more he wanted it, the harder it was to find. At this moment, Wu Gaochang's cell phone rang. He finally found his cell phone. When he grabbed the phone, he saw a call from Lu Haoran on the screen. At this moment, he understood everything. I understand everything. Wu Gaochang slapped himself in the face, feeling extremely regretful. I really deserve to die. He looked at the 3 words Lu Haoran on the screen of his mobile phone, as if he had seen a devil and did not dare to touch them. But I had to swipe the answer button. Old Wu, where are you? Are you free tonight? I feel like you haven't eaten enough, so let's go out for a midnight snack, as 2 old classmates. Huh? Lu Haoran's cheerful voice came from the other end of the phone. Lu Haoran, what do you want to do? Wu Gaochang gritted his teeth. It turned out to be Lu Haoran's fault. Hey, old classmate, I just want to treat you to a midnight snack. Why are you talking to me in such a hateful tone? Call. Wu Gaochang took a deep breath and said in a hoarse voice, Boss Lu, I was wrong. What's wrong? I don't understand what you were saying. Lu Haoran said in a teasing tone, Boss Lu, from now on, Kajiniao is your woman. Please be magnanimous and forgive me. Haha, Kajiniao has always been my woman. You think too much. I'm sorry, I really thought too much. I sincerely apologize to you. Wu Gaochang spoke in a very humble tone. When he said this, his heart was broken into pieces. Kajiniao was the dream lover of his life, but because of a fatal mistake he made, he might have lost the right to have her forever. Boss Lu, I will make up for my mistakes. I won't come out for supper tonight. Tomorrow I would like to invite you and sister-in-law, Kajiniao, to have dinner together to apologize to you. Could you please do me the honor? Wu Gaochang needs time to calm down before going to Lu Haoran to negotiate. At the same time, he would take the initiative to send Kajiniao to Lu Haoran's bed to show his submission. Faced with the prospect of going to jail, he finally came to his senses. Let's talk about it later. Lu Haoran hung up the phone. Brother Ran, we have the evidence against Wu Gaochang. Should we report it to the procuratorate? Chapter 82, Arrange Your Wedding Night. Fong Qian's face was flushed at this time. Just now, she and Lu Haoran watched an 18-plus blockbuster together. Hearing Fong Qian's question, Lu Haoran shook his head and said, Let's keep this to ourselves. Don't let anyone else know. What about Wu Gaochang? After putting in so much effort, Lu Haoran actually said that he would keep this matter to himself. Seeing Fang Qian's unwilling expression, Lu Haoran smiled and said, "Just use this kind of unpresentable means to play with him. If I really tell people about this, I'll have no friends anymore." Oh, I see. Fang Qian instantly understood what Lu Haoran meant. She felt a little regretful. She was unwilling to not use such good evidence to destroy Wu Gaochang. Wouldn't that mean Wu Gaochang will be free again? Oh no, Wu Gaochang is still of some use to us. Let's wait and see what happens after the waste is recycled. Oh. Fang Qian no longer dwelled on this matter. By the way, you must cut off all contact with Huang Cuizue in a timely manner, and don't let anyone use you as an excuse. Lu Haoran reminded. Fang Qian said, "Don't worry, Brother Ran. Huang Cuizue doesn't know who I am at all. All payments on her end are in cash. Including the private detective company, I contacted them as an online friend." Good. Lu Haoran was indeed very confident in Fang Qian's work. Just as Lu Haoran and Fang Qian were discussing Wu Gaochang sat, slumped in the box with his mind working frantically. He slapped himself as he thought of a solution. What a pig I am. I didn't even take heed of Huang Cuizue's unusual behavior today. Damn it. Wu Gaochang slapped himself hard on the face, but didn't feel any pain. Lu Haoran, you are so despicable. You actually use such a despicable method to deal with me. You're not a human being. Fuck you. Wu Gaochang cursed angrily. Yao, my heart aches. I'm afraid I have to give you to that bastard Lu Haoran. But don't worry, I won't despise you. I'll wait for you to come back to me after you get hurt by that bastard. While reflecting, Wu Gaochang shoveled his face hard, as if this face was not his. Under the tremendous force, the wound that had already been covered with medicine began to bleed again. But Wu Gaochang seemed unaware and let the blood seep out, then flow to the side of his lips, and then he rolled it up with his tongue and swallowed it into his stomach. What Wu Gaochang didn't know was that because he was too crazy and perverted just now, he still had Huang Cuizue's disgusting things in his hands. The slaps he gave just happened to cause the remaining stuff from Huang Cuizue to seep into her blood. Yao, I can't think of a better solution to calm Lu Haoran's anger. If I can't get Lu Haoran to forgive me, I will definitely go to jail and my life will be ruined. Yao, I have no choice but to give you to that bastard Lu Haoran to abuse. Thank you for your hard work. In the end, Wu Gaochang made the decision to himself. He called Ke Jinyao on the spot. Wu Gaochang, are you annoying? Why are you calling me again? Haven't you hurt me enough? If you call me again, I will block you. As soon as the call was connected, Ke Jinyao's angry curses were heard. Yao, don't be angry. I'm here to help you this time. Do you still want to go back to Lu Haoran? Wu Gaochang was afraid that Ke Jinyao would hang up the phone, so he answered quickly. Sure enough, Ke Jinyao suddenly became alert and said in surprise. Wu Gaochang, what do you mean by this? Do you have a way to get me back to Brother Ran? Yes, as long as you listen to my arrangements. I can arrange for you and Lu Haoran to spend the night together tonight. Wu Gaochang found it extremely difficult to say the word bridal chamber. These two words are as hard to swallow as an unpeeled sea buckthorn pear covered with thorns. Okay, I'll follow your instructions. How do we do it? Tell me now. The next day at work, Lu Haoran opened the system and sorted out his recent gains. Fertility reward system. Host Lu Haoran. Lifespan 3 years and 6 months. Constitution 11. Nearly 4 months have passed, and Sun Shiqian and Zhuo Weiwei have become pregnant. Those who are expecting to get pregnant are Ke Jinyao and Hua Siyuan. Currently, the average pregnancy rate is 1 baby every 2 months. The efficiency is a bit low. In fact, according to the requirements of the system, Lu Haoran can completely let go and look at the beauties on Douyin. Within a month, he can make 8 or 10 women pregnant with his children. But Lu Haoran was afraid that he would contract an incurable disease because of the woman's uncleanness. At the same time, he also has to consider the subsequent education and upbringing of the child. Having a good mother is the greatest wealth in his life. In addition, Lu Haoran also wants to make every woman who gives birth to a child for him live a happy life to the best of his ability. Sun Shiqian has been completely convinced by herself. After she gives birth to the first child, she can have a second child. Zhuo Weiwei is a bit of a headache as her first pregnancy is still in suspense. This woman takes work too seriously. She acted as if nothing had happened even when she was pregnant and never missed working overtime. What a workaholic. Lu Haoran was really worried that the baby in her belly would miscarry due to exhaustion. It seems that the plan to acquire future edge games must move forward. In addition, we cannot relax with Ke Jinyao and Hua Siyuan. We need to make them pregnant as soon as possible. After taking down these two women, Liu Haoran had four women. He planned to let these four women take turns to get pregnant and give birth to children, so that they could have 8 children within 2 to 3 years. Having 8 children basically solved his longevity problem. Everything was more relaxed at that time. No, this woman Ke Jinyao must be punished. Give birth to 1 child every year. Don't let her stop. Anyway, this woman is a second-class beauty, and the reward for giving birth to 1 child is equivalent to the reward for giving birth to 3 children. She must be allowed to continue giving birth. Of course, this is just a perfect imaginary plan. It is hard to say whether it can be realized or whether any accidents will occur. Just as Liu Haoran was planning a bright future, his phone rang. It's Wu Gaochang. Liu Haoran had expected this. Now that he had caught Wu Gaochang with such a huge handle, it was impossible for him not to be anxious. Mr. Liu, are you free tonight? I'd like to invite you to dinner at the Wyndham Hotel. Ke Jinyao will also be there. Ke Jinyao, and I sincerely apologize to you. Okay. Liu Haoran hung up the phone directly. After Sun Shiqian's intercession yesterday, Ke Jinyao has remained pure. Based on the principle of good girls should not be let down, bad girls should not be wasted, Liu Haoran decided to give Ke Jinyao another chance. It just so happens that I can use Wu Gaochang as a stepping stone to accept Ke Jinyao. Then, Liu Haoran called Jia Mingxian, the boss of Future Edge Game Company, again. Who are you? Jia Mingxuan's tone was very impatient. He had been very anxious recently and was annoyed by any unfamiliar calls. Boss Jia, it's me, the family member of the employee who asked you to cancel overtime last time. Chapter 83, Liu Haoran's Conspiracy. You again? I don't have time to waste on you. Jia Mingxian wanted to hang up the phone immediately. Mr. Jia, just hang up. You'll regret it if you hang up. Liu Haoran's sneer floated into Jia Mingxuan's ears. Jia Mingxian was stunned for a moment, and he said in a gloomy voice, Who are you? Oh, Mr. Jia. Actually, we have met and we know each other, but Mr. Jia is very busy and only meets important people, so he can't remember my voice. Have we met before? Where? In your office? I met with you on behalf of Lycean Human Resources Company to discuss the candidate. My name is Liu Haoran. Liu Haoran and Jia Mingxian had indeed met. Before business director Feng Gang joined the company, Jia Mingxian met Liu Haoran and asked Liu Haoran about Feng Gang's situation. But at that time, we just had a brief chat. After hearing the name Liu Haoran called out, Jia Mingxian felt a sudden surge of anger in his heart. Liu Haoran said before that he was the family member of his employee, and Feng Gang, the business director who holds an important position in his company, was also recommended by this company. Also, after he received a call from Liu Haoran last time, the company had frequent problems, the kind that couldn't even be repaired. At this moment, Jia Mingxian reacted. Someone has tampered with the company. There is a mole inside the company. His pupils suddenly dilated, his blood pressure rose, and he felt a fear in his heart. My company has been taken over by someone. Jia Mingxian bit his back teeth, took a deep breath, and tried to calm down. Mr. Jia, why are you silent? Boss Liu, why did you go to so much trouble to plot against me? Jia Mingxian was not in a hurry to get angry with Liu Haoran on the phone. President Jia is really a smart man. He got it right. Actually, my purpose is very simple. I just want to cancel your company's overtime. Liu Haoran actually didn't want to waste so much money to acquire this gaming company that seemed to have no prospects. Instead of wasting so much money, you might as well use it to marry 10 or 8 wives to give birth to children for you. Cancel overtime? Yes. As long as you cancel overtime, your company will return to normal. Mr. Liu, now that we've come to this point, there's no need to beat around the bush, right? If you have any real purpose, please speak directly. I told you, I really just want to cancel your company's overtime. Do you really take me for a fool? No matter how well-mannered Jia Mingxian was, he couldn't help but get angry at this moment. Boss Liu, are you humiliating me? I didn't humiliate you. I said that as long as you cancel overtime, everything will return to normal. Good. Jia Mingxian laughed in anger. He said good 3 times and then slammed the table angrily. Since Mr. Liu looks down on me so much, let's see who's the winner. As soon as the words fell, the phone was hung up. Liu Haoran was speechless as he watched the phone being hung up. I've been talking to you for so long, but you just won't listen. Is this the real-life version of playing the lute to a cow? Are you really going to force me to waste money acquiring your crappy company? Liu Haoran was also very depressed. Now the money to acquire the other company has not been found yet. In the general manager's office of Future Edge Game Company, Jia Mingxian was furious. He angrily smashed the teacup to the ground, making a loud noise. The assistant outside the door rushed in immediately. Boss Jia, what's wrong with you? Go. Call Zhuo Weiwei in right now. Okay. Okay. I'll be there right away. The assistant had never heard Jia Mingxian so angry, let alone seen Jia Mingxian so furious. Soon, Zhuo Weiwei knocked on the door and came in. When she saw the teacup broken pieces all over the floor and Jia Mingxuan's murderous look, Zhuo Weiwei suddenly felt panic in her heart and her scalp went numb. Boss Jia, what do you want to talk to me about? Zhuo Weiwei tried hard to suppress the anxiety in her heart. Let me ask you, how did Feng Gang get here? Jia Mingxian glared with his eyes. His gaze was like knives, piercing Zhuo Weiwei's eyes and causing pain. But Zhuo Weiwei did not avoid his gaze. Boss Jia, Feng Gang was hired by Lycian Human Resources Company. Didn't you know that a long time ago? Then let me ask you, why is it that other headhunting companies have been unable to recruit this person, but Lycian Human Resources Company sent him here as soon as he arrived? What's the reason? Hearing Jia Mingxuan's question, Zhuo Weiwei's heart skipped a beat, and she asked, is Feng Gang a commercial spy? But as far as I know, after Feng Gang came to our company, he vigorously reformed channel management, which not only improved channel efficiency, but also added many precise channels for us. He did a great job. More importantly, corporate spies wouldn't be so stupid as to obviously plan important personnel in our company, right? After Zhuo Weiwei's analysis, Jia Mingxian also felt that Feng Gang did not seem to be a commercial spy, and his anger subsided a little. Feng Gang is here, and the channels are pretty good, but don't you realize that our company is about to collapse? Isn't this due to a large number of reasons? Is this a problem with the procedure? Your sensitivity is so poor. I am really disappointed. After the conversation, Jia Mingxian finally confirmed that the little girl who had followed him since graduation had not been turned against. Boss Jia, do you mean there's a traitor in our company? In fact, Zhuo Weiwei had this suspicion a long time ago, but Zhuo Weiwei was unwilling to doubt her colleague. It looks like you can still be saved. Jia Mingxian stared at Zhuo Weiwei again. This is my last chance for you, Zhuo Weiwei. You are the person I trained and the person I trust the most in the company. I hope you won't let me down again. Zhuo Weiwei's face immediately changed. She took a deep breath and said solemnly, Boss Jia, I, Zhuo Weiwei, will never betray you in any way, whether you betrayed me or not. Let the facts speak for themselves. Zhuo Weiwei felt very heavy-hearted because she was suspected by Jia Mingxian. Boss Jia, let me tell you the truth. I am pregnant with Lu Haoran's child from Lycian Human Resources Company. But don't worry, I have severed all ties with him, and the company's cooperation with them has also ceased. What? You are actually pregnant with Lu Haoran's child? When Jia Mingxian heard this, he was shocked and heartbroken. At the same time, he was also very pleased that Zhuo Weiwei even told him that she was pregnant with Lu Haoran's child. That proves that Zhuo Weiwei has always been honest and loyal to herself. In fact, Zhuo Weiwei has the same birthday as his daughter who was lost in his early years, and Zhuo Weiwei looks very similar to his wife, and a little like him too. When Zhuo Weiwei came for the interview, he thought she was his daughter. But later, he found an opportunity to take Zhuo Weiwei's hair for a paternity test, and the result proved that Zhuo Weiwei was not his daughter. From then on, he treated Zhuo Weiwei as his own daughter. Yes, Mr. Jia, I have been pregnant for a month. How could you be like this? Alas! Jia Mingxian suddenly felt like he couldn't breathe. Disappointment, anger, hatred, and pity kept interweaving in his heart. Weiwei, you are so confused. Do you know the evil ambitions of Lu Haoran? Although Jia Mingxian hated Lu Haoran, he had to admit that Lu Haoran's plan and methods were the best. Lu Haoran not only infiltrated the program department, but also distracted his attention by using the guise of business director, and secretly used the beauty trap to make his beloved Zhuo Weiwei pregnant. This is just a superficial strategy. In secret, the true extent of infiltration of one's own company cannot be found out clearly. Jia Mingxian felt a chill in his heart when he thought about it. Fortunately, Zhuo Weiwei was very loyal to him and terminated and severed contact with Lu Haoran in time. Otherwise, if it were any other woman, once she became pregnant with his child, wouldn't she follow him wholeheartedly? Chapter 84. You must protect yourself. When Zhuo Weiwei heard Jia Mingxian say that Lu Haoran had a conspiracy, her face changed and she asked, what evil ambitions does Lu Haoran have? This Lu Haoran is quite ambitious. I'm afraid he wants to take all the ownership of our company without any effort. He dares. Zhuo Weiwei raised her eyebrows and slammed the table in anger. Haha, this is no longer a question of whether or not to dare. Seeing Zhuo Weiwei so angry, Jiao Mingxian was very relieved that Zhuo Weiwei, whom he regarded as a daughter, did not make him sad. That Lu Haoran, he found a very lame excuse. He said he was a family member of our company's employee and his wife was pregnant, and asked me not to let our employees work overtime. At that time, I ignored his request, so he let the traders in the programming department create countless problems for us. His excuse is absolutely ridiculous. Lu Haoran is so despicable. Zhuo Weiwei recalled how she met Lu Haoran, and at this moment she was extremely disappointed with Lu Haoran. While feeling disappointed, Zhuo Weiwei was also shocked that she had been used by Lu Haoran and even became pregnant with his child. Zhuo Weiwei touched her belly, and from that moment on, she completely changed her understanding of Lu Haoran. Before, Zhuo Weiwei thought Lu Haoran was just a small boss. When it comes to Lu Haoran, she always thinks of herself as the client, thinking that her status is higher than Lu Haoran's. Even after their one-night stand that day, she regretted it deeply. She secretly regretted how she could have had a relationship with someone like Lu Haoran. But now she realized that she was the fool who was played around by the other party. Not only was he fooled, but even his most admired boss Jiao Mingxian was made overwhelmed by Lu Haoran and even faced the crisis of changing ownership of the company. Boss Jia, I'm sorry I've caused so much trouble to the company. From this moment on, Zhuo Weiwei never dared to underestimate Lu Haoran again. It's not your fault. Lu Haoran wanted to seize my company. Even if you weren't involved, he would have found other excuses. Jiao Mingxian waved his hands. After he got angry, he did not blame Zhuo Weiwei indiscriminately. In fact, Zhuo Weiwei was also a victim. Weiwei, what are your plans for the baby in your belly now? Although the child's father is very bad, the child is innocent, and I still want to give birth to him. Zhuo Weiwei felt sad when she thought that the father of her child was a bad man. Yes, the child is innocent. This child will definitely be very smart when he is born. After all, a good father will have a good son. I just hope that when this child grows up, he will not be like his father who has no bottom line in doing things. Jiao Mingxian glanced at Zhuo Weiwei's belly inconspicuously, and an imperceptible light flashed in his eyes. Of course not. I will never let that despicable person get in touch with the child. Zhuo Weiwei's eyes were very determined. Boss Jia, since that despicable Lu Haoran pretends to be worried that I am too tired from working overtime and affecting the child, why don't I call him and tell him that I won't work overtime anymore, and see if he will stop plotting against our company? When Zhuo Weiwei said this, she felt very ashamed. She thought she was being too sentimental. Lu Haoran has already made plans to this extent, so how could he give up the plan just because of her? But she still wanted to try to communicate. It's useless. I told you that his concern about whether you work overtime is just an excuse. In this world, is there anyone so willful that he would shut down an entire company just because he is afraid that his wife will be too tired from working overtime during her pregnancy? He already has the ability to do so, so why not just take his wife home to have a rest? Isn't that better? You are asking for humiliation by calling. All right. Zhuo Weiwei blushed. She felt ashamed of her own self-conceited behavior just now. Jiao Mingxian got back to the point and said, "It is now clear that our game was all tampered with by insiders. I need you to quietly find the traitor, collect evidence, and bring them to justice. If we really can't find any evidence, we can persuade the suspicious people to leave one by one and bring in new people we can trust." "Okay, Mr. Jia, I'll do it right away." "Yes, this matter cannot be delayed. It must be done quickly." "Don't worry, Mr. Jia. After you finish this, don't work overtime. Take a good rest and pay attention to the baby in your belly." Jiao Mingxian seems to be very concerned about the baby in Zhuo Weiwei's belly. But Zhuo Weiwei didn't take this sentence seriously. She thought Jiao Mingxian was just being polite. After Jiao Mingxian arranged Zhuo Weiwei's work, he took out the company's roster, matched the employees' names one by one, and wondered who the traitor was. As long as he finds the traitor and eliminates the person who created it, he is confident that he can fix the game quickly. Then release another wave of benefits to attract lost players back. He did not alert the person recommended by Lycian Human Resources Company, but he has already put him under personal surveillance. After get off work in the afternoon, Lu Haoran drove to the banquet as arranged by Wu Gaochang. He must take down Ke Jinyao as soon as possible. More system rewards means more money, and the time it takes for him to control Future Edge Game Company will be shortened. The Future Edge Game Company is really stubborn. Today, he once again asked them not to arrange overtime for their employees. Unfortunately, the other party didn't listen. Not only did he not listen, but he made Zhuo Weiwei even busier. Because in the afternoon, Lu Haoran secretly inquired about the situation through the recruitment manager, Zhou Ying there. Zhuo Weiwei is still busy. especially since this morning, for some reason, Zhuo Weiwei took over the work that was originally done by Zhou Ying and did it herself, which made Zhuo Weiwei very busy. Lu Haoren wondered if Jia Mingxian already knew that his woman was Zhuo Weiwei. So he specifically targeted Zhuo Weiwei to take revenge on himself. Humph, Jia Mingxian, if you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink the wine for punishment. Just wait and see. Lu Haoren started the car, stepped on the accelerator, the engine hummed, and the car shot out instantly. In fact, what Lu Haoren cared about was whether his woman Zhuo Weiwei worked overtime. Whether other employees work overtime or not doesn't matter to him much, and helping other employees to obtain benefits is just a side thing. If Jia Mingxian is willing to stop arranging overtime for Zhuo Weiwei, he can even fire Zhuo Weiwei. As long as Zhuo Weiwei no longer overworks and affects the health of the baby in her belly, Lu Haoren will not bother to waste energy and time targeting him. Inside the presidential suite of the Wyndham Hotel, Wu Gaochang stood inside and personally directed the hotel staff to decorate the presidential suite to be as romantic and sentimental as a wedding room. In order to obtain Lu Haoren's forgiveness, Wu Gaochang spent a lot of money. He looked at the room full of bright red and romantic roses, and his heart felt like a tangled mess, painful yet unable to be torn apart. Sir, you're going to spend the wedding night with your wife tonight, but why do you seem to be in a bad mood? One of the 4 great joys in life is the wedding night. At this time, you should be happy. The waiter standing by kindly comforted Wu Gaochang. Get lost, you idiot. If you can't speak, shut up. Wu Gaochang started to curse directly. The waiter was confused at first. Then he angrily waved his sleeves, left the suite immediately, and no longer paid any attention to Wu Gaochang. After the waiter left, Wu Gaochang took out a box of Durex from his pocket. He placed the Durex on the bedside with trembling hands, muttering, I can't go to jail. Yao Yao, I'm sorry for your hardship. You must protect yourself. Chapter 85 Forced Kiss. Not only Wu Gaochang helped Lu Haoren prepare a beautiful wedding room, but Ke Jinyao was also very nervous at this time. At Wu Gaochang's suggestion, she prepared to give Lu Haoren a surprise. Ke Jinyao wore what she thought was the most beautiful gauze dress tonight, and was sitting in front of the makeup mirror putting on makeup. The makeup artist looked at Ke Jinyao in the mirror and couldn't help but admire. Ms. Ku, you are so beautiful. Are you getting married tonight? Our hotel doesn't have any wedding banquets booked today. It's not a wedding, but it's 10 or 100 times more important than a wedding. So please help me dress up a little prettier. Ke Jinyao was very nervous. She was not sure whether Lu Haoren would accept her again. No problem. You have a natural, flawless appearance, and with my makeup, your man will be amazed. About half an hour later, Wu Gaochang sent her a text message. Ke Jinyao, Lu Haoren's car is here. Come out to greet him. Wu Gaochang no longer dared to call Ke Jinyao Yao Yao. Firstly, he was afraid of being scolded by Ke Jinyao, and secondly, he was afraid of being heard by Lu Haoren and causing misunderstanding. Is Ran here? I'll be there soon. Ke Jinyao calmed herself down and hurried out to greet Lu Haoren. When the two were standing at the door, a car stopped at the hotel entrance. At this moment, Ke Jinyao no longer feels that domestic cars are low-end. On the contrary, in her eyes, this domestic car was magnified twice as much, and she believed that this was the symbol of true nobility. After Lu Haoren's car stopped, Wu Gaochang rushed over to help open the door. Mr. Lu, please get out of the car. Lu Haoren walked out of the car, glanced at Wu Gaochang, and smiled faintly. Wu Gaochang is indeed a person who often flatters his superiors. His flattering expression and humble actions make people feel happy. This guy finally behaved himself. It is true that evil needs to be dealt with by evil. At this time, Ke Jinyao appeared in the lobby with a bunch of bright roses in her hands. This bouquet of roses has an estimated 999 flowers and is wrapped very delicately. You can tell at a glance that a lot of care was put into it. When Ke Jinyao saw Lu Haoren, she took a deep breath, put on her most beautiful smile, and walked towards Lu Haoren with light steps. The moment Lu Haoren saw Ke Jinyao, his eyes lit up. It really deserves the system score of 93 points. Just looking at the appearance, it is so beautiful and perfect. Not only Lu Haoren's eyes lit up, but also the staff in the hotel lobby and the guests staying in the hotel were stunned. In all their lives, they had never seen such a beautiful woman. When Wu Gaochang saw Ke Jinyao, who had dressed up carefully, he could no longer suppress the smile he had forced himself to put on. At this moment, his heart was bleeding. Brother Ran sends you a bouquet of flowers. Ke Jinyao shyly handed the flowers to Lu Haoren, but Lu Haoren did not take them. The situation suddenly became deadlocked. Everyone held their breath. Everyone was going crazy at this moment. Fuck. What is this guy pretending to be? Such a beautiful woman gave you flowers and you refused to accept them. Fuck, if you don't want to answer it, can I answer it for you? You beast. How could you have the heart to embarrass such a beautiful woman? Lu Haoran refused to accept the flowers sent by Ke Jinyao, and the hotel staff and guests who stopped to watch looked as uncomfortable as if they were constipated. Ke Jinyao immediately became anxious. Brother Ran, are you unwilling to forgive me? Shut up. Don't talk. You ruin my mood when you talk. Lu Haoran had thought it through before he came and stopped Ke Jinyao from speaking. It is best to book a room and take action to have a baby directly. Ke Jinyao was scolded and opened her mouth to speak, but she didn't dare to say anything, which made her feel very uncomfortable. Not only Ke Jinyao felt uncomfortable, the onlookers felt even more uncomfortable than Ke Jinyao. They all wanted to rush over and beat Lu Haoran up. Listen to me. Is this human language? A beautiful woman gave him flowers, but he told her to shut up and stop talking, and even said that other people's talking affected his mood. This is so pretentious, so hypocritical, and so disgusting. Go throw the flowers into the trash can. Flowers make me sick just looking at them. Ah, what? Just shut up and do as I tell you. That will make me feel better. Do you understand? After Lu Haoran finished speaking, Ke Jinyao's face turned red and she didn't dare to say anything. She could only nod, trot over, and throw the flowers into the trash can. Phew! Finally, the old man who was eager to do good things couldn't help but speak. Young man, what are you doing? It's fine if you don't accept the flowers this girl gave you. But why did you let her throw them into the trash can? How can a grown man like you be so resentful? Yeah. Don't be so *king pretentious. You can't bully a woman like this. Hurry up and apologize to this girl. You are simply embarrassing a man. Lu Haoran's behavior of bullying Ke Jinyao angered everyone. A group of people pointed at Lu Haoran, and Lu Haoran's expression fell, and he frowned in displeasure. Wu Gaochang was shocked when he saw it. He immediately yelled at the crowd of onlookers. What are you doing? Get out of here! Ke Jinyao also panicked and shouted to the onlookers. All of you go away. This is none of your business. No matter how my brother Ran treats me, I'm happy. Please stay out of my business. Ke Jinyao and Wu Gaochang suddenly turned around and drove away the group of people who spoke well of them. The crowd of onlookers were all stunned. My kindness is really taken for granted. There are actually such despicable people. Brother Ran, let's go. Let's get out of here. Ke Jinyao pulled Lu Haoran straight to the reserved private room. Wu Gaochang also rushed over. Wu Gaochang, why did you follow us into the elevator? Get out! When Wu Gaochang saw Ke Jinyao and Lu Haoran entering the elevator, he hurriedly stepped into the elevator but was driven out by Ke Jinyao. Wu Gaochang swallowed his breath and reluctantly exited the elevator. He could only watch the elevator door slowly close. Brother Ran, after the elevator closed, Ke Jinyao's eyes immediately lit up. She turned around and put her arms around Lu Haoran's neck. Kiss me. Ke Jinyao was half a head shorter than Lu Haoran, but she stood on tiptoe, hung on Lu Haoran's neck, and kissed him. Lu Haoran was stunned by this moment. He only felt a very comfortable fragrance rushing into his arms, followed by two soft lips pressed against his own. This is the first time in my life that I have been forcefully kissed by a woman. This was the only thought in Lu Haoran's mind at this moment. This feels so good. Lu Haoran did not push Ke Jinyao away, but took the initiative to bite her soft lips. Ding dong! The elevator has arrived. The elevator slowly opened, but the two people were entangled with each other and showed no intention of separating. The elevator slowly closed again. Just as the elevator was about to close, someone pressed the button to open it from outside. Mr. Lu. The person who pressed the elevator button was Wu Gaochang. Chapter 86, Everything is in Vain. At this time, Wu Gaochang saw Lu Haoran and Ke Jinyao hugging each other tightly, and his eyes widened. Although Wu Gaochang had already prepared himself mentally to face Lu Haoran and Ke Jinyao doing such disgusting things. But that was just his imagination. When he saw it with his own eyes, he was angry, jealous, sad, and frustrated. Wu Gaochang, why did you follow me? Are you disgusting? Ke Jinyao and Lu Haoran's passionate kiss was interrupted by Wu Gaochang, and she had to let go of Lu Haoran and walk out of the elevator. At this moment, Ke Jinyao hated Wu Gaochang to death. I have something else to discuss with Mr. Lu. What is it? While talking, Ke Jinyao pulled Lu Haoran into the presidential suite. The suite is decorated very warmly and romantically. and the living room of the presidential suite is already filled with a large table of delicious food. I would like to ask Mr. Liu to forgive me and not to spread the news. Wu Gaochang followed him in and closed the door of the presidential suite. Everything he did today was because of Liu Haoran's words. If he didn't hear Liu Haoran's words, he wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully. Liu Haoran pretended not to hear and just looked at the two of them with a sneer. Ke Jinyao was puzzled. What do you want Brother Ran not to spread? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Nothing. Then I'll go out and come back to see Mr. Liu later. Wu Gaochang was in a very complicated mood at this time. Wu Gaochang invited Ke Jinyao over and prepared a presidential suite for Liu Haoran and Ke Jinyao, just to make Liu Haoran happy so that they could talk about their own things when they were in a good mood. Liu Haoran said at this time, "No need to go out. Just wait for me here. I will arrange something for you later." "Oh, okay, I'll wait for you." Wu Gaochang felt relieved when he heard this. Liu Haoran was still willing to talk to him and arrange things for him. This meant that Liu Haoran would not directly report what he did last night. "Brother Ran, let's go eat." Ke Jinyao took Liu Haoran's hand and prepared to go to the dining table to eat. Liu Haoran didn't want to eat, so he pulled Ke Jinyao into the room and talked for a long time. I don't know how long it took, but Liu Haoran became incredible. Ding, fertility failure. Will there be a reminder if pregnancy fails? Isn't this right? However, Liu Haoran quickly realized that failure was normal and it was impossible to succeed every time. But the next system prompt made Liu Haoran's mood plummet. Ding, it was detected that Ke Jinyao had a congenital defect and was infertile. What? When Liu Haoran heard this system prompt, he was stunned. It turns out that Ke Jinyao was born with a congenital defect and is unable to have children. He stared at Ke Jinyao, who was lying on the ground, his eyes filled with disappointment. Damn it, everything was in vain. Ding, considering that the host lacks basic identification ability and wastes a lot of time and energy, it is now recommended that the host purchase ordinary identification skills. Ordinary identification technique? What is this? Ding, ordinary identification technique can identify and distinguish any disease, but does not have the ability to treat it. It also has many other identification capabilities, which need to be explored by the host, and the system will not elaborate on them. How do I buy it? What do I need to buy? Ding, the system is not yet fully deployed, and the mall function is not open. If you need to purchase, you can let this system buy it on your behalf. The ordinary appraisal skill is equivalent to 1 year of life, and the purchase fee is equivalent to 2 years of life. A total of 3 years of life is required. Oh my god, the purchasing fee is twice as expensive as the product itself. What a profiteer. I won't buy this from you. Liu Haoran now has only 3 years and 6 months to live. If he spends 3 years buying this ordinary identification technique, his life will be in danger. Liu Haoran doesn't want to be in such a hurry to find a woman to have a baby anymore. Ding, considering that this is the first time for the host to purchase something, this system will give you a shopping experience price, and the shopping fee is discounted to 1 month of life. Then buy it. As long as it was within his lifespan, Liu Haoran bought this book of ordinary identification techniques without hesitation. Ding, lifespan deduction completed. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have obtained the ordinary identification skill. The system voice ended, and some inexplicable knowledge points appeared in Liu Haoran's mind. He turned on the system, and the light screen in front of him changed. Fertility reward system. Ost, Ryohon. Lifespan, 2 years and 5 months. Constitution, 11. Skills, general identification. After obtaining the ordinary identification technique, Liu Haoran couldn't help but look at Ke Jinyao, who was gasping for breath on the ground out of curiosity. Congenital ovarian hypoplasia results in the inability to produce eggs and infertility. Damn, it's true. Liu Haoran shook his head and thought to himself, Ke Jinyao is completely useless. There is absolutely nothing we can do. In his opinion, modern medicine cannot solve this problem. But we will see if artificial insemination can be used later. Let's talk about this later. It's not that urgent now. Get up, get dressed, and go out to eat. Liu Haoran looked at Ke Jinyao's delicate face and perfect figure, and his heart felt cold. A few minutes later, Liu Haoran opened the door and walked out. Ke Jinyao followed him, walking in a very awkward manner. Bang! Wu Gaochang pounded his chest hard, his eyes red. Wu Gaochang, what's wrong? Why can't you figure out why you're hitting yourself? I am fine. Wu Gaochang took a deep breath and tried to keep himself calm. Okay then, sit down. Let's have a good reunion as 3 old classmates. Although Ke Jinyao was unable to get pregnant, Liu Haoran was in a good mood at the moment. because he only spent 1 year and 1 month of his life in exchange for ordinary identification skills. This identification technique sounds ordinary in its name, but its function is not ordinary at all. For Lu Haoran, this is more exciting than getting pregnant. All right, Wu Gaochang was in no mood to eat, but he had to sit at the dining table with Lu Haoran. Ke Jinyao's hair was messy at this time. Her face was excited, and she was in a very happy mood. She finally became Lu Haoran's woman. Ke Jinyao sat down next to Lu Haoran and helped Lu Haoran set the table. Lu Haoran had just acquired ordinary identification skills and was very curious. He couldn't help but use the identification skills on Wu Gaochang. Seeing the words appearing above Wu Gaochang's head, Lu Haoran was so scared that he quickly pushed away the chair and took a few steps back and suddenly lost his appetite. Brother Ran, what's wrong with you? Ke Jinyao was so nervous that she immediately stood up and grabbed Lu Haoran's arm, staring at Wu Gaochang fearfully, as if she saw the devil. Chapter 87b, My Little Sheep. Wu Gaochang was also shocked by Lu Haoran's reaction. He was terrified and kept checking and groping himself. Mr. Lu, what's wrong? Is there something on me? Wu Gaochang's voice was trembling a little. Ke Jinyao held Lu Haoran's hand tightly and hid behind him, feeling that Wu Gaochang was a terrifying devil. Ahem, it's okay, I just suddenly thought of something scary. It has nothing to do with you. Lu Haoran awkwardly made an excuse and sat down again. When he sat down, he deliberately moved further away from Wu Gaochang. Oh, Mr. Lu's reaction just now was a bit too big. It scared me. Since Lu Haoran didn't tell the truth, he had no choice but to smile apologetically. But he was worried in his heart, feeling that something was wrong with his body, and he felt uncomfortable all over. Wu Gaochang, your problem is nothing. As long as you listen, everything will be fine. Okay, I understand. Lu Haoran was willing to give Wu Gaochang this promise, and he was already very satisfied. At least in the short term, it will have no impact on me. Okay, if there's nothing else, let's go. Lu Haoran immediately stood up and prepared to leave. Wu Gaochang was confused by Lu Haoran's nonsensical reaction. Aren't we going to eat? This dinner is still very exquisite, and I also have the right to use this presidential suite for one night. Wu Gaochang hinted to Lu Haoran that the presidential suite, meal, and setting all cost a lot of money. Lu Haoran shook his head and refused. No, keep it for yourself and enjoy it. Goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Haoran pulled the equally confused Ke Jinyao out of the presidential suite. Only Wu Gaochang was left alone in the presidential suite. Wu Gaochang looked back at his back, and he felt scared. Could it be that someone died in the suite, or that there's a ghost inside? Otherwise, why would Lu Haoran be in such a hurry to leave? Oh my god, it's a ghost. Wu Gaochang was so scared that he fled from the presidential suite. Inside the elevator, Ke Jinyao hugged Lu Haoran's arm tightly, feeling very happy. Brother Ran, where are we going now? Go to your villa. Ke Jinyao was even happier. In the car, Ke Jinyao asked curiously, Brother Ran, you seem to dislike Wu Gaochang just now. What's going on? By the way, don't meet Wu Gaochang anymore. I wouldn't have known anything if you hadn't told me. Why did you react so strongly just now? Because this guy has AIDS, and this stuff can be contagious to other people. Although Lu Haoran knew that AIDS could not be transmitted through food or air, which normal person would not be scared when seeing an AIDS patient. Oh my god, this Wu Gaochang is so dirty. When Ke Jinyao heard that Wu Gaochang had AIDS, she got goosebumps all over her body. Brother Ran, how do you know he has AIDS? I saw lymph nodes on his neck and large purple spots on his skin. This is most likely AIDS. Lu Haoran casually mentioned a few external manifestations of AIDS. In fact, Wu Gaochang had just been infected and did not have these symptoms yet. Oh my god, I didn't even notice it. It's so scary. This Wu Gaochang is so disgusting. Ke Jinyao decided to go to the hospital for a thorough checkup tomorrow. After all, she had met Wu Gaochang several times in the past few days, and she wanted to avoid getting infected. After arriving at the villa, the moment Ke Jinyao opened the door, Lu Haoran was moved by the warm decoration inside. Ke Jinyao is indeed an artist. Her appreciation level is quite good. Lu Haoran actually liked the soft furnishings inside. Seeing that Lu Haoran was very satisfied, Ke Jinyao moved her lips and wanted to talk to Lu Haoran about the villa loan. But she held back. If I say it at this time, I will just wait for Lu Haoran to get angry. Lu Haoran opened his eyes and looked at the decoration and layout of the villa very comfortably. The villa is really nice. The bathroom is even bigger than the bedroom I lived in before. Liu Haoran is actually a country bumpkin, and this is his first time living in a villa. Liu Haoran thought about Kujiniao. Although Kujiniao cannot give birth to children, she can bring him very good emotional value. Liu Haoran can enjoy emperor-like treatment from Kujiniao. When she woke up in the morning, Kujiniao woke up Liu Hao and then went to make breakfast. Liu Haoran was extremely satisfied with Kujiniao's enthusiasm. Even if this woman could not have children, she was still very worthwhile. Liu Haoran lay on the bed and looked around the bedroom. The bedroom is about 30 or 40 square meters in size, comparable to the size of an ordinary family's living room. Although he also bought a building with the highest floor plan, he had not officially moved in yet, so he did not have the same direct experience as he is now. It feels so good to be rich. Liu Haoran also knew the source of this villa. Kujiniao signed a huge loan and owed Wu Gaochang more than 2 million yuan in a down payment. Liu Haoran did not intend to help Kujiniao pay the down payment. Since Kujiniao has been inconsistent many times, she must bear the consequences herself. Of course, if Kujiniao continues to behave so well, it is not impossible to help her pay off the monthly mortgage of more than 30,000 yuan. At the same time, the conference room of Future Edge Games Company was packed with people as soon as work started in the morning. But they were not there for a meeting. Instead, everyone held a notice of dismissal in their hands. They are all waiting to go through the dismissal procedures collectively. Among these people, there is a programmer who has met Liu Haoran. I have to say that Zhuo Weiwei acted very quickly. In such a short period of time, she found out the cancer in the company. Most of the people here have received subsidies from Liu Haoran. They were mentally prepared to be fired. Of course, there are people who are misunderstood, but it's not unfair. Since they usually cheat and don't work seriously, it is acceptable to dismiss them. Moreover, Zhuo Weiwei's dismissal was also legal, and the dismissal compensation should be given. After completing the dismissal procedures for this group of people one after another, a new group of programmers were immediately hired to take over all the matters they were responsible for. Chapter 88: No Breathing Space. Zhuo Weiwei was efficient and resolute in her work, and there were also a reserve of new programmers, so most of the important positions were quickly taken over. Everything went smoothly. After finishing all this, Zhuo Weiwei negotiated with the business director Feng Gang and Liu Haoran's classmate Liu Changjiang separately. After Feng Gang and Liu Changjiang finished their negotiations, they immediately contacted Liu Haoran to meet. When Liu Haoran received the call, he was still enjoying the life of an emperor at Kujiniao's place. Feng Gang and Liu Changjiang had something to discuss, so Liu Haoran invited them to his office. Boss Liu, Zhuo Weiwei has an appointment with both of us today. After Feng Gang and Liu Changjiang sat down, they got straight to the point without even having time to take a sip of tea. She informed us that we would be fired in a month. Since we had not been employed for 3 months, she notified us a month in advance and did not give us any dismissal compensation. Yes, Mr. Liu, Zhuo Weiwei's attitude is very tough. There is no room for turning back, and I don't know what happened. Feng Gang and Liu Changjiang received the same results. Both of them were confused and were notified of their layoffs for no apparent reason. Oh, I see. Liu Haoran was not surprised. When he turned on his phone just now, many programmers he had contacted before sent him messages saying that they had been fired. Some programmers even asked him to give them additional subsidies. Liu Haoran blocked him on the spot. Feng Gang knew that Zhuo Weiwei was Liu Haoran's woman. In fact, I can see that Zhuo Weiwei is very dissatisfied with me all of a sudden. If it weren't for the fact that there is no reserve talent for my position and it takes a certain amount of time to recruit new people, she would probably fire me on the spot. This woman has a bad temper and does things quickly. It's good enough that she can talk to you too nicely. Liu Haoran was also inexplicably broken up by Zhuo Weiwei. Mr. Liu, what should we do? Can you think of a solution? I don't want to lose this job. Liu Changjiang finally got a job he liked, but he was fired just after he started working. He really couldn't accept it. If I really get fired, I won't be able to hold my head up in front of my classmates anymore. Feng Gang also had an expectant look in his eyes. It was not easy for him to find a job in a senior management position. Moreover, his every move is transparent in the industry. If he was fired before completing his probation period at Future Edge Games, it would be a joke in the industry. What are you afraid of? She can't fire you. Liu Haoran crossed his legs, looking very calm. Why is this? Feng Gang and Liu Changjiang didn't believe it. Zhuo Weiwei represents the boss Jiao Mingxian in the company. If she wants to fire us, it's a done deal. Jiao Mingxian? That's not up to him. Liu Haoran smiled confidently. Just focus on your work. You don't have to worry about anything else. Is this possible? The two of them never believed Lu Haoran. Don't you even believe me? No, that's not the case. We just don't think it's logical. Feng Gang waved his hands repeatedly to explain. There are so many illogical things. You just need to trust me. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Liu. Thank you, Mr. Liu. After Feng Gang and Liu Changjiang returned to Future Edge Game Company from Lu Haoran, they immediately continued to work according to the previous work intensity and requirements. Everyone looked at him strangely. The news that Feng Gang and Liu Changjiang were notified of their resignation has spread. Normally, in this situation, when the person learns that he or she has been fired, he or she should be depressed and work passively. But Feng Gang and Liu Changjiang acted as if nothing had happened. The organizations that were supposed to hold meetings continued to hold meetings, and those that were supposed to meet with channel partners continued to meet with them, and were not affected at all by the dismissal. Someone with a curious mind asked Liu Changjiang, "Brother Liu, you've been fired. Why are you still working so hard?" Liu Changjiang gave him a simple smile. "Stand at the last post and hold on till the last minute. This is my life creed." In the afternoon, Liu Haoran received an advertising message pushed by the Future Edge Game Company. Liu Haoran registered the game account of this company, so he was able to receive it. The general content of the advertisement is that the game Future's Edge has been reborn from the ashes. Not only has it been repaired, but the version has also been updated and a new way of playing has been added. Now that old players have returned, there are benefits worth 3,000 yuan. Oh my god, Jiao Mingxian is really efficient. He fired the programmer who wrote this in the morning and notified me that it had been fixed in the afternoon. Liu Haoran opened the forum to check the players' feedback. Sure enough, the forum became lively again, but it was all active game discussions. Those that existed before are rarely mentioned anymore. Liu Haoran couldn't help but curse. Damn it, didn't the programmers say they wrote it themselves? Can't anyone without any skills fix it easily? As soon as they left, they cleared it all out in less than half a day. Liu Haoran felt that giving 100,000 yuan each was too much. A bunch of useless programmers. No wonder they complain about the low salary and few benefits given by the company. It turns out they themselves have no skills. No wonder Jiao Mingxian was so tough that day and hung up on me as soon as we disagreed. Liu Haoran felt like he was slapped in the face. The problems written by the programmer were easily solved by the other party. If Jiao Mingxian was given more time, it would not be difficult for his game to regain its previous daily active users. However, Liu Haoran had already anticipated these things. They were not a big deal and would not affect the final result. Liu Haoran crossed his legs and tapped the desk with his fingers while thinking. Looks like we have to up the ante. Jiao Mingxian must not be given a chance to breathe. He immediately called Wu Gaochang and suggested that Wu Gaochang set up a Future Edge Game Company. Wu Gaochang agreed on the spot. He said this was a small matter and that marginal game companies have been cheating on their taxes. Their company hired an expert in tax avoidance to manage its finances and used various means to reduce its tax payments. Companies like this should have been audited long ago. It's just that the local authorities took into consideration that it would be difficult for marginal game companies to survive in the future and therefore did not take them seriously. In addition, Future Edge Game Company is also a frequent visitor to the Social Security Department, with frequent employee complaints about failure to pay Social Security as required. After making arrangements for Wu Gaochang, Liu Haoran called Feng Qian again. Let Feng Qian notify Hua Siyuan and arrange for the newly recruited filming team to go to Yundian apartment to start shooting the video tonight. Feng Qian excitedly agreed, and Haoran Media Company finally officially started. In the past few days, she has used the capabilities of a headhunting company to quickly recruit a professional with a good reputation and high cost-effectiveness in the media industry to serve as deputy general manager. Brother Ran, the new CEO Xiao, is currently at the Haoran Media Company upstairs. Do you want to meet him? Feng Qian had never seen a boss like Liu Haoran before. He really didn't want to take care of anything in the new company. He didn't even interview for very important positions and directly authorized Feng Qian to handle everything. Of course, Liu Haoran also has requirements, which are good looks and someone with character. These are not difficult tasks for Feng Qian, who specializes in headhunting. Okay, call her over so I can talk to her. Liu Haoran nodded in agreement. Chapter 89: Pregnancy Before Marriage. After obtaining Liu Haoran's consent, Feng Qian took the new colleague to the Lycean Human Resources Company downstairs. Boss Liu, this is Xiao Manyan, the new deputy general manager of Haoran Media Company. After Feng Qian knocked on Liu Haoran's office door, she brought in a mature woman in her 30s. The woman was very beautiful. She dressed simply and exquisitely, giving off a sense of elegance, intelligence, and maturity. Lu Haoren's eyes lit up. I didn't expect Fong Qian to recruit such a good-looking deputy general manager. Fong Qian's work is truly reassuring. Hello, Mr. Lu. When Xiao Manyan saw that Lu Haoren was so young, she was also stunned, but she quickly adapted and greeted Lu Haoren. Sit down. Lu Haoren pointed to the chair in front of the desk and asked her to sit down. Xiao Manyan adjusted her skirt and sat down gracefully. Fong Qian introduced Xiao Manyan to Lu Hao, then left the office and closed the door. The two sat down and Lu Haoren looked at Xiao Manyan. A line of words immediately appeared above Xiao Manyan's head. Appearance score 87. Healthy female, not a virgin. When Lu Haoren saw these words, his mood plummeted. Please introduce yourself first. Lu Haoren originally wanted to develop a relationship and have a child, but now he has to let go of this idea and just treat it as a normal employee. No problem, Mr. Lu. Have you read my resume? Xiao Manyan was not upset because of Lu Haoren's indifferent attitude. When a worker meets his boss, does he expect the boss to be friends with him? I haven't watched it yet. Introduce it from beginning to end. Lu Haoren has never seen it. Xiao Manyan was stunned again when she heard this. She felt that this boss was too casual. After all, he is the second in command of Haoren Media Company, or even the first in command. Because Fong Qian is not a practitioner in this industry, most of the time it was Xiao Manyan who proposed the suggestions and Fong Qian agreed directly. For such an important position, the boss didn't even look at my resume. Ahem, Mr. Lu, let me first introduce my personal situation. Xiao Manyan adjusted her state and introduced herself in a serious manner. Mr. Lu, my name is Xiao Manyan, and I graduated from. Xiao Manyan first introduced her basic information, then introduced her work experience, and mentioned her work performance. Lu Haoren did not interrupt Xiao Manyan's self-introduction. After listening carefully, he suddenly said, "How is your marriage? Do you have any children?" It is also normal to ask your employees about their family situations. Xiao Manyan had nothing to hide. I am unmarried, but I have a daughter who is over 3 years old and has just started kindergarten. My parents take care of her on a daily basis. No plans to get married, no plans to have a second child. I am a married woman with children, and my work will not be affected by family problems. Having a child out of wedlock. Lu Haoren was surprised. He himself also specialized in having children out of wedlock. At this time, he felt empathy for Xiao Manyan. Although he felt empathy, Lu Haoren had no intention of developing any further relationship with Xiao Manyan. He didn't want to help others raise their daughter for free. At the same time, Lu Haoren was also relieved because this kind of woman usually has a very strong personality. This is exactly the kind of woman Lu Haoren wants. Only a woman like this can scare Huasi Yuan. Yes, I hope Mr. Lu doesn't mind. Don't worry, no, I'm very open-minded and won't mind. On the contrary, I admire independent women like you. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for your understanding. What about your husband? Oh, where is your boyfriend? My boyfriend is my college classmate. He went abroad 3 years ago. He didn't know he had a daughter. Are you still in touch now? He hasn't contacted me since he went abroad. Okay, that's it. Lu Haoren was no longer interested in talking about his private life. He arranged, Huasi Yuan is my girlfriend, and I need you to arrange as many ambiguous scenes for us as possible. Even sex scenes are fine. At the same time, I also ask you not to relax your requirements just because she is my girlfriend. I need you to be strict with her, even stricter than other employees. I understand this. Don't worry, I will never treat anyone differently based on whether they are royal relatives or ordinary employees. After hearing what Lu Haoren said, her impression of him increased several times. For Xiao Manyan, what the boss said was exactly in line with her personality. Okay, then go make some arrangements and come with me tonight to shoot a test segment. No problem. Lu Haoren and Xiao Manyan chatted briefly and then stopped talking. In the afternoon, Lu Haoren, Fong Qian, Xiao Manyan, and other newly hired photographers of Haoren Media went to Yundian apartment together. When they walked into the Yundian apartment, everyone was shocked by its luxury, especially Xiao Manyan. She originally thought that Lu Haoren was just a lucky young entrepreneur. But at this moment, she was completely shocked by Lu Haoren's financial resources. When Huasi Yuan saw a group of people coming in, she suddenly felt very nervous. While Fong Qian and Xiao Manyan were preparing the equipment, Huasi Yuan pulled Lu Haoren into the room. Boss, didn't you say that we live here by ourselves and shoot the video ourselves? Why did you call Sister Qian and Mr. Xiao over? In addition to Fong Qian, Huasi Yuan also met these new colleagues for the first time today. And it was her first time shooting, so it would be strange if she wasn't nervous. Lu Haoren spread his hands and said, It's very unlikely for two half-baked people like us to make a good video. If you want to make being an internet celebrity a career, you need a professional team to manage it. So, no matter how nervous you are, you have to bite the bullet and do it. Okay. Hwa Si-yoon even felt that she began to stutter. Lu Haoran hugged Hwa Si-yoon's shoulders and patted her. Come on, only by overcoming psychological barriers can you succeed. Hwa Si-yoon couldn't feel Lu Haoran's intimate actions, and she was really nervous at the moment. Lu Haoran was very satisfied with this situation. If I don't force Hwa Si-yoon, this girl will just keep playing Tai Chi with me. I just moved and need some time to adapt, and then I have to take leave to decorate the house. Find all kinds of reasons to refuse to live with me and refuse to shoot short videos with me. Because Hwa Si-yoon is not a fool. She knows that once she lives with Lu Haoran or shoots short videos, it means that she will be pounced on by this man. As for how far he fell, it was completely controlled by Lu Haoran. So Hwa Si-yoon buried her head in the sand like an ostrich, trying every possible way to delay it. Actor, actress, are you ready for filming? Outside the house, Xiao Manyan personally served as the director. Today was her first time performing in front of her boss, and she had to demonstrate her professionalism. After preparing the shooting equipment and setting up the scene, she got into work mode. Xiao Manyan became a completely different person when she entered working mode. Hearing the shout, Lu Haoran replied from inside the house. Ready, come out right away. Then he said to Hwa Si-yoon, go out, this is work. Don't think too much. Okay. This was the only reply Hwa Si-yoon had. She was really nervous. Under Lu Haoran's urging, Hwa Si-yoon gritted her teeth and walked in front of the spotlights and cameras. Chapter 90, First Shooting. Don't we need to wear makeup? Lu Haoran asked. Xiao Manyan shook her head. You two both look great, especially the female lead, who far exceeded my expectations. Today is just a test shoot. No need to put on makeup. So, what are we going to shoot? Let's play freely and talk about some daily cohabitation things. Today I will mainly look at the basic qualities of the actors and then arrange the plot for you later. Okay, let's start shooting. Lu Haoran said he understood. At Xiao Manyan's command, everyone pressed the shutter button. Boss, what should we do? Hwa Si-yoon was completely confused and stood there at a loss as to what to do. Seeing this, Xiao Manyan frowned and called a halt. What's wrong with the leading actress? Doesn't she have any filming experience at all? During the filming process, in the eyes of the director, all the actors are her subordinates and have to obey her arrangements. Even though she knew that Lu Haoran was the boss and Hwa Si-yoon was the boss's girlfriend, she still had to be strict when necessary. I don't know what to do. Hwa Si-yoon has never filmed it before. She was suddenly yelled at by Xiao Manyan, and she felt so aggrieved that she almost cried. But Lu Haoran seemed not to hear or see anything, and did not help Hwa Si-yoon explain. Fong Qian couldn't stand it anymore and helped to speak up. Yuan Mei just graduated, and she didn't study acting. She is usually quite reserved, so she needs to adapt well. What? You dare to give this person who just graduated and has no ability to do anything 5 million yuan a year? Xiao Manyan had learned about the salary that Fong Qian and the others had previously agreed upon. When she saw Hwa Si-yoon's 5 million yuan annual salary contract, she paid special attention to Hwa Si-yoon. When she saw Hwa Si-yoon, she nodded secretly. With her looks, she was indeed qualified for an annual salary of 5 million. Xiao Manyan's words immediately caused the situation to become awkward, and the atmosphere became stagnant. Hwa Si-yoon blushed on the spot. Ahem, Director Xiao. This is the boss's expectation for Hwa Si-yoon. We also believe that Yuan has this ability. Fong Qian explained awkwardly. Xiao Manyan stared at Lu Haoran, and seeing that Lu Haoran didn't say anything, she had to accept this reality. Okay, heroine, then just forget about our existence and go cook for the hero. Okay, I'll go right away. Hwa Si-yoon ran to the kitchen. The group of people were speechless, but they just followed him in. After Hwa Si-yoon entered the kitchen, she touched things here and there, completely forgetting the order of cooking. Because he was too nervous, he almost broke a bowl, which made everyone feel embarrassed. Xiao Manyan had to stop again. Mr. Lu, let's suspend today's filming. The leading actress is too nervous and can't get into the role at all. We can't film. Oh well. Lu Haoran didn't care, as he had basically achieved his goal today. What Lu Haoran wanted was for Xiao Manyan to criticize Hwa Si-yoon and put pressure on her. The first shoot ended in failure, and Hwa Si-yoon stood by feeling very guilty. Fong Qian hugged her and comforted her. Sister Qian, am I not cut out to be an internet celebrity? Hwa Si-yoon felt very aggrieved, and the self-confidence that Lu Haoran had forced upon her was completely lost. Fang Qian comforted. How could that be? You are in such good condition. It's just because of your personality that you need to train yourself and let go. How do I train myself? I also want to change my personality, like you, and deal with every situation calmly. These are easy for you social experts, but they are really hard for an introvert like me. Hua Siyuan is telling the truth. Fang Qian didn't know what to do. Personality is not something that can be changed just by saying so. Hua Siyuan, if you want to change your personality, I have a suggestion for you. That is, don't care about any comments and opinions of outsiders, and don't care too much about other people's feelings. If you care too much about others, you will be the one who gets tired. After Xiao Manyan packed up her equipment, she came over to guide Hua Siyuan. Okay, Mr. Xiao, I will work hard to change myself. When Hua Siyuan saw Xiao Manyan, she couldn't help but become nervous. This woman's aura was too strong. Okay, what a great talent. Don't waste your beauty. Xiao Manyan stared at Hua Siyuan carefully and admired her appearance very much. How about this? I will personally guide your character development. Okay, please let Mr. Xiao arrange it. Hua Siyuan's attitude is very good. How about this? Your task tomorrow is to go to People's Square with a loudspeaker and sing a song. Ah, how can this be possible? Why not? Look at those internet celebrities. They sing and live stream while walking on the street. These are the basic qualities of an internet celebrity. You must overcome this hurdle. Xiao Manyan stared at Hua Siyuan's eyes, leaving Hua Siyuan with no way to refuse. Hua Siyuan stood there in a daze, not knowing how to answer. At this time, Lu Haoran came over and helped Hua Siyuan to promise. I will go with her to complete this task tomorrow. Okay, then I'll trouble you, Mr. Lu. Hua Siyuan is a very talented talent. If you train her well, she will bring back 6 million yuan in sales for the company in a year. Okay, leave it to me. Also, this is a video I secretly filmed in the past few days. Ahem, please don't mind it. No matter how thick-skinned Lu Haoran was, he still felt a little embarrassed about taking secret photos. Take these videos home and see if you can edit them into something outstanding. Lu Haoran gave Xiao Manyan the videos he had secretly recorded with a hidden camera over the past few days. When Hua Siyuan and Fang Qian heard that Lu Haoran had secretly recorded the video, they looked at Lu Haoran with strange eyes. Lu Haoran laughed. You can take a look at it yourself when the time comes. If it involves your privacy, you can delete it. If you don't want to be on camera, you can also ask Mr. Xiao to delete it. All right. Xiao Manyan took Lu Haoran's memory card, inserted it into the computer on the spot, and opened a few videos to view. Hua Siyuan, Fang Qian, and others rushed over to check. The two of them saw their own videos, especially Hua Siyuan's little shyness and Fang Qian's sad crying. Both women covered their red cheeks with their hands, feeling very embarrassed. Xiao Manyan watched with great interest. She appreciated the videos. She believes that these videos of trivial things in daily life should be carefully edited and some appropriate clips should be added. You can make a series of wonderful short videos. Such a flesh and blood short video will definitely attract a large number of fans. At the same time, Xiao Manyan once again asked Hua Siyuan to take these daily life videos back and watch them carefully, and to be as natural when shooting the videos as in daily life. By the way, isn't this the house you and Mr. Lu share? From now on, I require you and Mr. Lu to produce at least 1 hour of daily life videos. Xiao Manyan assigned work tasks to Hua Siyuan on the spot. Hua Siyuan had no choice but to agree. She no longer had any reason to refuse to live with Lu Haoran. After arranging the work, Xiao Manyan, Fang Qian, and the photography staff said goodbye to Lu Haoran and left. Lu Haoran and Hua Siyuan were the only ones left in the room. Chapter 91, Actively Preparing for Pregnancy. Hua Siyuan looked at Lu Haoran pitifully. Boss, I suddenly feel so stressed. I'm afraid I can't do this job well. After all, Hua Siyuan is a young girl who just graduated. She suddenly has to bear the pressure of a performance target of 6 million yuan and is under the supervision of the strict and professional deputy general manager. It's normal for her to back down. Hua Siyuan, there is pressure in doing anything, and we need to turn pressure into motivation. If you think it's hard for you to adapt to commercial filming right away, I could tell Mr. Xiao that we can shoot it ourselves in the early stages. Yeah, let's shoot it ourselves. I'm really afraid of Mr. Xiao's stern look. Hua Siyuan quickly agreed. Seeing this, Lu Haoran secretly smiled and said, Then I will officially move in tomorrow, and we will film our daily lives ourselves. Anyway, Mr. Xiao also approved of the daily life videos I recorded before. Okay, move in. Hua Siyuan had to accept this fact. See you tomorrow then. Good night. Lu Haoran was not in a hurry tonight. Besides, he has better places to go. Last night, Lu Haoran had a great time, and he couldn't help but go to Ke Jinyao's place tonight. And Ke Jinyao wished that Lu Haoran would visit her every night. She had to get pregnant as soon as possible. Only because she was pregnant with Lu Haoran's child did she have a reason to ask Lu Haoran for money to pay off the mortgage. At night, Ke Jinyao did everything she could to make Lu Haoran feel comfortable. The next day, after Lu Haoran went to the company, Ke Jinyao immediately decided to take a taxi to the hospital. She originally had a car, but she sold it to buy a villa. When taking a taxi, Ke Jinyao walked for nearly half an hour before reaching a location far away from the villa. She was embarrassed to take a taxi near the villa area, worried that her neighbors would see her and laugh at her. Living in a villa without a car is a huge joke. She, Ke Jinyao, can't afford to lose face. She regrets it very much now. She could have easily owned a villa and driven a Porsche. It's all my own fault. I don't trust Lu Haoran. This resulted in a huge debt and the loss of his Porsche. In the end, he had to try hard to please Lu Haoran. Fortunately, when I was trying to please Lu Haoran, I felt very comfortable and enjoyed myself. This relieved her depression a lot. I have to get pregnant with Lu Haoran's child as soon as possible. Ke Jinyao secretly vowed that she would never believe anything anyone else said again and would only believe Lu Haoran. Only Lu Haoran can make her live a good life. Ke Jinyao had two purposes for going to the hospital today. The first purpose was to have a physical examination. She had recently come into contact with Wu Gaochong, an AIDS patient, and she didn't want to be infected. But this is a secondary purpose. She also knows that AIDS is not so easy to spread. It will not be transmitted through food or air, but it is still worrying. The second purpose is to ask a doctor to prescribe some medicine that can promote conception. After Ke Jinyao went to the hospital and had a physical examination, she found that she was not suffering from any illness, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. She held the report with lingering fear and decided never to see Wu Gaochong again. Wu Gaochong was suffering from the terrible AIDS, and she felt it was very dangerous to live under the same sky with Wu Gaochong. Miss, may I ask which doctor here is good at conditioning the body? Ke Jinyao came to the obstetrics and gynecology department and randomly found a window to ask. Coincidentally, Nurse Huang was on duty at this window. This Nurse Huang is the one who bullies Sun Shiqian, the fat nurse. Nurse Huang looked up and glanced at Ke Jinyao. She didn't want to respond, but she thought that she could help her grandfather attract customers, so she said, "What are you treating? I'm trying to get pregnant recently and want to have a baby as soon as possible." Is that so? Then you have to choose Chinese medicine. Western medicine is not only ineffective, but also has great side effects. In serious cases, it can even affect the health of the child. Yes, so I came to the obstetrics and gynecology department to ask, can you recommend an old Chinese doctor for me? Thank you. Sure, go find Professor Huang from the Chinese Medicine Hospital. He's an expert in this area, especially in infertility, and has done extensive research. Okay, I'll go find Professor Huang right away. Thank you very much. Ke Jinyao was overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly. When I arrived at the Chinese Medicine Hospital, I saw that Professor Huang's registration fee was 98 yuan per visit. Ke Jinyao was stunned. However, in order to get pregnant with Lu Haoran's child as soon as possible, she gritted her teeth and made an appointment with Professor Huang. After coming out of the hospital, Ke Jinyao's heart was bleeding. Just the bag of medicinal materials in her hand cost her more than 3,000 yuan, which made her already tight pockets even more stretched. Moreover, Professor Huang said that drugs are only auxiliary, and whether one can get pregnant as soon as possible depends on one's physical condition. Ke Jinyao couldn't force the other party to give a guarantee, but in order to get pregnant as soon as possible, she gritted her teeth and bought it back. After returning home, Ke Jinyao sent a message to Lu Haoran. She used very seductive words to get Lu Haoran to visit her at night. Lu Haoran agreed without hesitation. He had tasted the sweetness of Ke Jinyao's presence these past 2 days. Sun Shiqian had not returned, and Hua Siyuan was no longer as active as before. He had said he would move in with Hua Siyuan today, but he sent her a message and made an excuse saying that he had something to do and couldn't go today. When he returned home in the evening, Lu Haoran smelled the scent of Chinese medicine. "What are you doing?" Lu Haoran checked Ke Jinyao's health condition and found nothing wrong with her. "This is the medicine I asked an old Chinese doctor to prescribe for me to regulate my body. You are in good health. Why do you need to take care of it?" Ke Jinyao said shyly with a charming voice. "I just want to get pregnant with your dragon child as soon as possible." Lu Haoran was speechless. "You, a woman who is born unable to get pregnant, will not be able to get pregnant even if you eat dragon meat. But Lu Haoran didn't know how to remind her. So I could only say, don't believe what those charlatans say. It's useless and a waste of money. The person I'm looking for is not some charlatan, but Professor Huang, a professor in the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine at the People's Hospital. What? Professor Huang from the People's Hospital? Lu Haoran was even more speechless. Then you can't believe it. You've been deceived. Although he had never met Nurse Huang's grandfather, through Nurse Huang, he subconsciously had a bad impression of the so-called Professor Huang of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Department. No way. I see people coming and going there. So he must be really capable. And I spent a lot of money on this medicine, nearly 5,000 yuan. Ku Jinyao spoke with exaggeration. Forget it, let's not discuss this matter. You could do whatever you want. Serve me quickly, little lamb. Yes, master. At this tense moment, Ku Jinyao's phone rang. The two of them glanced and saw that it belonged to Wu Gaochang. Master, should I answer the phone? Take it. In order to avoid suspicion, Ku Jinyao turned on the speakerphone. Wu Gaochang, why are you calling me? Ku Jinyao couldn't help but bring in other voices. Wu Gaochang couldn't tell what Ku Jinyao was doing at the moment. His heart was bleeding, and the fingers holding the phone turned pale from holding too hard. Yao! Ku Jinyao, can you please help me find Mr. Liu? Chapter 92, The Child is a Sin. You're looking for the Lord. Mr. Liu, he's right on top of me, beside me. Ku Jinyao simply couldn't speak properly. Lu Haoran then remembered that because he was interrupted when he was kissing Hua Siyuan last time, he had habitually turned his phone to silent mode since then. Wu Gaochang must have found Ku Jinyao because he failed to get through to himself on the phone. Lu Haoran picked up Ku Jinyao's phone and asked coldly, Wu Gaochang, what do you want from me? Mr. Liu, I'm very sorry to disturb your interest, but this matter is urgent, and I need you to set the tone for me. Wu Gaochang started by apologizing. Explain. Lu Haoran was concise and to the point. Mr. Liu, you arranged for me to inspect the future Edge Game Company. I've already arranged it. I would like to ask you if we should go there tonight or tomorrow. Wu Gaochang completely treated Lu Haoran as his leader when talking to him. This made Lu Haoran feel that Wu Gaochang was quite aware of the current situation and knew how to advance and retreat. Tonight, when Lu Haoran thought about how he had to go to the company in the middle of the night to deal with things, he couldn't help but develop a distorted mentality. He also wanted Jia Mingxian to enjoy the feeling of getting up in the middle of the night to go to the company to be investigated. Okay, we'll set off right away. This time, we have some evidence and have obtained the judgment order. So, Mr. Liu, please rest assured that tonight's actions are all legal and compliant. Wu Gaochang has learned his lesson. Okay, let's go. After hanging up the phone, Lu Haoran continued to work hard. I turned into the wind and traveled thousands of miles across the sea to find you. You are like a rain that fell into my heart. Everything about me is sunny and bright because of you. How could you be so cruel as to leave me in the dark? I turn into the wind and fly across thousands of mountains to find you. You are like a moon hanging high in the distant sky. While he was sleeping, Jia Mingxuan's phone rang. This is Jia Mingxuan's favorite song. He picked up the phone and swiped the answer button. When he heard that his company was raided by a tax raid, he suddenly jumped up. Jia Mingxian was not as calm as Lu Haoran. Instead, he felt cold inside. In the past 2 days, Future Edge Game Company finally eliminated the internal traitor and resolved the crisis. With the distribution of game benefits, players of the game Future Edge are gradually returning. Everything is getting better. He finally relaxed and had a good sleep. But I just fell asleep, and the phone call woke me up completely from sleep. After hanging up the phone, Jia Mingxian hurriedly got dressed and prepared to go to the company to deal with it. Jia Mingxuan's wife was also woken up. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and complained. Lao Jia, what's wrong with you? The company was raided by a tax raid, and I have to go to the company to deal with it. Just check it. What are you afraid of? His wife doesn't understand much about the company's operations. Jia Mingxian said unhappily. Just check it? Do you think our company can withstand the investigation? Didn't you hire a professional accountant? Didn't you do a lot of legal tax avoidance measures? Legal tax avoidance? If it is really legal, why would we need to hire a professional accountant to do tax avoidance? This is all skirting the law. If the tax department is not serious, they will just turn a blind eye. If the tax department wants to fight hard, even if there is no criminal responsibility, they will still face huge fines. Jia Mingxian is very familiar with the situation of his company. Hey, why don't you run your game company well? His wife was very puzzled. I also want to do a good job. You know that all our money has been used to look for our youngest son, and the remaining liquidity is only enough to run the company. If it wasn't for the search for our little one, our company wouldn't be in this state. It's not that I am blindly confident. If I put in the effort and really run the business well, our company will have no problem ranking first in the industry, but at least in the top 5. But this is all for my little one. It is worth it. I don't regret it. Jia Mingxian is indeed a genius in computer science, but his fate is not in his control. Okay, I just feel bad that you haven't been sleeping well lately. Jia Mingxuan's wife suddenly burst into tears, blaming herself. It's all my fault. I lost our youngest child. Woohoo! If our youngest daughter hadn't been lost, she could help you share the company's pressure now. Lao Jia, I miss my youngest son so much. When Jia Mingxian heard his wife crying, he immediately turned around and hugged her, his voice choked with sobs. This is not your fault. It's all the fault of the damn human traffickers. Don't worry. I will definitely find our little one. Lao Jia, why don't we just recognize Wei Wei as our daughter? Every time I go to your company, I think Wei Wei is our daughter. It's not that I don't want to, but I'm afraid that if I acknowledge Wei Wei as my daughter, I'll hypnotize myself and gradually forget about my youngest son. I can't forget. Even if I have to search the ends of the earth, I must find our little one. Jia Mingxuan's eyes were unusually firm. Yes, we will definitely find the youngest one. Jia Mingxuan's wife sobbed softly. But my wife, Zhuo Weiwei, is pregnant. Ah, she's pregnant? She's married to someone else. Why didn't she inform me? Jia Mingxuan's wife's voice suddenly became nervous. She grabbed Jia Mingxuan's arm and couldn't believe what she heard. She felt extremely lost. Zhuo Weiwei got married and had a baby without consulting her, let alone informing her, which meant that Zhuo Weiwei didn't have her in her heart at all. It is hard to imagine how much of a blow this is to a mother who has already lost her daughter. Don't be nervous, my dear. Weiwei got pregnant accidentally after drinking. Pregnant after drinking? How could Weiwei be so self-deprecating? Jia Mingxuan's wife had an unhappy expression on her face, as if she had found out that her own daughter had turned bad. Don't get me wrong, Weiwei is a good girl. That night, it was just an impulse between young people. I asked about it. It was purely an accident, or even a plot. And she has cut off contact with that man, which is actually a good thing for us. Lao Jia, what do you mean? Jia Mingxuan's wife suddenly became excited again. The ups and downs of her mood almost made her unable to breathe. Yes, Zhuo Weiwei's child has no father. We can let Zhuo Weiwei adopt the child to us as a grandson. When Jia Mingxian mentioned this idea, he was so excited that his whole body was shaking. Good, good, good. Jia Mingxuan's wife burst into tears. Old Jia, we have a child. We finally have a child. Hey, don't get excited. This is just an idea I had. I haven't dared to mention it to Zhuo Weiwei yet. I'm afraid she won't agree. How can that be possible? Lao Jia, you must think of a way. When Jia Mingxuan's wife heard this, her heart dropped to the ground, and she almost fainted. Don't worry. I will find out what Weiwei thinks when the time is right. Yeah, this must succeed. I dream of having a child. Jia Mingxuan's wife was completely awake. She got up with Jia Mingxian and paced back and forth in the room, her hands tangled and still shaking. Her mind was in a mess. Wife, this child is also our sin. Jia Mingxuan's words almost made his wife fall down. Jia Mingxuan's wife grabbed Jia Mingxuan's hand and said, Old Jia, don't tell me good news and bad news one after another. My heart can't take it. I can't help it either. What an injustice to this child. God always plays such jokes on us. Jia Mingxuan's mood was also up and down. Chapter 93. You are so cruel. What's going on? Tell me. Jia Mingxuan's wife glared at him and urged him. Jia Mingxian sighed and said, The father of the child in Weiwei's belly might be the one behind the tax audit of our company. What hatred does he have against us? Why would he want to harm us? By the way, you said before that Weiwei's pregnancy was a plot by someone. Could it be related to this matter? Yes. Jia Mingxian told his wife everything about his company's recent developments. After hearing this, his wife was stunned and murmured, Are you saying that the father of the child is plotting to take over our company, and that Weiwei's pregnancy is part of his scheme? It's like this. This guy has evil intentions. He bought the Lycian Human Resources Company to cooperate with us, and then quietly arranged his people into our company, cutting off our financial resources. When Jia Mingxian said this, cold sweat broke out on his back, and he felt fear and relief. Fortunately, we have treated Weiwei well over the years, and Weiwei did not betray us. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Hey, yes, Weiwei is such a good girl. Even though she was pregnant with that bad guy Lu Haoran's child, she decisively cut off ties with him and stood on our side. Jiao Mingxuan's wife patted her chest, also feeling scared. So, I am hesitant about the child in Wei Wei's belly. We can't help our enemies raise a child, right? This is really a headache. Both of them fell into confusion and silence. Lao Jia, maybe you're overthinking it? What if Lu Haoran really just cares about Wei Wei and the baby in her belly, and simply doesn't want Wei Wei to work overtime? Jiao Mingxuan's wife was unwilling to give up the child, and she tried to think positively about the situation. Oh, you woman, your ideas are too naive. If he really cares about Wei Wei, wouldn't it be better to just let Wei Wei not go to work? That's true. Jiao Mingxuan's wife agreed with Jiao Mingxuan's opinion very much, but she still had hope. I think you can accompany Wei Wei to meet with Lu Haoran and explain everything clearly. What if they really don't want Wei Wei to work overtime, and we are overthinking it? Wouldn't it be a big misunderstanding, making a simple matter complicated? Women's opinions. It's already so obvious, and you still have to lick my face and be humble. Is this necessary? I won't humiliate myself. Jiao Mingxian was a programmer and a genius. His early entrepreneurial career went smoothly. However, his personality changed after his child was lost. But the genius and arrogance in his bones always exist. Sometimes he is too tough in doing things and will only respond to soft words and not hard ones. Even though the problem could be solved through communication, he insisted on confronting it head-on. It just so happened that Jiao Mingxian had never suffered any loss in this regard, which led to him always holding on to the fact that Lu Haoran was plotting against him and being unwilling to meet with Lu Haoran to negotiate. What's the big deal? Even if Lu Haoran is not here for Wei Wei and has other purposes, we can still meet and discuss. We can discuss things properly. Lu Haoran slapped me in the face. What else can I discuss with him? I won't see him. Even if we have to meet, he should come to see me. The couple had an argument about this matter, and at this time, the company called again. Boss Jia, you don't have to come to the company. The company's financial director spoke in a very low voice. Why? Because the tax department has solid evidence. They have issued us a ticket and ordered us to pay the taxes and late payment fees within 10 days. In addition, they will conduct further investigations, and if a crime is found, criminal liability will be pursued in accordance with the law. How much do I have to pay? In fact, Jiao Mingxian was not very afraid of criminal responsibility. Sometimes he even wished someone would shoot him. This way, he wouldn't have to blame himself for losing his child. 20 million? What? 20 million in 10 days? How is that possible? Jiao Mingxuan's last bit of hope was completely destroyed. At this moment, he already understood that he was indeed being targeted. 20 million is neither too much nor too little. If it were in the past, it would be affordable. But recently, the game Future Edge, which was created by programmers under the instructions of Lu Haoran, has led to the loss of players and a sharp drop in sales. In order to solve the problem, the company carried out large-scale layoffs and provided huge subsidies, and then recruited a group of new people to replace the layoffs. All of this requires considerable cost expenditure. All of the above factors have resulted in the company's capital chain being on the verge of breaking. Now the tax department requires that 20 million in taxes be paid within 10 days. Isn't this forcing Future Edge Game Company to death? Moreover, the amount of 20 million is just below the 30% penalty line for tax evasion. This clearly told him that Lu Haoran was using this matter to force him. Lu Haoran, you are so cruel. Jiao Mingxian could no longer hear what the financial director was saying. The financial director also knew about the company's recent situation. He could only sigh, hang up the phone, and let the boss digest this information first. Wife, look, this is the child's father. He has planned everything out perfectly, one thing after another, and he doesn't give us any chance to breathe. Do you still expect to negotiate with such a cruel person? Jiao Mingxian said angrily. He is deliberately trying to kill Future Edge. Have you ever asked Lu Haoran what he wants? What else can he want? What else can we give him? He even used connections like tax auditors, so is there any need to ask what his purpose was? Either he is our competitor and wants to completely destroy Future Edge, or he wants to force me to sell the company to him at a low price. I think we should meet and talk. Anyway, things are like this now, and it would be best to meet and negotiate. Jiao Mingxuan's wife still wanted to meet Lu Haoran in person. If it doesn't work, I'll go see him. Forget it, you've never been involved in the company's management, so you'd better not show up. Zhuo Weiwei, and I will go to meet them tomorrow. Since his wife was so insistent on meeting Lu Haoran, Jiao Mingxian couldn't find a solution in a short time. He also knew that being angry would not achieve anything. As the head of a company, you have to bow your head when you should. Jiao Mingxian is proud, but not stupid. He also knew at this time that things had developed to the stage where he had no control over it, and he had to have a talk with that evil Lu Haoran. Okay, then I'll call Wei Wei and ask her to arrange a meeting with Lu Haoran. Jiao Mingshuan's wife and Zhuo Weiwei were in frequent contact, so she immediately called Zhuo Weiwei to tell her that the company was being investigated by the tax authorities. When Zhuo Weiwei heard this, she was also extremely angry. She couldn't bear it any longer, so she hung up the phone on the spot and wanted to confront Lu Haoran. Chapter 94. Women don't hit. They climb up the roof and tear down the tiles. At this time, Lu Haoran was playing with Ke Jinyao while waiting for Wu Gaochang to give him feedback. For companies that actually have tax problems, Wu Gaochang doesn't need much time at all. Wu Gaochang personally led the inspection team, cut the Gordian knot, and issued a ticket after obtaining some evidence. This is the result of Lu Haoran's instructions. Lu Haoran asked him to issue the maximum ticket, but it was just below the level of criminal liability. Jiao Mingxian and Lu Haoran have no life-and-death feud, so there is no need for him to send Jiao Mingxian to prison. Lu Haoran had just finished his conversation with Wu Gaochang when he called again. Upon closer look, it turned out to be Zhuo Weiwei. Lu Haoran, our company was subject to a tax audit. Was it you who arranged this? As soon as the call was connected, Zhuo Weiwei lowered her voice and patiently questioned Lu Haoran. It could be heard that she was trying her best to suppress her inner anger. At this moment, Zhuo Weiwei no longer dared to underestimate Lu Haoran. Even though she was very angry, she no longer dared to treat Lu Haoran as an ordinary supplier as before. Zhuo Weiwei, didn't you say we shouldn't contact each other? Lu Haoran thought of Zhuo Weiwei's previous arrogance, and he couldn't help but retort. Anyway, Zhuo Weiwei has been pregnant for a month, and the fetus is relatively stable. As long as you don't do strenuous exercise at this time, the fetus will not be in any danger. And it will be more difficult to have an abortion now. Zhuo Weiwei has lost the best chance to have an abortion. Lu Haoran is no longer as cautious towards Zhuo Weiwei as before. Lu Haoran, I'm talking to you about serious matters now. Please don't mention the past anymore. You tricked me into getting pregnant with your child. I accept the consequences. Calculate? Why use such an ugly word? We are in love. One is willing to fight, and the other is willing to be beaten. There is no calculation. You are so shameless. I can't find any evidence, and I can't win the debate. I admit defeat. Zhuo Weiwei just felt that she had never felt so aggrieved before. Even though she was pregnant by Lu Haoran, he was still acting weird. Lu Haoran, let me ask you again, was it you who arranged for our company to be audited by the tax department? You are being audited by the tax department, and you come to ask me this, don't you think it's funny? Lu Haoran responded unceremoniously. Shouldn't you think about whether your company is doing anything illegal? Also, if you haven't violated any law, then even if someone arranges a tax audit, you don't have to be afraid, right? After Lu Haoran's speech, Zhuo Weiwei was left speechless. At the same time, she also confirmed that tonight's tax audit was most likely Lu Haoran's doing. Lu Haoran, let's meet tomorrow. Why do you say no contact, and you say meet up, and then meet up? With this attitude, you still want to meet up, but I'm busy. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Haoran hung up the phone. Women, if you don't teach them a lesson, they will just take advantage of you. Yeah, Brother Ran, I will listen to you from now on. Ke Jinyao just listened to the conversation between Lu Haoran and Zhuo Weiwei. Not only did she not dare to get angry, but she also learned a lesson from it. At the same time, she also gloated over Zhuo Weiwei's misfortune. Zhuo Weiwei is also following her old path. Poor thing. Who knows, he might end up like me, gaining nothing and losing both the wife and the army. Thinking of this, Ke Jinyao couldn't help but hug Lu Haoran tightly, letting Lu Haoran do whatever he wanted. Zhuo Weiwei was almost driven crazy when the call was hung up. Lu Haoran, you bastard, you bastard. Zhuo Weiwei hated herself for being blind. She didn't see Lu Haoran's true face at that time, and was seduced into bed by him after a few meals. She even got pregnant with his child. Zhuo Weiwei touched her belly, feeling angry and helpless. At this point, the embryo has grown to about 1 centimeter and the heart has taken shape. If she were asked to have an abortion now, she wouldn't be able to do it. This is a real life, and it is the life that I have conceived. Even if the child's father was a wicked man, Zhuo Weiwei would never destroy an innocent life. Aunt Zeng, Lu Haoran doesn't want to meet us. Zhuo Weiwei had no choice but to call Jiao Mingshuan's wife to tell her what had just happened. Jiao Mingshuan's wife is Zeng Wan. How come? What did you tell him when you called? Zhuo Weiwei was speechless and didn't know how to explain. Zheng Wan understood something when she heard the tone. Wei Wei, did you have a bad tone when you called? Well, I guess so. Men all need face. As his woman, you still have to give him some face. And Zheng, I'm not his woman. I have nothing to do with him. Okay, it's not true, but our company is in trouble now, so you need to communicate with him properly. Zheng Wan knew Zhuo Weiwei's mood at the moment, she said. Weiwei, you know the company's situation well. It's best to settle this matter through negotiation. And you're pregnant with this child, so it will be easier if you step forward. So I'll leave this matter to you. Hey, I'll call him and talk to him again. Zhuo Weiwei sighed softly, still feeling aggrieved. Soon, Lu Haoran's phone rang again. No need to guess, it must be Zhuo Weiwei. Lu Haoran hung up immediately. After I hung up, the phone rang again. For several times in a row, Lu Haoran had to pick up the phone. Mr. Lu, I apologize for my attitude towards you before. Zhuo Weiwei's first words were apology. She had decided to talk to Lu Haoran as an equal stranger. No longer have a condescending attitude. Otherwise, this matter will never be resolved in the best way. Oh, that's more like it. Lu Haoran finally felt relieved. This kind of woman was the one he wanted. Mr. Lu, are you free tomorrow? Mr. Jia, and I will come to visit you personally. Zhuo Weiwei took a deep breath and pretended not to hear Lu Haoran's teasing tone. After resolving this matter, she will directly change her phone number and never see Lu Haoran again. Sure, let's talk. I'll be waiting for you at the company. Lu Haoran also hopes to resolve the issue of overtime work at marginal game company in the future through negotiations. From his true thoughts, Lu Haoran was really reluctant to spend so much money to control the future edge game company. At the beginning, Lu Haoran was worried that Zhuo Weiwei would be too tired and affect the fetus, so he planned to acquire the company. But at that time, he was full of vigor, emotion, and impulsive. Now, after more than a month, the fetus in Zhuo Weiwei's belly has stabilized, and the risk of abortion is almost zero. He calmed down. Instead of spending hundreds of millions to buy a game company with no prospects, it is better to squander the money. With such a huge amount of money, you can have 10 Zhuo Weiweis. In the early morning, Ke Jinyao acted as both a concubine and a maid. Not only did she gently wake up Lu Haoran, she also personally made a delicious breakfast and even helped feed Lu Haoran. This allowed Lu Haoran to truly enjoy the treatment of an emperor. Lu Haoran came to the company in a happy mood, and he finally saw Hua Siyuan. Hua Siyuan hadn't been harassed by Lu Haoran for several days in a row, and she felt a little uncomfortable. When she saw Lu Haoran again, there was a hint of resentment in her eyes. The boss and HR director of Future Edge Games are waiting for you in the conference room. Chapter 95. The two sides had a pleasant negotiation. Lu Haoran nodded to Hua Siyuan, indicating that he understood. Make me a cup of tea. It's already soaked. Okay, then ask them to come in. In less than a minute, Hua Siyuan walked into Lu Haoran's office with a man and a woman. Boss Jia, Boss Shua, this is our general manager Lu Haoran. Jia Mingxian is about 1.8 meters tall. He looks tall, wearing a simple and elegant suit with a dark tie, showing a calm and mature temperament, but also with an inexplicable vicissitudes of life. Zhuo Weiwei wore a well-tailored business suit, which was simple yet stylish and looked capable and neat. The woman looked rounder and prettier than before. Lu Haoran was extremely satisfied. He had always been worried that Zhuo Weiwei's lack of attention to her health would affect the fetus, but it seemed that he was overthinking it. Zhuo Weiwei also cares about the fetus. From her appearance, it is obvious that she has been nourishing her body recently. Lu Haoran stared at Zhuo Weiwei and felt very comfortable. After Jia Mingxian entered the office, he nodded to Hua Siyuan to express his gratitude. Then he looked at Lu Haoran. Boss Jia, Boss Shua, please sit down. At this time, Lu Haoran did not put on airs. Instead, he stood up and greeted them to sit down, giving Jia Mingxian and the others enough respect. Sister Yuan, serve the two guests some good tea. Okay. Hua Siyuan agreed and prepared to go out. Come back and pour boiled water for this lady. Lu Haoran hurriedly called Hua Siyuan again. Hua Siyuan didn't understand, but she still responded. Snort. Zhuo Weiwei hummed slightly, and she finally felt relieved. Although Lu Haoran was a bad guy, he still remembered that she was pregnant and it was not suitable for her to drink tea. At the same time, she kept looking Hua Siyuan from top to bottom, pretending to be casually looking at her. After reading it, Zhuo Weiwei's eyes became sharp. Her eyes pierced Lu Haoran fiercely, and she felt very unhappy. This guy actually found such a beautiful young girl to be the receptionist. Lu Haoran seemed not to notice Zhuo Weiwei's fierce gaze. He exchanged a few words with Jia Mingxian with a smile. Then, Jiao Mingxian looked around the office environment and sighed. Boss Lu is really young and promising. At such a young age, he already has the ability to control the situation and make plans. Before Jiao Mingxian came, his wife Zheng Wan reminded him that no matter what Lu Haoren's purpose was, he should not be impatient and should discuss it properly. More importantly, Wei Wei was pregnant with Lu Haoren's child. No matter what, Lu Haoren is the child's father. Building a good relationship with the child's father will make it more likely that the child will recognize them as grandparents. Since Jiao Mingxian was able to build such a large business, he must have great ability to control his emotions. The moment he stepped into Lycian Human Resources Company, he deeply felt that no one should be underestimated. Such a small headhunting company actually caused him so much trouble. When he saw Lu Haoren, he was already calm and collected. Mr. Jia, you are too kind. I'm just doing a small thing. How can it compare to your company's market value of hundreds of millions? Lu Haoren naturally followed suit and said a few humble words. I wonder why President Jia and President Zhua are looking for me today. Boss Lu, I already know about you and Wei Wei. The first 2 times you called me and asked me to stop arranging Wei Wei to work overtime, I didn't know the situation at the time and didn't take it seriously. When Lu Haoren asked Jiao Mingxian about his intention, he went straight to the point. In fact, I have always treated Wei Wei as my own daughter. If I knew she was pregnant, I would definitely not allow her to work overtime. Jiao Mingxian did come with sincerity today, and he lowered his tone and attitude. Lu Haoren nodded repeatedly after hearing these words. So, I have issued an order that Wei Wei is not allowed to work overtime anymore. After Jiao Mingxian finished speaking, Zhuo Weiwei was very moved, and Lu Haoren also agreed. He felt that Jiao Mingxian was quite sensible. In this case, it is not impossible to find a way to help him overcome this difficulty. Okay then, thank you, Mr. Jiao, for stopping arranging overtime for my wife. Who is your wife? Zhuo Weiwei raised the corner of her mouth slightly and retorted, but there was not much anger in her tone. Lu Haoren laughed and didn't care. When Jiao Mingxian heard Zhuo Weiwei's voice, he looked over and smiled with kindness in his eyes. At this point, the atmosphere in the office was very harmonious. Things went very smoothly today. Both parties are very satisfied. Lu Haoren secretly sighed that if Jiao Mingxian had done this earlier, there wouldn't have been so many twists and turns. Fortunately, the hundreds of millions of funds that he had prepared to control the future Edge Game Company were saved. Mr. Lu, I'm sorry to bother you with my company's matters. Jiao Mingxian stopped talking halfway through his words and stopped at the point. He was too blunt, and everyone lost face. Lu Haoren naturally understood it as well. He nodded. Please rest assured, Mr. Jia, my only purpose is to solve the problem of my wife working overtime. Once this problem is solved, other problems will be easy to solve. That's fine. Jiao Mingxian secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, when he heard that there were other questions, his heart tightened. It turned out that Lu Haoren's purpose was not just to stop Zhuo Weiwei from working overtime. He said anxiously, after hearing what Mr. Lu said, does Mr. Lu have any other questions? Please rest assured, Mr. Lu, as long as it does not involve our company's management issues, I can help solve it. Jiao Mingxuan's words not only showed his attitude, but also strengthened his position. That is, Lu Haoren's other problems cannot interfere with the management of his own company. When Zhuo Weiwei heard this, she didn't care about Lu Haoren calling her Madam left and right. She stared at Lu Haoren. In her opinion, Lu Haoren's final words, other problems are easy to solve, were the key points. Hey, why are you two so nervous? In order to avoid misunderstandings between Jiao Mingxian and Zhuo Weiwei, Lu Haoren tried his best to maintain what he considered to be the most harmless, gentle, and lovely smile, and said, I'm just helping your company's employees get some benefits so they don't have to work overtime. This shouldn't be a difficult thing, right? Oh, by the way, there is one more small matter. Feng Gang and Lu Changjiang, the new employees of your company, were recommended by me. You cannot fire them. Lu Haoren was not lying, nor was he trying to embarrass Jiao Mingxian. He was really just trying to seek benefits for the employees of future Edge Game Company. He really wanted Feng Gang and Lu Changjiang to continue working at future Edge Game Company. In Lu Haoren's view, this is also a very small matter. But for Jiao Mingxian, this is a very serious matter, even involving issues of dignity. Jiao Mingxuan's eyes became sharp. He stared at Lu Haoren and said in a deep voice, Boss Lu, you are determined to interfere with the internal management of my company, right? Zhuo Weiwei's expression completely disappeared at this time. Just now, Even if Lu Haoran called her madam, she would not care, but now she was really angry. Chapter 96. Your husband gives you deep love. No, Mr. Jia. Why are you so angry now? Lu Haoran spread his hands, very confused and a little angry at the same time, but he still explained. I used to be an ordinary office worker, and what I hated most was that the company arranged overtime but did not give overtime pay. So, I asked your company employees not to work overtime. Are you angry? Also, my friends Feng Gang and Lu Changjiang are doing a great job. You can't fire them just because you misunderstand me, right? After Lu Haoran finished speaking, he looked at Jiang Mingxian and waited for his reply. Boss Lu, if my employees don't work overtime, I will need to increase the labor costs by 1/3 or even 1/2. Do you think our company can survive in a market with such high costs? Jiang Mingxian tried hard to control his emotions. After hearing this, Lu Haoran immediately responded with sarcasm. That's your own business problem. If you give your employees enough salary, benefits, and rest time, your employees will naturally improve their efficiency and make innovations, which will make your games even better. Not only will your company be more competitive, you will also make a lot of money. You are idealizing this, but in reality, who can do it? I can do it. My company's employees never work overtime, and we are still profitable. Lu Haoran is very proud of this. After he took over the company, under Feng Qian's leadership, the company has been profitable and everyone's income has been increasing. How can this be the same? The industries are different. The situations are different. How can we compare them? And can your company be compared to my company? Are your employees' income as high as ours? I'm sorry, although our company is small, our employees don't have to work overtime and they feel very happy. And the average salary of your company's employees is indeed not as high as our company's average salary. Your company's average salary is the average of several executives. Otherwise, your salary level will be even worse. Lu Haoran is very confident about this. If you don't believe it, you can go and ask our employees in person to see if they are always smiling and the office atmosphere is lively. The less Lu Haoran cares about the company's profitability, the more creative these employees will be and the more profit they can bring to the company. Especially for the recently established Haoran Media Live Broadcasting Company, the employees have already spontaneously started shooting videos for live broadcast before the office has been renovated. I heard that some employees have exceeded 20,000 fans in just a few days. With such employee enthusiasm, as long as it continues, Haoran Media Company will surely make a profit and even gain a foothold in the live broadcast industry. This is nonsense. Jiang Mingxian was so choked that he was speechless. When Zhuo Weiwei heard these words, she lowered her head and became very embarrassed. As the Human Resources Director, she has a very keen professional sense. When she first arrived at Lycian Human Resources Company, she found that these employees had a genuine enthusiasm for work and the working atmosphere in the office was very good. At Future Edge Games Company, there is little laughter in the office and the atmosphere is dull. The contrast between the two forms a sharp gap. This aspect proves that her human resources work was not done well. Boss Lu, you bought a headhunting company and pretended to cooperate with my company, looking for people to make games for my company, but you didn't let my employees work overtime and reduced our company's competitiveness. He also placed people in important positions and did not allow me to resign. He even made my beloved General Zhuo Weiwei pregnant and finally launched a tax audit. What is your purpose in being so deliberate? Tell me directly. Jiang Mingxian couldn't win the argument, so he could only glare at Lu Haoran and open the door to talk. Lu Haoran, our CEO Jia has come to your company to negotiate with you in person. Just speak frankly, and there's no need to play dumb with some weird excuses. Zhuo Weiwei followed up with another comment. Her impression of Lu Haoran completely hit rock bottom. When Lu Haoran heard Jiang Mingxian describe his conspiracy and methods in this way, he was stunned. I just wanted your employees to stop working overtime, but you misunderstood me so much. I can't explain this clearly. Lu Haoran didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He tried to sound indifferent and repeated his purpose. My current goal is very simple. There are only two. One is that employees cannot work overtime, and the other is that my two friends cannot be fired. At this time, the good impression Lu Haoran had just accumulated towards Jiang Mingxian was gradually consumed. This Jiang Mingxian is really a stingy capitalist. Isn't it a legal requirement and a matter of course that employees should not be allowed to work overtime without pay? In order to exploit his employees, he actually found so many high-sounding reasons. Lu Haoran made up his mind that today he would not rest until Jiang Mingxian stopped exploiting his employees and agreed to cancel their overtime work. What two simple purposes, haha. Jiao Mingxian was so angry that he laughed. If I agree with you on both of these matters, my company will fall into an even deeper, desperate situation, and you will be able to control it. You have a very good plan. In this case, I might as well just give the company to you. You don't need to give it to me. Just name a price. How much is it? I'll buy it. Lu Haoran doesn't mind spending some money to buy this company for fun. Oh, Lu Haoran, you can't hide it anymore, right? If you want to acquire my company, just say it directly. Why are you hiding it so much? Okay, then I'll be frank now. Sell the company to me. Name your price. 600 million. This is the valuation that PricewaterhouseCoopers did for us last year. Take it if you want it. Jiao Mingxian actually wanted to sell the company a long time ago. It's just that no one is willing to pay him that price to buy it. After selling the company, he no longer had any worries, and he also had enough money to look for his lost daughter. Jiao Mingxian, do you think I don't understand the market, and I'm easy to cheat? You can even ask for 600 million. I can only give you 80 million yuan at most. If you agree, I will take it. If you don't agree, please leave my office. Lu Haoran immediately ordered them to leave. The reason why Lu Haoran said 80 million was because after Hui Siyuan was arrested, according to the system's cashback rules, that would be 100 million. He now offers 80 million, leaving 20 million to negotiate with Jiao Mingxian. When Jiao Mingxian heard the order to expel him, he knew that there was no need to talk about it any further. And even if he did, there would be no result. Snort! Jiao Mingxian immediately slapped the table, stood up, and said to Zhuo Weiwei, Weiwei, let's go. All right. Zhuo Weiwei had no say in these matters. She came here today just to accompany Jiao Mingxian. Zhuo Weiwei stared at Lu Haoran hatefully. Lu Haoran raised his eyebrows and whistled at Zhuo Weiwei in a nonchalant manner. Madam, why don't you stay and let your husband give you his deep love? Nausea! Zhuo Weiwei cursed and quickly followed Jiao Mingxian out. Huh? Lu Haoran laughed heartily in the office. Jiao Mingxian still doesn't accept it. Just wait. Next time you come, it won't be worth even 80 million. After Jiao Mingxian and Zhuo Weiwei got in the car, Zhuo Weiwei asked worriedly, Boss Jia, it's obvious that Lu Haoran won't give up until he achieves his goal. What should we do? The tax department has to pay 20 million yuan immediately. Chapter 97. Mr. Jia's amazing analysis. 20 million yuan is not a big problem. We can get a bank loan to solve it. Jiao Mingxian showed deep concern. I didn't expect Lu Haoran to be this kind of person. I'm sorry, Mr. Jia. When Zhuo Weiwei saw Jiao Mingxian's worry, she felt very guilty and made a difficult decision. Why don't I just resign? I'll stay away from Chengdu and never come back. It's all my fault that the company was ruined. No, don't. Jiao Mingxian was horrified. What he actually wanted most was the baby in Zhuo Weiwei's belly. If the company is gone, it's gone. But it is hard to find someone who looks so much like himself and his wife, Zhuo Weiwei. Zhuo Weiwei has become the spiritual sustenance of him and his wife. Why? Zhuo Weiwei was very surprised that Jiao Mingxian cared about her so much. Because I only trust you in the HR department, and you must not leave at this critical moment in the company. Then I won't leave. This is a very normal reason. Thinking of this, Jiao Mingxian couldn't help but stare at Zhuo Weiwei's belly inside. The father of the child in your belly is no ordinary person. The child has such good genes. After he is born, he will definitely be a smart baby. Well, this is the only good thing about Lu Haoran. As a mother, Zhuo Weiwei also believes that her child has good genes and will definitely be a very smart and cute baby. Haha, Lu Haoran is smart, but he still lacks experience. His methods are not sophisticated enough. And he is not calm enough. He has exposed his trump card. Ha! Jiao Mingxian suddenly had an idea and smiled confidently. Seeing this, Zhuo Weiwei asked, Boss Jia, what do you mean by this? Looking back now, Lu Haoran's plan has already surfaced, and he has even revealed his trump card. Therefore, this Lu Haoran is nothing to be afraid of. Jiao Mingxian's eyes became brighter and brighter, and he nodded secretly, thinking that he had seen the whole situation clearly. But Zhuo Weiwei became more and more confused and couldn't understand. Seeing this, Jiao Mingxian taught Zhuo Weiwei. Weiwei, there is one thing you young people cannot do by taking shortcuts, and that is the accumulation of experience. The accumulation of experience can only be increased through experience, and experience requires time to experience. So, there is a saying that old ginger is still spicy. Next, you should listen to my analysis carefully, remember Lu Haoran's lessons, and turn them into your own experience. Oh, cool. Zhuo Weiwei sat up straight and pretended to listen attentively. Every step Liu Haoran took was useful and caused us great trouble, even threatening the survival of our company. But he was not experienced enough and left our company a chance to survive every time. Now think about it. Every time Liu Haoran uses methods on our company, are they all one-off and lack continuity? He was constantly incoherent, and every move he made was poorly timed. Yeah, but what about a more detailed analysis? Zhuo Weiwei still didn't quite understand. Jiang Mingxian continued. First of all, Liu Haoran is too young and impatient. He just took possession of your body without taking the time to conquer your feelings. If he is patient and spends a month or two using the baby in your belly to coax you, will you marry him and completely make you his? Hearing this, Zhuo Weiwei's face changed, and she started thinking from the bottom of her heart. She really agreed with what Jiang Mingxian said. If Liu Haoran had expressed his love sincerely at future Edge Game Company that day, then she would really be with Liu Haoran and even get married. Jiang Mingxian guessed Zhuo Weiwei's thoughts and said with a smile, "That's what young people are like, blindly confident. Not only did he miss the opportunity with you, he also tried to force us not to let our employees work overtime, thereby reducing our competitiveness and cutting off his own arm. But he had no idea that this plan would expose his attempt to undermine our company. He must still not have figured out how we could cut the Gordian knot and fire all the suspicious insiders. Then, Liu Haoran's methods are not ruthless enough. If he uses his methods to the extreme, then he will definitely ask his tax friends to investigate our company thoroughly. Even if they cannot send me to jail, they will let the law enforcement agency detain me for a period of time. At that time, our company, combined with the problems that had accumulated before, naturally collapsed again." That's true. Zhuo Weiwei felt a chill on her back when she heard this. If Liu Haoran had really done what Jiang Mingxian said, there would be no chance for the two of them to sit in the car and analyze the situation today. In addition, Business Director Feng Gang and Liu Changjiang from his department are also excellent chess pieces. He should not expose them. He thought that by exposing these two people he could confuse me and make me relax my management of personnel. In fact, it is really unnecessary. Anyone with a little experience will notice the problem. Therefore, this move he made was a terrible one, and even completely useless. Yes, if Feng Gang instigates the channel to stop distributing and promoting our game at a critical moment, we will lose more than half of our revenue, and cash flow will be even more difficult. Zhuo Weiwei was actually also wondering why Liu Haoran so obviously arranged Feng Gang and Liu Changjiang into the company through a headhunting company. Now I understand. He wanted to make a clear move to throw a smokescreen, but unfortunately, he didn't make the right move. You're right. Not only did Liu Haoran leave a lot of loopholes in front of him, but today he even exposed his trump card again. Jiang Mingxian was secretly proud of his analytical ability, as he could see every step of Liu Haoran clearly. Such a naive opponent is not worth getting so flustered about. He felt quite ashamed now thinking about it. He almost fell into Liu Haoran's trap. If he really lost the company because of Liu Haoran's childish and immature methods, he would become a laughingstock in the business circle. "What's his trump card?" Zhuo Weiwei asked, then immediately took it back. "Boss Jia, since you have already noticed Liu Haoran's trump card, you'd better not tell me to avoid inadvertent disclosure." Weiwei, don't be so sensitive. I still trust you very much, so it's okay to tell you. And to understand his trump card, I need your help. Jiang Mingxian really trusts Zhuo Weiwei. He said without hiding anything. "Liu Haoran's trump card is our company's financial director Dong Wenlin." How could it be him? Mr. Dong has always been dedicated to the company, and I have never felt that he has any selfish motives. Only people like this can be used as trump cards. This Dong Wenlin really hides it well. If it weren't for Liu Haoran's accidental words today, I would never have thought that Dong Wenlin had been turned against me until I died. When Jiang Mingxian mentioned Dong Wenlin, his eyes spit fire and his teeth itched with hatred. Dong Wenlin disappoints me so much. I treated him so well, but he actually betrayed me. Boss Jia, have you discovered anything? Chapter 98, Expelling a Great God. Of course, otherwise I wouldn't mention your name. Jiang Mingxian asked. Do you still remember how much money Liu Haoran said he would spend to acquire our company? 80 million yuan. Yes, it was this 80 million yuan that exposed his relationship with Dong Wenlin. Jiang Mingxian said bitterly. In fact, our company's market value is 600 million, and this is a fake account made by PricewaterhouseCoopers. The purpose is to make the company's shares more valuable, so that when we go public our share price will be higher and investors will be more confident. Having said this, Jiang Mingxian stopped talking, and the following words would sound unpleasant. Zhuo Weiwei naturally understood it immediately and knew the meaning behind it. At the same time, she finally understood why there were always occasional reports of fraud by the top international accounting firm PricewaterhouseCoopers. Turns out it's true. Such a well-known accounting firm actually helps companies to cook the books. This is a blatant violation of credibility and professionalism. Boss Jia, you mean that all this was orchestrated by Dong Wenlin? Yes, Dong Wenlin helped me with everything. Then how does this relate to the 80 million yuan Liu Haoren mentioned? That 80 million yuan is the real market value of my company. Only Dong Wenlin and I know the real market value, but now Liu Haoren also knows it. Do you understand now? I see. Zhou Weiwei was shocked. In fact, Zhou Weiwei was not the only one who was shocked. When Jiao Mingxian heard the 80 million yuan quoted by Liu Haoren, he was shocked on the spot. At that time, Jiao Mingxian felt very disappointed. Dong Wenlin as a person in his position are second only to himself in importance. I didn't expect that such an important person would be instigated by Liu Haoren. However, he quickly realized that Dong Wenlin being exposed was actually a good thing. Just deal with him in time. Then you will have nothing to worry about. At the same time, it also made him realize how loyal Zhou Weiwei, whom he treated like a daughter, was to him. Even though Zhou Weiwei was pregnant with the other man's child, she still stood on his side. How precious this is! Also, when our company was audited by the tax authorities, we were issued a ticket in less than half an hour. This proves that it was Dong Wenlin's cooperation with the tax authorities that resulted in such efficiency. Indeed, the tax inspection was too fast. Basically, they came, checked it, and then issued a ticket. It was really weird. So, you understand, Liu Haoren's methods are indeed very clever, but he doesn't know how to use them, and he doesn't know how to seize the opportunity, which gives us plenty of opportunities to counterattack. Yes, that's true. After hearing this, Zhou Weiwei also understood how lucky the Edge Game Company would be in the future if Liu Haoren was as experienced as Jiao Mingxian. So before we knew it, things had changed for the future Edge Gaming Company. Boss Jia, do we have to go back and talk to Dong Wenlin now? Yes, let's go back. The two immediately drove straight to the company. After arriving at the company, Jiao Mingxian saw Dong Wenlin working seriously. Did he feel that his suspicion was wrong? But if his suspicion was correct, how could he explain why Liu Haoren said exactly 80 million? Also, the tax audit was completed in less than half an hour. There is no way to explain this. Although Jiao Mingxian was conflicted, he had no choice. He now felt that every employee in the company seemed to have been infiltrated by Liu Haoren. At this moment, it is better to kill by mistake than to miss out. The most important thing is that Dong Wenlin is now dispensable to him. After all that Liu Haoren has done, he has given up the fantasy of listing the company. Since the company is not listed, Dong Wenlin's salary does not match his position. Jiao Mingxian gritted his teeth and took this opportunity to fire him. Soon, Dong Wenlin was invited into the general manager's office. Jiao Mingxian and Zhou Weiwei were sitting in the general manager's office. They both had very serious expressions. This made Dong Wenlin feel uneasy and very nervous. Dong Wenlin, you disappoint me so much. As soon as Jiao Mingxian saw Dong Wenlin, he couldn't help but express his disappointment with Dong Wenlin. Dong Wenlin was stunned for a moment, with his mind full of question marks. Boss Jia, what do you mean? What do you mean? Don't pretend with me. I know everything. What did you know? Mr. Jia, why can't I understand what you were saying? Dong Wenlin was really confused. He graduated from a prestigious university and later studied abroad. After graduation, he has been working in an internationally renowned accounting firm. Later, Jiao Mingxian hired him to Future Edge Game Company with a high salary, with the purpose of helping Future Edge Game Company go public. He thought he was diligent and wholeheartedly helped Future Edge Gaming Company design its financial system, and even helped Future Edge Gaming Company create a false market value. He chose Future Edge Gaming Company as his first venture, and he was bound to become a big hit in the financial circle. So I have always worked diligently and never had any selfish motives. Today, Jiao Mingxian suddenly came to talk to him, which really confused him. Dong Wenlin, you are still playing dumb in front of me. I am so disappointed. Jiao Mingxian kept shaking his head, feeling extremely conflicted. Forget it, let's part ways amicably. You can resign on your own initiative, but don't worry, I will not reduce your compensation by a cent. This, Dong Wenlin didn't know how to explain it. Boss Dong, Boss Jia already knows about you and Liu Haoren, so please sign it. Zhou Weiwei pushed over a letter of resignation. In fact, Zhou Weiwei also guessed that Jiao Mingxian intended to fire Dong Wenlin. After all, the company really can't afford to support such a great god. What's going on between me and Lu Howren? I don't even know Lu Howren. We haven't even met each other. Mr. Jia, Mr. Zhua, do you two have any misunderstandings about me? Dong Wenlin took the resignation letter and took a look at it, but he did not sign it. There is no misunderstanding. Now that things have come to this, let's all be honest. Don't let it end up in a quarrel. It will be embarrassing for everyone. Boss Jia, can you tell me the whole story? In that case, explain it to me. How did Lu Howren know that our company's real market value is only 80 million? I don't know how he knew about our company's situation, but I'm sure it wasn't me who leaked it. Dong Wenlin understood it immediately, but he really couldn't explain it. Because he really didn't do it. Haha, I know you won't admit it, so let's not waste our time arguing. I have more important things to do right now. Oh, that's it. Dong Wenlin is also proud, so just resign if he wants to. He grabbed the pen and quickly signed his name on the resignation form. Dong Wenlin left so abruptly that Jia Mingxian snorted coldly. See, he left right away, which means he is guilty. After Dong Wenlin signed and left, Jia Mingxian sighed helplessly in his heart. Dong Wenlin, I am sorry for you. Maybe I have wronged you, but there is no other way. In order for my plan to go smoothly, I have to be the bad guy and find an excuse to send you away. It seems so. Zhuo Weiwei felt very uncomfortable. She didn't feel that Dong Wenlin felt guilty at all, but she had to agree with Jia Mingxian at this time. Boss Jia, Dong Wenlin knows that our company has falsified accounts. Will he use this to threaten us? Chapter 99, he suddenly attacked me, and I couldn't dodge. No, our company's false accounting was not disclosed and no application for listing was submitted. Even if he wants to use this to threaten us, we can deny it. Not only will he not be able to threaten us, but he will also have a bad reputation in the accounting community. Okay, Zhuo Weiwei always felt something was wrong, but she couldn't remember what it was. Thinking of the company's current situation, she could only sigh inwardly. The most important thing is to survive. Everything else is secondary. The overall economic environment has been bad in the past 2 years. Even if Lu Howren hadn't been making trouble, they would have considered layoffs. It is only a matter of time before people like Dong Wenlin, who are overpaid, leave the company. Weiwei, come to my house for lunch. Your great-aunt has stewed an old hen for you. Oh, that's too much trouble, isn't it? It's no trouble. As you know, your great-aunt and I don't have any children, so our home is quiet. Besides, you are pregnant now and have no one to take care of you, so you should come to our house more often. Aunt Zeng is bored at home anyway and has nothing to do, so she can take care of you. Well, thank you, Mr. Jia. Zhuo Weiwei did not refuse. Her parents are not in Chengdu, and she has experienced many inconveniences since her pregnancy, so she needs help. She planned to bring her mother to Chengdu to take care of her after some time. Jia Mingxian was also very happy to see this. No one can understand the pain that comes from losing a child. No one can understand their obsession with their children. Dong Wenlin's dismissal immediately caused an uproar in the company. The news soon reached Fang Qian. Fang Qian's eyes lit up, and she immediately found Lu Howren and told him about it. Fang Qian talked about Dong Wenlin's work experience and suggested that Lu Howren recruit Dong Wenlin into the company. Let Dong Wenlin build a scientific financial management system for Howren Media Company. Lu Howren thought about it and nodded in agreement. Then you can find a way to convince him. Lu Howren also gradually felt that the company was getting bigger and bigger, and Sister He, the financial manager with limited professional ability, could no longer support the growing business volume. Okay, Ran. With Lu Howren's support, Fang Qian decided to run the company well and not let Lu Howren down. At about 10 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Howren walked out of the office and prepared to go see Sun Shiqian. I've been hanging out with Kajiniao these days and have neglected this young woman. Boss, Huasiyuan stopped him. What's wrong? I have good news for you. Huasiyuan trotted towards Lu Howren, exuding a youthful vibe. What's the good news? Ding, 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 look. Huasiyuan opened her phone, clicked on Douyin, and an account appeared. The name of the account is The Sweet Daily Life of the Overbearing President and His Female Secretary. What a tacky name. This name was given by Huasiyuan. She was actually very ashamed of this name, but all other names were rejected by Xiao Manyan. The name isn't the point. The point is the number of fans. Huasiyuan blushed and quickly covered her name, only showing Lu Howren the number of fans. Wow, 30,000 followers. Not bad. Lu Howren had actually seen the number of fans a long time ago, but he still pretended to be shocked, which made Huasiyuan even more proud and arrogant. This account posted 3 short videos at one time. After investing in Douyin, all 3 videos went viral. Lu Hauren randomly clicked on the video with the highest number of views to check the comments. There were all kinds of envy for Lu Hauren, and they were all amazed at what kind of magical company this was and how there were so many beautiful women. At the same time, netizens were shocked by the authenticity of the plot and the acting skills of the actors. They don't know that these plots are real and not just stories. And everyone expressed their true feelings. After Lu Hauren finished reading some of the comments, he turned to look at Hwasi Yuan. You're in trouble. Why? The starting point is too high. Netizens have too high expectations of you and me. If we can't make videos of this level in the future, we will be scolded to death. This seems to be the case. When Hwasi Yuan thought about her own performance level, she suddenly felt under great pressure. Boss, how about we go home and shoot a video? Mr. Xiao asked me to hand in my homework. And last time she arranged for me to sing in the square, but I didn't give it to her, and she was almost angry. Hwasi Yuan frowned her beautiful eyebrows, looking so adorable that it made people feel distressed. Okay, let's go then. Lu Hauren thought that it would be okay to go to Sun Shiqian's place later. Hwasi Yuan finally took the initiative to find me and go back to shoot a video, which is a big progress. Hwasi Yuan got permission and excitedly followed Lu Hauren out with her equipment. After they went downstairs, Lu Hauren took her out for a delicious meal first. Hwasi Yuan has become accustomed to eating and drinking with Lu Hauren. After dinner, Lu Hauren and Hwasi Yuan came to People's Square. At this time, the square was already bustling with people. The Annies who were dancing in the square danced to the music. Their movements were in sync, their expressions were calm, and their faces were filled with happy smiles. The old men practicing Tai Chi were leisurely and contented. Their postures were vigorous and their breathing was even, as if they were competing with the air. Young couples walking together held hands, whispered to each other, or cuddled together, enjoying this peaceful time. The whole square is full of the breath and vitality of life, lively and harmonious. Boss, I'm a little nervous. Hwasi Yuan actually held a big loudspeaker to exercise her courage. What are you so nervous about? Come on, I'll help you shoot, and you can sing a song quickly so that you can report to Mr. Xiao. Seeing that Hwasi Yuan didn't dare to turn on the speaker to sing for a long time, Lu Hauren couldn't help but urge her. What shall I sing? You can sing anything you want. There are no requirements. Only Mom is good in the world. The 5-starred red flag flutters in the wind. The national anthem are all fine. But my mind is completely blank now. I can't remember a single word of the lyrics. Hwasi Yuan had never done such a thing in public before. As a good girl, I usually just play around in my own small circle and have never experienced a real big scene. Hwasi Yuan's face turned red, and she just couldn't take this step. Then yell a few words loudly and open your voice first. Cough. At this time, passers-by saw Lu Hauren and Hwasi Yuan's unusual behavior and stopped to watch. This kind of socially anxious person pays great attention to what others think of him or her. Especially when you have something to hide, you will pay more attention to the situation around you. Hwasi Yuan had been looking around for a long time, and at this moment, she saw someone standing there staring at her. She was so shy that she ran straight to Lu Hauren and buried her head in his arms. This move made Lu Hauren very confused. Only then did Lu Hauren realize that it was not easy to help a socially anxious person overcome obstacles. He didn't push Hwasi Yuan away. Instead, he held her in his arms and comforted her. Seeing this, passers-by left. Hwasi Yuan, you are too restrained. I've never seen you be so exaggerated before. That was in front of acquaintances. I really felt uncomfortable in front of strangers. After Hwasi Yuan threw herself into Lu Hauren's arms, she did not let go in time. Lu Hauren looked down and saw the cute little mouth and couldn't help but kiss it. Hwasi Yuan's eyes widened. She didn't expect Lu Hauren to attack her so suddenly. Chapter 100 Can't Wait. Hwasi Yuan tried to struggle, but was held tightly by Lu Hauren. Lu Hauren clasped her waist tightly with both hands. Lu Hauren's breath was hot and heavy, and every breath made her heart beat faster. Her consciousness gradually became blurred, and she could only feel Lu Hauren's breath and body temperature. The moment she closed her eyes, it seemed as if the whole world stopped. The surrounding sounds, lights, and breath all disappeared, leaving only her and Lu Hauren. She felt her own heartbeat echoing in her ears, as if telling her that this was love. Hwasi Yuan stopped struggling and let Lu Hauren kiss her. See, no one actually pays attention to us. Lu Hauren let go of Hwasi Yuan and motioned for her to look around. Hwasi Yuan followed Lu Hauren's gaze to check the surrounding situation. There were indeed all kinds of passers-by. When they saw Lu Haoran and Hua Siyuan kissing intimately, they just glanced at them and passed by. No one can remember what they look like or what they do. In this busy world, everyone is so busy with their own affairs that they don't have time to pay attention to what others are doing. Even if you do something, people's memory of it will only last a few seconds and will be forgotten in the blink of an eye. So why should you care so much about what other people think of you? Yeah, I understand. Hua Siyuan nodded, not quite understanding. Come on, I'll take you to square dance. Lu Haoran pulled Hua Siyuan into the group of ants. The ants didn't care about their joining, as if the two were already part of the whole. Hua Siyuan understood more deeply the meaning of Lu Haoran's words. Hua Siyuan is naturally gifted with graceful dancing skills. Her dancing attracted countless eyes, whether old men, young people, or women, as if they were attracted by a magnet. As for Lu Haoran, his body was stiff, but he looked very funny when he danced square dance. Although his dancing posture was not as graceful as Hua Siyuan's, he did not care about the eyes of people around him and still enjoyed the dancing process to the fullest. This made Hua Siyuan couldn't help but laugh secretly, and at the same time she became more confident. As time went by, more and more people gathered around, and Hua Siyuan began to feel overwhelmed by the gazes from everyone around her. She looked at Lu Haoran pleadingly, hoping that he would take her away. But Lu Haoran didn't seem to notice her look. Instead, he walked over and grabbed her hand and continued jumping together. This made Hua Siyuan extremely embarrassed. Yuan, I like you. Lu Haoran suddenly shouted at Hua Siyuan. Oh my boss, how embarrassing. Hua Siyuan almost collapsed and tried desperately to escape, but was held tightly by Lu Haoran. When they heard Lu Haoran confess his love to Hua Siyuan, the onlookers all applauded. At the same time, the word boss made the crowd understand the identities of the two people. It turned out that the company boss was confessing his feelings to his employees. Everyone was jealous, but most of them still expressed their blessings. At this time, Lu Haoran walked to the speaker and pressed the pause button. Ladies, could you please help me play the accompaniment of Radio Love Song? I want to present a song to you all with my girlfriend. The Andes who were dancing in the square had already noticed their situation. Now hearing Lu Haoran's request, they immediately agreed and said that it was on the playlist. The Annie who was leading the dance played the accompaniment of the song very actively. Then, the melody of this classic song slowly played from the speakers. Yuan, let's sing a song together called Radio Love Song. Lu Haoran walked over and grabbed Hua Siyuan, who was frozen in place. Hua Siyuan then remembered that her task was to sing a song in the square. She immediately agreed with a blushing face. Who can turn off the power of the moon in the sky? It illuminates the silence of you and me too clearly. We know so little about love. Lu Haoran may be lacking in dancing, but he is very precise in his pronunciation when singing. He is born with a good voice and wins warm applause from the audience every time he sings. Led by Lu Haoran, Hua Siyuan also began to hum along. Lu Haoran nodded to her, encouraging her to open her throat. Hua Siyuan looked into Lu Haoran's eyes and finally mustered up the courage to sing. The duo's singing quickly resonated with the crowd, and everyone couldn't help but hum along. Some middle-aged women even danced to the music, creating an extremely lively atmosphere. After the song ended, thunderous applause broke out. At this moment, Hua Siyuan felt everyone's encouragement and recognition, and her eyes were full of confidence. Lu Haoran and Hua Siyuan returned to Union apartment. Before Lu Haoran could react, Hua Siyuan rushed into her bedroom like a mad bull and quickly locked the door. Lu Haoran stood there in confusion, not knowing what was going on. He walked over and knocked on the door gently, asking doubtfully, Yuan, what happened? What are you doing? Hua Siyuan replied nervously, I'm afraid of wolves. Ha! You think too horribly of me. Lu Haoran instantly understood what Hua Siyuan meant. The corners of his mouth turned up and his eyes narrowed into slits. Good night, Yuan. He did not force Hua Siyuan to open the door. Well, see you tomorrow, boss. Hua Siyuan behind the door breathed a sigh of relief. See you tomorrow. Lu Haoran no longer paid attention to Hua Siyuan. He took off his shoes comfortably, put on slippers, and went into the bathroom, humming a little tune. He lay in the bathtub, enjoying the rose bath prepared for him by the apartment housekeeper. Hey, it's a double bathtub, but I'm the only one who can enjoy it. This little girl doesn't know how to enjoy herself. Sister Yuan is too naive. Do you think you can escape from my clutches? Wait a minute. When you're done washing up, I'll let you open the door voluntarily. Lu Haoran was taking a bath while talking to himself proudly, feeling particularly happy. Hua Siyuan, the little hot pepper, is already on the plate, ready for him to taste at any time. Today is a good day. Everything you wish for will come true. Liu Haoran was in high spirits when singing in People's Square today, and even couldn't help humming song Zuying's Good Days while taking a bath. This bathing equipment is a constant temperature bathtub. Liu Haoran felt so comfortable lying in it that he didn't want to come out. About half an hour later, Liu Haoran came out of the bathtub and put on a bathrobe. He tiptoed to the door of Hua Siyuan's room and put his ear to it to eavesdrop on the noise inside. Although the sound insulation in the house is excellent, Liu Haoran's body has been strengthened by the system, and his hearing is far superior to that of ordinary people. He heard the sound of water in the house and sighed helplessly. Women are so slow in taking showers. I was numb from the water and had to get out, but this little girl is still showering.